Good, then I'm in, Wang Tao nodded. Seeing Wang Tao agree, eldest Lu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, great. But let's agree on the distribution of the food we'll get afterwards. I'm thinking that we distribute it based on the contribution to killing this zombie. Those who contribute more, get more, and those who contribute less, naturally get less. Seeing that Wang Tao didn't speak, eldest Lu continued, of course, quantifying contribution is quite subjective. After all, we can't really tally up who caused how much damage. So, to prevent any disputes, I propose that as long as you participate, the minimum share of food for Mr. Wang will be no less than 5%. It's hard to say exactly how much food there is in a county-level grain reserve, but it's definitely a lot. If the food is still edible, 5% is certainly a substantial amount. Eldest Lu was quite generous. He had decided that Wang Tao was very strong. Having such a powerful person join them would greatly increase their chances of success. Even if Wang Tao wasn't helpful, giving 5% of the food in exchange for a good impression was a profitable deal. Of course, he didn't know exactly how strong Wang Tao was. If he did, he certainly wouldn't have promised a guaranteed 5%. Wang Tao didn't say much either, he just nodded his head. Okay. Just let me know when we're leaving. But let me be clear up front, I will definitely check out this zombie myself. If I feel that we can't handle it, I reserve the right to back out at any time. Haha, no problem at all. With a smile, eldest Lu then took out something that looked like a book from a nearby cabinet. Wang Tao raised his eyebrows when he saw it. It was a map. This is a map I bought before, with plans to go on a road trip. But then the apocalypse happened. Anyway, I won't be using it, so I'll give it to Mr. Wang. Eldest Lu's gaze held a hint of vicissitude. His original plan was to hire a professional to manage his resort while he and his family went on a nationwide road trip. Now he had money and time. Unfortunately, the road trip would never happen, and he was left all alone. Then I thank you. Looking at the latest edition of the map, Wang Tao's face showed a smile. This wasn't just a single sheet, it was an entire book of maps, detailing each city's situation. With this map, as long as he didn't venture into deep forests or remote hills, he would basically never get lost again. Haha, it's all about helping each other out. Eldest Lu laughed heartily, then said, we have plenty of rooms here. Shall I have someone prepare one for Mr. Wang? When it's time to hunt the zombie, I'll come get you. It will likely be within the next few days. Eldest Lu had originally planned to wait for clear weather before hunting the zombie, but the rain kept pouring down, and he didn't know when it would stop. Now that Wang Tao had joined, he felt they could go hunting in the toxic rain. Given their strength, they could endure half a day in such rain. If they couldn't deal with the zombie in half a day, that would mean the zombie was too strong, and they'd have to flee. All right. Wang Tao nodded. Then eldest Lu called over a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman to arrange Wang Tao's accommodation. Zhu Xiaojun, who had been silent all this time, wanted to follow Wang Tao, but was stopped by eldest Lu. After Wang Tao left, eldest Lu eagerly asked Zhu Xiaojun, Fatty, is this Wang Tao really that strong? Zhu Xiaojun nodded. I knew it. Eldest Lu was overjoyed. Zhu Xiaojun was an honest person, never one to lie. If someone else claimed that a person was strong, it might just be a compliment. But coming from Zhu Xiaojun, it was a fact. It was even possible that Zhu Xiaojun had sparred with him. Eldest Lu continued to inquire about Wang Tao. Zhu Xiaojun didn't hold back and told him everything he knew. Upon hearing that Wang Tao killed an elite zombie with just a steel rebar, eldest Lu's mouth dropped open. Could he be an ability user with a ranged attack? That's fantastic. We're lacking a proper ranged attack, and he'll just fill in our gap. And when Zhu Xiaojun mentioned he gave the red crystal core to Wang Tao, eldest Lu looked at Zhu Xiaojun as if he were looking at an idiot. He knew, strictly speaking, that the crystal core was Wang Tao's trophy. But Zhu Xiaojun had also suffered a few attacks from the rush zombie. Didn't he deserve some credit for his hard work? Couldn't he have been a bit more shameless? Moreover, since Wang Tao had given the red crystal core to his girlfriend to play with, it showed he didn't need it. He doesn't need it, but you do. Our camp does. You could have traded it for something else. Watching eldest Lu's look of exasperation, Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head. He actually wanted the crystal core too, he felt he could assimilate it. But he refrained. After all, it wasn't his to take. Sigh, never mind. You take him later to familiarize with our camp. If we could get him to stay, that would be perfect. I need to figure out what to use to trade for that crystal core in his hands. If I had known earlier that he had a spare crystal core, I would have definitely asked for it. Oh, and I need to warn everyone in the camp not to mess with this newbie. Chapter 160, The Zombies Are Stronger Again. 1 Mr. Wang, do you have any further instructions? Whatever instructions you have, I can fulfill them for you. Looking at the somewhat attractive middle-aged woman flirting in front of him, Wang Tao smiled slightly. Thank you, but no need. Please go back. The woman's expression stiffened. She asked again, unwilling to give up. After confirming that Wang Tao really didn't have any other instructions, she left with a look of disappointment. The sight of Wang Tao's muscular body had made her envious. It was a shame that he wasn't interested in her. Although the girl with Wang Tao was indeed much prettier than she was, she could guarantee that she had more experience. Once the woman had left, Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. It was his first time encountering such a zealous and hospitable woman, and he felt somewhat out of his element. Brother, I felt like you wanted to keep her, but why did you let her go? Zhang Shixia suddenly looked at Wang Tao and asked with curiosity on her face. Apostrophe. Wang Tao rubbed Zhang Shixia's hair a bit irritably. Adult matters, kids shouldn't interrupt. Hearing this, Zhang Shixia was somewhat puzzled. Didn't you say yesterday that I'm not a child anymore? Apostrophe. Okay, because she's not as pretty as little Zhu, I didn't want her to stay around me for long, Wang Tao shrugged. I see. Thank you for the compliment, brother, Zhang Shixia said, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Although she couldn't remember many things that were common knowledge, as long as Wang Tao complimented her, she felt very happy. Wang Tao wasn't too picky about where he stayed, as long as it was clean. Zhang Shixia was even less fussy. She still retained some zombie habits and could sleep anywhere with just a pad to lie down on. After a while, Zhu Xiaojun arrived. He said he would take Wang Tao on a tour around the camp. Fish Bay Camp was actually quite large, with over 150 people. It was like a small society, with all kinds of occupations represented. Food was the hard currency here. If you had food, you could have almost anyone in the camp serve you. Of course, to do so, you would need a large amount of food, which very few people had. Survivors were the foundation of the camp, but at the same time, they were the cheapest commodity. Following Zhu Xiaojun, Wang Tao went again to that spacious hall and saw many survivors offering themselves for hire. There were men and women, old and young. As long as someone offered food, they would do anything asked of them. Of course, this didn't include going out to scavenge for supplies. If they had the ability to find supplies, they wouldn't be hiring themselves out in the first place. To say hiring was really to sell oneself to someone powerful. It wasn't quite slavery, as there were rules in the camp, but it was pretty close. They were guaranteed their lives, but nothing else. Fish Bay Camp only provided accommodation, not food. If you wanted food, you either did the jobs assigned by Eldest Lu, or you found a way on your own. There were only so many jobs available in the camp, certainly not enough to sustain everyone. So the rest had to figure it out for themselves. The moment Wang Tao arrived, many such people set their eyes on him. After all, with his formidable size, even a fool could tell that he was a big sturdy leg to cling to. Big brother, buy me. I can wash clothes, cook, and warm your bed. Just one meal a day, brother, I'll do anything you ask. Apostrophe. Looking at these men and women with desperate faces, Wang Tao sighed inwardly, but did not soften. After all, he was no savior. Without lingering long in that place, Wang Tao headed toward the stalls. Zhu Xiaojun told Wang Tao that he heard the stalls sometimes sold good stuff. However, he hadn't been there much and wasn't very clear on it. Big brother, need a knife? This is a good knife made overseas. Sharp enough to slice hair, strong enough to cut through iron. It's a great assistant in killing zombies. No sooner had he arrived than someone started pitching their product to Wang Tao. Looking at the good knife that even had some notches on its blade, Wang Tao peered deeply at the seller. The man felt as though he was being targeted by a ferocious beast, struggling to breathe properly. 1 second later, the man hastily retreated, drenched in cold sweat. After Wang Tao walked away, the seller finally took a deep breath, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Phew, so strong. He feels even more terrifying than those zombies. He had just seen a new face come by and thought to test the waters. Though Eldest Lu was quite courteous to this man, there were always those ready to try their luck no matter where they were. Their rule here was buy and leave, and once a transaction was completed, it couldn't be reversed, a rule even Eldest Lu had to abide by, but he hadn't expected this man to be so much more terrifying than Eldest Lu. In that instant, he truly thought he was going to die. Many people had noticed this interaction, and when they saw the knife seller hastily retreating from Wang Tao's gaze, they immediately felt a chill. This newcomer was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Those who had wanted to swindle a deal or had designs on the girl with Wang Tao immediately curbed their plans. They had survived so long in Fish Bay Camp by being sharp-eyed, never missing a chance to take advantage of someone, but the never messing with those they couldn't afford to offend. This new, bulky newcomer was obviously in the latter category. With no unwise souls approaching, Wang Tao felt much more comfortable. He had heard from Zhu Xiaojun that there were many stalls around, so he was looking to see if there were any weapons suitable for Zhang Shixu's use. Perhaps due to habits acquired as a zombie, Zhang Shixu preferred to fight with her claws. Although she wasn't afraid of the zombie virus, those little white and tender hands getting hurt would be such a pity. Chapter 160 Zombies have become stronger again too. Unfortunately, even after browsing through all the stalls, Wang Tao didn't find any suitable weapons. As for those so-called exquisite knives and precious swords, Wang Tao felt they were probably not as tough as Zhang Shixu herself. They might be considered weapons to others, but for Zhang Shixu, they would likely be a hindrance. However, it wasn't a complete loss. Wang Tao did find something quite unexpected at the last stall. They're actually selling crystal cores? Seeing Wang Tao's surprise, the stall owner immediately beamed and said, "Buddy, take a look. Do you like any? The prices are cheap, fair to both young and old. Each crystal core represents an ability user, guaranteed that you won't be cheated or take a loss." Seeing the vendor's enthusiastic demeanor, Wang Tao might have thought these were fake crystal cores, but the attributes clearly stated they were level 1 crystal cores. At that moment, someone nearby, perhaps wanting to do Wang Tao a favor, spoke up, "Brother, think it over carefully. These are all white crystal cores, and military sources say that these have the lowest success rate of fusion. But that's not the main point. The main point is that no one knows what abilities these few crystal cores possess. As everyone knows, these abilities all have side effects. Who knows what sort of side effects these have? Even if you manage to successfully fuse, what if it's an ability that's weak, but has strong side effects? You'll regret it to death." Scram, scram, scram. The crystal core vendor immediately waved his hands in disdain, but he didn't get too upset. After all, this was common knowledge, and Wang Tao surely knew it as well. It was just inappropriate to say it out loud. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao paused and had a sudden realization. He had subconsciously overlooked one thing: only he could see the attributes of a crystal core, while others could not. Back at Shuai's base, when the base folks obtained crystal cores, they would let him have a look to check their attributes. The crystal cores the base folks used were also hand-picked by Wang Tao, so there were no cases of excessively strong side effects or utterly useless abilities. But without Wang Tao, the result would be drastically different. They would have to go through a slow process of experimentation to learn about the abilities and side effects of these crystal cores. Moreover, there were varying success rates even for the same crystal core, which made it quite a hassle to learn the specifics of a certain type of crystal core. The vendor Wang Tao was speaking to was likely in such a situation. Here, 6 crystal cores were on display, all white crystal cores, which meant they had a 20% success rate. If one of these 6 crystal cores succeeded, it would be a win, but if none did, a huge loss. This was the reason why no one wanted the few crystal cores he displayed. The fusion success rate was too low, and nobody knew the specific abilities and side effects of the crystal cores. Of course, there was another crucial point: his asking price was high, requiring a lot of food to exchange for a crystal core. If the price were lower, naturally, there would be takers willing to take a risk. But with his high price, it wasn't worth the risk anymore. What do you think? Bro, want to try buying a couple? I can tell you must be an ability user, right? Since you have experience with successful fusion before, your success rate is bound to be much higher. Obviously spouting nonsense, the stall owner just chattered away. Wang Tao didn't care and asked curiously, "How do you have so many crystal cores in your possession?" The man wasn't an ability user and didn't seem capable of collecting so many crystal cores. "Hey. Eldest Lu is my cousin." The vendor scratched his head somewhat embarrassingly. Wang Tao immediately understood. That made sense. "I'll take all 6 of these crystal cores." Huh? Hearing Wang Tao's words, the vendor froze for a moment, then frowned slightly. "Buddy, forgive me for being blunt, but do you have that much food? It looks like you haven't brought that much." "I don't have the food, but I have this. Is this enough?" Wang Tao took out the red crystal core he had obtained from killing the rush zombie today. Not only the vendor, who was eldest Lu's cousin, but all the people around were stunned as well. You're not kidding, right? Are you sure you want to use this red rush crystal core to exchange for these 6 white crystal cores? The vendor was full of disbelief. It was a red crystal core, and one whose function he knew, since their base had a person with the rush ability. The value of this crystal core was far beyond the others. "Just tell me, will you exchange it or not?" "Yes." As soon as he was sure Wang Tao wasn't joking, the stall owner immediately nodded in agreement. So, Wang Tao traded away the red rush crystal core for 6 trash white crystal cores. This exchange immediately drew the attention of many, and many people, envious and jealous, were already congratulating the vendor for becoming an ability user. Wang Tao didn't linger any longer, After confirming there wasn't anything else worth his attention here, he left. He traded for these 6 crystal cores because they were 2 omnipotent crystal cores, 2 self-healing crystal cores, and 2 precision shooting crystal cores. Omnipotent, self-healing, and precision shooting were all relatively rare, and thus it was a huge win for him since he could perform synthetic fusion. This incident also served as a reminder for Wang Tao that if he had the chance to go to more populated survivor bases in the future, he may have the opportunity to pick up unrecognized crystal cores for a bargain. Of course, thinking about such things was still premature. On his journey so far, Fish Bay Camp was the largest survivor base he had encountered, and it would be rather difficult to come across a larger survivor base. Chapter 160, The Zombies Are Stronger Again 3. After temporarily settling down at Fish Bay Base, Wang Tao had planned to check out the level 2 zombie in the granary the next day. If the opponent wasn't very strong, he could have dealt with it right away, as Wang Tao was indeed in dire need of a level 2 crystal core. But when he woke up, the sky had cleared. Eldest Lu had been ready to head to the granary for a while, but the continuous rain had caused delays. He had thought, with the addition of Wang Tao, they could brave the rain to get there. But to his surprise, the weather turned fine. Well then, there's no day like today, let's go now. Since it had been raining heavily for the past few days, many survivors had stayed indoors, and the camp's combat power was at its peak. So, Eldest Lu immediately invited Wang Tao, saying they would head straight to the granary today. Wang Tao, of course, had no objections. Soon, a large group of people gathered in the camp. Zhu Xiaojun and Yue were also there. However, Yue and his group seemed unable to look Wang Tao in the eye, not knowing what had happened. Standing in the middle of the hall, Eldest Lu gave an inspiring speech, then briefly introduced Wang Tao. He said that Wang Tao was their external support, that Wang Tao and Little June were the main forces of this combat, and that everyone should try to cooperate with them both. The others weren't surprised by this. After all, Eldest Lu had already cautioned everyone the previous night, saying that Wang Tao was a strong fighter and must not be offended. So even if some people felt unconvinced inside, they wouldn't show it, but instead applauded vigorously. After the mobilization meeting was over, Eldest Lu came to Wang Tao with an apologetic expression and said, "Mr. Wang, I realized yesterday that someone may not have treated you well, so I disciplined them a bit. I hope you don't mind." It's fine. Honestly, Wang Tao didn't even know who Eldest Lu was talking about. After all, not everyone was significant enough to be remembered by Wang Tao. Seeing that Wang Tao wasn't really angry, Eldest Lu immediately felt relieved. The mentality of the strong was indeed different. Last night, he found out that Yue was spreading rumors in the camp that Wang Tao had a red crystal core. Moreover, Wang Tao had traded that red crystal core to his cousin, who became an ability user overnight. This was as good as Wang Tao giving the crystal core to him. Eldest Lu immediately called Yue for questioning, afraid there might be some conflict between them and Wang Tao. Fortunately, Wang Tao probably didn't care about a minor character like Yue. This put Eldest Lu at ease, as long as there were no major conflicts. Soon, everyone was ready. Excluding Wang Tao, there were a total of 30 people going out on this mission, essentially the strongest 30 of the base. If they couldn't take down that zombie, they were out of options. "Mr. Wang, are you taking your sister with you?" Seeing Wang Tao leading Jiang Shixu, Eldest Lu didn't quite understand. Was it really appropriate to bring a girl who was helpless against a crisis? Yes. Wang Tao didn't explain much. He couldn't really say that all these people combined weren't a match for Jiang Shixu alone, could he? Fine. Since Wang Tao saw no issue, Eldest Lu didn't say anymore. Maybe Wang Tao's sister was also an ability user. Although she didn't look like one at all. Eldest Lu personally led everyone away from the camp. They did not have a car, so they walked. Even if they had one, they wouldn't dare to drive, since the zombies' diminished perception was returning now that the rain had stopped. Wang Tao, holding Jiang Shixu's little hand, walked in the middle of the group. The two had a completely different vibe from the others. It was like they were out for a stroll, causing the others to frequently glance their way. Not long after they left the camp, they spotted a few ordinary zombies appearing. Such minor opponents naturally did not require ability users to act. The ordinary people with 1,000 health point immediately stepped up. However, unexpectedly, what should have been an easy fight against these ordinary zombies took quite a while to resolve. Eldest Lu's face immediately turned sour, feeling slightly embarrassed in front of Wang Tao. And Wang Tao frowned. Because the zombies' health point had increased again. Previously, these ordinary zombies had 1,000 health point, but now they had 2,000 health point. When Eldest Lu said again, it was because these zombies' health point had already increased once before. When the virus outbreak occurred, the minimum health point for an ordinary zombie was 500. Then there was heavy rain, and the minimum health point for ordinary zombies rose to 1000. And now, after another heavy rain, ordinary zombies' health point had reached 2000. Is it possible that with each heavy rainfall, the zombies' health point doubles? If that's really the case, can other humans keep up with this rate of evolution? After killing the zombies, the group continued to advance. Later, they didn't encounter any more zombies. After all, this place was remote, with few people around. When they were almost at the location of the granary, they finally encountered another group of ordinary zombies, about a dozen or so. But this time it wasn't just 2000 health point zombies, there were also zombies with 2500 and even 3000 health point. The team's pace slowed down considerably. Eldest Lu finally sensed something was wrong, as he personally fought with these ordinary zombies and discovered that they had suddenly become difficult to kill. An ability user himself, he found it quite time-consuming to kill just one ordinary zombie. This made him look quite troubled. On the way to hunt the granary zombie, he suddenly felt uncertain. But since they had already come this far, it wouldn't be worth it to turn back now. We've come all this way, let's go and see. After making up his mind, Eldest Lu continued to lead the team forward. Soon, everyone arrived near the granary. Wang Tao didn't see the granary right away, as it was surrounded by buildings, but he immediately spotted 3 level 2 zombies, not just one as Eldest Lu had mentioned. They were all dressed in workwear, as if they were originally employees of the granary. Health point, 10,000 out of 10,000, mana, 4,000 out of 4,000, level 2 elite, all 3 zombies had 10,000 health point. Wang Tao grinned, his luck today was pretty good. Chapter 161, 4 level 2 zombies 1 apostrophe Even among zombies of the same level, their strength can vary. Under ordinary circumstances, the more health point and mana they have, the stronger they are. At the same time, ordinary zombies are weaker than elite zombies, and elite zombies are weaker than zombie lords. With Wang Tao's current strength, dealing with a level 2 zombie lord with a lot of health point could be somewhat strenuous, but handling a level 2 elite zombie would be much simpler. Although the combined health point of these 3 level 2 elite zombies was 30,000, Wang Tao felt the problem was not significant. Why do I feel like those 3 zombies seem really formidable? Eldest Lu's hidden ability danger perception kicked in, as he murmured doubtfully to himself. Seeing this, Wang Tao spoke up directly, all 3 are level 2 zombies. All of them are level 2 zombies. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly gasped in shock. They had previously guessed that the zombie in the granary was probably a level 2 zombie, which is why so many of them had come. But what they had mentally prepared for was 1 level 2 zombie. Let alone 3, they felt that even 2 level 2 zombies would be more than they could handle. Even facing a single level 2 zombie, they would likely suffer casualties. However, because there were many of them, everyone thought the losses wouldn't be theirs to bear, which gave them the courage to come out together. What now? Scared? Wang Tao asked while looking at Eldest Lu with a smile. Eldest Lu's eyes brightened when he saw Wang Tao's seemingly relaxed demeanor. He approached Wang Tao and whispered, "Mr. Wang, have you ever killed a level 2 zombie before?" Eldest Lu had previously addressed Wang Tao as you, but now he had switched to you with respect. "I have." Wang Tao nodded. "Then do you think we can handle these 3 level 2 zombies?" Eldest Lu asked again. "You can't, but I can." Wang Tao was blunt. Hiss, Eldest Lu had already tried to overestimate Wang Tao, but he found he had still underestimated him. Wang Tao was even stronger than he imagined. He had actually killed a level 2 zombie before. And he was so confident in saying he could take down these 3 zombies. "Mr. Wang, are you sure?" "It's not that I don't believe you, but as you yourself said, these are 3 level 2 zombies." Eldest Lu quickly asked again. "It's not a problem." Wang Tao nodded once more. "Great. Then we'll leave everything to Mr. Wang. What do you need us to do?" "We'll follow your orders." Eldest Lu sensed a strong feeling of danger emanating from these 3 zombies, but that feeling weakened whenever he moved closer to Wang Tao. Eldest Lu had great faith in his 6th sense and believed that Wang Tao wasn't bluffing. He truly could handle these 3 level 2 zombies. Considering Wang Tao's request for a map, it seemed likely that he wouldn't stay at their camp, so Eldest Lu needed to seize this opportunity. If Wang Tao were to leave, then they would have no one to deal with these 3 level 2 zombies. After all, their county's granary was right behind these 3 zombies. "Alright, you guys help me to distract 2 of the level 2 zombies. I'll go deal with the other one first." Okay. Eldest Lu clenched his teeth and agreed. Even though facing 2 level 2 zombies was very dangerous, there might be no other opportunity like this. Of the 3 zombies, 2 were together, while the other one was a little further away. Eldest Lu immediately gave the order for everyone to get into position, ready to attack the 2 level 2 zombies that were together. "Wang Tao, along with Zhang Shixu, approached the other level 2 zombie. The bodies of these 3 level 2 zombies were slightly larger than those of ordinary zombies, and they all seemed to be a bit overweight, although it was unclear whether they were fat to begin with or if it was a mutation after becoming zombies. Wang Tao didn't let Zhang Shixu make a move. He walked out himself, holding a firefighter axe. Hey hey. No sooner had Wang Tao appeared, and without even stepping out, he immediately caught the attention of the zombie, which twisted its body and hurriedly walked towards him. Perception is quite sharp, but the speed seems slow. Just as Wang Tao internally commented on its slow speed, he saw the zombie suddenly open its mouth. PFFT, a mass of black substance was spat out from its mouth. Wang Tao was still some distance away and dodged it instantly. He looked back to see that the substance the zombie had spat out was a mass of black granules that immediately began sizzling upon hitting the grass on the ground. A corrosive ranged attack? Wang Tao frowned and looked at Eldest Lu, who hadn't mentioned the zombie having a ranged attack. Eldest Lu had already taken people to draw the attention of the other 2 level 2 zombies. They had also been spat upon by the zombies just now. Unfortunately, their luck was not very good, as one of them got hit. His entire left leg was stained with the black granules and began to corrode rapidly. His teammates quickly tore a piece of cloth from their clothing and stuffed it in his mouth, preventing him from crying out in pain. If they accidentally attracted the mad demon zombies, it would spell even more trouble. Feeling Wang Tao's gaze, Eldest Lu shook his head repeatedly. These zombies didn't have the ability for ranged attacks before, they were just incredibly strong. Seeing this, Wang Tao didn't say much. There was probably no need for Eldest Lu to deceive him, as it would bring Eldest Lu no advantage. So this either meant that Eldest Lu was lucky before and the zombies didn't use this ability, or that the zombies evolved a new capability after the heavy rain. Wang Tao felt it was most likely the latter. Chapter 161, 4 Level 2 Zombies 2. However, now was not the time to ponder these things. After confirming the zombie possessed long-range attack ability, Wang Tao grew even more cautious. After several dodges with great agility, Wang Tao finally got close to the zombie. Bang! Without a word, Wang Tao directly chopped down on the zombie's head with his axe. -2149, 7,851 out of 10,000. Seeing the damage numbers, Wang Tao was very satisfied. With his current combat power, 5 axe chops would ensure death. After being attacked, the zombie once again opened its mouth. Wang Tao deliberately stood to the side of the zombie, and when he saw it turn its head to bite, he easily dodged the attack and followed with another chop of his axe. -2,239, 5,612 out of 10,000. It seemed like the zombie was thoroughly enraged as it violently swung its arms towards Wang Tao. Bang! The zombie's slap landed on Wang Tao, but the damage was blocked by his stubborn armor and high defense. Nonetheless, the force of the blow pushed Wang Tao back several steps. Such strength! This zombie must possess the power ability. As Wang Tao took steps back, he instantly threw his axe. The axe hit the zombie squarely on the head. -2,612, 3,000 out of 10,000. This axe hit landed on the wound Wang Tao had caused earlier, causing much more damage. The zombie was left with only 3,000 health point. Not giving the zombie any chance to attack further, Wang Tao once again produced an axe in his hand, charged forward, knocked down the zombie, and then he swung 2 more chops at the zombie's head. -2,532, -568, 0 out of 10,000. The zombie's health point bar dropped to 0. Without even using shockwave, Wang Tao effortlessly dealt with the level 2 zombie. This zombie may have had high health point, but its overall strength was not strong, making it one of the weakest level 2 zombies Wang Tao had encountered thus far. After killing this zombie, Wang Tao's maximum health point increased by 260, reaching 6,310. Since escaping from Shuai's county, Wang Tao hadn't encountered any level 2 zombies. His health point, which previously was just over 5,000, was mostly acquired by killing level 1 elite zombies. However, after upgrading to level 2, when he killed level 1 elite zombies, the health point gained was halved. For instance, if he used to gain 50 health point, he would now only gain 25. Wang Tao checked his special energy, which hadn't increased. This zombie was too easy for him, not counting as an over-leveled kill. After collecting the loot pack and having Zhang Shixu dig out the crystal core, Wang Tao immediately ran towards Eldest Lu. Half of their 30 people already had injuries. A 10,000 blood level 2 elite zombie was still too difficult for them. While still at a distance from the other side, Wang Tao swung his axe into the void. Whoosh! A visible shockwave instantly flew towards the 2 zombies. Bang! Bang! Though the 2 shockwaves didn't hit the zombies' heads, they made the zombies flip over. Eldest Lu and the others instantly felt the pressure decrease. Mr. Wang Tao, these two zombies are formidable, be careful. Seeing Wang Tao charging over, Eldest Lu even kindly reminded him. But he quickly realized something. Wait, wasn't Mr. Wang dealing with another zombie? Is it done? He hurriedly turned his head, only to find that the place where Wang Tao had been was now devoid of the level 2 zombie. Truly, is it resolved? He's that strong? Eldest Lu was aware Wang Tao could handle level 2 zombies, but he didn't realize it would be settled so quickly. The others were also shocked, this newcomer was just too strong. Now aware of these zombies' combat patterns, Wang Tao decided it was time for a quick resolution. In less than 2 minutes, he single-handedly killed both zombies. Everyone, including Eldest Lu and Zhu Xiajun, were left dumbfounded. Zhang Shixu hurried over and began digging out the crystal cores from the zombies' brains. She really liked these shiny things. Alright, the zombies are dealt with, go check on the food supply, Wang Tao turned and said to Eldest Lu. Yes. Eldest Lu instinctively responded, as if Wang Tao were the real boss. No one else thought there was anything amiss with that. The granary was locked, but with no level 2 zombies around anymore, they would be able to break the lock open soon. The lock was quite complicated, but since they were going to pick it, Wang Tao felt lazy to open it himself. However, just then, after collecting the crystal cores, Zhang Shixu suddenly looked up towards a certain direction. A few seconds later, Wang Tao also looked over there. After seeing that fleeting red health point bar, Wang Tao was stunned for a moment and then looked at Zhang Shixu. Brother, there's a big zombie, Zhang Shixu said, tilting her head. Then it seems I wasn't seeing things. Let's chase after it and take a look later. Okay. Zhang Shixu's eyes gleamed faintly with a red glow. Wang Tao approached Eldest Lu and said, I won't be going back with you guys, apostrophe ah. Mr. Wang, we haven't thanked you yet. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Eldest Lu replied hastily. He had wanted to keep Wang Tao at the campsite, although he knew the chances were slim, but it was worth a try. He was even willing to offer leadership to Wang Tao if needed, because Wang Tao was just too powerful, and a good person as well. No need to thank me. Just leave me a portion of my share of the food. I need to leave for something else first. Apostrophe. Alright. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, we will definitely reserve your share of the food. Eldest Lu immediately assured him. As for the problem of too much food for Wang Tao to carry away, Eldest Lu didn't consider it. Since he promised to allocate food to Wang Tao, he certainly wouldn't break his word. Chapter 161, 4 Level 2 Zombies 3. Wang Tao nodded and then led Zhang Shixu away directly. The others were somewhat baffled, not knowing why the big shot suddenly left. Don't just stand there, hurry and pry the lock open. Whether our camp can settle down peacefully depends on how much food we have here. Oh, right. Did you see where it went? Wang Tao had chased for a while, but then he lost track of the zombie. I think it's over there. Zhang Shixu pointed at a factory building. Let's go, keep chasing. Wang Tao continued the chase with Zhang Shixu to the top floor of the factory, but the top floor was completely empty, with no zombies in sight. It's below. Zhang Shixu pointed to a pile of trash on the ground floor. This was a waste disposal factory, and there was a pile of unprocessed trash inside. Among these trash piles, there was a green zombie with a body covered in pustules, hunched over, and roughly the same size as a human. Found you. Wang Tao's face showed a hint of excitement upon spotting the zombie. Because this was a zombie lord with 20,000 health point. Health point, 20,000 out of 20,000, mana, 20,000 out of 20,000, grade, level 2, lord. Not only did it have 20,000 health point, but it also had 20,000 mana. With these attributes, Wang Tao felt it was at least 3 times stronger than a gorilla zombie. Even Zhang Shixu's attributes weren't as high as its. If it were before, when Wang Tao had just over 6,000 health point, he probably wouldn't chase after such a high-level zombie. After all, its attributes were too strong. But now things were different, he had Zhang Shixu by his side. Zhang Shixu had 19,000 health point and 16,000 mana. She was also a level 2, lord, not much inferior to this zombie. That was the capital Wang Tao relied on to chase it down. Although he had no idea why this zombie would run away upon seeing humans, now that he had set his sights on it, there was no reason for it to survive. This zombie, Wang Tao was determined to kill. Attack. Wang Tao directly ordered Zhang Shixu to take the lead. After all, he only had a little over 6,000 health point, so he needed to be more cautious. Zhang Shixu didn't hesitate at all and jumped down directly. However, to Wang Tao's surprise, the green pustule-covered zombie immediately ran off, and its speed was incredibly fast. But this was a dead end, and Zhang Shixu blocked the only path, so the zombie ran in a circle and returned to its original spot. Hey hey! The zombie growled at Zhang Shixu, but Wang Tao felt it seemed somewhat blustering but inwardly cowardly. Swoosh! Zhang Shixu's calves tightened, and she charged toward the pustule-covered zombie. Her speed was not slow, reaching the zombie's side in the blink of an eye. Bang! Zhang Shixu threw a punch directly at the pustule-covered zombie, and it was sent flying into the wall, creating spiderweb cracks all around it. Zhang Shixu's body was almost as tough as a zombie's. Some ordinary weapons weren't as hard as her own body. So until Wang Tao found her a suitable weapon, she fought with her bare fists. However, what surprised Wang Tao was that Zhang Shixu's punch only took away 50 of the zombie's health point. Wang Tao rubbed his eyes. He hadn't seen wrong, it was indeed 50. Could this zombie have used some sort of defensive ability? Otherwise, how could she have only 50 health point left? This was Zhang Shixu with nearly 20,000 health point. Although Zhang Shixu couldn't see the specific damage numbers, she frowned nonetheless. The zombie's skull in front of her felt incredibly hard. Whoosh! Zhang Shixu, not convinced, charged again. But this time, the pus-filled zombie reacted, dodging Zhang Shixu's attack and continuing to run away. Just as it was about to charge out of the junkyard, Wang Tao suddenly dropped from the sky, landing an axe strike on the pus-filled zombie's head. Bang! -15, apostrophe. Wang Tao's hands were numb from the shock of the blow, and he stared dumbfounded at the damage number. He had jumped from the 4th floor, attacking from above, and scored a direct hit on the zombie's head. And that caused only 15 points of damage? The blow seemed to daze the pus-filled zombie a bit, and its body wobbled slightly. Seeing this, Wang Tao swung his axe again. This time, the axe was imbued with a shock wave. Bang! -9, -4, 19,922 out of 20,000, apostrophe. Seeing these damage numbers, Wang Tao was at a loss for words. Whoosh! The pus-filled zombie did not attack Wang Tao, but immediately ran backward. Bang! However, Zhang Shixu was blocking its path, her delicate fists striking simultaneously on the pus-filled zombie's head. -57, 19,865 out of 20,000, whoosh! The pus-filled zombie was hit so hard it was sent flying, landing in the pile of garbage again. Wang Tao walked over to Zhang Shixu, keeping an eye on the zombie while quietly asking, "Little Su, how do you feel?" "I can't get through, it's too hard." Zhang Shixu's eyes were red, not from anger, but because she felt like she had discovered a fun new item. She charged in once more. This time, Wang Tao did not follow but stood guard at the entrance of the yard instead, to prevent the zombie from escaping. Yes, the zombie was actually trying to escape. Wang Tao had been somewhat disbelieving before, after all, since when did zombies run away upon seeing humans? But now he was certain, this zombie was not fighting back or striking back, it only ran. This surprised Wang Tao greatly. This was a level 2, zombie lord with 20,000 health point. It had no attacking ability? Its first reaction to seeing a survivor was to run away? However unlikely it seemed, this was the reality right in front of him. And the zombie's defensive power was too absurd, even the strong Zhang Shixu couldn't make an impact. Wang Tao was dying to know what the crystal core of this zombie looked like. Could he learn this kind of defensive ability? The battle between Zhang Shixu and the pus-filled zombie wasn't fierce because the zombie was constantly dodging. It would occasionally throw a punch back at Zhang Shixu, but hitting her was like tickling. It didn't make her lose a single drop of health point. Zhang Shixu fought with it for several minutes, and the pus-filled zombie had only lost a little over 200 health point, still leaving it with 19,500 health point. It was already highly defensive and fast, making Zhang Shixu's hits not a sure thing. Wang Tao was completely numb to it by this point, realizing that if things went on like this, even fighting until dark wouldn't kill it. Chapter 162 Magical Stomach Pouch 1 Bang! When Zhang Shixu slammed the pus-filled zombie against the wall again, there was a loud crash. The wall was smashed open, revealing the street outside. Not good. Wang Tao immediately tried to intervene, but it was a step too late. The green pus-filled zombie had already escaped through the opening. After it, Wang Tao did not want to let it go. After all, although the zombie had high defense, it wasn't very good at attacking. Moreover, it seemed to lack blood regeneration abilities, so with some more time, they could definitely kill it. Wang Tao was very curious about what kind of crystal core was inside the zombie's body. The two gave chase, and Zhang Shixu had a keen nose. As long as she was within a certain range of the pus-filled zombie, she could roughly pinpoint its location. Plus with Zhang Shixu's speed, they never lost sight of it. However, neither of them managed to inflict any damage on the pus-filled zombie, and by sunset, the zombie still had 17,000 health point. Can't go on, need to rest a while. Although Wang Tao did not want to let the zombie go, he had no other choice. He wasn't Zhang Shixu, his body was still human. After such a long period of running, he was completely out of strength. He could have used a generator potion to recover, but it came with a weakness lasting a whole day. Moreover, even if he used the potion, it wasn't certain they could kill the pus-filled zombie. So they had to give up for the time being. As for Zhang Shixu, she wasn't even out of breath, which Wang Tao admired greatly. "Brother, I can go after it by myself." Zhang Shixu volunteered. "No need, it's going to be dark soon. It's too dangerous outside, and I'm not comfortable with you going alone." Wang Tao grabbed Zhang Shixu's hand. Zhang Shixu might be strong, but she was a bit clueless at times. Wang Tao had worked hard to save her and did not wish for her to get into trouble again. Okay, Zhang Shixu was very obedient. If Wang Tao told her not to go, she would not. She let Wang Tao hold her hand obediently. The two found an abandoned little house where they prepared to rest for the night. As for the food eldest Lu had left for him, Wang Tao planned to go there tomorrow. He believed that after witnessing his strength, eldest Lu wouldn't play tricks. Nighttime. Wang Tao lay casually on the bed, with Zhang Shixu lying beside him, tightly holding onto his arm. Wang Tao wasn't sure if it was the past events that had affected Zhang Shixu or if she always saw him as a fatherly figure. Although she was powerful now, she seemed to lack a sense of security. Every time it came to sleeping or resting, she liked to stay close to Wang Tao. Of course, there was nothing untoward between them, as they were both fully clothed. Wang Tao checked the loot from the 3 level 2 elites zombies they had killed that day. All 3 zombies were of the same kind, and the items they dropped were similar. First was the crystal core. There was a power crystal core, which he had seen before. The other 2 were spittle nails, one excellent and one of excellent quality. Level 2 crystal core, spittle nail, quality, excellent, 40%, purity, 45%, side effect, food consumption increases several times, spittle nail, can store 1/10 of the food eaten in the stomach and then spit it out as a weapon. This ability was quite interesting. To spit out eaten food and use it as a ranged attack. Wang Tao recalled the attacks of those 3 zombies, those black particles. Wait, could those be rice grains? Wang Tao suddenly frowned. They mainly consumed rice here, and the granaries were likely storing rice grains. If it really was rice grains, it indicated a problem, that these zombies had entered the granaries. If that was the case, it was a problem. Eldest Lu believed that the granaries hadn't been tampered with, but what if the zombies had interfered with them? And there might still be zombies inside. However, eldest Lu had a danger perception hidden ability. If there were true danger, he should be able to detect it. With no more concerns, Wang Tao turned his attention back to the loot. The 3 zombies had each dropped the same loot bags, which contained similar items. Wang Tao had figured out that he only received an increased reward if he achieved an over-leveled kill against level 2 lords or level 3 zombies. The reward for such a kill was tripled. That included a 3-fold increase in both the health point limit and the number of loot bags. So when he killed the toad zombie, it dropped 3 loot bags, but killing a level 2 elite zombie only resulted in 1 bag. Of course, Wang Tao wasn't picky, 1 was better than none. Moreover, the item that dropped was quite interesting. 3 magical stomach pouch. Magical stomach pouch contains a compressed low-temperature space that can store a certain amount of food, but filling it will consume 1/10 of the food. Wang Tao took the magical stomach pouch in his hand. Although it was called a stomach pouch, it didn't look frightening and resembled a genuine leather water bag. It had a movable opening at the top. When opened, it was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen. Wang Tao tried it, and only food could be put inside. Other items wouldn't fit, and even if forced in, they would be ejected. He wondered what governs this, but found it incredibly fascinating nonetheless. This was somewhat similar to his storage backpack. However, his backpack could only hold items with visible names, and anything without a visible name couldn't be stored in it. But once items were inside, it was as if time stood still. As long as he didn't interact, nothing inside would change. Additionally, the space in his storage backpack was infinite. Chapter 162 Magical Stomach Pouch 2. But this magical stomach pouch could only hold food, and it didn't stop time inside. Rather, it preserved the contents like a refrigerator, and the space was limited. Wang Tao wasn't able to test how much space it had, but it seemed to be related to the size of this stomach. The 3 magical stomach pouches he held varied slightly in size. Of course, even if it didn't measure up to the space backpack, it was definitely a great find. Wang Tao filled the largest of the stomach pouches with some food and nutrient fluids, then strapped it around Zhang Shixu's waist, making it her snack bag. He could hang one on himself, which would come in handy for deceiving others in the future. Zhang Shixu suddenly opened her eyes. "Did I wake you?" Zhang Shixu looked curiously at the magical stomach pouch on her waist, but she shook her head. "That green zombie appeared today. I smelled it." Wang Tao immediately sat up. He was still bothered that he hadn't killed that zombie during the day, and now the creature had shown up again at night, near him of all places. Should he continue to go after it? Wang Tao was torn, as it was a good opportunity. If he missed it again, there was no telling where the zombie would go. But this was the night. The nights in the post-apocalyptic world were almost a completely different world from the daytime. During the day, many zombies were in a dormant state and would not appear within sight. If survivors stayed away from those areas or didn't make any loud noises, the zombies wouldn't wake up. But at night, all zombies became active. The dangers of the night were easily more than 10 times greater than those of the day. Of course, if it was just before a heavy rain, Wang Tao wouldn't have been afraid. Back when he was at Shuai's base, he had gone out at night to kill the toad zombie, along with many other zombies. But now, after another heavy rain, the zombies' health point had doubled, and the nights were definitely far more dangerous. "Brother, I can go kill it," Zhang Shixi said, seeing Wang Tao's hesitation. "That's too dangerous." Wang Tao instinctively refused at first, but then he thought that, although the zombies had grown stronger, he still had Zhang Shixi. It was just the night. He had operated at night before, and if things got dangerous, he could simply run. With his and Zhang Shixi's speed, he doubted many zombies could catch up to them. So Wang Tao immediately said, "Let's go together." He had never seen a zombie like this one, which didn't attack humans. He was eager to know what was the deal with this zombie. Okay. After preparing, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi left the room. As soon as they stepped out, all sorts of eerie howls reached them, many sounding as if they were right by their ears, making their skin crawl. Wang Tao's eyes began to glow green, turning the pitch-black night into daylight. He looked back and locked gazes with Zhang Shixi's blood-red eyes. He could see that Zhang Shixi's face was happy. She always seemed thrilled whenever Wang Tao's eyes glowed like hers. "Lead the way, little Zhu." "Okay." Zhang Shixi sniffed and pointed in one direction. "It's that way. Let's move." Wang Tao followed behind Zhang Shixi as she led the way. There were many zombies at night, so Wang Tao didn't let Zhang Shixi move too quickly. If they alarmed too many zombies, they could not only fall into danger but also alert their target inadvertently. It was too bad that the stealth potion was ineffective at night, or Wang Tao would certainly have given himself an injection. As for Zhang Shixi, possibly due to having been transformed from a zombie, she had a natural stealth effect. As long as she didn't get too close to the zombies, they couldn't perceive her. After about 20 minutes of walking, Zhang Shixi stopped. "It's right there." Following Zhang Shixi's gaze, Wang Tao spotted the green pus-filled zombie from the daytime. Its health point had completely recovered. Huh? What's it doing? Wang Tao was puzzled. He saw the pus-filled zombie crouched on the ground, gnawing at a corpse. Wang Tao could clearly see that the body was not human but a zombie. This pus-filled zombie was eating other zombies. A few ordinary zombies passed by as if they didn't see the pus-filled one, and it didn't pay them any attention either, continuing to focus on its meal. At this sight, Wang Tao frowned. If this pus-filled zombie fed on other zombies, then why didn't the other zombies attack it? And why didn't the pus-filled zombie ambush the ordinary zombies? Looking at the rotting body being gnawed at, Wang Tao suddenly furrowed his brows. This guy, could it be a carrion eater? The zombie corpse on the ground had clearly been dead for a while, probably not killed by the pus-filled one. Regardless of what it was eating, its health point bar was red, meaning it was hostile to humans. Wang Tao couldn't let it go. Prepare for a sneak attack. After failing to kill the zombie during the day, Wang Tao had reflected on it. He felt he should have trapped the zombie first, then dealt with it. Although it had high defense, it didn't have much attack strength, so as long as he could confine it, he could wear it down to death. Wang Tao currently didn't have chains or nets, but there were other ways to trap it. He discovered during the fight that day that he could cause it dizziness. So Wang Tao thought, as long as he could keep the pus-filled zombie in a state of dizziness, that would be equivalent to trapping it. Chapter 162 Magical Stomach Pouch 3 And the way to make it dizzy, naturally, was to keep hitting its head. This time, Wang Tao didn't take the firefighter axe, but grabbed a horned hammer instead. He felt that using a hammer would be more suitable against creatures with high defense. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi slowly approached the pustule zombie, getting as close as possible before hiding behind some ruins. Wang Tao took a deep breath. Rush. Whoosh. Without initiating the rush, Zhang Shixi's speed was faster than Wang Tao's. She instantly charged to the side of the pustule zombie. Bang. Then, she fiercely punched the pustule zombie on its head. The pustule zombie hadn't even reacted before it was sent crashing face first to the ground. Upon seeing the damage Zhang Shixi had caused, Wang Tao's eyes widened, not because it was too low, but because it was too high. -3284, 16,717 out of 20,000, Zhang Shixu's punch actually inflicted over 3,000 damage on it. During the day, Zhang Shixu's punches could only deal around 50 damage. This was several tens of times more. Could it be a different zombie? Or did this zombie's defense involve some ability that wasn't activated at the moment? Or perhaps, this kind of zombie undergoes different changes between day and night? Wang Tao was puzzled, but he didn't stop moving. As Zhang Shixu sent the pustule zombie flying, Wang Tao had already preemptively rushed to where the pustule zombie would land. Wang Tao hoisted the hammer up. Bang! Minus 1,723, 14,994 out of 20,000. With this blow, Wang Tao directly knocked off 1,800 of its health point, a hundredfold increase compared to his daytime damage. At the same time, the pustule zombie was plunged into dizziness. Zhang Shixu charged over again. Bang! Minus 3,522, 11,472 out of 20,000, another 3,000 damage. The pustule zombie was now left with half its health point, falling into dizziness once more. Excitement surged in Wang Tao's heart, a few more hits and it would be dead. Thud. Wang Tao hammered at the pustule zombie again. Minus 1,782, 9,590 out of 20,000, another large chunk of damage, and the pustule zombie's health bar dropped below 50% in an instant. But just then, as if sensing something, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu both whirled around suddenly. They saw some shaking in the grass not far away. Then, whoosh, a red figure suddenly leaped from the grass. Wang Tao didn't even get a clear view of its health point bar before the creature was already on his face. Bang! However, just as the blood-red figure was about to tackle Wang Tao to the ground, Zhang Shixu acted faster than it had launched, directly ramming her head into the side of the blood-red figure and sending it flying. Roar! The figure did a somersault, roared angrily, and stood up. Wang Tao finally saw it in full. What the hell? Its skin was deathly pale, devoid of any hair, with copious amounts of red blood dripping from its body. Its ribs protruded outward from its abdomen, its nails were elongated, and its mouth split into 3 parts. In those pale eyes with a tiny black pupil, it was staring intently at Wang Tao. Cruel, brutal. Of course, the appearance wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying were its attributes. Health point, 30,000 out of 30,000, mana, 20,000 out of 20,000, level 3, elite, damn it. Level 3. Wang Tao hadn't expected to encounter a level 3 elite zombie. The gap between levels was huge. When Wang Tao was at level 1, he nearly lost his life fighting a level 2 zombie. But at level 2, fighting a level 2 zombie was much easier. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run. One-on-one, a level 2 zombie couldn't do anything to him. But now, this was a level 3 zombie. The gap between level 3 and level 2 was naturally vast, and Wang Tao had only recently advanced to level 2 with just over 6,000 health point, nothing compared to 30,000. He couldn't win. Wang Tao instantly judged that he stood no chance, and even with Zhang Shixu, who had nearly 20,000 health point, they couldn't beat this zombie. This is a level 3 zombie, let's go. It was a shame about the pus-filled zombie, it was so close to dying. But right now, their lives were more important. It would be disastrous to lose their lives over trying to kill a zombie. However, at this moment, without Wang Tao's consent, Zhang Shixu suddenly rushed towards the blood-red zombie. Little Zhu. Wang Tao subconsciously cried out, fearing Zhang Shixu might encounter some mishap. Brother, you go kill that green zombie, I'll hold it off. The pus-filled zombie had taken the chance to run, but it was still within Wang Tao's line of sight. Seeing Zhang Shixu already engaged with the blood-red zombie, Wang Tao hesitated for a moment, then immediately rushed towards the pus-filled zombie. If he kept hesitating, it would be irresponsible towards Zhang Shixu's life. Using all his strength, Wang Tao barely caught up to the pus-filled zombie. Then, several surgical knives appeared in his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the surgical knives all flew towards the pus-filled zombie's head, hitting it in an instant. Thud. The throwing knife that struck the zombie's occiput didn't inflict much damage, but it made it stumble and fall head over heels. Wang Tao took the opportunity to leap up and land squarely on the zombie. Like slaughtering a pig, Wang Tao pressed down on the zombie with his weight and legs, pinning it firmly. Then he lifted the hammer and started smashing it into the zombie's head like crazy. Minus 1,823, minus 1,896, minus 1,965, minus 2,037, minus 1,369, 0 out of 20,000. At last, with a squelch, the pus-filled zombie's head was crushed by Wang Tao. The pus-filled zombie's health point bar hit 0. But as the pus-filled zombie died, the pus sacs on its body suddenly burst, spilling out a yellow-green fluid, and a smell emerged that was disgusting yet familiar to Wang Tao. Zombie culture fluid? Wang Tao didn't have time for surprise. He quickly collected the zombie core, the spoils of battle, and the culture fluid, then rushed back to where Zhang Shixu and the blood-red zombie were fighting. Seeing Zhang Shixu, all covered in blood yet still standing strong, Wang Tao didn't say a word. He just grabbed Zhang Shixu's waist and immediately initiated a rush. Retreat. Chapter 163, 2 Level 3 Zombies 1 Whoosh. Wang Tao, holding Zhang Shixu, activated the built-in ability rush of his equipment. In an instant, he sprinted more than 30 meters, distancing himself from the blood-red zombie. Roar! The blood-red zombie let out an angry roar and charged towards Wang Tao at high speed. Such speed! After the rush had ended, Wang Tao looked back at the zombie. It was fast, but not fast enough to catch up with him, for Wang Tao's maximum sprint speed was not slow. Brother, I can walk by myself, the Zhang Shixu in his arms called out. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao immediately set her down. After all, Zhang Shixu was even faster than Wang Tao. Although she was covered in blood, her injuries were not too severe, and escaping was certainly not a problem for her. The level 3 zombie behind them likely did not have a speed ability, especially since Wang Tao had taken a running potion. It was gradually left behind. Just as they were about to escape, a blood-colored figure suddenly appeared ahead. It seized the opportunity and lunged at Wang Tao. Wang Tao was unable to dodge in time and was tackled to the ground. Such strength! Wang Tao felt as if he was pinned down by a mountain, completely unable to move. Roar! The blood-red zombie clutched Wang Tao tightly, then its triple-parted mouth split open, revealing rows of ferocious teeth, and it aimed for Wang Tao's face, about to bite. Bang! Zhang Shixu suddenly appeared from the side, kicking the blood-red zombie and sending it flying. Then she grabbed Wang Tao and ran. This delay allowed the other blood-red zombie from behind to catch up. Damn it! Wang Tao cursed inwardly. He had almost escaped from one blood-red zombie, and now another one had appeared. Being pursued by 2 level 3 zombies, Wang Tao was feeling the pressure. Even though he was not seriously injured, continuing like this wasn't a solution. We need to find a place to hide. Wang Tao looked around but saw no place to take cover. Ordinary houses would certainly not hold back zombies of this caliber. After being dragged by Zhang Shixu for a while, Wang Tao saw a warehouse-like place ahead. A food storehouse. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu had fled to the vicinity of the food storehouse. The large doors of the storehouse were open, not a soul was around, and some scattered grains were on the ground. Eldest Lu and the others must have already successfully transferred the food, but there were still plenty of bloodstains and signs of battle. Clearly, they must have had some accident while transferring the food. It might even be possible that there were zombies inside the storehouse. But since they were able to transfer the food, they must have escaped the danger. Even if there were zombies inside, they would likely be similar to the level 2 zombies, which Wang Tao could handle. Looking at the thick iron door and the reinforced concrete walls, Wang Tao immediately said to Zhang Shixu, "Let's go inside the storehouse." Okay. They entered the storehouse, then each pushed one of the heavy iron doors to close it and secured the chain and bolt behind the door. Roar! The 2 blood-red zombies had already caught up. Seeing Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu enter the storehouse and lock the door, they seemed even angrier. They howled outside and violently pounded on the door. But the door was very sturdy, they couldn't get in. The commotion of the 2 blood-red zombies at the door eventually faded away, and it was unclear whether they had left or hidden themselves. After confirming the door was secure, Wang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to assess the storehouse's interior. The storehouse had 2 levels, one above ground and one below. The ground level was now empty, and it was unclear if everything had been moved by Eldest Lu's team. Wang Tao felt the storehouse was quite large. It was unlikely that Eldest Lu could have moved everything so quickly, suggesting that the food did not fill the entire space. There was also a heavy iron door on the way to the underground storage. The door was chained shut, and it was unknown what was inside. Wang Tao was not in a hurry to go there. He used some medical packs on himself and Zhang Shixu and then took out some nutrient solution to replenish their energy. Does it hurt? Looking at some wounds on Zhang Shixu's fair skin, Wang Tao asked with concern. Luckily, Zhang Shixu was not afraid of the zombie virus, or she would have been infected. It doesn't hurt, Zhang Shixu shook her head. After fighting with a level 3 zombie for a while, Zhang Shixu's health point had already dropped by 1/3. For ordinary humans, this would likely be difficult to endure. But it was not much for Zhang Shixu. Wang Tao wiped the blood off her and treated the wounds. Zhang Shixu obediently let Wang Tao attend to her, her eyes glowing red as they kept fixed on him. All done. After a simple dressing, Wang Tao was ready to check the underground storage. He wanted to know if Eldest Lu had left the share of food they had agreed upon for him. Even though he couldn't carry the food away, he could use the food compressor to turn it all into nutrient solution to carry with him. Wang Tao removed the chain and opened the iron door leading underground, which was not as spacious as above the ground but divided into 6 areas. In the first area, there was a pile of sacks, Wang Tao checked, and these sacks were all filled with rice grain. Not bad. A satisfied smile appeared on Wang Tao's face. This eldest Lu was sensible. But Wang Tao smelled a scent of blood. It wasn't coming from the first area, but further back. Just then, Zhang Shixu tugged at the hem of Wang Tao's clothing, her eyes suddenly blazing with red light. I can smell that blood-red zombie's scent. Chapter 163, 2 Level 3 Zombies to what? Wang Tao instantly became alert. There are Level 3 undead in this underground grain storage? Were those 2 Level 3 undead that we encountered earlier from somewhere else? Or is there a third blood-red zombie here? But the aura feels slightly different, much weaker. Zhang Shixu frowned again. Much weaker? Wang Tao had been ready to grab Zhang Shixu and run, but hearing that it was much weaker, he suddenly had another thought. They had both descended, and if it were the previous 2 zombies, they would definitely attack them, but no zombies had appeared so far. Moreover, Zhang Shixu said she felt the other party was weaker. Let's go check it out. Wang Tao decisively spoke. He had already surveyed the ground floor, where the visibility was wide, and the walls and ceiling were solid, with no openings for anything to come through. There was a big iron door between the ground level and the basement. If they did encounter any danger, they could escape to the ground level and then shut the big iron door. Okay. Zhang Shixu naturally listened to Wang Tao. The 2 cautiously walked inside. The second section was empty, with no grain left. The third section contained bones with blood traces on them, which appeared to be human bones. Wang Tao became even more cautious. Then, the 2 proceeded to the 4th section. Seeing the situation in the 4th section, Wang Tao involuntarily took a sharp breath of cold air. This section was filled with dark red flesh. Black tendons connected the flesh like a spiderweb, and the flesh seemed to be faintly pulsating. As if it were alive. No, not as if, it was indeed alive. Because Wang Tao could see the health point bar. 100,000 out of 100,000, 100,000 health point. This was the creature with the most health point that Wang Tao had ever seen. It had much more than the 230,000 health point zombies he had just encountered. However, besides displaying 100,000 health point, it did not show any other attributes, such as mana or level. This made Wang Tao puzzled. Perhaps this creature had no level? And it seemed not to have noticed him. It did not react to Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu's arrival. Wang Tao asked Zhang Shixu, and she too couldn't perceive what the creature was, but like Wang Tao, she felt that this thing seemed to be alive. So, Wang Tao took out a surgical knife. Shu, minus 2,384, 97,616 out of 100,000, throwing knife inflicted over 2,000 damage, which wasn't low, but it hardly affected the 100,000 health point bar. After Wang Tao threw the throwing knife, he immediately prepared for the creature's counterattack. Strangely however, it didn't even respond, forget about retaliating. Could it be because the damage was too low? Or is it that this thing lacks intelligence? Wang Tao temporarily stopped attacking and instead, holding Zhang Shixu's hand, moved to the 5th section. This mass of flesh wasn't confined to the 4th area, it also connected to the 5th. Seeing what was in the 5th section, Wang Tao's scalp tingled. This is the aura. Zhang Shixu pointed at several figures in the 5th section. The 5th section was also covered with that flesh, but among the mass, there were 3 kneeling figures. The lower halves of these 3 figures were covered by the flesh, while their upper halves still retained some human features, but they were slowly transforming into the form of blood-red zombies. They are cultivating those level 3 undead. Wang Tao's face looked grim. Zombies were already rampant in the world, but if these zombies could breed new ones, humanity's plight would be even more difficult. Kill them. These 3 figures all had health point bars, but like the flesh beneath them, they showed no other attributes. 10,000 out of 10,000, 12,000 out of 12,000, 15,000 out of 15,000, the 3 figures had different health point bars. Wang Tao suspected that they might turn into blood-red zombies once they reached 30,000 health point. Were they like zombie embryos now? Without hesitation, Wang Tao took a hammer and sent several shockwaves towards them. Minus 3,346, minus 3,857, minus 3,167. Moments later, all 3 figures shattered. Their defensive power was very low before they turned into blood-red zombies. Inside their skulls, there were no crystal cores and they gave no health point to Wang Tao, but they did drop 3 packages. Wang Tao collected the packages from the air without checking them and instantly sent out shockwaves at the mass of flesh. When he attacked the three figures just now, the shockwaves also hit the flesh below them, causing a loss of 20,000 health point, leaving 80,000. Wang Tao had Zhang Shixi join him in the attack, and in no time, the health point bar was cleared. The flesh twitched momentarily and then stopped moving, its color also began to slowly darken. This mass of flesh didn't bring any health point benefits to Wang Tao, but did drop a package. While collecting the spoils, Wang Tao hadn't had a chance to relax when suddenly a bang, bang, bang sound came. It was coming from the 6th section. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi immediately ran over to take a look. But the 6th section was filled with clutter, with the area almost completely obscured. It was unclear what was inside. However, after observing for a while, Wang Tao suddenly stopped short. There was someone inside. Through some cracks, he could see a green health point bar inside, but couldn't make out who or what it was. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Tao said to Zhang Shixi, "Little Zhu, let's clear this stuff away." Chapter 163, 2 Level 3 Zombies 3 Okay. After some effort, Wang Tao finally cleared the debris in Zone 6 and saw the person inside. Zhu Xiaojun? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. The person inside was Zhu Xiaojun. However, Zhu Xiaojun was covered in wounds, barely alive and had fallen into unconsciousness. He had just over 100 health point, on the brink of death. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, Wang Tao heard noises, and he and Zhang Shixi quickly looked toward the source. The sound was coming from the pile of debris behind Zhu Xiaojun. "It's the zombies from before," Zhang Shixi suddenly said. "The zombies from before?" Wang Tao checked again and then realized, this is an entrance, leading to the outside. "I see." Wang Tao seemed to understand the reason. He had just encountered those two blood-red zombies outside, which must have come from this granary. This was their lair. A door blocked the way between the ground and the underground, so the zombies couldn't get up, and they had been using the hole behind Zhu Xiaojun to come and go. But for some reason, Zhu Xiaojun had blocked this hole, causing the two zombies to be unable to get back in after going out, so they kept slamming against it. "Let's wake him up first to see what's going on." Wang Tao immediately took out a medical kit to restore health point to Zhu Xiaojun. Then he helped him treat the wounds superficially. Zhu Xiaojun had steel armor on, which was tightly wrapped around him, so he was not infected. About 10 minutes later, Zhu Xiaojun slowly woke up. Then, his body shook as he tried to attack Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi. "Are you infected?" Wang Tao easily held down Zhu Xiaojun's hand, puzzled. Zhu Xiaojun had a green health point bar and showed no symptoms of infection, so why was he suddenly attacking him? Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Zhu Xiaojun froze. "Brother Wang? It's me. Why are you attacking me?" Wang Tao asked, frowning. I didn't know it was you. But your eyes." Zhu Xiaojun was confused, but still responded immediately. It was pitch black in the granary, and, having just woken up groggy, he saw a pair of green eyes and a pair of red eyes staring at him. Who wouldn't panic? For a moment, Zhu Xiaojun thought he was going to die. "Oh, I almost forgot." Wang Tao then remembered the granary had no light, and both he and Zhang Shixi could see in the dark, so they had overlooked this fact. Moreover, both of their eyes glowed, which frightened Zhu Xiaojun. Wang Tao took out a flashlight and illuminated the surroundings. Zhu Xiaojun instinctively squinted, and after adjusting to the light, he clearly saw that it was indeed Wang Tao in front of him, only Wang Tao's eyes were emitting a faint green light, and beside him was his sister, Zhang Shixi, whose eyes emitted a red light. These siblings were so scary. "What happened to you? Where are the others?" Wang Tao didn't explain any further and instead asked directly. Zhu Xiaojun looked around and then suddenly his shoulders slumped, an air of defeat about him, and his face showed a hint of bewilderment. Wang Tao didn't say anything, just quietly watched him. Although Zhu Xiaojun didn't say anything, Wang Tao felt it might have something to do with the people from Fish Bay Camp. They left, and I was left behind. Zhu Xiaojun's face showed a trace of pain, his speech becoming much smoother. "It's okay, take your time." Wang Tao didn't mind the filth and sat down beside him. Zhang Shixi sat down next to Wang Tao. Both of them looked at Zhu Xiaojun. Feeling the gaze of a pair of green eyes and a pair of red eyes, Zhu Xiaojun was still somewhat overwhelmed. He organized his thoughts and then began to explain slowly. "Today, after Brother Wang left. In the morning, after Wang Tao had dealt with the 3 level 2 zombies, he also spotted the green pus-filled zombie and so he and Zhang Shixi chased after it. Only some ordinary zombies remained around the granary, which the group quickly dispatched. Then they naturally started to move the grain from the granary. However, there was less grain inside the granary than they had expected, and after moving some of it, they discovered there was an underground warehouse. The door to the underground warehouse was locked, but it was quickly pried open by the group. It was very dark below, divided into different areas, and they couldn't see everything with flashlights. But they could see there was grain inside. Everyone waited at the entrance for a while, even deliberately making some noise, but the underground granary was quiet, with no sounds or anything coming out. This made everyone let down their guard. So, Eldest Lu sent people down to bring up the grain. Eldest Lu, Zuzia-jun, and the other ability users didn't go down because they had to keep watch outside, to prevent zombies from approaching. Unexpectedly, all those who went inside went silent. Eldest Lu rushed to check carefully, but his precognitive abilities didn't sense anything. Eldest Lu trusted his perception deeply, and since he sensed nothing, it meant there was no danger, or the danger was minimal. So, Eldest Lu had everyone go down to move the grain. He thought that even if there was danger, they could handle it. After all, there was so much grain, it couldn't go to waste. Zuzia-jun naturally went down too. However, only then did they discover 3 incredibly terrifying zombies below. Several of them died upon first contact. They were stronger than the level 2 zombies Wang Tao had killed before. Upon seeing the situation, Eldest Lu didn't think twice and immediately ordered a retreat. But it's easy to go down, harder to get up. At this point, they needed someone to hold the rear, and Zuzia-jun readily took on the responsibility as the strongest in the camp. Zuzia-jun tried to block the zombies and attract their attention. Once the others got out, they were supposed to pull him out. But to Zuzia-jun's surprise, the survivors didn't come back for him after they left. Instead, they locked the door, leaving him alone inside. Chapter 164 Abandonment 1 You've been abandoned. Zhang Shixia suddenly spoke with a piercing sharpness. Yes. Zuzia-jun nodded, his eyes empty. Zhang Shixia looked up at Wang Tao, her head filled with fragmented memories of him. She couldn't recall the specifics, but she knew it was Wang Tao who had saved her. If not for Wang Tao, she would have been dead by now. She hadn't been abandoned. Wang Tao felt Zhang Shixia's gaze and rubbed her hair, then turned to Zuzia-jun and asked, "Then how did you survive here?" Zuzia-jun closed his eyes, his face contorted in pain. At that time, many people died. Those 3 zombies seemed somewhat afraid of light. They didn't chase after us but ate the bodies of my companions instead. I ran in the chaos. I could have had the chance to escape. When I saw that the door was locked shut, I suppressed my discomfort and hid amongst the flesh and blood. Perhaps it was because I was covered in the scent of meat and blood, the zombies didn't notice me. But I knew that wouldn't work forever. Sooner or later, I'd be discovered. Just when I was trying to figure out what to do, I noticed the zombies seemed to disappear. I mustered the courage to go out and found a hole leading outside. I thought I could escape to freedom and was ready to climb out, but one of the zombies was outside. It found me. I had no choice but to block the hole with everything I could find in the granary. I didn't know if the zombies buried in the flesh would wake up, and I knew I was no match for them, so I barricaded myself in here too. I wanted to die with some dignity. When I woke up again, I saw Brother Wang. Having heard Zuzia-jun's explanation, Wang Tao now understood the whole story. In short, Eldest Lu and his group came to the underground warehouse and encountered those blood-covered zombies, nearly getting wiped out. Had it not been for Zuzia-jun covering their retreat and the zombies preoccupied with feeding, all of them would likely have died. But they abandoned Zuzia-jun, who had to hide and save himself. When he saw the zombies leave, he prepared to escape, only to find a zombie at the exit. With no other options, he blocked the hole. Zuzia-jun couldn't see the zombies' health point bars, nor did he know that the zombies yet to fully develop inside the flesh had no attacking ability. So, fearing they would wake up, he dared not attack. Thus, he barricaded everything around him, preparing for a somewhat respectable death. But then, Wang Tao arrived. It's true that appearances can be deceiving. Wang Tao remarked with a sigh. He thought Eldest Lu was smart enough not to abandon a teammate, not because he was kind-hearted, but as a leader, abandoning a teammate in front of others would not sit well. How would that make the others feel? Even if it was just for show, he should have at least tried to help Zuzia-jun. Hearing Wang Tao's reflection, Zuzia-jun suddenly spoke up, "Eldest Lu. He's dead." Okay, that would explain it. So he died. Wang Tao felt a twinge of regret. He had previously thought that Eldest Lu's hidden attributes, which allowed him to anticipate danger early, were quite impressive. Now, it seemed that even such abilities were not infallible. Wang Tao then asked Zuzia-jun for more details about those zombies. There's one more, 3 in total. Afraid of light. They stay in their lair during the day and go out at night. Wang Tao stroked his chin, not expecting there to be another one. It was fortunate they hadn't encountered it, or things could have been troublesome. Moreover, Wang Tao didn't expect such a clear weakness in a level 3 zombie. This aversion to light seemed worse than the terrorizers. Terrorizers are sensitive to light, but it's only their eyes that are affected, and they can move freely outside during the day. As for this blood red zombie, it doesn't come out during the day at all. Even earlier, when Eldest Lou and his group made noise outside, the zombie remained in its lair. Obviously, it was more light-sensitive than the terrorizers. Could he possibly exploit this weakness? After all, this was a level 3 zombie. Wang Tao felt a bit greedy. Yet it was night, and besides a flashlight, he had no other sources of light. He didn't know if the flashlight's light would be effective. If only they could find where the zombies hid during the day. Thud, 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 occasional thumping sounds still came from outside the hole. Zhu Xiaojun grew tense, while Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu remained relatively calm. Zhu Xiaojun had securely blocked the entrance, so the zombies couldn't get in. Wang Tao pulled out a few bottles of nutrient solution, handing them to Zhu Xiaojun. Eat something, then rest. We'll discuss things tomorrow in daylight. Okay, thank you. Zhu Xiaojun accepted them gratefully. He didn't know what it was, but he trusted Wang Tao wouldn't harm him, so he downed it immediately. Sour and sweet, it was quite tasty. Shortly after, Zhu Xiaojun felt his strength returning. He was surprised, but didn't ask further. After confirming that Wang Tao didn't need him to take over the night watch, he lay down on the ground and soon, soft snoring filled the air. Wang Tao found Zhu Xiaojun quite interesting. After going through this ordeal, it seemed his stutter was gone. Wang Tao looked at Zhang Shixu. Little Zhu, you should rest too, he said. Zhang Shixu had also been injured in the fight with the blood red zombie. Although Wang Tao had treated her with a first aid kit, some wounds needed more time to heal. Chapter 164 Abandonment to OK. Zhang Shixu then leaned directly on Wang Tao's shoulder. After a moment, she seemed to feel a bit uncomfortable and lifted Wang Tao's hand, resting it on her own shoulder, and then she closed her eyes contentedly. Wang Tao smiled and gently wrapped his arm around Zhang Shixu's shoulder, but his mind was already focused on his space backpack. The night had been dangerous, but the rewards were substantial. First was the loot from killing that green pustule zombie. It was a level 2, zombie lord, so for Wang Tao, it counted as killing beyond his level. Wang Tao's health point cap increased directly by 2,760. Now, it has reached 9,590, just over 400 shy of 10,000. After the level 2 ascension, there was also a slight increase in physical fitness each time a full 1,000 health point was gained. However, while at level 1, he needed to sleep to gain the increase, but after reaching level 2, he no longer needed to. The upgrade came moments after gaining health point, which was much more convenient than before. The only question was whether he would be forced to sleep again once he reached 10,000 health point. Regarding the pustule zombie, since it was a kill beyond his level, it naturally had special energy, adding the same amount of health point, which was 2,760. Wang Tao's current special energy was 3,240. If he could kill another pustule zombie, he could gather 5,000 special energy, and then he could synthesize a level 2 ability once more. Continuing to review the other spoils from the pustule zombie, 100 servings of zombie culture fluid, a crystal core, and 3 packages. Wang Tao hadn't expected the pustule zombie to have zombie culture fluid on it. Then Wang Tao remembered that when he was about to kill the pustule zombie, a blood red zombie emerged and stopped him. Could it be suspected then, that this pustule zombie was also a target of the blood red zombies? Or were they in cahoots? After all, the zombie culture fluid is for cultivating zombies, and those blood red zombies were breeding new zombies in their lair. Wang Tao felt this possibility was very likely. The pustule zombie had burst out a total of 100 servings of zombie culture fluid, much less than the 1,000 servings from the previous green-eyed zombie. Obviously, Wang Tao had no use for these culture fluids, but Zhang Shixu still could use them. After resurrecting Zhang Shixu last time, Wang Tao tried again to see how she felt about the zombie culture fluid. Wang Tao thought it smelled terrible, but Zhang Shixu found it very fragrant. And she said it seemed to strengthen her. However, she couldn't use it indefinitely, she had to rest for a while after each use. Zhang Shixu could continue to use it now, but since Wang Tao and she had been on the move, there wasn't time to use it after arriving at Fish Bay Camp and resting for only a day. Wang Tao planned to find some time later to let Zhang Shixu cultivate a bit. After all, the previous use of zombie culture fluid instantly added 1,000 health point for Zhang Shixu, and she gained a comprehensive boost in physical fitness. Wang Tao looked at the crystal core that burst out of the pustule zombie. Level 2 crystal core, carrion eater, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 45%, side effect, body undergoes some sort of deformity, carrion eater, digestive system enhancement, saliva can digest the virus indicate zombie corpses with reduced activity, The esophagus won't be infected by the zombie virus, the stomach sac can absorb energy from decayed corpses. Wang Tao thought that Carrion Eater was an incredible ability. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, resources were scarce, and one had to scavenge in cities or grow their own food. If he had this Carrion Eater ability, he wouldn't have to worry about starving. Because with this ability, he wouldn't fear the zombie virus in decayed bodies. After all, zombies were everywhere, and by killing just any ordinary zombie, he'd probably have food to last a long time. But the problem was whether humans could accept eating decayed bodies. If it were decayed animals, it would be just disgusting, eat it with pinched nose if truly starved. But zombies were transformed from humans. It was not just an assault on the senses but also a psychological one. How many people could accept eating zombies? Wang Tao's evaluation of the crystal core was, it's an incredible ability, but he didn't want it. In the future, when he goes to large survivor bases, he'll see if he can trade it. Wang Tao believed that someone would definitely like this ability. He himself couldn't accept eating zombies, even if it wouldn't infect him with a zombie virus. Then there were 3 packages that burst out from the pustule zombie. The first package contained the long mist crystal core gift bag with a total of 5 crystal cores. Level 2 crystal core, omnipotent, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 45%, side effect, none. The first one was a level 2 omnipotent crystal core, and it was of outstanding quality. Wang Tao already had 3 level 2 omnipotent crystal cores, ordinary, 20%, excellent, 40%, and excellent, 60%. With this one, he'd be able to synthesize 2 epic crystal cores. Of course, since this was a level 2 crystal core with only 45% purity, if he used just 2 crystal cores for synthesis, 10% impurity would remain. But Wang Tao wasn't worried about it now, as he still had 5 cleansing potions to reduce the internal impurities that he hadn't used. Level 2 crystal core, running, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 45%, side effect, doubled physical strength consumption, running, passive ability, enhances the speed of running. The second crystal core was the running crystal core which Wang Tao hadn't seen before, much like the power crystal core, it was a passive ability. Wang Tao thought this crystal core was not bad, if he fused this ability, it would greatly enhance his survivability. Level 2 crystal core, timed defense, quality, excellent, 40%, chapter 164 abandonment 3, purity, 45%, side effect, greatly reduced defense at night, timed defense, passive ability, increased defensive power during the day, unchanged at night. The third crystal core was also a passive ability. This timed defense ability made Wang Tao's eyes light up. After all, he had witnessed the formidable defense of the pus-filled zombie. If he could use this timed defense along with the barrier ability, he wondered whether his defense could reach the level of the pus-filled zombie. However, the side effect of greatly reduced defense at night was quite significant. Since timed defense itself doesn't increase defense at night, coupled with this side effect, the night would become a weakness. No wonder that after nightfall, the damage inflicted by Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu when attacking the pus-filled zombie increased so much. If Wang Tao wanted to merge this ability, he would have to gather 3 crystal cores and eliminate this side effect. Level 2 crystal core, perception, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 45%, side effect, perception ability weakened by 50% if not merged by a female, perception, consumes energy to sense surrounding life forms. The 4th crystal core turned out to be a perception crystal core. In the few months since the apocalypse began, Wang Tao had only seen Han Rui with the perception ability, and even hers was only at +1. There might be no choice but to rely on omnipotent crystal cores for leveling up later, because perception zombies were so rare that Wang Tao had never encountered one. It was unexpected that the pus-filled zombie possessed perception ability. But Wang Tao felt that the pus-filled zombie's perception wasn't very strong either. When he and Zhang Shixu suddenly launched an attack, it didn't even react. Wang Tao then looked at the side effect, which stated that only a female could fully utilize the power of this crystal core. If a male merged it, the ability would be weakened by 50%. So, was the pus-filled zombie possibly male? Wang Tao felt discriminated against. Why should his ability be weakened by 50% if he merged it? Wang Tao really wanted to merge this crystal core. After all, it was like installing a radar for himself. But this side effect was too severe, reducing the ability by 50%. There was nothing he could do for now. He would have to save up and see if he could gather 3 crystal cores to remove this side effect before merging. The last one was an Ascension crystal core. Level 2 crystal core, Ascension, quality, excellent, 80%, impurities, 45%, no side effects. His luck was not too bad, he obtained an excellent quality Ascension crystal core. Wang Tao probably wouldn't need it, but it was precious and could be exchanged with others in the future. The crystal cores from the crystal core gift bag were all good, making the risk that Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu took worth it. Then Wang Tao turned his attention to the other two packages. The second package contained potions. Running potion, small, x5, defense potion, small, x5, 5 running potions and 5 defense potions, not bad. Although Wang Tao had the recipes for these potions, he lacked the key materials to make them and could only obtain them through loot dropped by zombies. These 10 potions should last him for a while. The last package contained something that slightly surprised Wang Tao. It was actually a blueprint for a pair of shoes. Running Battle Boots Blueprint X1, Running Battle Boots Blueprint, allows for the crafting of a pair of running battle boots. Required materials, iron block X5, steel wire X5, screw X5, rope X5, nail X5, rubber X5, plastic X5, cable X5, electronic component X5, battery X5, running battle boots, durability plus 10, defensive power plus 10, running speed plus 10, the shoes actually increased running speed. This made Wang Tao very happy, as running speed was quite important to him since he didn't have any abilities specifically aimed at increasing speed. The materials required for making the shoes weren't much, and with a thought, Wang Tao took them all out. In the darkness, a flash of rainbow light shone and a pair of black boots resembling military shoes appeared in front of Wang Tao. Zhang Shixu had already opened her eyes and curiously observed the shoes. She is a light sleeper, and the rainbow light just now had obviously caught her attention. Wang Tao immediately put on the new shoes and instantly felt that they were much more comfortable than his previous shoes. He couldn't test the speed just yet, but Wang Tao felt it should significantly increase. Even without a speed boost, the durability and comfort level alone made them worthwhile. Wang Tao, noticing Zhang Shixu's curious expression, briefly explained that these were his new equipment. Zhang Shixu didn't ask further and continued to sleep leaning on Wang Tao's shoulder. Embracing Zhang Shixu's shoulders, Wang Tao turned his gaze back to the space backpack. He had finished examining the loot from the pus-filled zombies but had yet to check the packages from the 3 undeveloped zombies and the mass of flesh in the zombies' lair. There were 4 packages in total. The packages from the 3 undeveloped zombies all contained the same thing, 3 level 2 omnipotent crystal cores. 1 excellent, 60%, and 1 excellent, 80%. This came as a pleasant surprise to Wang Tao. With these 3, he could synthesize another epic omnipotent crystal core. Omnipotent crystal cores themselves have no side effects, only impurities. By synthesizing 2 omnipotent crystal cores into an epic omnipotent crystal core, 1 core would have only 0.1% impurity. He calculated that he currently had 1.1% impurity in his body. If he could merge 9 0.1% impurity omnipotent crystal cores, that would be exactly 2% impurity, which meant he could use 2 cleansing potions without any waste to remove all impurities. Now he only had 3 epic omnipotent crystal cores, so he would continue to collect more. As for the loot from the huge mass of flesh, it made Wang Tao raise his eyebrows. Level 2 crystal core, extraction, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 45%, side effects, none, extraction. After merging, one can freely choose to extract a level 2 ability from oneself. The extracted ability will form a new crystal core without side effects. This extraction is almost like his ability to extract powers. It seems that aside from the inheritance during level ascension, extraction crystal cores could also be used to change abilities. Although he didn't need it himself, others might. Wang Tao could already imagine the value of this crystal core. It was just unknown what kind of zombies others would have to kill to get this extraction crystal core. Chapter 165 Slanderous Accusation 1 The night passed without incident. Wang Tao woke up and glanced at his watch. It was already 6 in the morning. As soon as he made a move, Zhang Shixu also woke up, while Zhu Xiaojun was still sleeping. Zhu Xiaojun's injuries were quite serious, and even though Wang Tao had used a medical kit on him, he would need a long time to recover. Wang Tao directly woke him up. I'm going out, you rest here for now. I didn't lock the door, so you can't leave on your own or wait for me to come back. The underground grain cellar was still dark, and Wang Tao left some nutrient solution and a flashlight for Zhu Xiaojun. Okay, thank you. The groggy Zhu Xiaojun quickly expressed his gratitude. Wang Tao patted Zhu Xiaojun's shoulder, then he and Zhang Shixu went upstairs. A few ordinary zombies were around the granary, which Wang Tao easily took care of. He and Zhang Shixu carefully searched the area but didn't find the 2 blood-red zombies from last night. Although there were some scratch marks, they couldn't determine where the opponent had gone. If the other party was photophobic, they were most likely resting in some dark corner. Wang Tao had originally planned to leave after obtaining the map, but now he changed his mind. He decided to wait and see if there was an opportunity to find those 3 blood-red zombies during the day. If he really couldn't find them, then so be it, he wouldn't lose anything. But if he could find them during the day, he might hit the jackpot. As for the evening, there was a high probability of finding them, but the problem was, if he found them, he might not be able to fight them off. After all, there were 3 level 3 zombies. Upon returning to the underground grain cellar, Zhu Xiaojun had fully awakened and was doing stretching exercises. "You're recovering nicely," Wang Tao complimented. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaojun quickly jogged over, his face earnestly filled with gratitude. "Thanks for your help, Brother Wang. If it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago." "It was nothing, don't mention it," Wang Tao said with a smile, then asked, "What are your plans now?" I plan to go back," Zhu Xiaojun replied with his head lowered. If it weren't for wanting to thank Wang Tao in person again, he might have left as soon as he woke up. "Go back? Go back where?" Wang Tao was momentarily stunned. "Back to Fish Bay Camp." Zhu Xiaojun's tone was somewhat downcast. Wang Tao frowned slightly. After the way people at Fish Bay Camp had treated him, why would he go back there? Wang Tao took a close look. He didn't see any anger or desire for vengeance in Zhu Xiaojun. He genuinely wanted to go back. "Alright, be careful on the road then." Wang Tao shook his head somewhat speechlessly. This was someone else's choice, and he wasn't going to interfere. Then, Brother Wang, I'm leaving. You are my lifesaver, but I don't have anything to thank you with right now. When I get the chance, I will definitely repay you." "Stop." Wang Tao quickly interrupted Zhu Xiaojun, then patted his shoulder and said, "The last person who said that to me is no longer with us. I just hope you can keep on living well." Zhu Xiaojun left. Watching his forlorn figure walking away, Zhang Shixi felt puzzled. Is he going for revenge? But I didn't feel any killing intent. "No, it's not revenge, he's just going home," Wang Tao explained. "But why doesn't he seek revenge after they wronged him? Shouldn't he kill them all?" Zhang Shixi was somewhat confused. "Killing them all isn't necessary, there were many people involved in this operation, just find the main culprit. But everyone makes their own choices, we don't need to get involved, just respect their fate." Oh, it was unclear whether Zhang Shixi understood, but she nodded her little head regardless. "Let's go, we'll continue to look for traces of those level 3 zombies, and also keep an eye out for elite level 1 zombies or level 2 zombies. If you see them, don't kill them, leave them for me to finish off." Wang Tao was still 410 health points short of reaching 10,000 health point, and he wanted to see if there would be any change when he hit 10,000 health point. "Okay, brother." Zhu Xiaojun returned to the outskirts of Fish Bay Base feeling somewhat dejected. The people on guard duty at the entrance were shocked to see Zhu Xiaojun, as if they had seen a ghost. You're not dead," one of the guards blurted out unintentionally. These words made Zhu Xiaojun frown. It sounded almost like a curse for him to die. However, Zhu Xiaojun didn't dwell on it. He spoke very politely. "I didn't die, I've come back. Could you please open the gate, thank you." Zhu Xiaojun was 2 meters tall with a burly frame, towering over the average person. Most people seemed like dwarfs in comparison. However, Zhu Xiaojun used to stammer and had a simple and honest smile, which made others not feel afraid of him. Many people would even tease him to his face, as Fatty's good temper was recognized by the entire camp. But now, Zhu Xiaojun wasn't stammering anymore. The naive smile had disappeared from his face, there were wounds on his arm, and he had an axe stained with black blood hanging from his waist. This left the 2 guards feeling an immense pressure. Zhu Xiaojun's current oppressive presence was too strong, and it frightened anyone who saw him. Just wait a moment, I need to notify someone first." The guards started to stammer, whereas Zhu Xiaojun did not. "Okay." Zhu Xiaojun didn't ask why, as he wasn't someone who often questioned the reasons. After agreeing, he simply stood quietly and waited. The guard ran toward the camp, even tripping over once along the way, seeming quite frantic. The other guard, meanwhile, watched Zhu Xiaojun with a face full of vigilance and caution, his hand even resting on the homemade spear beside him. Chapter 165 Slanderous Accusation 2. It was as if the figure standing before him was no longer their camp's guardian deity but a terrifying zombie. Zhu Xiaojun was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why this person was so wary of him. He hadn't been infected with the zombie virus, had he? Nevertheless, Zhu Xiaojun didn't say much. He was never much of a talker to begin with, and after what had happened, he talked even less. The more silent he remained, the more pressure the guard felt, to the point where cold sweat started to appear on his forehead. Who knows if it was a minute, or 10, or even longer. Finally, people from the camp came out, and not just a few but a whole crowd, as if the entire camp had come. Seeing so many people, Zhu Xiaojun's face, for once, displayed a rare smile. These people were here to welcome him. Right? You actually didn't die? You still have the face to come back. Why don't you just die? You've killed so many of us, isn't that enough, or do you want to kill the rest of us too by coming back? My husband is dead, yet you're still alive? Why didn't you die? Eldest Lu died because of you. Even if you're alive, you should be living in disgrace. How dare you come back so brazenly? You want to get us all killed at this pace, don't you? Listening to the cacophony of voices, Zhu Xiaojun was dumbfounded. His mind couldn't catch up with what was happening. At this moment, Yu Wei, walking at the forefront, spoke up with a face filled with hatred. Zhu Xiaojun, I can't believe you're still alive. But it's not just about you being alive. How do you have the shame to come back here? If it weren't for you, so many of us wouldn't have died, and eldest Lu wouldn't have either. Tell me, how do you have the face to return? Because I caused so many deaths? Zhu Xiaojun understood this time, but he was still completely at a loss. Their deaths had nothing to do with him, did they? If anything, it was all related to eldest Lu. After all, it was eldest Lu who gave the order. The first two who went down had already fallen silent, yet eldest Lu thought there was no problem, and everyone trusted his sixth sense. That trust led to massive casualties. What did that have to do with Zhu Xiaojun? If he hadn't risked his life to cover their retreat, probably none of them would have made it back alive. As Zhu Xiaojun looked like he was about to say something, Tianping immediately spoke loudly, interrupting him. Zhu Xiaojun, are you trying to argue that you have nothing to do with this? That it's all eldest Lu's fault? Haha, you're so naive. Do you think we'll believe you? You think eldest Lu's death means there's no one left to testify against you, is that it? But you didn't expect us to still be alive. You wanted to feed us to the zombies so you could escape? Too bad, we were lucky enough to survive. What? He wanted to feed them to the zombies to save himself? Zhu Xiaojun felt like his CPU was overheating. Wasn't it him who embraced certain death so his teammates could survive? Zhu Xiaojun wasn't articulate. He struggled to organize his thoughts, considering how to explain himself. But his silence made everyone think he had admitted guilt. In fact, there were still some who didn't believe Zhu Xiaojun could have done such a thing. After all, he was their protector, a genuinely nice guy. Whenever anyone had a problem, they'd ask Zhu Xiaojun. When there was no food, they'd borrow from Zhu Xiaojun, and he'd never refuse. Could such a good man have possibly done those things? But when they saw Zhu Xiaojun agree by his silence, they suddenly felt they had misjudged him. You can never judge a book by its cover. Zhu Xiaojun was only pretending before. In fact, he's really dark-hearted. He gives you little favors, playing the nice guy, but when it comes to the crunch, he betrays his teammates. We were almost duped by Zhu Xiaojun. Abuse and scorn filled the air at once. Zhu Xiaojun lifted his head, watching these familiar faces grow increasingly alien. He had finally sorted out his words. Please believe me, I didn't cause anyone's death, I was covering the rear for everyone. If it wasn't for me, none of you would have survived. These words caught Yue and Tianping off guard for a moment. How come Fatty was suddenly speaking so clearly? They quickly pondered how to counter Zhu Xiaojun's statement. However, at that moment, an ordinary survivor suddenly spoke up. Haha, and you still say it wasn't you. Look, now you're not even stuttering. That proves your stuttering was just a disguise too. If even something like stuttering was faked, then there's no doubt about the rest. You scheming person, get out of our camp. Others, hearing this, found it made sense. So, everyone began to shout in unison, get out of our camp. Get out of our camp. I didn't, please listen to my explanation. No need for explanations. Get out of our camp. Zhu Xiaojun still wanted to continue explaining, but seeing these people, whom he had once helped, now looking at him with such hate and telling him to get lost. He instantly lost all desire to speak. Hey hey. Suddenly, several zombies' shrieks echoed. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent. There are zombies. A few ordinary zombies, as if attracted by the noise, staggered toward the entrance of Fish Bay Camp. There were many obstacles between these people and Zhu Xiaojun. If the gate wasn't opened, the zombies wouldn't get in. Yet many were frightened enough to start backing away. Zhu Xiaojun watched these people unwilling to give him a chance to explain, yet silenced by the screams of a few ordinary zombies. He suddenly found the irony overwhelming. Chapter 165 Slanderous Accusation 3 Zhu Xiaojun turned his head, grabbed the firefighter axe, and with one blow for each, he took down the few zombies. Then he looked back at the crowd without saying a word, leaving with a trace of dejection. Watching Zhu Xiaojun's retreating figure, many people heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, finally he's gone. I was afraid he was going to make a last stand against us. Humphrey, just because he's big and looks a bit scary. But he's also afraid of so many of us. If he dared to make a move, we could have taken him down in minutes. It's best that scum like him left, Just looking at him was bad luck. The crowd muttered and cursed. Let's go back. From now on we'll have to rely a lot on eldest Yue. Upon hearing this, Yue immediately spoke with a smile. Don't worry, everyone. Now that I have become the new leader of our camp, I will fulfill the responsibilities of a leader. I will definitely lead everyone to survive in this apocalypse. Let's all head back, don't let one bad apple spoil the mood. In the crowd, Li Yi, who hadn't been at the camp long, had a complex expression but eventually let out a helpless sigh and followed everyone back. From dawn to dusk, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi searched near the granary but didn't see any shadow of a blood-red zombie. However, Wang Tao was not disappointed because the more this was the case, the more it proved one thing: the zombies were extremely afraid of sunlight. If they could exploit this weakness, Wang Tao felt that he and Zhang Shixi definitely had a chance to hunt down a level 3 zombie. They should come out at night. Wang Tao stroked his chin, deep in thought. He wondered if he could track them tonight if the zombies really came out and see where their new nest was. Then go eliminate them during the day. Brother, look. Zhang Shixi suddenly tugged at Wang Tao's clothes. Wang Tao looked in the direction Zhang Shixi was pointing and saw a burly figure squatting amidst the ruins. He was very tall, but curled up tightly. The setting sun shone on him, casting an inexplicable sense of loneliness. Zhu Xiaojun? What's he doing here? Wang Tao was surprised, then led Zhang Shixi over. What are you doing here? Wang Tao suddenly spoke up, startling Zhu Xiaojun. He quickly turned his head and saw that it was Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi, then he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a bewildered look, I don't know, I was just spacing out. Just by looking, Wang Tao knew that something must have happened to him after he returned to Fish Bay Camp. Wang Tao sat next to him, curiously asking, can you talk about it? Zhu Xiaojun hesitated for a moment, but there was nothing he couldn't say. Eventually he spoke. They said, I caused the death of the others. Listening to Zhu Xiaojun's account of what happened, Wang Tao didn't show much surprise on his face. Because Wang Tao was well aware that when those people locked the door and left Zhu Xiaojun in the underground granary to attract the zombies, they had already severed all ties with him. To them, the best outcome would be Zhu Xiaojun's death. What Wang Tao didn't expect, though, was that upon their return to the base, they would slander Zhu Xiaojun as the one who killed the others. Normally, shouldn't they have praised Zhu Xiaojun for sacrificing himself for everyone's sake, being the camp's hero, and having his spirit perpetuated within the camp? Did those people know that Zhu Xiaojun hadn't died? So they prepared in advance? But that didn't seem right. After all, they couldn't have predicted Wang Tao's actions. After much thought, Wang Tao figured it might be because they needed a scapegoat to be held accountable for the incident. Such an almost total annihilation was a huge burden, not something everyone could shoulder. If Eldest Lu were alive, the blame would certainly fall on Eldest Lu, and his reputation would greatly suffer. But Eldest Lu was dead. Of course, even if Eldest Lu were dead, he could still be blamed, but in doing so, Eldest Lu's reputation would be completely ruined. If some people wanted to do certain things and that required Eldest Lu's reputation for endorsement, then the blame couldn't fall on Eldest Lu. For instance, something like Eldest Lu naming someone as the new leader with his dying breath. If Eldest Lu couldn't be blamed, then Zhu Xiaojun was the perfect candidate. After all, he was strong, he was the camp's guardian deity, and he was qualified to take the blame. Of course, personal vendettas might also play a part. Maybe some were jealous of Zhu Xiaojun's strength or simply didn't like his face. Zhu Xiaojun was always a good person in the base, but good guys aren't necessarily liked by everyone. Who knows what they really said about him behind his back? To some extent, making everyone like Zhu Xiaojun was much harder than making everyone fear him. If he had the power to intimidate, to make everyone fear him, such an incident wouldn't have occurred. As for Zhu Xiaojun's return alive, it must have been beyond many people's expectations. They must have been terrified upon seeing Zhu Xiaojun, always on guard in case he would attack them. But looking at Zhu Xiaojun now, he probably hadn't made a move. Wang Tao shared his thoughts with Zhu Xiaojun. After listening, Zhu Xiaojun's expression instantly became blank, followed by a look of pain. They really didn't like me. Wang Tao refrained from saying more, simply patting Zhu Xiaojun on the shoulder. I'm planning to find a place to rest for the night. What about you? I don't know. Zhu Xiaojun shook his head blankly. Then come with me. I'll be staying in the county town for a few days. You might be able to help me out. Wang Tao invited him. Okay. Zhu Xiaojun had nowhere else to go. He followed Wang Tao to a 3-story building. Wang Tao had chosen this place specifically because it had a view of the granary. Wang Tao moved away the debris that had been blocking the entrance to the underground granary, exposing the entrance. He wanted to see if the blood-red zombies would return. After all, this was their old lair. Chapter 166, A baked pancake one night fell. Zhu Xiaojun looked at Wang Tao. "Brother Wang, let me go with you, my wounds have healed already." "No, you're too weak." Wang Tao shook his head. Zhu Xiaojun felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, it wasn't that Zhu Xiaojun was too weak, the main issue was that he couldn't see in the dark, so he couldn't keep up with Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu. Otherwise, he could at least carry a backpack. Wang Tao asked Zhu Xiaojun to rest here while he and Zhang Shixu climbed to the rooftop. From evening to nightfall, there was still no change around the grain warehouse today. Wang Tao felt that those blood-colored zombies would only appear when the darkness of night truly settled in. The cool breeze of the night was refreshing, and Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu quietly waited on the rooftop. At one moment, the clouds obscured the few stars, making the night even darker. Zhang Shixu tugged at Wang Tao's clothes. They've appeared. Following the sound, Wang Tao saw a red figure slowly emerging from the night. That familiar figure was the level 3 zombie they had seen before. The blood-red zombie didn't notice Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu on the rooftop. It circled the grain warehouse, as if searching for something. Soon, the blood-red zombie found the hole. Feeling excited at the sight of the hole, it still didn't go in but walked elsewhere instead. It really was walking, just like an ordinary zombie wandering outside. If not careful, one might really mistake it for an ordinary zombie. "Why does it feel like it's fading?" Wang Tao couldn't help but comment. If someone carelessly startled it, it would definitely burst out with astonishing speed and pounce on the target. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu waited a while longer and saw that the blood-red zombie was still wandering nearby. Aside from it, other blood-red zombies did not appear. "Let's go check other places first," Wang Tao said to Zhang Shixu by his side. Okay, Wang Tao didn't come out tonight just to see if the level 3 zombie was there, but also to look for those green pustule zombies. After all, pustule zombies have very low defensive power at night, and they don't have much attacking ability either. If they could encounter one, it would be a sure experience pack for Wang Tao. Although attacking a pustule zombie could attract a level 3 blood-colored zombie, as long as they weren't swarmed, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu could definitely run away. During the day, Wang Tao had already tested his combat boots, and he could only say they were very strong. Originally, his speed was not as fast as Zhang Shixu's, but now that he wore these boots, Wang Tao's pace was on par with hers. He didn't even have 10,000 health point, while Zhang Shixu had nearly 20,000. This showed just how powerful the boots were. With his life-saving gear, although Wang Tao still couldn't contend with a level 3 zombie, escaping should not be a problem. The two of them carefully scouted around but didn't see any green pustule zombies. However, they did see a level 2 zombie. Level 2, Berserker. Seeing the hulking figure with a giant axe, Wang Tao was immediately excited. He had seen many level 1 Berserkers, but he had never come across a level 2 Berserker before. Strictly speaking, other than the gorilla zombie, it seemed like Wang Tao had not seen any other zombies that had ascended from level 1 to level 2. Zombies like Berserkers, attackers, and self-exploders, Wang Tao had not encountered any at level 2. The level 2 zombies that Wang Tao had seen seemed like they were inherently level 2, such as the toad zombie, pustule zombie, etc. Wang Tao even worried that those zombies couldn't ascend to level 2, then how would he obtain their crystal cores? After all, his shockwave and precision shooting abilities originally came from level 1 zombies. Fortunately, now that he saw a level 2 Berserker, Wang Tao could relax. It might simply be that there were presently few level 2 zombies, and he hadn't encountered them. Wang Tao prepared to hunt down this level 2 Berserker, but for safety, he and Zhang Shixu took care of the other normal zombies nearby first. After all, with a level 3 zombie outside, if the other zombies made a racket and attracted the level 3, it would be quite troublesome. Wang Tao looked at the level 2, Berserker. Health point, 10,000 out of 10,000, mana, 2,000 out of 2,000, level 2 elite. The level 2, Berserker's stature was much larger than a level 1's, with an estimated height of 2.5 to 2 and 6 meters, bearing its upper body, muscles intertwined all over. However, in its hands was not a reinforced concrete hammer or a street light but a somewhat simple, worn metal two-handed giant axe that exuded a heavy presence. But its attributes were rather ordinary, only 10,000 health point and 2,000 mana. Of course, rather ordinary was relative to Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu. To someone like Zhu Xiaojun, who had about 2,000 health point, this zombie was still terrifying. Wang Tao rushed toward the Berserker. His speed was swift, and he was only discovered when he drew near the Berserker's back. The Berserker roared and lifted the giant axe with both hands, ready to attack Wang Tao. Too late. Wang Tao chopped the zombie right in the head with his axe. Bang. -2,251, 7,749 out of 10,000, the Berserker's defense was still rather high, even with Wang Tao's full-strength chop, only 2,000 health point was taken off. After chopping, Wang Tao retreated, and just as the Berserker's giant axe was about to come crashing down, suddenly a clump of white slime appeared, instantly sticking the Berserker in place. The giant axe in its hand failed to hit the ground. The Berserker's attack was too noisy, and Wang Tao was afraid it would attract the level 3 zombie, so he used a slime grenade. Chapter 166, A Pancake 2. The slime grenades could only immobilize the terrorizer for a few seconds, but it was enough time. Zhang Shixia made her move and Wang Tao followed up. After the effects of the slime wore off, the terrorizer fell to the ground with a thud. Wang Tao quickly gathered the loot and then glanced at his health point. 9,950 out of 9,950. While searching for traces of level 3 zombies today, Wang Tao encountered a few level 1 elite zombies. After killing them, his health point had increased slightly. The terrorizer had provided him with an additional 260 in health point limit, just a bit shy of reaching 10,000 health point. Wang Tao then turned his attention to the spoils of battle. A crystal core and a package. Level 2 crystal core, shockwave, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 45%, side effect, light sensitivity. At last, he had obtained a level 2 shockwave crystal core, but unfortunately, its purity was 5% lower than that of a level 1 core. After fusing 2 crystal cores, there would still be 10% impurities remaining. Impurities weren't a big deal, but that side effect was something Wang Tao definitely did not want. He would have to keep collecting until he had 3 shockwave crystal cores to fuse together. Wang Tao looked at the terrorizer's package, which contained an unexpected surprise. Improved worn-out Great Axe Blueprint X1, Improved worn-out Great Axe Blueprint, can forge a two-handed giant axe. Required materials, two-handed axe X1. The quality of the core material will affect the resulting product's quality. Level 2 Crystal Core X1, Iron Block X10, Steel Wire X10, Gear X10, Blade X10, Nails X10, Screws X10, Improved Worn-Out Great Axe, Attributes Unknown. It turned out to be a weapon crafting blueprint. For so long, Wang Tao had only ever seen one weapon crafting blueprint, which was the blueprint for the precise crossbow. Now this was the second blueprint he had encountered. However, the list of materials required to forge this giant axe was extensive, needing a level 2 zombie crystal core. The other items he had crafted using blueprints, apart from potions and hand grenades, only the food compressor required a crystal core. The blueprint also kindly reminded that the quality of the core material would affect the final product's quality. And that core material was the two-handed axe. Wang Tao didn't have a two-handed axe at hand. Wait, perhaps he did. He looked over at the corpse of the terrorizer and saw a huge axe lying nearby. He had nearly forgotten about it. Broken Giant Axe X1. This axe, like other weapons dropped by zombies, only displayed a name, not specific attributes. Wang Tao had plenty of materials on him, including crystal cores, and now he had the core material, the axe, too. He looked back at the blueprint, and a forgeable prompt appeared. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixia searched the vicinity but did not find any other level 2 zombies, nor did they see any level 1 elite zombies. Wang Tao found a relatively enclosed room, and the two of them walked in. There were only a few ordinary zombies inside the room, which Wang Tao easily dispatched. He then took out the giant axe and other materials, ready to start the crafting process. As for the zombie crystal cores, Wang Tao chose an ordinary quality weak poisonous mist crystal core. He had no shortage of level 2 crystal cores, and the most abundant among them were weakness poison fog cores, totaling 14. These were obtained during the attack on the Shuai's base by a toad zombie accompanied by more than 10 level 2 poisonous fog zombies. When Wang Tao and Hanrua parted ways, they left many level 1 crystal cores with them, but Wang Tao took the level 2 cores for himself. These weakness poison fog cores were also in his possession. Once all of the materials were ready, Wang Tao focused his thoughts, and a burst of rainbow light flashed by. All the materials disappeared, and a two-handed giant axe, very similar to the one dropped by the terrorizer, materialized. The axe was 2 meters long, rather simple looking and even had several notches, befitting its worn-out name. Improved worn-out Great Axe, Level 2, excellent, attack power plus 30, durability plus 30, attack speed, 5% 50%. The attributes of the axe were somewhat beyond Wang Tao's expectations. It actually had a level. The weapons Wang Tao had crafted with blueprints before did not have levels. Could it be because a level 2 crystal core was incorporated during the weapons crafting process? Wang Tao believed that to be the reason. However, he had used an ordinary quality level 2 crystal core, but the weapon turned out to be of excellent quality. Considering that the blueprint did not indicate any relationship between the core's quality and the final product, Wang Tao surmised that the quality of the crystal core probably had no bearing on the resulting weapon and that it was likely a matter of luck. This giant axe provided an additional 30 points to attack power. Wang Tao did not have an attack power stat on his attribute panel, so he wasn't sure what the 30 points signified. However, the precise crossbow he had previously crafted had an attack power bonus of +10, and it could no longer keep up with his strength, so he had given it to Ding Yukin. This giant axe, with +30 attack power, should be stronger than the precise crossbow, right? The second attribute, +30 durability, was impressive to Wang Tao. Thus far, he had only one piece of equipment that had worn out, the security uniform he wore during his encounter and escape from the Black Mist monster, which had a durability of +1. It was evident that the durability of +30 on this axe was incredibly sturdy. As for the final attribute, the reduced attack speed, Wang Tao guessed the variable range was due to individual differences. Someone with greater strength would experience a smaller reduction in attack speed, while someone with less strength would suffer a greater reduction, and those even weaker might not even be able to lift the axe. Chapter 166, A Pancake 3. Wang Tao tried it out, and the axe was very heavy. The previous reinforced concrete hammer and street lamps couldn't compare. He was indeed able to swing it, but it would become a bit cumbersome after prolonged use. What a huge axe! Zhang Shixi spoke from the side. Little Su, do you want to give it a try? Wang Tao suddenly remembered that he had someone with great strength right by his side. Okay, Zhang Shixi took it over and, imitating Wang Tao's movements, swung it a few times. It seemed she could handle it with even more ease than Wang Tao. But Zhang Shixi frowned. This axe affects my speed, I don't like it. Zhang Shixi didn't have a specific speed ability, but her speed was not slow, and she often relied on her speed to launch attacks. If she were to use this axe, it might actually be a handicap. I'll find you a better weapon in the future. Wang Tao ruffled Zhang Shixi's hair. The axe was also quite cumbersome for him, but he had the space backpack, which allowed him to stow it away when not needed and take it out when necessary. So there were no problems in terms of portability. Of course, during real combat, this weapon was indeed too heavy and could prevent him from performing at his best. It was best used as a special attack move. Wang Tao put away the weapon and continued to stroll around with Zhang Shixi, hoping to find a zombie to test the new weapon on. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side. The two wandered until late into the night and couldn't even find a level 1 elite zombie, let alone a level 2 zombie. Wang Tao felt somewhat helpless. Let's go back and see if that level 3 zombie has returned to its nest yet. Okay, they hadn't reached near the grain storage yet when they suddenly saw firelight appear in the distance. In the pitch black night, that firelight was very conspicuous. That's Fish Bay Camp? Did something happen to them? Wang Tao's eyebrows rose. It was in the direction of Fish Bay Camp. However, Wang Tao didn't like to meddle in others' affairs, especially since the only two people he had a decent impression of from the entire Fish Bay Camp were eldest Lu, who had died, and Zhu Xiaojun, who was with him now. Arriving back at the grain storage, they could see that the blood-red zombie was still wandering around nearby. Wang Tao didn't dare to move forward. After all, combined he and Zhang Shixi were no match for the level 3 zombie. The two returned to the small building they had been staying in. Where's Zhu Xiaojun? Wang Tao noticed that Zhu Xiaojun was gone. There were crooked lines scratched into the wall. Brother Wang, something happened at the camp, I've gone back. Wang Tao was speechless. Normally, one should sever ties with a camp that abandoned them. Yet Zhu Xiaojun had gone back. If he had gone back, so be it, enduring a bit wasn't impossible. But after Zhu Xiaojun returned, he was met with humiliation and slanderous accusations. The fact that he didn't react violently on the spot was saintly. If it were Wang Tao, he would have made sure those people understood why the flower was so red. And now, in the middle of the night, seeing that something had happened at the camp, Zhu Xiaojun ran back. Could it be that he was a lickspittle, feeling his previous wounds were not deep enough? Wang Tao really couldn't understand. But it was the same old story, drop the hero complex and respect others' fates. If Zhu Xiaojun really wanted to go to his death, Wang Tao couldn't stop him. The two continued to monitor the grain storage until daylight. Wang Tao clearly saw that before dawn, that level 3 blood-red zombie crawled back through that hole. Very good. A smile appeared on Wang Tao's face. Now that he knew the old lair of this level 3 zombie, there was no rush. He would slowly try to force the zombie out. He wanted to see just how much its abilities would be weakened if it came out during the day. If it was weakened significantly, then he and Zhang Shixi would not hesitate. In the morning, Wang Tao caught up on some sleep. Although his need for sleep had decreased since his abilities had improved, staying up all night from time to time didn't really affect him. But Wang Tao was targeting a level 3 zombie next, so he had to be more cautious. At noon, Zhang Shixi woke him up. Fatty has come back. Looking at Zhu Xiaojun, who was once again dirty and injured, Wang Tao smirked. You weren't chased out again, were you? Zhu Xiaojun's expression was a mix of embarrassment and sadness. Everyone. They're all dead. What? Everyone's dead? What happened? Wang Tao's face became serious. Last night, to celebrate the new boss taking charge, they held an inauguration ceremony. But it attracted the two terrifying zombies from the underground grain storage. The camp's barriers couldn't stop these two zombies at all, and no one in the camp could resist, so it was a massacre. When I got there, nearly everyone was dead. Only Li Yi managed to jump into the water and temporarily escape disaster, but half his body was eaten by fish in the lake. It was just the upper half left. These were Li Yi's last words to me. After hearing Zhu Xiaojun's story, Wang Tao felt quite shaken. Indeed, it seemed it's not easy to evade fate forever. Those people who previously encountered the level 3 blood red zombie and abandoned Zhu Xiaojun had just managed to save their lives. But now, they had paid back everything, with interest. After reflecting on the event, Wang Tao suddenly looked at Zhu Xiaojun and asked, I'm curious, seeing as they abandoned you, why did you still go back to save them? Could it be that Zhu Xiaojun was really a fool who couldn't differentiate good from bad? Zhu Xiaojun looked at Wang Tao, then said with his head lowered. When the virus outbreak started, my family sacrificed themselves to protect me, and I somehow escaped, but I had no food and was about to starve to death. Uncle Lu, eldest Lu's father, came by. He gave me a pancake. Afterwards, when I unexpectedly encountered Uncle Lu again and learned that his son had a survivor's camp, I followed Uncle Lu to Fish Bay Camp. Later, Uncle Lu got infected. Before he died, he asked me to help eldest Lu manage Fish Bay Camp, and I agreed. I didn't know how to manage a camp, all I could do was to follow what I knew. I wanted to gain their favor, I desperately protected them, and I gave them most of the supplies I scavenged. I had to earn that pancake Uncle Lu gave me. But I truly did my best. Chapter 167, Fatal Aku. 1 Wang Tao once thought Zhu Xiaojun was a fool. But after listening to Zhu Xiaojun recount his experiences, he realized that Zhu Xiaojun was not a fool but someone with a heart of gold. When eldest Lu's father gave Zhu Xiaojun a pancake that saved his life, Zhu Xiaojun dedicated his life to repaying the entire camp. Zhu Xiaojun didn't know how to manage the camp, but he helped in his own way, doing everything he could for the camp. Even when abandoned and slandered, Zhu Xiaojun never forgot his promise to Uncle Lu. To the uninformed, Zhu Xiaojun seemed like a fool, but only he knew that he was merely fulfilling his vow. Wang Tao patted Zhu Xiaojun on the shoulder. Well done. Wang Tao admitted to himself that he could not do this, while he also believed in repaying kindness. If someone failed to appreciate his efforts, he would not indulge them. So Wang Tao admired Zhu Xiaojun, who was able to maintain such a pure heart in the apocalypse. It was truly rare. Have you thought about where you'll go from here? Wang Tao asked. I don't know. Zhu Xiaojun said, his head lowered. His home was gone when the virus broke out, the camp had become his second home, but now that too was gone. Then you'll follow me from now on. Wang Tao suddenly said with a smile. Zhu Xiaojun looked up suddenly, then said uneasily. I can't do anything. I'm too weak and will only hold you back. In truth, he wanted to follow Wang Tao. Because Wang Tao was kind, and also strong. But he knew his own limitations, his strength was nothing compared to Wang Tao's, and he would just be a drag. Weakness can be improved. When I make friends, I never look at their strength. After all, no one is as strong as me. What I care about is their character. Wang Tao's smile was radiant. It seemed like he was showing off, but he also indirectly complimented Zhu Xiaojun. Zhu Xiaojun's face showed excitement, but he remained nervous. Let's settle on that then, Wang Tao said, patting Zhu Xiaojun on the shoulder. I have a big task coming up in the next couple of days. Rest well. Yes. Zhu Xiaojun snapped to attention unconsciously. The big task Wang Tao had in mind was to hunt down a level 3 blood-colored zombie. After all, this level 3 zombie had weakness to light, and currently, there was only one zombie in the nest, with the other two temporarily absent. So Wang Tao needed to act quickly. He had planned to research for a few more days, but decided to take action that afternoon. If he delayed any further, the other two level 3 blood-colored zombies might return to the nest, making them much harder to deal with. For dealing with this zombie, Wang Tao came up with 3 plans. The first plan was the simplest: lure it out by the entrance of its lair, see how much the sunlight would weaken its strength. Of course, it might not come out since eldest Lu had already tried luring it before. So the second plan was to attack it. Wang Tao felt this kind of zombie must possess some intelligence, since they could cooperate in hunting. And a creature with some intelligence should be able to be guided by emotion, That is to say, can be angered. As long as he could anger it, he should be able to lure it out. Wang Tao thought this plan had the highest chance of success. And the third plan was more brutal, simply blow up the grain storage. Wang Tao had plenty of self-destruct bombs on hand, blowing up a grain storage was no big deal. However, it would create too much noise, and nobody knew what dangers it might attract. So this was a backup plan, one that Wang Tao hoped he wouldn't need to use. Let's make a trip to Fish Bay Camp. Wang Tao took Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiaojun, once again heading to Fish Bay Camp. Since they were looking to lure the level 3 zombie, relying on noise and human scent alone might not be enough. Wang Tao thought some blood smell would be best. When the virus erupted, not only humans suffered, animals were also unlucky. Especially those that were captive, most were eaten by zombies. As for the condition of wild animals, Wang Tao did not know as he hadn't seen any so far. So finding fresh meat was now very difficult. But no worries, if there was no meat, fish would do. Fish Bay Camp was located by a lake, which was full of fish. And these fish might have mutated, not only growing to an exaggerated size but also becoming man-eaters. According to Zhu Xiaojun, despite growing bigger, these fish still looked like regular fish and had not turned into zombie fish. So Wang Tao figured this fresh flesh would likely attract the zombies. The current Fish Bay Camp was a charred ruin, with the surrounding wire fences also destroyed. Wang Tao found a relatively thick steel pipe, then tied it to the head of the pipe with a hemp rope, using a mineral water bottle in the middle of the rope as a float. On the other end of the rope, he used a large iron hook, which had a burnt bone hanging on it, picked up from the ruins. Whether it was human or zombie he didn't know, he just thought of it as recycling. Once ready, Wang Tao lifted the makeshift fishing rod with both hands and threw it mightily into the lake. Whoosh, the iron hook with a large bone plunged into the lake. Wang Tao didn't really know how to fish, but he liked fishing. Before the apocalypse, he often watched live streams or short videos about fishing. As for why he didn't fish himself, of course, it was because he didn't have the time. Now, it seemed his wish was fulfilled, he could fish here as long as he wanted, without anyone calling him to go to work. Chapter 167, Fatal Acupoint 2. But after waiting a long while, no fish bit the bait, and his hand was getting a bit sore. After all, holding this thick steel pipe was tiring. Maybe I need to chum the water first. After thinking it over, Wang Tao took out a bottle of nutrient solution and, after opening the lid, threw it near the float. A moment later, Wang Tao felt something tugging at his rod. He waited a little, then suddenly heaved upwards. Whoosh, water splashed everywhere as Wang Tao yanked a huge grass carp out of the water. Holy shit! Wang Tao let out an involuntary curse. He had heard that this lake's fish were big, but he hadn't expected them to be this big. This grass carp had to be the size of an ordinary human. Bang! Wang Tao flung the grass carp onto the shore, and Zhu Xiaojun hurriedly went over to hold it down. Subduing these fish in the water would have been troublesome, even for Zhu Xiaojun, who might not have been able to hold them. But now on the shore, Zhu Xiaojun easily handled the big fish. Wang Tao originally thought one fish would be enough to use as bait, but looking at this big fish, he suddenly felt a craving. Let's fish another one. To satisfy the craving, recently, he had been eating nutrient solution every day and his mouth was yearning for some taste, craving fish. As for whether the fish had ever eaten human flesh or the like, Wang Tao didn't care. Even if the fish had eaten people, it would have digested them, which didn't mean Wang Tao was eating humans. Plus, he just wouldn't eat the innards. This big grass carp had a strong life energy, even on shore, it was still thrashing about vigorously. Wang Tao asked Zhu Xiaojun to watch it, and continued fishing. A short while later, he pulled up another one. It was also a big grass carp, even larger than the one before. Wang Tao handed this fish over to Zhang Shixu. This will be our dinner. Okay, Zhang Shixu was petite, and the fish were much larger than her. The big fish flopped about next to her as if it wanted to eat her. Zhang Shixu directly threw a punch, knocking the fish out cold in an instant. Then she hoisted the fish and walked off. Zhu Xiaojun, who was pressing down hard on the other big fish, cursed himself for being stupid when he saw this, and then with a couple of punches, he also knocked out the big fish under him. Wang Tao returned to the vicinity of the granary, telling Zhang Shixu to take the fish to where they stayed the previous night. He then made a lot of cuts on the big fish Zhu Xiaojun was holding. Suddenly, the big fish came to, struggling frantically, with much of its blood flowing out. Wang Tao tied the big fish tight and then flung it right into the underground granary's hole. Slap, slap, the blood-covered big fish thrashed wildly at the hole, but it couldn't escape because it was tied up with rope. Wang Tao and the other two lay in wait nearby, keeping a close eye on the hole. At a certain moment, a light flashed in both Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu's eyes. It's here. Both of them sensed a terrifying presence. But to Wang Tao's disappointment, It seemed to just glance into the hole and then leave. Can it really hold back? Watching the ordinary zombies being drawn in from around them, Wang Tao was somewhat confused. These ordinary zombies were coming, but the blood-red zombie wouldn't come out? Zhu Xiaojun went to deal with the ordinary zombies, and Wang Tao continued to wait for a moment. But still to no avail, the blood-red zombie did not appear. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi came to the entrance of the underground granary together. Zhu Xiaojun was too weak, so he was not asked to come over. They opened the door, and it was pitch dark inside, emitting a gloomy atmosphere. However, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi had night vision, so they didn't fear any surprise attacks. Without hesitation, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi went straight down. It was safe at the entrance, as they weren't attacked at all, but as they went deeper, a terrifying and fierce figure suddenly appeared behind Wang Tao. Swish, the blood-red zombie pounced directly at Wang Tao, but Zhang Shixi punched it and sent it flying. Although the punch didn't cause much damage, the blood-red zombie was clearly angered. It roared and charged straight at Zhang Shixi. In this relatively narrow space, neither Wang Tao nor Zhang Shixi could utilize their full power. After exchanging a few moves with the blood-red zombie, they immediately retreated. The blood-red zombie was relentless, unwilling to let Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi go. Fortunately, they were strong enough to withstand an attack from the blood-red zombie, and Wang Tao made it back to the surface. Phew, such a high attack. Wang Tao rubbed his somewhat numb back. He had just taken a hit from the blood-red zombie on the back, and even with stubborn armor and barrier ability, he still lost over 300 health point. Probably if it had been Zhu Xiaojun who came, he wouldn't have been able to withstand a single hit. The two of them kept alert, watching the entrance. They saw the blood-red zombie roar at Wang Tao from below and then dive into the darkness. Even when Wang Tao shone a flashlight on it, it wouldn't come out. Seriously? Can it really hold back? Wang Tao frowned. Could it be that this zombie had no intelligence at all? Didn't get mad. Nevertheless, Wang Tao, not quite ready to give up, took another risk with Zhang Shixi. But he could clearly feel that the zombie was indeed a bit angry, and it seemed to remember him. But even so, the zombie still did not chase them out. Wang Tao had thought this to be the most likely successful strategy, but it failed just like the first plan. Should we proceed with the third plan? Zhang Shixi tilted her head and looked at Wang Tao. Wang Tao glanced at the sky, the sun was already setting. After a brief hesitation, Wang Tao firmly nodded his head. Let's do it. If we wait until tomorrow and the other two zombies return, it could get even more troublesome. There's still some time before it gets completely dark, that should be enough. Chapter 167, Fatal Aku. Point 3. The third plan was to destroy the granary and blast the blood-red zombies out. Although this plan was very risky, Wang Tao didn't want to wait anymore. Little June, you go to Fish Bay Camp. Clean up all the zombies around, and then set up some simple defensive facilities. Wang Tao instructed Zhu Xiaojun. The noise from blowing up the granary would be huge, and it would definitely attract many zombies. Wang Tao had to leave himself an escape route. The defensive capabilities of Fish Bay Camp were ordinary, but its location was relatively remote with fewer zombies around, and there was only one way into the camp. If anything dangerous arose, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi could fend it off for a while. Yes. Zhu Xiaojun immediately returned to Fish Bay Camp. Meanwhile, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi cleaned up any ordinary zombies around the granary. Only after confirming there were no zombies around did Wang Tao take out the self-destruct bomb. The slightest noise could set off these bombs, so he had to make sure everything was quiet around him. The days of the apocalypse were very quiet. As long as there were no zombies, these self-destruct bombs were relatively stable. Wang Tao cautiously placed the bombs inside the granary. After setting all the dozen or so bombs, Wang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. While placing these bombs, he had to be fully alert. If his hand trembled even slightly, it wouldn't just be one or two bombs going off, but all 20-something bombs exploding at once. Wang Tao wasn't sure how powerful that would be, but he knew he definitely couldn't withstand it. Of course, Wang Tao had a contingency plan, which was to store the bombs in his space backpack right before they exploded but hadn't detonated yet. This way, he could avoid an explosion. But this required quick hands and also some luck. It wasn't something to attempt unless absolutely necessary. Let's move back a bit. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi left the granary, looking towards the underground granary entrance. He took a deep breath. Wang Tao hadn't learned professional demolition. He was unclear about how many explosives were needed to bring down the granary or where the bombs should be placed. But he knew that with enough force, bricks would fly. As long as there were enough bombs and the force was powerful enough, it didn't matter what it was, everything would be blasted away. Are we not placing any bombs at this entrance? Zhang Shixi asked softly with curiosity. Because there were self-destruct bombs throughout the rest of the granary, Only the entrance from the underground granary to the outside was left untouched. If we also put bombs here, then after the explosion, we'd really bury the zombies inside. What we want is not to bury them, but to flush them out. So we have to leave an exit for them to escape through. Wang Tao explained. Zhang Shixu nodded her head, seemingly having learned something new. After ensuring everything was set, Wang Tao took out the alloy recurve bow from his space backpack. He rarely used bow and arrows. Usually, in close combat, he used axes, hammers, and other melee weapons. At mid-range, he used throwing knives or flying axes. As for long range, Wang Tao hadn't engaged in long-range combat for a long time. It wasn't he didn't want to, but often, either his view was blocked by buildings or the combat was too sudden, leaving no chance for long-distance sniping. Of course, just because Wang Tao used it rarely didn't mean his skills were lacking. He had practiced arrow technique for quite a while now, and even without precision shooting, his accuracy was not a problem. Wang Tao drew the bow and knocked an arrow, aiming it at one of the self-destruct bombs. Whoosh, the arrow flew in a parabola, then landed precisely on a self-destruct bomb. Thump, thump. The self-destruct bomb immediately started to swell. Boom. A loud blast, the self-destruct bomb exploded. Then, the noise caused by this bomb set off the other bombs. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of explosions rang through the granary. Wang Tao had already stuffed his ears with cotton ahead of time. Seeing that Zhang Shixu was still foolishly watching, he quickly covered her ears. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of so many bombs exploding at once was enormous, as if the entire town was boiling over. Dust filled the air around the granary, and Wang Tao watched clearly as the granary collapsed, then slowly sank into the ground. And at this moment, from the hole that remained unexploded, suddenly a blood-red figure shot out. Rush. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu had been ready. The moment they saw the zombie's figure, they sprinted towards it. Wait. What's happening? But suddenly, Wang Tao's eyes widened. For he saw that, the instant the zombie emerged, its body started to crack and smoke as if it was being burnt by fierce flames. It let out a painful scream. The health point bar plummeted crazily. In just a few seconds, only a sliver of health point remained. Damn. Wang Tao knew sunlight was its weakness, but he hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. It wasn't just a weakness, it was like an Achilles heel. Instant death upon contact. Without time to think, Wang Tao immediately swung his axe. A shockwave was emitted, smashing into its head. Spurt, -287, 0 out of 30,000, the blood-red zombie fell to the ground, then its entire body turned into ashes. Is it over just like that? Stunned, Wang Tao walked over with Zhang Shixu. At this time, the sounds of explosions attracted the attention of other zombies nearby, including a large group of mad demon zombies. Hey hey. Wang Tao had no time to think, hastily going to collect the loot. No crystal core? Only then did Wang Tao realize, after the blood-red zombie died, it had not left a crystal core. Although it was evaporated by the sun, crystal cores weren't afraid of the sun. It might be that it truly didn't have a crystal core. However, even though there were no crystal cores, the 3 loot packs it dropped were still satisfying for Wang Tao. Wang Tao threw out a few more self-destruct bombs. The sound of the explosions diverted many zombies' attention. Holding Zhang Shixu, Wang Tao instantly rushed more than 30 meters, getting away from the battlefield. Run. The two of them sprinted towards Fish Bay Base. Chapter 168 Ultraviolet Light 1 PFT. Wang Tao swung his axe, dealing with the last zombie that was chasing them. Good, not too many zombies followed us. The explosion just now had been loud, and Wang had intentionally thrown a few self-destruct bombs to divert the zombies' attention. Plus, since the two of them had run fast, not many zombies had followed. The small group of zombies that did come was easily taken care of. However, Wang Tao's expression remained serious. The zombies that had followed included mad demon zombies. In the past, mad demon zombies had an health point of 2,000, but now, the health point of mad demon zombies had reached 4,000. For him, mad demon zombies with 4,000 health point were naturally no threat. But what if the health point of the mad demon zombies exceeded 5,000, reaching level 2? With the number of mad demon zombies, that would be troublesome. Let's go. Shaking his head, Wang Tao didn't dwell on it any longer and headed to Fish Bay Camp with Zhang Shixu. Zhu Xiaojun had already built a simple cabin and put up some fences around it. Although it didn't seem to have much defensive power, at least it kept the zombies out of sight. Zombies also had vision, especially some powerful zombies that could see from afar. Some coverings were necessary. Brother Wang. Zhu Xiaojun saw that Wang Tao and his companion were unharmed, and he finally relaxed. The explosion earlier had frightened him greatly. He didn't know where Wang Tao had gotten so many bombs, and he was terrified that Wang Tao and his companion might have been blown up. Fortunately, they returned safely. It will be night soon. Tonight we'll just make do here and take turns keeping watch. Wang Tao looked at the sky and said. Okay. Huh? You brought that fish over too? Wang Tao saw a big fish inside the cabin, which seemed to be the one he had caught earlier. Wang Tao had thought about using the blood red zombie as bait, so he had taken the fish as dinner. But, unexpectedly, the blood red zombie wouldn't show up, leaving no choice but to use bombs. After the explosion, they had to run, so the fish would have been wasted. But Wang Tao didn't expect that Zhu Xiaojun, who looked rough and tough, was actually quite considerate. Hey, I didn't want it to go to waste, so I brought it over. Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head. Alright, before it gets dark, let's cook the fish. Wang Tao said with a smile. Although Fish Bay Camp was in ruins, they could still find some pots and pans. Wang Tao found a large pot, placed the fish Zhu Xiaojun had prepared into it, and then added some purified water from his space backpack. Seeing Wang Tao suddenly produce a jug of water, Zhu Xiaojun was stupefied. But he didn't ask too many questions. It was the apocalypse now, and abilities like a storage space appearing were quite reasonable. Without a lighter on him, Wang Tao shaved some wood shavings, took a stick, and began to make fire by friction. With his extremely fast hand movements, flames sparked to life in a moment. The fish was large, and even after a lot had been discarded, there was still plenty of meat left. Wang Tao made some of the fish into fish soup, and the rest into grilled fish. If it was safe for the next couple of days, Wang Tao planned to catch a few more large fish and turn them into nutrient solution. The food left over in the underground food store had already been turned into nutrient solution by Wang Tao. There were lots of nutrient solutions in his space backpack, but they were all rice-flavored, quite bland, so he needed other flavors to mix things up a bit. Zhu Xiaojun quickly set up a simple grill, and Wang Tao had him take care of grilling the fish. Zhang Shixu looked at Wang Tao with longing eyes. You can help grill the fish, too. Wang Tao immediately shrugged. Okay, joy spread across Zhang Shixu's little face. Wang Tao didn't have many seasonings with him, just salt and chili. But that was enough, it was the apocalypse after all, no need to be too picky, it was good enough to be able to eat. After the sun had set, both the boiled fish and the grilled fish were ready. Wang Tao quickly extinguished the flame to avoid attracting zombies. Large fires would repel zombies, but small flames might attract their attention. So it was better to be cautious, especially since there were 2 level 3 zombies outside. It's so fragrant. Zhang Shixu took a big sip of the fish soup and immediately praised it. Not bad. Wang Tao also thought it tasted quite nice. He saw Zhu Xiaojun holding his bowl in a daze, so he asked, Little June, aren't you eating? Oh, yes. Zhu Xiaojun snapped out of it, hurriedly took a sip of the soup, and ate a piece of fish meat. Delicious. Haha, if you like it, eat more. Wang Tao laughed heartily. This was an affirmation of his cooking skills. Yeah. Zhu Xiaojun nodded vigorously. He devoured the meal voraciously, and before he knew it, a tear dropped into his bowl. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time since the apocalypse began that someone, besides Uncle Lu, had invited him to eat. After dinner, Wang Tao asked Zhu Xiaojun and Zhang Shixu to rest while he took the first watch. With all the defenses of Fish Bay Camp gone and the big explosion at the food store, Wang Tao had to be cautious to prevent zombies from coming over. While keeping watch, Wang Tao also took the time to check the loot from killing the level 3 zombie today. The fact that the level 3 blood-colored zombie had no crystal core took Wang Tao by surprise. It had mana, in theory, having mana meant having an ability, and having an ability should mean having a crystal core. But it could also be an exception. After all, Wang Tao hadn't seen it use any special ability, it relied entirely on physical strength. No crystal core then, no crystal core it is, there were still plenty of other gains. Wang Tao looked at his health point. His health point had increased by 4,500. Now it was at 14,450 out of 14,450. Chapter 168 Ultraviolet Light 2. The health point cap increase was quite substantial, however, this was due to an overlevel kill which tripled the amount. Normally, it should have been 1,500. But regardless, this health point boost feels great. 30,000 health point is level 3, and Wang Tao is not far from reaching level 3 now. When he had reached 10,000 health point, it did not trigger any sleep mechanism, he could feel a direct and considerable strength increase. This was great, it wasn't as troublesome as before. And since it was an overlevel kill, there was naturally special energy involved. Wang Tao's special energy also increased by 4,500, and now it was at 7,740. He needed 5,000 special energy to fuse a level 2 ability, so he was ready for another fusion. but he'd have to think carefully about which abilities to fuse. Last was the loot. The blood red zombie had dropped 3 bags. And inside the first bag was a crystal core gift bag. Wang Tao found this somewhat speechless, as the zombie itself didn't drop a crystal core, but the bag contained one. That was kind of interesting. There were 4 crystal cores in total inside the bag. Upon seeing the attributes of the first crystal core, Wang Tao's face lit up with joy. Level 3 crystal core, Ascension, Quality, Excellent, 80%, Purity, 40%, Side Effect, None. This was a crystal core that was even bigger than the level 2 ones. It's actually a level 3 Ascension crystal core. Although he couldn't use it right now, it would be essential when he ascended to level 3 in the future. Having this crystal core would save him a lot of time. And as Wang Tao had guessed, the purity had decreased by another 5% with level 3, only at 40%. Level 3 crystal core, Energy Boost, Quality, Excellent, 60%, Purity, 40%, Side Effect, None. Energy Boost, increases the mana cap by 1000. The second crystal core was an Energy Enhancement 1, and on seeing this core's description, Wang Tao furrowed his brows. This was a core that directly increased the mana cap. 1000 mana was a lot, equivalent to the mana added by 10 level 1 crystal cores or 5 level 2 ones. But just increasing mana wasn't very useful, it had to be used in conjunction with other abilities. This crystal core could be said to be good, but also somewhat of a redundant feature. Wait a minute. Wang Tao suddenly thought of something. He could fuse his own abilities. If he were to fuse this ability with another, wouldn't that negate the redundancy? And he also had the extraction ability. If he fused this core to gain a 1000 mana cap increase and then extracted the core, would he keep the increased mana cap? If the enhanced mana cap remained, wasn't that akin to exploiting a bug? Unfortunately, Wang Tao hadn't reached level 3 yet, so he couldn't do the fusion. Otherwise, he would have certainly given it a try. I'll keep the crystal core for now and try it later to see if it works. Level 3 crystal core, Health Point Boost, Quality, Excellent, 40%, Purity, 40%, Side Effect, None. Health Point Boost, increases health point cap by 1000. The third crystal core was an health point enhancement core that could increase the health point cap by 1000. It might seem similar to the Energy Boost crystal core, but health point and mana were different, as health point had a cap. If other abilities hadn't ascended, then the health point would be capped, and this health point boost would become irrelevant. Plus, killing zombies also awarded increased health point cap, which definitely seemed more cost-effective than fusing crystal cores. After all, Wang Tao got an increase of 4,500 health point from killing a level 3 zombie, whereas this core only added 1,000 health point. This health point enhancement crystal core was somewhat underwhelming. Unless it could break through the cap. For example, if you were stuck at 4999 health point and it could boost you to 5,999 health point, then this core would be useful. I'll test it out later when I have the chance, to see what exactly this health point boost is all about. Level 3 crystal core, Body Constitution Boost, Quality, Epic, 100%, Purity, 40%, Side Effect, None. Physical Enhancement, provides an all-around enhancement of physical constitution. The last crystal core was a Body Constitution Enhancement 1, and this too came as a surprise to Wang Tao. Personally, he felt this core was better than the health point enhancement, being on par with the Energy Boost core. However, similar to the Energy Boost core, if used alone, the effects might not be great. But if combined with other abilities, it should be quite remarkable. Of course, Wang Tao could fuse and extract abilities. So he also put this type of crystal core into his experimental category, hoping to synthesize or extract it later to see. If he could fuse the health point boost, energy boost, and physical enhancement into a single ability, that would be awesome. Wang Tao stored the crystal cores, then turned his attention to the second bag that the blood red zombie had dropped. This bag contained potions. Strength Growth Potion X5, Agility Increase Potion X5, Mental Boosting Potion X5, a total of 15 potions. And they weren't for temporary state enhancement, they were for permanent attribute boosts. Strength Increase Potion, after injection, strength will receive a certain degree of permanent enhancement. Agility Increase Potion, after injection, agility will receive a certain degree of permanent enhancement. Mental Boosting Potion, after injection, spirit will receive a certain degree of permanent enhancement. Wang Tao had previously killed a gorilla zombie that dropped 5 strength growth potions. After injecting them, he had felt the effects were quite profound. Without hesitation, Wang Tao promptly injected the 15 potions into his body one by one. Hiss. After the injection was complete, Wang Tao felt wonderfully refreshed. The enhancement was obvious. Chapter 168 Ultraviolet Light 3 He felt that his strength had greatly increased, his reaction speed had quickened, and he was no longer sleepy all of a sudden. However, it was difficult to say exactly how much his strength had improved. This would only be known after testing, which clearly wasn't appropriate at the moment. Then, Wang Tao looked toward the last package, which contained 2 items. They were a high-power ultraviolet flashlight X1 and small ultraviolet illumination flares X20. High-power ultraviolet flashlight, capable of emitting ultraviolet light, but due to its high power, the energy consumption is high, resulting in a relatively short duration. Energy can be replenished with batteries. This was a very ordinary-looking square flashlight, only the size of a palm. It didn't seem to be associated with high power in any way. This flashlight used batteries, but not ordinary ones. Instead, it ran on material batteries obtained from killing zombies. Wang Tao aimed the flashlight into the darkness and switched it on. Whoosh! A large cluster of intense purple light instantly appeared on the ground before him. Wow! No wonder it's called high power. It's so bright. Wang Tao quickly turned off the flashlight. He didn't want to attract zombies with it. But Wang Tao was puzzled. Why a ultraviolet flashlight? Such purple light was uncomfortable to look at and seemed unsuitable for nighttime use. However, after seeing the second item, Wang Tao understood why it was ultraviolet. Small ultraviolet illumination flare. After igniting, it can emit a strong ultraviolet light within a certain range for 25 seconds. The ultraviolet light can block or burn certain mutated zombies that fear ultraviolet light. So the blood-red zombies are not scared of ordinary light, but ultraviolet light? No wonder when I shone the flashlight on it before, it didn't react much, but when sunlight hit it, it turned to ash straight away. Only now did Wang Tao realize that the weakness of these blood-red zombies was actually ultraviolet light, and it had to be a large amount to be effective. Ordinary lights also emit ultraviolet light but far too little to affect them. The small ultraviolet illumination flares had a tubular shape, similar to signal flares. Overall, they were quite compact and could be carried around. As for the exact effect of the flare, it couldn't be tested just yet, since he only had 20 of them, and they needed to be saved for critical moments. And this loot was quite interesting. After killing blood-red zombies, the corresponding weapon equipment dropped. If he were to encounter blood-red zombies again, it might not be so troublesome. After putting away the spoils, Wang Tao took another look at the level 2 crystal core in his hand. He had quite a few level 2 crystal cores, but excluding those related to Ascension and Omnipotent, most of the cores were unique. The only ones he had in abundance were the weakness poison fog cores, with about 10. Next were the power crystal cores, with 3. The ability of weakness poison fog didn't seem suitable for Wang Tao, so he didn't consider it. He could, however, synthesize one without side effects and impurities, an epic strength crystal core, and he did want the power ability. But the problem was, if he fused crystal cores now, he had to consider whether it would be easy to integrate abilities in the future. Power was a passive ability, while his other 3 abilities were all active abilities. Wang Tao felt that the chances of integrating power with the other 3 cores were very low. So integrating it now seemed inappropriate. So after much thought, he found that he still couldn't fuse any level 2 crystal cores for the time being. He still needed to save up. What a pity that these more than 9,000 units of special energy probably wouldn't be used for a while. The next day, early morning. As Wang Tao opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Shixu staring at him. Fortunately, Wang Tao had already become accustomed to Zhang Shixu's occasional strange behaviors, or he might have been startled. "Good morning, little Zhu." Morning. Wang Tao came out and saw Zhu Xiaojun patrolling nearby. It was Wang Tao's turn to stand guard the previous night, and Zhu Xiaojun took the later shift. Zhang Shixu had been sleeping the whole time, but her sleep was light, and she would wake up immediately if there was any disturbance. "Little June, are you tired? If you are, go get some more sleep," Wang Tao asked with concern. "Brother Wang, I'm not tired." Zhu Xiaojun promptly patted his chest and assured him. "All right." Seeing Zhu Xiaojun looking spirited, Wang Tao nodded with a smile. There were still some fish left from yesterday, and the 3 of them had it for breakfast in a simple manner. During the meal, Wang Tao suddenly realized that the 3 of them seemed to have quite an appetite. He didn't mention himself since he had always had a big appetite, which only increased after becoming an ability user. Zhu Xiaojun was even bulkier than him, and his food intake wasn't small either. As for Zhang Shixu, she looked thin and small, but she had the largest appetite among the 3, like a bottomless pit. After all, she was currently in a half-human half-zombie state, so the big appetite made sense. We'll need to prepare more food in the future. Wang Tao felt a bit of regret, although he had many nutrient solutions, just consuming nutrient solutions wasn't ideal. Fortunately, Wang Tao had 3 magical stomach pouches, which could hold a lot of food. "Here, take this." Wang Tao handed a stomach pouch to Zhu Xiaojun. "Is this a water bag?" Zhu Xiaojun was somewhat puzzled. "It's a container for storing food." Wang Tao briefly demonstrated, and Zhu Xiaojun looked amazed. Today, we will catch more fish and prepare food to store inside the stomach pouches. With one magical stomach pouch each, they could store quite a bit of food now. Yes. Zhu Xiaojun was full of them. The entire day, the trio dedicated themselves to fishing. They caught more than a dozen fish, larger than average humans. They were busy until sunset, finally managing to process the fish completely. Wang Tao planned to continue fishing the next day, not wanting to waste a good fishing spot. As for tonight, Wang Tao intended to go out with Zhang Shixu. He remembered that there were still 2 level 3 blood red zombies nearby. The benefits of killing level 3 zombies were too great, and with ultraviolet flashlights and flares in hand, he wanted to try if he could take down another one. Even if it wasn't possible, at least he needed to find out the lairs of these 2 blood red zombies. Maybe he could replicate yesterday's success. Chapter 169, Level 3 Lord One Night. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu once again arrived at the county. Upon seeing the situation inside the county, Wang Tao's eyes widened. Hiss. So many. He thought there were only 3 level 3 blood red zombies in the county, and he had killed 1, so there should be 2 left. But now he had just entered the county and already saw 3 blood red zombies. Let's take a detour. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu stealthily went around. Although he now knew the zombies' fatal weaknesses, seeing 3 of them as soon as he arrived gave Wang Tao a bad feeling. If there were this many elsewhere, it might not be wise to provoke them. After bypassing these 3 zombies, Wang Tao saw another isolated blood red zombie. Should we make a move? Zhang Shixu seemed eager to try. She did not know the meaning of fear. Wang Tao was somewhat tempted, but after thinking it over, he refrained. Let's check for other zombies in the vicinity first. If it was just this one, Wang Tao felt confident he could handle it with an ultraviolet flashlight and ultraviolet illumination flares, even though it was night. But if there were other blood red zombies nearby, that was a different story. The 2 of them searched around the lone blood red zombie and Wang Tao felt a tingling on his scalp. 1, 2, 3. 8. Damn, good thing we didn't act rashly. Wang Tao hadn't expected there to be so many blood red zombies nearby. Could it be? There was a lair of blood red zombies in the county, and it was close by? However, if there really was a large lair, then if they could blow it up like they had the grain storage, the spoils would be tremendous. Let's find a place to rest first and then see if there's a chance to follow them. Alright, taking them on now was out of the question. After all, with so many level 3 zombies, Wang Tao certainly couldn't beat them. He had the ultraviolet light and flares, but their range was limited, unlike the sun which left zombies with no place to hide. These zombies could flee. The 2 found a 6-story residential building with no other tall buildings around, which was perfect for observation. Every so often, they could see level 3 blood red zombies appearing, and they appeared most frequently near the grain storage. Wang Tao guessed that perhaps because of the commotion during the day, these zombies hadn't dared to show up, but they still wanted to check it out at night. This also indirectly proved that these zombies indeed possessed some intelligence. Until the sky began to lighten, Wang Tao found no opportunity to attack. They're running away. Zhang Shixu alerted Wang Tao. Let's go, follow them. The sky in the distance was beginning to show the first light of dawn, and the fierce blood red zombies immediately ran towards the darkness. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu suddenly appeared near the blood red zombies, but the zombies seemed not to see them or, as if eager to get back home, ran towards the darkness without care. The zombies were fast, and in the blink of an eye, most of them were out of sight. Wang Tao targeted a zombie and closely followed behind it. But perhaps feeling the threat of the sun's emergence, these zombies were running wickedly fast, even faster than when they had chased Wang Tao before. Even with his speed greatly increased, Wang Tao still couldn't catch up. So, without a second thought, he took out his ultraviolet flashlight. Whoosh! A beam of purple light struck the blood red zombie. Roar! The zombie immediately let out an angry roar and ran even faster. Its skin sizzled as if it were being burned. However, compared to the sun, the damage from the ultraviolet flashlight was insignificant. In the sunlight, they would turn to ash in seconds, but Wang Tao's ultraviolet flashlight only made it drop a few hundred health point. Watching the blood red zombie disappear from his sight, Wang Tao shook his head helplessly. It seems that the main use of this ultraviolet flashlight is for defense. It's impossible to use as a weapon. They can completely dodge it, and the damage isn't high. Still, Wang Tao was content. Having some form of defense was better than none. As day fully broke, the bustling Jinbi County began to settle down, and Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu searched again but still couldn't find the lair of the blood red zombies. However, they did find several level 1 elite zombies. Wang Tao didn't hold back and easily took down these few zombies, so leaving empty-handed was avoided. Back at Fish Bay Camp, Zhu Xiaojun was busy cooking fish. Seeing Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu return, Zhu Xiaojun felt somewhat ashamed. He felt like he was of no help at all, a big guy only capable of small tasks. Zhu Xiaojun wasn't one to hide his feelings, and seeing the shame and dejection on his face, Wang Tao immediately said with a smile, "Little June, do you have any abilities you like?" I don't know much about abilities." Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head. "I see. Then listen to me." "Okay." Zhu Xiaojun didn't understand the meaning behind Wang Tao's words but still nodded immediately. Zhu Xiaojun was too weak, not even at 2000 health point, with that level of strength. Staying with Wang Tao indeed dragged the ladder down. So Wang Tao decided to enhance Zhu Xiaojun's strength. Zhu Xiaojun had only merged with a crystal core, the power crystal core. This crystal core suited him well, because its side effect was related to body size, with smaller physiques experiencing negative growth. But Zhu Xiaojun had a robust build, so the side effect was basically null for him. Chapter 169, Level 3 Lord 2. Before, Wang Tao had given most of the Level 1 crystal cores to Wei Zhengou and Han Rui, but Wang Tao still kept some, and added to that, he had killed quite a few elite zombies along the way, so he had enough Level 1 crystal cores. Wang Tao directly took out 9 fused Level 1 power crystal cores and handed them to Zhu Xiaojun. Looking at so many red and orange crystal cores, Zhu Xiaojun was somewhat stunned. Since he had fused with such a crystal core before, he knew these were all usable by him. "You go ahead and fuse these crystal cores," Wang Tao said casually, as if these weren't 9 crystal cores but 9 ordinary rocks. Zhu Xiaojun hesitated to take them, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but Wang Tao interrupted him. "Quit the chatter and hurry up." "Yes." Zhu Xiaojun subconsciously took them. Feeling the cold touch of the crystal cores, Zhu Xiaojun glanced at Wang Tao with gratitude and excitement, then put a crystal core in his mouth. Watching Zhu Xiaojun begin to fuse the crystal cores, Wang Tao looked back at his backpack. Zhu Xiaojun had told Wang Tao before he felt he could fuse 2 or 3 more types of crystal cores. That meant Zhu Xiaojun was an ability user who could fuse with 4 different types of crystal cores. The first type of crystal core was power. For the next 3, Wang Tao thought to consider close combat capabilities. After all, given Zhu Xiaojun's frame and having power ability to increase his strength, it would be a waste not to fuse with close combat abilities. Moreover, Zhu Xiaojun had told Wang Tao before that he preferred straightforward combat, so ranged attack wasn't quite suitable for him. After some consideration, Wang Tao took out several crystal cores. A toughness, a shockwave, and a rush. Wang Tao felt these 3 crystal cores were quite suitable for Zhu Xiaojun. There was attack, defense, and mobility. Spending some time, Zhu Xiaojun fused all the power crystal cores given by Wang Tao. He had never felt so strong. "In the next 2 days, I'll take you to kill some zombies, and then you can fuse the other crystal cores," Wang Tao told Zhu Xiaojun. "Okay." This time, Zhu Xiaojun didn't play coy but nodded firmly. He liked the feeling of increasing strength. Although he would owe Wang Tao a lot, he had made up his mind to follow Wang Tao, and he would repay him gradually. Wang Tao then looked at Zhang Shixu. He had promised her the use of zombie culture fluid but hadn't had the time. Now that they had time, it was possible to cultivate Zhang Shixu. In the morning, Wang Tao and the others went fishing for a while and caught plenty of big fish. In the afternoon, Wang Tao took Zhu Xiaojun to hunt level 1 elite zombies. But their luck wasn't good today, as they roamed around the county for an afternoon without much to show for it. However, fortunately, they managed to raise Zhu Xiaojun's health point to 2000. Zhu Xiaojun immediately slipped into a sleeping state, and Wang Tao dragged him back. Taking advantage of Zhu Xiaojun's sleep, Wang Tao said to Zhang Shixu, "Little Zhu, how about we use the culture fluid this time?" Okay. Zhang Shixu's eyes lit up, then she sat down beside Wang Tao, opened her mouth wide like a little kitten. Wang Tao took out a bottle of culture fluid and poured it into Zhang Shixu's mouth. After a while, Zhang Shixu started to feel drowsy and fell into Wang Tao's arms. Cultivation, total volume 1%, 99% can still be added. Remaining time 59 minutes 59 seconds. Wang Tao pried open Zhang Shixu's mouth and continued to pour culture fluid. After a total of 100 bottles, total volume 100% appeared above Zhang Shixu's head. An hour later, Zhang Shixu woke up. Health point, 20,200 out of 20,200. Her maximum health point had increased by 1,000, reaching 20,000. "Brother, I feel like I've become a lot stronger." Zhang Shixu clenched her fist, slightly excited. "That's good. Can you tell when you'll be able to use the culture fluid again?" "I feel it's probably once every 3 days." Zhang Shixu frowned slightly. "Once every 3 days. Okay, we'll cultivate again in 3 days." If Zhang Shixu could gain 1,000 health point every 3 days with the culture fluid, she could reach 30,000 health point in a month. It was just that they weren't sure what Zhang Shixu needed for her level 3 ascension, because her situation was a bit special. She couldn't fuse crystal cores. Even Wang Tao still did not know what abilities Zhang Shixu specifically had. Wang Tao even doubted if Zhang Shixu, like the blood-red zombies, was purely physically strong without any ability. Zhang Shixu herself couldn't clarify, as the memory she lost seemed to have taken her ability with it. But fortunately, she could use her hidden ability, and with her strong physique, she was now Wang Tao's capable assistant. 2 hours later, Zhu Xiaojun woke up. Do you feel like you can now fuse a few types of crystal cores? After thinking for a while, Zhu Xiaojun said, I should be able to fuse with 2 more, but fusing with the 3rd might be a problem. Alright, then go ahead and fuse crystal cores. Choose any 2 you like to fuse with. Wang Tao gave the remaining 3 crystal cores to Zhu Xiaojun. Okay. Zhu Xiaojun still felt like he was dreaming, never having imagined that gaining strength could be this simple. Of course, he knew it was simple because of Wang Tao. Without Wang Tao, talk of increasing strength would be pointless, he'd probably be dead by now. As a man of few words, action spoke for him. The next day, Wang Tao continued to take Zhu Xiaojun to hunt zombies. I'm quite nostalgic for the first hospital. Chapter 169, Level 3 Lord 3 Wang Tao felt somewhat emotional. Perhaps because the first hospital had green-eyed zombies, it practically mass-produced level 1 elite zombies. Wang Tao couldn't kill them all. And now, although Jinbi County had a hospital, it lacked green-eyed zombies, so there weren't many elite zombies within. However, this hospital shared one similarity with the hospital in Shuai's County, and that was the presence of numerous mad demon zombies. To avoid trouble, Wang Tao didn't go to the hospital. The group spent their days fishing, killing zombies. At night, they stealthily tracked the level 3 blood-colored zombies, but unfortunately, they were never able to keep up. The blood-colored zombies ran too fast when fleeing. 3 days later, Zhu Xiaojun finally reached 3,000 health point and once again fell into a deep sleep. Wang Tao then helped Zhang Shixu cultivate further, increasing her health point limit by an additional 1,000, reaching 21,200. At night, Wang Tao continued with Zhang Shixu to look for level 3 blood-colored zombies. Wang Tao no longer planned to fight the blood-colored zombies. After all, there were too many of them, and if they were surrounded, even his ultraviolet light wouldn't be effective. So now, Wang Tao intended to track these blood-colored zombies when they were returning to their lair at dawn and see where it was located. If they could find the lair and there was an opportunity, Wang Tao wouldn't mind carrying out another blow-up-the-granary operation. Luck seemed on their side today. As dawn was about to break, Wang Tao clearly saw several blood-colored zombies entering a large building. This is the government building? What a place to choose. The building was imposing, but the surroundings were entangled with many unidentified plants, obscuring the light and making the inside very dark, difficult to see clearly. By now it was daylight, and the surroundings were very quiet. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu carefully entered through the main door. Hiss, Wang Tao, whose eyes shone with a green light, involuntarily gasped upon seeing the situation inside. The interior was filled with sections of black and red flesh, still faintly twitching, among which knelt figure after figure of blood-red zombies. This lair is so big. Wang Tao was both nervous and elated. After all, risks and opportunities coexisted. The building was too large, and after checking his supply of self-destruct bombs, Wang Tao knew it was definitely not possible to level it. However, even if the zombies couldn't be wiped out completely, it would still be good to gain something. For instance, killing the incubation flesh, the undeveloped zombies, and the level 3 zombies. The level 3 zombies might have gone deeper inside, Wang Tao didn't see them for the moment. Therefore, Wang Tao set his sights on these pieces of flesh and the undeveloped zombies. We need to quickly destroy these, and when I tell you to stop, you stop. Wang Tao whispered to Zhang Shixu, gesturing towards those things. Only when Wang Tao killed these entities would packages drop, so he was the one to deal the final blow. Alright. After consulting for a while, they immediately began their attack. To ensure safety, both of their movements were cautiously kept quiet. Zhang Shixu wielded Wang Tao's firefighter axe and started chopping at the flesh and the half-finished zombies. Wang Tao took out the giant axe from his space backpack, and after Zhang Shixu had brought those entities to a critical state, Wang Tao swung down his axe, reaping them all at once. Bang! In an instant, Wang Tao saw a large swath of health point bars emptied. Awesome! Although these entities didn't increase Wang Tao's health point limit, they did drop packages. With a single thought, Wang Tao collected all the packages. Continue. They prepared to go deeper as many sections of flesh and half-finished zombies still lay ahead. However, at that moment, Wang Tao suddenly felt a chilling sensation. He and Zhang Shixu both turned their heads, only to see a towering figure. It stood a head taller than the blood-colored zombies, with a body of metallic blue hue. Its body had bones protruding, forming a kind of bone armor. Its bloodthirsty, frenzied eyes stared fixedly at Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu. Health point, 50,000 out of 50,000, mana, 30,000 out of 30,000, grade, level 3, Lord. The moment Wang Tao saw this zombie, he didn't hesitate, he grabbed Zhang Shixu and charged out of the building. 1 second after Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu left the doorway, the blue zombie appeared at the entrance. If Wang Tao had hesitated for even a moment, he might have been trapped. This blue zombie didn't dare come out into the sunlight and roared at Wang Tao from the shadows, its stare fixating on him as if memorizing Wang Tao's appearance. Then it retreated into the darkness and vanished from sight. Outside, Wang Tao let out a sigh of relief. Level 3, Lord Zombie, that's too fierce. Although Wang Tao hadn't fought with this zombie, he could sense its horror. If they really fought, he and Zhang Shixu would probably be effortlessly annihilated. After all, this was a level 3 Lord Zombie with 50,000 health point. Let's go, we can't stay here. Wang Tao felt that this zombie seemed much more intelligent, and it might even remember him. Wang Tao had destroyed many pieces of incubation flesh and unborn zombies, which was akin to killing the zombies' children and their wombs, definitely bound to infuriate this zombie. If this zombie decided to seek out Wang Tao in the middle of the night, even with his ultraviolet light lamp, Wang Tao probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. And since this was a Lord Zombie, if it brought a group of level 3 minions, then Wang Tao and his companions would certainly be doomed. So Wang Tao decided to immediately evacuate from the county. As Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu ran towards Fish Bay Camp, Wang Tao suddenly heard a humming sound, growing louder and louder. They both looked up. An airdrop? Wang Tao had been ready to evacuate, but the arrival of the airdrop made him hesitate. From past experiences, collecting all the airdrops would take at least 1 full day. That meant he would have to stay for another night, increasing the risk tremendously. But then Wang Tao furrowed his brows again. Because the military transport plane didn't airdrop over the county, instead, it flew straight toward the southwest. Now it seemed like there was no need to hesitate. Chapter 170 Night Demon 1 Wang Tao returned to Fish Bay Camp and said to Zhu Xiaojun, "Pack up, we're leaving this place." Okay. Zhu Xiaojun didn't ask any questions and immediately started packing his belongings. There wasn't much to pack, mainly food. They had caught too many fish over the past few days, and the space in the magical stomach pouch was limited, so it couldn't fit everything. Wang Tao turned some of the fish into a nutrient solution, and the rest into dried fish, which could be carried with them. There are conveniences to having fewer people, but also advantages to having more. Previously, when it was only Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu, neither of them carried much. But now with Zhu Xiaojun joining them, things were different. He was loaded with items, food, clothes, tools. He even carried pots and pans. In comparison, Zhu Xiaojun seemed more like a post-apocalyptic survivor than Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu. Are you sure you want to carry that much? Wang Tao opened his mouth. I'm fine. I can handle it. Zhu Xiaojun quickly patted his chest and said. He didn't want to waste anything. Some items were not that precious and could definitely be found in the county city, but if they were needed urgently, there definitely wouldn't be time to look for them. Alright. Seeing that Zhu Xiaojun truly had no issues, Wang Tao didn't say much more. After all, Zhu Xiaojun had the power ability, and although he seemed to be carrying a lot, it was not heavy for him. Once they had packed everything, Wang Tao looked toward the west and said, "Let's go, we're heading to Zijing City." Wang Tao was still in Huangfeng City, but it was quite far from the urban area of Huangfeng City. Instead, he was closer to the urban area of neighboring Zijing City. Moreover, there was no need to go to the urban area of Huangfeng City, because the large survivor base of Huangfeng City was in Redstone County, and Redstone County was at the easternmost part of Huangfeng City. Wei Zhengou, Han Rui, and the others had headed for the Redstone survivor base. If Wang Tao wanted to go to the Redstone base, he would either have to take a lengthy detour or go through Shuai's County. However, there was a terrifying black mist monster near Shuai's County, and Wang Tao was not confident he could defeat it, so he decided to forget about it. Wang Tao was now closer to Zijing City, and he planned to check out where the large survivor base of Zijing City was located. When the virus broke out, the government announced that there would be a large survivor base in every city nationwide. Wang Tao knew only that Huangfeng City's large survivor base was in Redstone County, but he was unaware of the ones in other cities. The survivors from Zijing City itself would definitely know, and now that he was relatively near the urban area of Zijing City, it likely had survivors he could ask. Before leaving Jinbi County, Wang Tao planned to find a vehicle. However, all the vehicles outside had been corroded by acid rain, and not a single one was usable. He had checked some underground garages, and the vehicles inside were no longer functional either. Zhu Xiaojun told Wang Tao that there had been a heavy rain earlier, which had caused flooding disasters. Many areas were submerged, and naturally, the cars in those garages were not spared. Wang Tao felt somewhat disappointed. Having a vehicle, even just a gas-powered one, would have made travel much more convenient. Forget it, let's go. Wang Tao had made his way here with Zhang Shixi on foot before, so they could manage without a car. It would just be considered exercise. The three of them left Jinbi County and followed the national highway toward Zhaijing City. The highway was littered with abandoned vehicles and many zombies, all exuding an aura of desolation and deathly silence. At first, Zhu Xiaojun was very tense. After all, since the apocalypse began, he had never traveled far. He knew the outside world was dangerous but was unaware of the specific conditions. However, after walking with Wang Tao for a while, he gradually relaxed a bit. It couldn't be helped, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi were just too strong. Zhu Xiaojun dealt with ordinary zombies, and if they encountered some tricky ones, Wang Tao would easily beat them half to death and then let him finish them off. Unnoticed by Zhu Xiaojun, his health point had increased by another 1,000. Brother Wang, I can't control it anymore, I need to sleep. Zhu Xiaojun, struggling to stay awake, spoke to Wang Tao. Oh? 4,000 health point now. Fine, go to sleep. Wang Tao hadn't paid attention just now, but after letting Zhu Xiaojun have a few kills, he had reached 4,000 health point. The sun was also about to set, so it was a good time to rest for the night. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi could travel at night, but Zhu Xiaojun obviously couldn't, so it was best to rest well in the evening. There were many uninhabited houses by the road, and Wang Tao helped Zhu Xiaojun into one. After letting Zhu Xiaojun lie down, Wang Tao took out some food, ate something simple with Zhang Shixi, then had Zhang Shixi keep watch while he took inventory of the loot packs obtained in the zombie nest. Although he hadn't killed any zombies, he had killed many half-finished zombies and the incubating flesh that spawned them, so he ended up with 23 loot packs. 19 of them had burst from half-finished zombies, and 4 from the incubating flesh. The items burst by the half-finished zombies were all the same, all were level 2 omnipotent crystal cores. Level 2 zombies were currently rare, and level 2 crystal cores were even rarer, making level 2 omnipotent crystal cores scarce. Having suddenly acquired 19 omnipotent crystal cores, Wang Tao couldn't stop smiling. He already had 3 epic omnipotent crystal cores and 1 excellent omnipotent crystal core on hand. With this excellent crystal core, there were exactly 20 uncombined ones. Wang Tao immediately began synthesizing. Soon, the synthesis of 10 omnipotent crystal cores was complete. Most of them were epic, and 2 were excellent. Including the previous 3, he now had a total of 13 omnipotent crystal cores. Chapter 170 Night Demon 2 The purity of level 2 crystal cores is 55%. By synthesizing 2 crystal cores, the purity remains at 10%. So the purity of these 13 crystal cores is 10%, and when converted to his body's impurity rate, it's 0.1%. Now Wang Tao has 1.1% of internal impurity. So, he thought he could first fuse 9 omnipotent crystal cores to raise the internal impurities to 2%, and then use 2 cleansing potions to remove all the impurities inside. He had been enduring this small amount of internal impurity in his body for quite a while now. When the internal impurities first appeared, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Although it didn't affect his combat performance, it was still annoying. But there was no choice at the time, he had to fuse Ascension crystal cores, and then the internal impurities accumulated to 2.2%. Luckily, when he ascended to level 2, the internal impurities were reduced by half, and now only 1.1% were left. Back then, he considered that he had only 5 cleansing potions, and each potion could remove 1% of internal impurities. For 1.1% impurity, using 1 bottle wouldn't be enough, and 2 would be a waste. So he had been putting it off until now. Finally, he had the chance to remove them all. But I don't know which special ability the omnipotent crystal cores will level up. Wang Tao looked at his current 3 abilities. Level 2 Shockwave, Level 2 Precision Shooting, Level 2 Barrier. If possible, Wang Tao naturally hoped that the omnipotent crystal cores would upgrade Barrier. Because Barrier was a new superpower synthesized from both the toughness and self-healing abilities. Zombies seemed unable to drop Barrier abilities. If Wang Tao wanted to upgrade, he could only rely on omnipotent crystal cores. But when fusing omnipotent crystal cores, the level up was random among the several abilities he had. He couldn't control which one would be upgraded. Unless he first leveled up Shockwave and Precision Shooting to +10, the max level for level 2. In that case, the omnipotent crystal cores could only be used to upgrade Barrier. Unfortunately, Wang Tao currently had only one level 2 shockwave crystal nucleus at hand, and even worse, he didn't have a single level 2 precision shooting crystal nucleus. So he couldn't upgrade these two special abilities first. Wang Tao instinctively glanced at his special energy again. This special energy could only extract and fuse abilities but couldn't determine the priority of upgrades for the omnipotent crystal cores. Wait a minute. Wang Tao suddenly paused, then quickly looked at the description of special energy again. Current special energy, 7740. Extraction abilities, turn a mastered ability into a crystal core of the current level. Extracting a level 1 special ability consumes 1000 special energy. Extracting level 2 ability consumes 5000 special energy. Extracting level 3 ability consumes 30,000 special energy. Ability fusion, fuse two learned abilities of the same level. If the fusion is successful, the ability will have the characteristics of both, and the special ability level will be the average of both. If the fusion fails, the main ability remains, and the secondary ability disappears. Fusion of level 1 special ability consumes 1000 special energy. Fusion of level 2 ability consumes 5000 special energy. Fusion of level 3 ability consumes 30,000 special energy. Wang Tao had used the ability fusion before, but this time he focused on the extraction ability. Turn a mastered ability into a crystal core of the current level. Doesn't that mean I can temporarily turn my shockwave and precision shooting abilities into crystal cores, leaving only my barrier ability, and then use the omnipotent crystal cores to directly target barrier ability for an upgrade? Wang Tao's eyes lit up. He seemed to have stumbled upon something terrific. However, he did not have enough special energy to extract both shockwave and precision shooting at the moment. He could only extract one. But by extracting only one ability, he would only increase the probability of upgrading the barrier ability from 1 out of 3 to 1 out of 2, a rate that Wang Tao still found unsatisfactory. And as for extraction, Wang Tao thought of a crucial point. Since I can turn a learned ability into a crystal core of the current level, could I not learn a level 1 ability, then use an Ascension crystal core to upgrade it to level 2, and extract this level 2 crystal core? Wouldn't I have a 100% pure level 2 epic crystal core? Wang Tao was surprised by his own brainstorm, but after thinking it through, it seemed feasible. Under normal circumstances, if he wanted a 100% pure level 2 epic crystal core, he would need to synthesize 3 level 2 crystal cores. But that would be too wasteful. Using this method, the cost for him to obtain a 100% pure level 2 crystal core would be 10 level 1 crystal cores plus 1 Ascension crystal core plus 5000 special energy, because to extract this level 2 crystal core, he needed special energy. Looking at it this way, even if it costs 5000 special energy, it would be worth it overall, as aside from the Ascension crystal core, no other level 2 crystal cores were needed. Wang Tao had initially planned to fuse 9 omnipotent crystal cores and then use 2 cleansing potions to remove the body's impurities. But now he had changed his mind. If he fused omnipotent crystal cores now, the ability level might be added to shockwave and precision shooting. It would be better to save up 10,000 special energy first, extract both shockwave and precision shooting, and then use the omnipotent crystal cores to upgrade barrier. After barrier reached plus 10, he would start fusing level 1 shockwave, precision shooting crystal cores to ascend them to level 2, and then extract those level 2 special abilities. Finally, once he had collected 10 level 2 shockwave and precision shooting crystal cores, he would be able to level up all 3 of his abilities to plus 10. Chapter 170 Night Demon 3. This also has one greatest benefit: level 1 crystal cores are much more common compared to level 2 crystal cores. Wang Tao now only has one level 2 shockwave crystal core, and gathering 30 level 2 shockwave and 30 level 2 precision shooting crystal cores would be extremely difficult, not due to lack of strength, but because he doesn't encounter level 2 terrorizers and level 2 police zombies. But if it's 100 level 1 shockwave crystal cores, 100 level 1 precision shooting crystal cores, and 20 level 2 ascension, then it becomes relatively easier. There are still plenty of level 1 elite zombies. Wang Tao also has quite a few level 1 omnipotent crystal cores, which can all be put to use. Plus, these two methods can be carried out simultaneously. If he has enough level 2 crystal cores, then he can synthesize into a level 2 epic crystal core. If he has enough level 1 crystal cores, then he can use Ascension crystal cores to upgrade them to level 2. Add these efficiencies together, it's a case of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. Wang Tao has a premonition that his speed of ascending from level 2 to level 3 might even be faster than his ascent from level 1 to level 2. Just hang in there a bit longer. Wang Tao put away the omnipotent crystal cores, then looked at the items burst out from the incubation flesh. There were 4 packages in total, each containing an extraction crystal core. With these 4 crystal cores, Wang Tao now had 5 extraction crystal cores in total. Actually, Wang Tao could use the extraction crystal cores himself, which would save up to 5000 special energy. But these extraction crystal cores inevitably contained impurities. If he chose to save the 5,000 special energy, then the price would be using more cleansing potions to remove internal impurities. Wang Tao currently only had 5 cleansing potions and needed to use them sparingly. After all, special energy could be obtained by defeating zombies above his level, no matter the type. But he did not yet know what zombies would drop cleansing potions. The next day, early morning, Wang Tao and his 2 companions continued on their journey, heading towards Zijing City. They were in luck today, encountering quite a few level 1 elite zombies on the road, and even a level 2 elite zombie, all of which they managed to deal with easily. Wang Tao felt that if they kept up this efficiency, by the time they reached Zijing City, he would definitely have no problems amassing a few hundred crystal cores. At night, they still rested in houses by the roadside. Along this journey, aside from his own party of 3, they hadn't seen any other survivors. Naturally, they had their pick of the houses. However, Wang Tao noticed that most of these houses had been scavenged, which meant there must be survivors around. He wondered if there was a survivor camp nearby. I can do it again. Zhang Shixu looked at Wang Tao eagerly. She felt she could continue her cultivation. Then let's go. Wang Tao took out the zombie culture fluid and skillfully fed it to Zhang Shixu. An hour later, Zhang Shixu's health point increased by 1,000, reaching 22,200 out of 22,200. Wang Tao was somewhat envious of Zhang Shixu's constitution, as it was so easy for her to increase her health point. Of course, Zhang Shixu could also increase her health point by killing zombies, but Wang Tao needed health point as well, so for now, he prioritized getting the last hit himself. Moreover, Wang Tao had 800 doses of zombie culture fluid on hand, perfect for adding 8,000 health point, which could bring Zhang Shixu's health point up to 30,000. There was no need for her to kill zombies for health point. The next day, they continued their journey. Perhaps it was because Wang Tao complained about the scarcity of level 1 elite zombies before, but today, they encountered many more of them. This allowed Zhu Xiaojun's health point to finally reach 4,999. Wang Tao had prepared crystal cores for Zhu Xiaojun that have been fully integrated by now. He currently possessed level 1 shockwave plus 10, level 1 rush plus 10, level 1 toughness plus 10, and level 1 power plus 10. Wang Tao directly gave him 4 level 2 ascension crystal cores. These ascension crystal cores hadn't been synthesized and contained impurities, as Wang Tao didn't have many of them. But each core was of either red or orange quality, and Zhu Xiaojun successfully integrated all of them. After the successful integration, Zhu Xiaojun's situation was almost the same as Wang Tao's before. He could feel he needed to sleep within 3 days, and this sleep would last for 24 hours. Wang Tao told him to go ahead and sleep. Since Zhu Xiaojun was about to ascend to level 2, there was no rush to keep moving. After all, only after reaching level 2 would Zhu Xiaojun truly become a supportive teammate for Wang Tao. Currently, level 1 Zhu Xiaojun was merely acting as a porter. And on the morning of the second day after Zhu Xiaojun went to sleep, another plane flew overhead. Is that another military transporter? This time, there should be an airdrop, right? Wang Tao watched the military transporter in the sky, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Mainly because his location was quite remote and the plane might not choose to drop the airdrop there. But a moment later, Wang Tao saw several small black dots fall from the rear of the plane. He immediately broke into a grin. I knew it, my luck has been pretty good lately. Especially when Wang Tao saw that an airdrop wasn't too far from him, he promptly instructed Zhang Shixu, Little Su, watch over Little June here. I'm going to grab an airdrop, I'll be right back. Okay, Zhang Shixu nodded. Wang Tao located the direction of the airdrop and, in about 10 minutes' time, reached precisely under where the airdrop would land. Thud, the supply crate landed right in front of Wang Tao. Having already observed that there were no dangers nearby, Wang Tao confidently opened the airdrop. This was the safest time he had ever claimed an airdrop. Inside the supply crate were inhibitors, a total of 100 bottles. Wang Tao had given all of his inhibitors to Hanru and Ding Yukan, carrying a few on himself, but he'd lost them while escaping. So now, Wang Tao had not a single inhibitor. These inhibitors came at just the right time. And a monster manual. I'll look at this when I get back. Wang Tao took the items and returned to Zhang Shixu without incident. Then, he opened the monster manual, and the first thing he saw was a familiar type of zombie. Night Demon. A zombie that appears only at night, minimum level 3 and above, extremely strong, and possesses a certain degree of intelligence, capable of cooperation, and even quite vengeful. If you encounter a night demon, run if you can. Besides, killing them yields no crystal cores, so even if you're powerful, don't provoke them. However, night demons have a fatal weakness, they fear ultraviolet light. Reading this introduction, Wang Tao nodded. The authorities name those blood-red zombies night demons, which fits well with mad demon zombies. Like the latter, they have no crystal cores, so there's not much benefit in killing them. Chapter 171 Monster Manual 1. This guidebook is divided into 4 sections. They are zombies, monsters, plants, and ability users. It is much more detailed than the previous zombie guide, which probably means many people have been updating it. Wang Tao also wanted to contribute, considering he had seen many things. Unfortunately, he could not get in touch with them. In the zombie guide section, apart from the night demon, there was also an update with a lot of other zombies. Whether Wang Tao had seen them or not, they were all there. Wang Tao silently memorized this information about the zombies, to make it easier to deal with them if he encountered them in the future. Then Wang Tao turned to the Monster Manual section. Monster refers to creatures other than humans, zombies, and plants. Monsters were subdivided into 3 categories. The first category was ordinary mutant beasts, such as animals that had become larger or bloodthirsty and frenzied. The big fish that Wang Tao had previously caught belonged to this type. The second category was mutant beasts with abilities. Some animals not only became bloodthirsty and frenzied, but they also possessed special abilities. These monsters were even more dangerous than zombies. However, they were rare. Wang Tao had not seen any so far. The third category was mysterious monsters. These were things that resembled neither any animal nor any plant, and didn't even seem like living creatures, such as a cloud or a rock. These unidentified monsters were all called mysterious monsters. Despite their odd appearances, these monsters were incredibly strong. You either didn't encounter them, but if you did, it usually meant death, a rare chance of survival. However, their numbers were very sparse, and so far, there were no records of them being killed. Therefore, the detailed information about these mysterious monsters was unclear. They all seemed like they weren't from Earth. Wang Tao thought of the black mist monster in Shuai's county, which could induce hallucinations and was terribly powerful. Clearly, it was one of the mysterious monsters mentioned here. Wang Tao felt that the pressure from the black mist monster, with its 30,000 health point, was even greater than that of the blue night demon with 50,000 health point. About the monsters, the guide also stated valuable information, that these monsters were different from zombies, as they were also afraid of the zombie virus. Thus, these monsters usually moved in the wild and did not enter cities, because there were too many zombies in the cities. Wang Tao had previously wondered why the black mist monster in Shuai's county stayed in the wilderness rather than going into the county city. It turned out it was also afraid of the zombie virus. No wonder internal impurity was listed amongst the attributes of the black mist monster. However, this posed a significant problem for human survivors. Zombies were inside the cities, monsters were outside. Choosing a location for the survivor base was a dilemma. The plants section introduced many mutant plants, which studies showed had evolved due to a particular type of acid rain. This special acid rain could cause these plants to wither, but those that survived would mutate. Currently, it seems that these plants were unconscious, but even without consciousness, they were very dangerous. For example, some man-eating flowers had grown very large, and now they ate not only insects but also humans and zombies. Unlike humans and monsters, plants were not afraid of the zombie virus, so the plants in the cities grew wildly. Conversely, the plants in the wild seemed more like normal plants. Researchers also did not understand why this was. Lastly was the section on ability users. This section mainly provided information about ability users and crystal cores, much of which Wang Tao already knew. For instance, ability users reached a bottleneck after killing a certain number of zombies and needed ascension crystal cores. After ascension, ability users could delete one of their abilities or pass it on to someone else. As for information related to crystal cores, Wang Tao knew far more details than the guidebook provided. That's because the specific functions and side effects of the fusion crystal core could only be known after its fusion. The fusion required human and time resources, and then it needed experimentation over and over. It was a troublesome process. But Wang Tao didn't need to, he only had to glance to know the detailed information about a crystal core. Although this information was not very useful to Wang Tao, it was still very precious to others. At times, it could even save lives. After reading all this information, Wang Tao considered it quite a fruitful effort. The only pity was the guidebook gave off an official, matter-of-fact tone throughout. It did not reveal any other type of information. For example, it said nothing about the current situation in the country, how the large survivor bases were doing, or what was happening inside the military bases. Nothing at all. Normally, people would report good news and not bad. But this didn't even contain good news. This made Wang Tao quite pessimistic about the outside world. Perhaps it's time to visit a military base. Wang Tao had initially planned to go to the large survivor base in Zijing City, if it had survived until now. But now he reconsidered. If he continued southwest from Zijing City, he would reach Yueyang City, the capital of Yueyang Province, where the military base was located. Since he was almost at Zijing City, it might be better to travel a bit further to the military base. After all, if the military base could still airdrop supplies, it meant that the place was very safe. Plus, with the many weapons and strong forces inside the military base, it was clearly a good destination. They probably wouldn't refuse civilians looking for refuge. That's settled, then. I'll head to Yueyang military base. Wang Tao had decided on his next course of action. Then he looked at the map again. To get to Yueyang military base, it was closer from Zijing City, so he didn't need to change direction, he could continue along the previously planned route. Chapter 171 Monster Manual 2 Should we go get the other airdrops? Zhang Shiksa said with eagerness in her voice. The plane had dropped quite a few airdrops just now, but only one was close to Wang Tao. Wang Tao had retrieved that and come back. The locations of the other airdrops were still unknown. Let's wait for little June to wake up first. Anyway, we'll be heading in the direction of the airdrops, so it's not too late to grab them later, Wang Tao said with a smile. To him, the most important thing in the airdrops was the monster manual. He didn't really care about the rest. So, even if other survivors took the airdrops, it wouldn't matter. Okay, Zhang Shiksa really wanted to go pick up the airdrops because she felt that these items falling from the sky were fun. However, she still listened to Wang Tao. If he said not to go, she wouldn't go. After checking the monster manual, Wang Tao became even more cautious. Even though he was on the national highway, it was rural and secluded here, and no one knew if there were mysterious creatures like the Black Mist monster around. After all, those were even scarier than zombies. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened until Zhu Xiaojun woke up. Brother Wang, let's hurry and get the airdrops. Zhu Xiaojun became even more excited than Wang Tao when he heard about the airdrops, completely forgetting about his level 2 ascension. He had seen an airdrop once before, but it hadn't landed inside their town. At that time, many people from their camp had died trying to retrieve it. But it was worth it because the airdrop contained a lot of inhibitors and the zombie guide. Now that Zhu Xiaojun heard there were more airdrops, he got so excited. After all, there were always good things inside the airdrops. Wang Tao had helped him a lot, and he didn't have much to repay him with. If he could pick up a few more airdrops for Wang Tao, it would make him feel better. Seeing the excited Zhu Xiaojun, Wang Tao said with a smile, "Alright, let's go." The three set off again, heading west. On the way, Zhu Xiaojun tested his strength after his level 2 ascension. It was a world of difference from before. Zhu Xiaojun could hardly believe he was so strong, more than a dozen mad demon zombies, and he had chopped them down with just a few swings of his axe. This was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of before. You'll get stronger and stronger in the future. You'll get used to it, Wang Tao patted his shoulder. Yeah. Zhu Xiaojun nodded resolutely. Suddenly, Wang Tao thought that giving that broken giant axe to Zhu Xiaojun might be suitable. The axe was quite powerful, but it was too big and heavy. Wang Tao wasn't comfortable using it. He preferred the one-handed axe for its flexibility. Later, I'll let little June try it. If it suits him, then he can use it. Wang Tao thought, stroking his chin. After a while, the three arrived at a small town. Originally, Wang Tao hadn't planned to enter the town, but he found there was an airdrop there. That was definitely something they couldn't pass up, so they ran over to it. There was a group of zombies near the airdrop, but Wang Tao and Zhang Shiksa didn't lift a finger. Zhu Xiaojun took care of them with ease. Wang Tao went over to open the airdrop box. Before getting a good look, he suddenly heard an exclamation. Hey! Drop airdrop? Wang Tao looked up to see a buzz-cut young man dressed like a survivor pointing at him from the roof of a 3-story building. The moment the man appeared, Zhang Shiksa spotted him. But she didn't feel he was threatening, so she didn't react too strongly. Zhu Xiaojun quickly stood in front of Wang Tao. Wang Tao was burly, but Zhu Xiaojun was even bigger, especially after his ascension to level 2, which had increased his size even further. His presence was so imposing that when he stood there, he exuded a tremendous sense of pressure. Despite being in an elevated position, the buzz-cut man involuntarily took a step back when confronted by Zhu Xiaojun's glare. Perhaps feeling that his step back was somewhat embarrassing, he immediately shouted in a lower tone, "I'm talking to you. That's our airdrop? Put the stuff down now, and I'll turn a blind eye. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble when our boss gets here." Hearing this, Wang Tao's eyebrows raised. This guy's got some nerve. Not to mention that an airdrop is unclaimed property and belongs to whoever picks it up. Considering that the airdrop hadn't even been opened, it would belong to him by any sense of order or timing, not them. I don't like people talking down to me from above. Wang Tao looked at the man, his voice level. As soon as his words fell, Zhang Shixi suddenly sprinted, climbing up the wall and dashing to the third floor. The buzz-cut man didn't see anything before feeling a pain in his butt, and then he was flying through the air. Ah, thud. Zhang Shixi had kicked the buzz-cut man down, and he landed near the airdrop. He had a health point of 1,000, so this height definitely wouldn't kill him, but it left him dizzy and disoriented. Zhu Xiaojun was momentarily stunned by Zhang Shixi's actions, then quickly recovered. He grabbed the man's collar, hoisted him to his feet, then kicked his shins. Thump, the buzz-cut man found himself kneeling in front of Wang Tao. Wang Tao. What he actually meant was for the man to come down and talk. But he didn't expect Zhang Shixi to kick him down directly, and he certainly didn't expect Zhu Xiaojun and Zhang Shixi to work together so well. Well, these little details didn't matter, the result was essentially the same. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The buzz-cut man finally came to his senses, staring up at Wang Tao towering before him like a mountain, Wang Tao's indifferent expression, and the bloodied firefighter axe hanging at his waist. It scared the daylights out of him. He promptly bowed his head and raised both hands in surrender. Chapter 171 Monster Manual 3 Wang Tao looked down at the buzz-cut man, speaking slowly. Whose airdrop is this? Yours, it's yours. I have nothing to do with this airdrop. The buzz-cut man hurriedly responded. Seeing that the other party finally knew their place, Wang Tao patted his shoulder, scaring him so much that his legs gave way, and he flopped straight to the ground. Wang Tao couldn't be bothered to speak anymore, he turned his attention straight to the airdrop. Inside the airdrop was a device, which looked somewhat familiar. Crystal core synthesizer? There was a manual next to it. Wang Tao glanced over it and confirmed it indeed was a crystal core synthesizer. However, it was an improved version of the previous one. The overall method of operation hadn't changed, it still required synthesizing 3 level 1 crystal cores of the same quality, but it wasn't guaranteed to succeed, as there was a possibility of failure. The manual stated that the success rate was now higher than before. Yet, however high the rate might be, there was still a chance of failure, while Wang Tao's own synthesis of crystal cores never failed. Moreover, Wang Tao's synthetic cores were impurity-free and had no side effects. The cores synthesized by this device, on the other hand, had no side effects but contained impurities. So, even if it was an improved version, this device was useless to Wang Tao, especially since it couldn't synthesize level 2 crystal cores, making it even more useless to him. Besides the crystal core synthesizer, there was also a hand crank generator and 5 military walkie-talkies with headsets. Wang Tao's eyes lit up at the sight of the walkie-talkies. His previous walkie-talkie had been damaged in the midst of fleeing, so he had been without one for a while. It was perfect to give one to Zhang Shixi and Zhu Xiaojun each. Communication would be much easier in the future. Wang Tao gestured, and Zhang Shixi leapt down directly from the 3rd floor, startling the buzz-cut man, who had no idea what was going on but dared not raise his head, instead burying it even deeper. Wang Tao handed the walkie-talkies to Zhang Shixi and Zhu Xiaojun. Before he could teach them how to use them, a rumbling sound caught his attention. Several modified off-road vehicles slowly appeared from a distance. Wang Tao's enhanced vision allowed him to see farther than the average person. He observed that this group of people looked quite happy at first, probably having made a significant haul. However, their expressions quickly changed. SCHH, several vehicles braked one after another, stopping about 20 meters away from Wang Tao. Then a group of people swiftly dismounted, holding pistols, steel pipes, homemade spears, and other weapons, and watched Wang Tao with great vigilance. Who are you? Why did you kidnap our man? Someone shouted fiercely. Wang Tao raised an eyebrow at this group. Was there actually a level 2 ability user among them? Not bad for strength. Of course, it was just not bad. That was because Wang Tao noticed the level 2 ability user hadn't merged with 4 Ascension crystal cores and her mana was quite low. Such an ability user didn't pose much of a threat to him. Seeing his boss finally arrive, the buzz-cut man cried tears of joy. He really thought he was going to die just a moment ago. However, without Wang Tao's permission, he didn't dare get up. After all, his life was still in Wang Tao's hands. He still couldn't understand how he got down from the rooftop. He hadn't seen Zhang Shixi go up at all. Wang Tao kicked the buzz-cut man. Answer him. The buzz-cut man really wanted to add his own spin to the story but didn't dare to do so. Instead, he earnestly relayed what had happened after Wang Tao arrived. After hearing this, the group exchanged glances. Although the buzz-cut man hadn't told the full story, they had a rough idea of what had happened. It seemed the buzz-cut man had discovered the airdrop, but with many zombies nearby, he dared not collect it. Maybe while he was waiting for reinforcements, another group came and took the airdrop. Unwilling to give up, he tried to use his boss to intimidate the others, only to end up getting beaten down. The group eyed Wang Tao and the other two with less than friendly intent. Although Wang Tao and Zhu Xiaojun looked intimidating, There were only 3 of them, while their own side had 13 people. Were they supposed to be afraid of that? Now, in this post-apocalyptic world, the rule of reason didn't apply, only the strongest fist prevailed. Your teammates don't seem to care whether you live or die. Suddenly, Wang Tao pulled out an axe and placed it against the buzz-cut man's neck. The buzz-cut man's face turned pale with fear, and, unable to care for anything else, he blurted out, "Boss, no. Didn't you always say, the more friends, the longer the road? We survivors are all friends." Wang Tao found this remark somewhat amusing. He had never said anything of the sort. At this moment, the survivors made way, and a figure wearing a coffee-colored trench coat and a shapely figure walked forward from behind. She removed the scarf covering her face, revealing a slightly rough complexion, but a very pretty face with a smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. "Sir, we are all survivors struggling to live in this post-apocalyptic world, all compatriots. Why create such a tense situation? If you release little Gia, we'll also put away our weapons. Let's not fight but get acquainted instead, how about that? As for this airdrop, naturally, it belongs to whoever found it first. Since you found it first, it naturally belongs to you." Upon hearing this, Wang Tao felt a bit disappointed because he had his eye on their vehicles. If these people didn't make a move, he would feel awkward about taking their cars. "Get lost." Wang Tao kicked the buzz-cut man, who immediately stumbled and scrambled into the crowd. Seeing Wang Tao release the man so readily, both the woman and the survivors were surprised. The survivors looked to their boss, expecting that she would order an attack on Wang Tao at this point. However, to their surprise, the boss didn't order an attack. Instead, she sauntered over to Wang Tao. She removed her gloves, looked up at him with a smile, and extended her hand. "Hello, my name is Yang Qingong." Chapter 172. Yang Qingong. Zhang Hong's small hands were soft, but one could clearly feel the many calluses on them. Health point, 6,230 out of 6,400, mana, 2,090 out of 3,200, grade, level 2, internal impurity, 21%, with 6,000 health point and 3,000 mana. She was the boss of this group and the strongest ability user among them. Wang Tao. Wang Tao released her hand and introduced himself. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for the misunderstanding just now. It was due to my lack of discipline. I will punish him later. I hope you don't take it to heart," she said. Zhang Hong was extremely polite. This left the others somewhat puzzled. When had their boss ever been so courteous? Could it be that the boss had taken a fancy to this big guy? And truth be told, this big guy had a good-looking face and an explosive physique, which provided a great sense of security in the post-apocalyptic world. Thinking this, quite a few of them glared at Wang Tao. After all, their boss, being both beautiful and powerful, had become the dream lover of many. They didn't want her to fall for an outsider. Wang Tao could clearly sense that these people didn't have such strong hostility towards him before, but after Zhang Han came over, that hostility had increased significantly. Women truly were troublesome creatures. "Is there anything else?" Wang Tao asked, looking at her. Zhang Han clearly had something to say, otherwise, she would either fight or leave. In this post-apocalyptic world, there was hardly time for small talk. Zhang Han gave Wang Tao a flirtatious glance and then glimpsed at the empty airdrop box beside him. "If Mr. Wang doesn't mind, could you tell me what was in that airdrop box? If it happens to be something we need, I can trade other items for it. What do you think?" Wang Tao's expression didn't change. After all, from the outside, the only thing that seemed to be of value to others was the airdrop. So he directly asked, "What do you have for trade?" "Food, weapons, vehicles. Anything is fine, but only if the contents of the airdrop box are worth it." Zhang Hong appeared very confident. Wang Tao raised an eyebrow. So she was a rich lady? He glanced back at Zhu Xiaojun. "Show it to Miss Ying." "Okay." Zhu Xiaojun took out the newly packed crystal core synthesizer. Zhang Hong frowned. She didn't recognize this device. "Sorry, we don't need this thing. I've disturbed you enough." Zhang Hong shook her head. What she needed the most was the inhibitor. Everything else was optional, but the inhibitor was essential. After speaking, Zhang Hong turned to leave without any hesitation, losing all the warmth and eagerness she had just shown. This response left Wang Tao somewhat puzzled. Was this woman really so pragmatic? And she didn't even ask what the machine was specifically? However, Wang Tao did appreciate one thing about Zhang Hong: she didn't attack him and his two companions. After all, from the looks of it, it should have been easy for their group of more than 10 to deal with the 3 of them. Whether she was being cautious or she had her principles, in the end, she indeed did not make a move, nor did she intend to. Seeing Zhang Hong about to leave with her group, with no intention of further communication with Wang Tao, he said to Zhu Xiaojun, "Little June, pack up the crystal core synthesizer. Let's go." "Oh, Zhu Xiaojun promptly wrapped up the device again. But just as Zhang Hong was pulling open the car door, ready to get in, her step hesitated. A second later, she turned around, her smile warm and radiant. "Mr. Wang, I suddenly remembered that I didn't ask for the name of this device. May I know what it's called?" "The Crystal Core Synthesizer. It's a small device that removes the side effects from crystal cores through synthesis. However, it only works on level 1 crystal cores," Wang Tao said nonchalantly. "Remove side effects." Before Zhang Hong could speak, the other survivors who heard this all widened their eyes. Side effects can be removed? For real? It's the end of the world, and technology is still so advanced? Could it be a scam? The survivors whispered amongst themselves. Zhang Hong took a deep breath and spoke seriously. "If this device really does what Mr. Wang says, then I want it. Name your price, Mr. Wang, whatever you need." Observing Zhang Hong acting like money is no object, Wang Tao expressed a hint of confusion. "Miss Yang, I didn't say anything about trading with you, did I?" Zhang Hong carefully recalled the conversation, and indeed, it seemed that was the case. She wanted to know what it was, and Wang Tao showed her. Wang Tao had asked what she had, and she had mentioned a few. From start to finish, Wang Tao had never said he wanted to trade the device with her. After all, according to Wang Tao, this was a device that could extract the side effects from crystal cores. In many cases, such a device could be much more valuable than the inhibitor. It made perfect sense for Wang Tao not to trade with her, but this was something Zhang Hong couldn't accept. If she didn't know about such a brilliant device, it would be one thing, but now that she did, it was a must-have. With it, she wouldn't necessarily need to mass-produce ability users, but it would undoubtedly boost the strength of her subordinates dramatically. "Mr. Wang, there's no trade that can't be made, it's just a matter of price." Zhang Hong eyed Wang Tao and his two companions. A big guy, a fatty, and a girl hiding behind the big guy whose face couldn't be seen, plus not much luggage. Chapter 172 Yang Qingong 2 Zhang Hong instantly had a grasp of the situation, and she pointed to one of the vehicles in her convoy, a pickup truck full of food. "In exchange for this crystal core synthesizer, do we have a deal?" It was an off-road pickup truck, its bed filled with sacks seemingly containing rice. The food in this truck, even for those with large appetites, would last for a very long time. For those in need of food, the price was not low. She thought that Wang Tao and the other two were in need of food, as Wang Tao had no vehicle and could only carry so much luggage, which certainly couldn't hold much food. But Wang Tao shook his head. "Sorry, I'm not short of food right now." Wang Tao was telling the truth. Previously, he had converted all the food from the granary into nutrient solutions, and he had plenty of it. The three of them couldn't finish it in the short term, so he wasn't short of food at the moment. However, Zhang Hong saw this as nothing more than a bargaining tactic. Zhang Hong wasn't angry. After all, it's normal for business people to negotiate prices, and she was used to it. 2 trucks of food. Zhang Hong said with a smile. "I've said it before, I don't need food." Wang Tao shrugged his shoulders. 3 trucks of food, that's my final offer. After all, I have so many people to feed. Zhang Hong's expression became much more serious. It seemed as if the deal wouldn't happen if Wang Tao refused again. But Wang Tao still declined. "If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way." Zhang Hong frowned. Did Wang Tao really not need food? Seeing that Wang Tao was about to leave, she quickly called out to him. "Wait. How about crystal cores?" At the mention of crystal cores, Wang Tao stopped, then said with a smile, "Crystal cores are fine, but I only want level 2 crystal cores." Zhang Hong fell silent. Her subordinates, on the other hand, were shocked. Level 2 crystal cores? Do they have a level 2 ability user? Is it him, or that big fatty beside him? It's probably the fatty. As a level 1 ability user, I can vaguely feel a faint pressure emanating from the fatty. Can't believe there's actually a level 2 ability user. No wonder our boss is being so polite. Everyone was astonished. It was not that they underestimated Wang Tao and his companions, but those who followed Zhang Hong knew just how difficult it was for Zhang Hong to ascend to level 2. Before Zhang Hong's ascension, they had many more people than this. The majority of their manpower had died in the process of hunting down level 2 zombies. They had paid with many lives for Zhang Hong to have a chance at level 2 ascension. The survivors, after their shock, felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, their boss was sensible and had not clashed with Wang Tao. Otherwise, if a battle with a level 2 ability user broke out, these level 1 or even non-ranked individuals would definitely suffer. The reason Zhang Hong was so polite to Wang Tao was not because of Wang Tao himself, but because of Zhu Xiaojun beside him. She didn't know Wang Tao's exact strength. She felt he shouldn't be weak but also not too strong, probably at most at the pinnacle of level 1. As for the girl behind Wang Tao, Though she was dressed cleanly and didn't look like a post-apocalyptic survivor, Zhang Hong felt the girl was just an ordinary person and not worth concern. What truly made her wary was Zhu Xiaojun, because like a Trax-like, she could sense that Zhu Xiaojun was a second-order ability user. She was absolutely sure of it. As a level 2 ability user herself, she knew how formidable level 2 ability users were. If she had gotten into a conflict with Wang Tao and the others, she might have been fine, but her subordinates would have faced disaster. Thus, she was so polite to Wang Tao. Now it seemed her instincts were right, Zhu Xiaojun was indeed a second-order ability user. After a moment of silence, Zhang Hong reluctantly took out 3 crystal cores from her hand, 2 blue and 1 white. I only have these 3 level 2 crystal cores on hand at the moment, and I don't know what they do. Pick one. Seeing the 3 crystal cores in Zhang Hong's hand, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Level 2 crystal core, athlete, quality, excellent, 40%, purity, 45%, side effect, double energy consumption for actions, athlete, passive ability, enhance athletic performance. The first crystal core was an athlete, a passive ability that, in a sense, was a comprehensive enhancement of physical fitness. This crystal core was excellent, a great aid for survival in the post-apocalyptic world, despite the somewhat uncomfortable side effect. But that wasn't the point. The point was that Wang Tao already had an athlete crystal core, which he had acquired from hunting a hooded zombie. Now he had 2. If he could gather one more, he could synthesize one without any side effects. Level 2 crystal core, jump, quality, excellent, 40%, purity, 45%, side effect, sensitive to noise, jump, consumes energy to improve jumping height and distance. The second crystal core was jump, like the athlete, another life-saving ability. Of course, it could also be used to assist in attacks, depending on how it's fared. Wang Tao also had a jumping crystal core, also from a hooded zombie. However, these 2 cores were actually just appetizers. The third crystal core was what truly moved Wang Tao. Level 2 crystal core, frenzy, quality, ordinary, 20%, purity, 45%, side effect, health point reduces by 10,000 after integration. Frenzy, automatically triggers when health point is below 30%, can only trigger once a day. Upon triggering Berserk, health point, mana, physical strength, and spirit fully recover, size increases, all negative statuses are removed, attack power significantly increases, speed moderately increases, defensive power moderately decreases. Frenzy lasts for 1 hour, after which it returns to normal. Chapter 172 Yang Qingong 3. The third crystal core was a Berserk. Wang Tao had an epic quality Berserk crystal core in his hands, which had burst out of a gorilla zombie before. If it hadn't been for Woof saving his life at that time, he might have died. And he considered this type of Berserk crystal core one of the best, because it was like having an extra life. Unfortunately, the side effects of this crystal core were too perverse, directly deducting 10,000 health point. Wang Tao certainly wouldn't dare to merge with it. He thought about whether he could save up 2 more Berserk crystal cores, and then synthesize a crystal core without side effects to merge with. Now, he had indeed waited for another Berserk crystal core. Although this crystal core was only of ordinary quality, it didn't matter to Wang Tao. After all, he had an epic quality Berserk crystal core in his possession. I'll take these 3 crystal cores, and another vehicle. You can take the crystal core synthesizer. Wang Tao spoke up at this time. Even Yang Qingong, who was accustomed to bargaining, couldn't help but frown. She had only these 3 level 2 crystal cores in total, acquired at the cost of many lives. Wang Tao wanted all of them and even a vehicle? Although the crystal core synthesizer was indeed a good piece of equipment, if one didn't consider external factors and only looked at its value, it was definitely worth the price. But the problem was that whether it was level 2 crystal cores or vehicles, both were very valuable at the moment. If she were to trade these for a crystal core synthesizer, it would be a fair exchange for her team, but not for her personally. Seeing that Yang Qingong's expression wasn't too good, Wang Tao immediately added, "Of course, I can also throw in 10 bottles of inhibitor." "You have inhibitors?" After Yang Qingong was stunned for a moment, she immediately nodded, "Deal." Seeing how straightforward Yang Qingong was all of a sudden, Wang Tao felt that 10 bottles of inhibitors might have been too many. But since he had already spoken, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. "All right." Wang Tao took out 10 bottles of inhibitor from the backpack that Zhu Xiaojun carried, and he also generously took out the instruction manual for the crystal core synthesizer. "I'm not going to swindle you, take a look at the manual first, and if there's no issue, we can trade." "There's a manual too?" Yang Qingong was somewhat surprised. She had picked up airdrops a few times, but hadn't seen equipment types, so she wasn't very clear about it. After receiving the manual, Yang Qingong quickly glanced through it and was immediately both amazed and regretful. The functionalities of the crystal core synthesizer were impressive, but it had many downsides too. Overall though, it was a good item worth exchanging for. No problem. Once she confirmed there was no problem, Wang Tao handed over both the crystal core synthesizer and the 10 bottles of inhibitors to her. She, in turn, gave all 3 level 2 crystal cores to Wang Tao. As she handed over the crystal cores, she felt somewhat reluctant since they were hard-won. However, she didn't know what abilities these crystal cores had nor had a way to test them, so she could only comfort herself that the abilities of these cores weren't suitable for her. After receiving the 3 crystal cores, Wang Tao looked much more favorably upon the group. The crystal core synthesizer was of no use to him. He initially thought that exchanging it for a vehicle would be enough, but he didn't expect to obtain 3 more crystal cores, an unexpected windfall. Yang Qingong let her people take away the crystal core synthesizer, while she personally kept the 10 bottles of inhibitors. With these inhibitors in her possession, she finally felt some sense of security. Not everyone was as strong as Wang Tao or as well protected. In most survivors' battles with zombies, getting scratched or bitten was inevitable. Even accidental infection with the zombie virus could occur, like consuming food contaminated with fresh zombie blood. At such times, inhibitors became crucial. If one confirmed a virus infection and wasn't in a dying state, using an inhibitor within 1 minute would mostly result in survival. After 1 minute, it was a matter of luck, as the minimum incubation period for the zombie virus is 1 minute. Even so, having inhibitors greatly increases chances of survival. With inhibitors on hand, both Yang Qingong and her subordinates could remain unpanicked. She had run out of inhibitors recently and without a new supply, she would lose her nerve and the others would become much more timid in combat, significantly diminishing their fighting capability. As for the vehicles, aside from my own, you can choose any of the rest, Yang Qingong pointed out the vehicles. There were over a dozen of them, but they had 8 vehicles, which was rather plentiful. Plus, the vehicles were either modified pickups or off-road vehicles, quite suited for an apocalyptic environment. I'll take that one. Wang Tao selected a particularly large off-road vehicle. The vehicle was a bit ugly, resembling a coffin box, but it was large, and the interior only had 5 seats, offering ample space. Wang Tao was 1.90 m, and Zhu Xiaojun topped 2 meters, so they needed a vehicle with a spacious interior to fit comfortably. Yang Qingong wasn't surprised by Wang Tao's choice, she handed over the car keys to him directly. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. After Wang Tao thoroughly checked the vehicle, finding that steel plates were added to the exterior and there were no issues inside, and that the gas tank was almost full, he let Zhu Xiaojun place their belongings inside. As he got into the vehicle, Zhang Shixu, who had stayed behind Wang Tao the whole time, finally appeared. Everyone was astonished when they saw such a clean and tidy young girl, but since there were second-order superpower owners present, they refrained from staring too long. Yang Qingong was unexpectedly taken by Zhang Shixu's cleanliness and beauty. Seeing Zhang Shixu, she seemed to see her sister. Shaking her head, Yang Qingong tried not to dwell on sad thoughts, and habitually asked Wang Tao. May I ask where Mr. Wang plans to head to next? Zijing City. Wang Tao didn't hide it. Huh? Zijing City? After Yang Qingong hesitated for a moment, a bright smile appeared on her face. What a coincidence, Mr. Wang. We're heading to Zijing City too. How about we go together? Chapter 173, Betting 1. How about we go together? Upon hearing Yang Qingong's words, her subordinates, who had been somewhat displeased, were stunned for a moment before their expressions changed to ones of anticipation. If Wang Tao and his 2 companions were outsiders, they would definitely be unhappy. After all, Wang Tao had beaten up their people and taken their boss's belongings. But if Wang Tao and his team were allies, that would be a different story. This was a level 2 ability user. Oh, along the way? Wang Tao glanced at Yang Qingong and the group of survivors, feeling that they didn't seem to be deceiving him. It really appeared they were heading the same way. Yes, we are also going to Zijing City. We are all survivors struggling to live in the apocalypse, stronger together since we're on the same path. Why not travel together? Yang Qingong spoke with great enthusiasm. I'm ready to leave right now. Now that he had a car, Wang Tao wanted to get to Zijing City as soon as possible, for the wilderness held many mysterious creatures, and every additional minute there increased the danger. Yang Qingong immediately replied, it's a coincidence, so are we. Wang Tao was somewhat puzzled. Aren't you going to pack up your things? Yang Qingong pointed at her convoy. We don't have a camp, the vehicles are our camp. You could say we are apocalypse nomads. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao came to a realization. No wonder their vehicles were loaded with so many supplies. Wang Tao had thought these were scavenged by them that very day. He even thought Yang Qingong was particularly lucky to have found so much food in one morning. Turns out they had no fixed residence but were constantly on the move in the apocalypse, like a nomadic tribe. There were indeed many advantages to this lifestyle, such as not having to worry about their base being besieged by a large number of zombies, not having to consider the development of a base, and not being restricted by geographic location, and so on. Of course, the nomadic lifestyle had a significant disadvantage: the group could not grow too large. After all, with a larger number of people, there would definitely be many who'd want to settle down, and a larger group also meant less mobility. What do you think, Mr. Wang? Yang Qingong looked at Wang Tao with eager eyes. Having a second-order superpower owner join them, even temporarily, would at least double their security factor. As for the character of Wang Tao and his companions, that was hard to gauge, but Yang Qingong firmly believed that relationships maintained by mutual interest were the most stable. She felt that both she and Wang Tao were in a position where they needed each other, and under such circumstances, nobody would do anything foolish. Thus, for her own sake, as well as for her subordinates, she tried her best to extend the invitation. Okay. After a brief contemplation, Wang Tao nodded. As Yang Qingong had said, there was indeed strength in numbers. These people might not be powerful, but they were sharp-eyed. If any danger arose, at least they could serve as human alarm sirens. Moreover, Wang Tao was curious about other areas. Seeing as how Yang Qingong and her group had obviously traveled to many places, perhaps he could get some information from her. Welcome Mr. Wang to our team. I believe you won't be disappointed. Yang Qingong laughed heartily, shook hands again with Wang Tao, and then looked at Zhu Xiaojun and Zhang Shixu, asking, how should I address these two? Zhu Xiaojun. Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head and said. These two groups, initially at an impasse, had suddenly become allies, and Zhu Xiaojun was still a bit unaccustomed to it. Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhu. Yang Qingong was still very polite. Zhang Shixu didn't speak but looked at Wang Tao. Her name is Zhang Shixu, my sister. She's a bit socially awkward and doesn't like to talk much. Wang Tao explained. Zhang Shixu. What a lovely name, as beautiful as the person herself. Yang Qingong thought of her own sister, her gaze becoming somewhat nostalgic. But she quickly snapped out of it and announced to the others, get in the cars, we're heading to Zijing City. Oh, right, Yang Qingong looked back at Wang Tao. Your car has a radio, we can communicate directly if there's any trouble. You have a radio of your own, right? Let's synchronize. Soon, the 8 vehicles left the small town one after another and continued westward along the national highway. In the biggest off-road vehicle, Zhu Xiaojun was driving, while Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu sat in the back. The three of them didn't have much luggage, and the space inside the car was generous, so Wang Tao reclined the back seat to lie down for a while. Zhang Shixu, rather attached to Wang Tao, laid down with him. Zhu Xiaojun naturally became the driver, but he was content, as this was the most luxurious car he had ever driven. It was said to be worth over $1 million. Just then, the radio inside the car suddenly crackled to life. Mr. Wang, are you there? This is Yang Qingong. What's up? Wang Tao asked, still lying down. Mr. Wang, do you know what kind of energy source is needed to use this crystal core synthesizer? Yang Qingong's tone revealed no clear emotion. I know, it needs a hefty amount of electricity to power the crystal core synthesizer, Wang Tao replied directly. Then he seemed to hear deep breath being taken. In another, even more luxurious off-road vehicle, Yang Qingong's chest heaved with heavy breaths. For a constantly moving group like theirs, energy was what they lacked most, especially electrical power. All she had was a gasoline generator and a few solar panels, and the electricity they generated was stored in several batteries. But that little amount of electricity was nowhere near enough to power the crystal core synthesizer. She had paid a high price for that synthesizer, but it turned out to be useless. Yang Qingong was close to raging with frustration. Chapter 173, Betting 2. She took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and then spoke. Mr. Wang, since you knew, why didn't you remind me? Yang Qingong's tone carried a hint of resentment. Didn't I give you the manual? That's all in there, on page 9. Didn't you see it? Wang Tao asked in return. He truly hadn't done it on purpose. He thought Yang Qingong had seen it, and at the time, he was wondering how she would solve the energy issue. Had she really not seen it? Fine. I'll study it more carefully. Yang Qingong didn't truly regret it. After all, it was indeed a valuable item, and she had also obtained 10 bottles of inhibitor. But the limitation on energy was too great, she would have to think of a way to solve it. As Yang Qingong was about to end the communication, Wang Tao happened to have some things to ask her, so he spoke up. I haven't ventured far since the apocalypse began. Could you tell me about what you have seen? I can. Yang Qingong didn't hide anything and roughly shared what she had observed on her journey. After listening to her, Wang Tao felt a bit wistful. It was as he expected, the situations elsewhere were also pretty dire. Despite it being over 4 months since the apocalypse, Survivors were still in early stages of struggling to survive. Being able to set up a small survivors camp was already impressive. She had actually seen a few large survivor bases, including one that had been organized by the government before. But these bases had all fallen one after the other. From her words, it was apparent that leading so many people as apocalypse nomads wasn't her choice, but rather she had no alternative. This time, her goal was the large survivor base in Zijing City. If Zijing City had this base, and it was decent, then she might just end her wandering life. As for zombies, of course, she had encountered many, some of which Wang Tao had never seen. However, she had not come across any mysterious monsters, nor had she seen the monster manual in the airdrops, so she was unaware of the dangerous wild creatures. Monster manual? What's that? Upon hearing this, Yang Qingong suddenly asked. It's the information from the airdrop. Haven't you come across any airdrops? Wang Tao was a bit surprised. No. Stop the car, I'm coming to you. Yang Qingong decisively halted the convoy and got out of her vehicle to climb into Wang Tao's. Many survivors watching this scene felt a pang in their hearts. It's over, the boss might really like that guy. My heart hurts. Unaware of her subordinate's murky thoughts, Yang Qingong hurriedly asked after getting into the car, what is the monster manual? Can you show me? No problem. Wang Tao immediately took out the manual and handed it to Yang Qingong. They say that a man looks most attractive when he's serious, and the same can be said for women. Despite her skin having roughened from the harsh life of post-apocalyptic wandering, Yang Qingong had attractive features, an oval face, high nose bridge, big eyes, small mouth. Her overall proportions were harmonious, making her a standard beauty. Especially when she was carefully reading the manual, with her eyebrows slightly knitted, she looked incredibly charming. Wang Tao promptly averted his gaze. Damn, it's been a while since I replenished health point with my sister-in-law, I'm starting to miss it. He shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. There's an old saying that 3 years in the military makes a sow seem as fair as Dioken. And Yang Qingong was no so but a standard beauty. It was normal for him to have thoughts any regular man would have. Of course, it's not like there were no women around Wang Tao. Zhang Shixu was enough to outshine countless other women, and she was also very compliant toward him. To say Wang Tao had no thoughts about Zhang Shixu would be impossible. The world had been post-apocalyptic for months, no one would hold themselves to the moral standards of peaceful times. Besides, Zhang Shixu was 19, he was 26, even before the apocalypse, that would have been perfectly normal. But Zhang Shixu was different from others, being in a half-human half-zombie state, her body was almost like a zombie's. Wang Tao wouldn't dare to make an excessive move, or else if he got infected, he'd have nowhere to cry. As he was lost in his wild thoughts, Wang Tao suddenly felt someone staring at him. He turned his head and saw Zhang Shixu's bright, wide eyes. Ahem. Wang Tao felt a bit uneasy and somewhat evasively ruffled Zhang Shixu's hair. Today, her hairstyle was twin ponytails, obviously done by him. Mainly because he didn't know how to do other hairstyles. Ponytails were easy, Zhang Shixu's hair was either twin or single ponytails every day. Feeling the large hand on her head, Zhang Shixu gently narrowed her eyes and rubbed her head against Wang Tao's palm like a kitten. At that moment, Yang Qingong suddenly exclaimed, drawing Wang Tao's attention. Ah. So these night demons are afraid of ultraviolet light. Damn. Perhaps feeling she had overreacted, Yang Qingong explained further, the night before last, we encountered a night demon. I was asleep at the time, and the others didn't recognize what level the zombie was, thinking it was a level 2 zombie. As a result, we lost 3 people. If it weren't for the vehicles, we might have all died. Wang Tao shrugged his shoulders. With the capabilities of this group, meeting a night demon was essentially the same as being sitting ducks. After sighing, Yang Qingong continued to read on. The monsters in the wild. Hiss. At this point, she suddenly felt perhaps her luck had been quite good. She had never encountered these types of monsters. Before today, she had thought the nights were safe, even considering, if she couldn't find a suitable base, collecting more resources in the future and building a self-sufficient camp in the uninhabited wilderness. Chapter 173, Betting 3. But now, it seems that doing this is no different from seeking death. After reviewing the monster manual, Yang Qingong thanked Wang Tao very solemnly, thank you. If I hadn't seen this manual, I would have had no idea how dangerous it is out there. No need to be polite. Wang Tao waved his hand and then asked curiously, didn't you guys pick up any airdrop supplies? No, we saw the plane, but this time the airdrop was different from before. It used to be a fixed drop over a certain city, but now it feels pretty random, we don't know where it's going to drop next, some have even landed deep in the wilderness, impossible to find. Yang Qingong's face showed a trace of helplessness. They had seen an airdrop this time, but they had come from another route and hadn't seen the exact location of the drop right away. Later, one of her subordinates found it and was waiting for her to get there, but Wang Tao got there first. It was as if they had worked for nothing. The airdrop locations are pretty random. Wang Tao frowned a bit. Back in Shuai's county, every time there was an airdrop, it always landed in the city. He had not encountered the situation described by Yang Qingong. Why would the pilots intentionally make it harder to retrieve the airdrops? And weren't they aware of the monster situation in the wild? Wang Tao was puzzled, but since he didn't understand these matters, he could only shake his head. He would observe more carefully if there were any future airdrops. At noon, the convoy stopped. Because someone had seen several elite zombies gathering together. Elite zombies have crystal cores, and no one wants to miss the chance to get them upon encounter. But now that level 2, elite zombies had appeared, not everyone could distinguish between level 1 zombies and level 2 zombies. So now, seeing an elite zombie, everyone is very cautious. Of course, it's different if there's a second-order superpower owner in the team. After Yang Qingong's subordinate saw a few elite zombies, they immediately informed her, and she notified Wang Tao. There are elite zombies. Let me check. After receiving Yang Qingong's message, Wang Tao climbed onto the roof of the vehicle. His enhanced vision easily located the group of zombies Yang Qingong mentioned. 1 spitter, 1 attacker, 1 terrorizer, plus some ordinary zombies. All level 1. Wang Tao was a bit disappointed, there were no level 2 zombies. Of course, a mosquito's leg is still meat, it can't go to waste. They're all level 1 zombies, what does Boss Yang say? Wang Tao called out to Yang Qingong, who was not far away. Yang Qingong put down her binoculars and looked at Wang Tao somewhat surprisingly. She could also tell the difference between level 1 and level 2 zombies, but she had to be closer and come to a conclusion based on her perception of danger and experience with zombies. And Wang Tao could judge from so far away that they were level 1 zombies. Are you sure these are all level 1 zombies? Yang Qingong asked, then explained, it's not that I don't trust you, but if we make a mistake in our judgment, someone might die because of it, and I have to be responsible for their lives. I'm certain. Of course, I'm referring to this group of zombies. If other zombies come over, that's a different story, Wang Tao said with a smile. Okay. Yang Qingong chose to trust Wang Tao, after all, they were teammates now. There was no need to sabotage anyone. Plus, they definitely need to go closer for observation later. After thinking for a moment, she said to Wang Tao, since they're all level 1 zombies, there's no real challenge for us. How about we see who can kill them faster? Whoever wins gets the crystal cores, naturally, and the winner can make a request that isn't too excessive, and the other cannot refuse. How about that? After saying that, she deliberately licked her lips. Oh? Wang Tao looked at Yang Qingong's seductive expression, instantly becoming somewhat interested. Sure, no problem. Wang Tao didn't care about winning or losing, he cared about the crystal cores. These few level 1 elite zombies were found by Yang Qingong's people, and even if he wanted the crystal cores, it wouldn't be right to argue over them. But since Yang Qingong proposed a competition on who could kill faster, he was determined to secure the crystal cores. Don't worry about making noise attracting mad demon zombies, just go all out. Mad demon zombies are not as fast as our cars. Once we kill them, we can leave, and they won't be able to catch us, Yang Qingong also thoughtfully reminded Wang Tao. Wang Tao raised an eyebrow. What did this woman mean? Was she looking down on him? Of course, Yang Qingong wasn't looking down on him. She wanted to compete with Wang Tao mainly to assess the strength of Wang Tao and his companions. Using a level 1 crystal core and a promise as a stake wasn't a small deal. That should get them to take it seriously, right? Especially Zhu Ziajun, Yang Qingong really wanted to know if this second-order superpower owner was stronger than herself. As for the possibility of losing, she definitely wouldn't, because she had a speed ability. The convoy slowly approached the group of zombies. They stopped about 40 or 50 meters away from them. Yang Qingong clearly had experience too. This distance would not allow the zombie attackers to reach them immediately even if discovered, because the attackers' rush distance was only about 30 meters. This would give them enough reaction time. Other survivors got excited when they heard that their boss was going to compete with Wang Tao and his group. They had only seen their boss, a level 2 ability user, in action, and they also wanted to know how other level 2 ability users compared. However, to everyone's surprise, it wasn't Zhu Ziajun who made a move on Wang Tao's side, but Wang Tao himself. Not using a second-order superpower owner? People were confused, even Yang Qingong frowned, but she didn't say much more. Are you ready? Wait a moment. Wang Tao took a recurve bow out of the vehicle. Everyone? Alright, we can start now. While everyone was still somewhat stunned, Wang Tao drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, all three elite zombies were shot in the head, with their health point bars emptied. I win. Wang Tao turned his head and said to Yang Qingong, who was holding a large machete and ready to rush over. If you could do ranged attacks, why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 174, you just need to tell me the location. Wang Tao ran over to collect the crystal core and the loot pack. As for the ordinary zombies, they were easily dealt with by Wang Tao with a single axe blow each. Yang Qingong watched with a dark expression as Wang Tao pocketed the crystal core. Losing a bet was a minor issue, she wasn't someone who couldn't accept defeat. Mainly, she wanted to assess the strength of Wang Tao and his group. But to her surprise, Wang Tao used a bow and arrows. At most, she could tell that Wang Tao was very accurate at archery, perhaps he had a related ability. Then there was Wang Tao's recurve bow, powerful enough to kill a level 1 elite zombie with a single arrow. Beyond that, she couldn't glean any other useful information. Her hope of assessing Zhu Xiaojun's level 2 ability user's strength completely fell through. However, Yang Qingong was also puzzled. Where did Wang Tao's bow and arrows came from? Were they previously in Zhu Xiaojun's pack? Keeping weapons hidden in a pack. That's really underhanded. After Wang Tao returned, he looked at Yang Qingong's somewhat wooden expression and said with a smile, Boss Yang? You won. Make any demand you like, it can be enacted at any time. Yang Qingong shrugged her shoulders, her smile returning to her face. Haha, then I really have to think about it. Wang Tao sized up Yang Qingong up and down, and in response, she asserted herself without showing weakness. Wang Tao could tell, Yang Qingong wasn't truly angry, it was just a matter of face, especially with so many subordinates watching. The survivors under Yang Qingong were indeed dissatisfied, but since they hadn't agreed in advance not to use ranged attacks, there was nothing they could do. They had to concede defeat. Of course, it was just a small competition, there were no hard feelings, but they were all holding back a breath, thinking about turning back their boss's face from elsewhere later on. After everyone got into the vehicles, the convoy just started to leave. There are zombies. Zhang Shixa suddenly looked behind from inside the vehicle. Wang Tao immediately turned his head to look. Huh? A level 2 suicide bombing zombie? Health point, 20,000 out of 20,000, mana, 2,000 out of 2,000, level 2 elite. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. He was about to warn Yang Qingong, but then he saw a level 2 zombie in sportswear not far behind the suicide bombing zombie. The sports-clothed zombie suddenly leaped high and then landed squarely on the suicide bombing zombie's head, then bounced off the head and landed at the back of the convoy. Damn it! Seeing this, Wang Tao felt a headache coming on and quickly spoke into the walkie-talkie. Attention everyone, there's a level 2 suicide bombing zombie at the rear of the convoy, and it's about to explode. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment. A suicide bombing zombie, and a level 2 at that? They all instinctively looked back. Yang Qingong's face changed color, but before he could speak, a loud bang erupted from behind the convoy, and the ground trembled slightly. Drive, drive. Yang Qingong immediately shouted into the walkie-talkie. The explosion caused by the level 2 suicide bombing zombie was too loud, surely attracting a large number of mad demon zombies. They had to hurry away. However, at this moment, Wang Tao's vehicle suddenly turned around, heading back instead. Wang Tao, what are you doing? Seeing this, Yang Qingong immediately yelled at the walkie-talkie. I'm going to pick up a crystal core, you guys go first. Wang Tao's calm voice came through the walkie-talkie. You! Anger flashed across Yang Qingong's face. Going to pick up a crystal core from a level 2 suicide bombing zombie now? It was an opportunity, but had Wang Tao considered the mad demon zombies? Wang Tao didn't seem like someone who would disregard the bigger picture. In just those few seconds, mad demon zombies began to appear around them. No one knew where these mad demon zombies were hiding. It seemed that as long as there was a big commotion in any area that had once been populated, these zombies would invariably show up. Moreover, their luck didn't seem too good today, there were so many mad demon zombies. Boss, what do we do? Someone quickly asked. To leave? Or to fight alongside Wang Tao? After only a second of thought, Yang Qingong had made a decision. Reverse the cars. All ability users prepare, we'll get down and fight immediately. Yes. No one questioned whether Yang Qingong's decision was correct, because they were well aware that they had survived up to this point under Yang Qingong's leadership. Following the boss might lead to death. Not following the boss would definitely lead to death. Huh? They didn't leave? Wang Tao saw the movements of Yang Qingong's convoy in the rearview mirror and was somewhat surprised, but he didn't say much to them. Instead, he turned to Zhu Xiaojun and said, you go pick up the crystal core, and along the way intercept the mad demon zombies. Yes. Zhu Xiaojun wasn't the least bit scared. He was about to get out of the vehicle, But Wang Tao pulled him back. "Hold on, take this." Wang Tao handed over a 2-meter-long two-handed giant axe. If the vehicle wasn't spacious enough, there would have been no room for this giant axe. Zhu Xiaojun's eyes widened. He was aware of Wang Tao's storage ability, so it wasn't surprising where Wang Tao got it from, but he was shocked at how big the axe was. Although it looked ordinary, he somehow felt it was incredibly badass. "Alright." Zhu Xiaojun immediately took it, feeling the heft in his hands. But far from being shocked, he was pleased. The weight felt just right for him. Zhu Xiaojun carried the giant axe out of the vehicle, rushing straight to where the suicide bombing zombie had died. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu also exited the vehicle. But their target wasn't the suicide bombing zombie's crystal core, but the sportswear-clad zombie. Health point, 20,000 out of 20,000, mana, 10,000 out of 10,000, Chapter 174, you just need to tell me the location to, level 2 elite. Wang Tao had turned back because of the tracksuit zombie. Level 2 zombies were hard to come by, and since he had encountered one, Wang Tao didn't want to miss the opportunity. The tracksuit zombie also noticed Wang Tao's car. Its original target had been the last vehicle, but since Wang Tao's car had already charged towards it, it naturally changed its target. Thus, it leaped high and fell near Wang Tao's car. Whoosh! At that moment, Zhang Shixu suddenly opened the car door and instantly appeared at the landing spot of the tracksuit zombie. When it landed, Zhang Shixu punched it at the back of its head. The tracksuit zombie saw Zhang Shixu too, but it didn't know to dodge, only reflexively attacking her. But it wasn't as fast as Zhang Shixu, so with a thud, it flopped on the ground in front of Wang Tao in a face-first dive. -4,323. Its defense seems pretty low. Wang Tao wielded a hand axe in one hand and a slime grenade in the other. He first chopped at the tracksuit zombie's head with his axe. -3,455. The zombie took a hit and was trying to get up when Wang Tao threw the slime grenade at it. Splash! The tracksuit zombie was instantly glued in place. The slime grenade's effect on a level 2 zombie would only last a few seconds, but it was enough. Zhang Shixu appeared behind the tracksuit zombie, clenched her small fists, and hammered 2 punches into the back of its head. -4,531, -4,642, Wang Tao's second axe strike came down with full force. Splat! -3,049, 0 out of 20,000, the tracksuit zombie's health point bar dropped to 0. Wang Tao skillfully extracted the crystal core, picked up the loot pack, and quickly got back into the car. While it took some time to describe, from the moment he saw the tracksuit zombie to killing it, it all happened in a very short span. Zhu Xiaojun had just picked up a self-destruct crystal core. Yang Qingong's group had also just driven over. They only saw Wang Tao getting out of the car and seemingly killing a zombie, but they weren't clear on the specifics. "Hurry up, we'll cover you for a while." Yielding a giant axe about a meter long, Yang Qingong exited her vehicle and shouted loudly. Wang Tao's gaze lingered on her giant axe for a moment. Such a beautiful woman wielding a giant axe presented an intriguing contrast. By then, a large number of mad demon zombies had already reached Zhu Xiaojun. Holding the axe with both hands, Zhu Xiaojun chopped at the incoming mad demon zombies. Bang! A semi-transparent shockwave spread out in a fan shape from Zhu Xiaojun's axe. -4,000, -4,000, -4,000, numerous mad demon zombies were reduced to mere chunks of flesh, clearing the space in front of Zhu Xiaojun instantly. Yang Qingong. Others. However, with many mad demon zombies to deal with, Zhu Xiaojun changed direction and swung his axe again. -4,000, -4,000, -4,000, again, the ground was littered with chopped remains. He switched directions once more, and the third axe swing was launched. -4,000, -4,000, -4,000, this time, all mad demon zombies behind the convoy were wiped out. Zhu Xiaojun caught his breath. Not to mention the others, even he was astounded by his own strength. But he remembered Wang Tao's words and immediately started running back after clearing the zombies, carrying the giant axe. "Let's go!" Wang Tao shouted to Yang Qingong outside. Hearing Wang Tao's voice, Yang Qingong snapped back to her senses and immediately roared. "Retreat!" All vehicles immediately engaged gears and accelerated. Wang Tao opened the car door, waited for a moment, and Zhu Xiaojun quickly rushed in. His axe was cumbersome to place, but with a touch from Wang Tao, it disappeared instantly. Zhu Xiaojun wasn't surprised, he was still immersed in the thrill of having instantly slaughtered a mass of zombies. Wang Tao glanced at the rearview mirror. The distant mad demon zombies were already catching up. Zombies are never ending, especially the mad demon zombies with their terrifying numbers. There was no need to engage in a fight to the death with them. Wang Tao floored the accelerator. Vroom. The SUV let out a heavy roar and then shot forward explosively. Although electric cars were more suitable in the apocalypse, it had to be said that the thrill of driving a fuel vehicle was incomparable. And this million-dollar SUV gave Wang Tao, who had hardly driven high-end vehicles before, an adrenaline rush. After a few presses of the accelerator, Wang Tao had caught up with the convoy. The speed of the mad demon zombies was fast, but not faster than a car. Especially now that everyone was on the highway with few obstacles, they were free to step on it. In a matter of minutes, the mad demon zombies were left far behind. Once sure that no zombies were chasing them, the convoy slowed down, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't their first time being chased by mad demon zombies, but it was the first time they had run straight into their midst. Even though they weren't in mortal danger, the intense chase had been nerve-wracking. "You guys are amazing." Yang Qingong wanted to say more over the walkie-talkie, but in the end, only managed to express admiration. Wang Tao had a feeling that Yang Qingong might have been a bit shaken by the experience. But no matter, this was just the beginning, he hadn't even taken action yet. "Brother Wang, this giant axe is really powerful. With it in hand, I feel like I became more than twice as strong as before." Zhu Xiaojun was not one for many words, but he had been talking non-stop for those few minutes. He couldn't help it, he was too excited. Before meeting Wang Tao, he was barely able to handle a level 1 elite zombie, but now, he could fell over 100 mad demon zombies with 3 axe swings. Chapter 174, You just need to tell me the location. 3. The kind of enhancement, especially since it happened in such a short time, was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. He was already restraining himself. If it had been someone else, they might have jumped for joy. "How does that axe feel in use? Is it handy?" Wang Tao asked with a smile. "Handy. It's incredibly handy." Zhu Xiaojun immediately nodded. "As long as it's handy, that's good. Practice with it more, and if I think you're qualified, I'll give you the giant axe." Upon hearing Wang Tao offer to give him the giant axe, Zhu Xiaojun was instinctively excited, but then he quickly waved his hands in refusal. "Brother Wang, I really shouldn't. That's your weapon, I can't take it. Besides, you use it much better than I could. Giving it to me would be a waste." Seeing Zhu Xiaojun's sincere, even anxious face, and knowing he wasn't faking, Wang Tao burst into laughter. "The weapon is indeed decent, but I'm not used to it. And I'm not giving it to you unconditionally, you'll need to prove yourself first." Seeing Zhu Xiaojun about to say more, Wang Tao spoke up to interrupt him. "Alright, let's settle it at that. Let's discuss your overall feelings now." "Okay." Seeing Wang Tao's determined tone, Zhu Xiaojun didn't keep talking about the giant axe. He always believed that actions speak louder than words. He wouldn't say much, instead, he would repay Wang Tao with his actions. He began to share his feelings about using the giant axe in detail with Wang Tao. Shockwave, or rather some special abilities' attack power, were not only related to the special ability level but also involved many other aspects. Such as physical fitness, the amount of energy consumed, skill, and even the strength of the weapon. All these could impact the power of an ability. This was why, even though Wang Tao could produce a shockwave with his bare hands, he insisted on using an axe or a hammer. The weapons provided a certain boost to his abilities. "Oh right, the crystal core." Zhu Xiaojun almost forgot. He hurriedly took out an orange crystal core from his pocket. Level 2 crystal core, self-detonation, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 45%, side effects, none, You've got some good luck here. Wang Tao hadn't expected the crystal core Zhu Xiaojun obtained to be of epic quality. Even though it wasn't much used to Wang Tao, at least it looked pretty. Zhang Shixu's eyes lit up when she saw the crystal core. She liked the color orange. "Here, take this." Wang Tao handed the self-destruct crystal core directly to Zhang Shixu. Zhang Shixu instinctively reached out to take it but immediately pulled back. "No, thank you." Wang Tao was a bit surprised but quickly realized why. Zhang Shixu understood the value of the crystal core and therefore declined because she would get no use from it other than as a plaything. Looking at Zhang Shixu, so understanding, Wang Tao immediately felt a fatherly kind of pride. His time teaching her had not been in vain. Wang Tao took back the crystal core, then with a thought, found 2 level 1 self-destruct crystal cores in his space backpack and synthesized an epic level 1 self-destruct crystal core. "Then this is for you, it's of no use to me." Looking at this level 1 orange crystal core, Zhang Shixu didn't refuse this time. She happily accepted it with a bright face. "Thank you, big brother, haha, I'm glad you like it." Wang Tao laughed heartily, then told Zhu Xiaojun to rest up a bit. Although he had only swung the axe 3 times, he had used a huge amount of energy to maximize the damage, and now he needed to recover that energy. Wang Tao, on the other hand, drove the car following the team and glanced at his space backpack. He had just killed a level 2 athlete zombie and had gotten a crystal core and a package. Since it was not an over-leveled kill, the package contained much less. Level 2 crystal core, athlete, quality, ordinary, 20%, purity, 45%, side effects, double the physical strength consumption in action, athlete, passive ability, enhances athletic capabilities. This was an athlete crystal core. Although it was a crystal core of ordinary quality, Wang Tao had 2 more athlete crystal cores. One was of outstanding quality that he had obtained before, and the other was the blue quality one he had just taken from Yang Qingong. Now, with his ordinary quality crystal core, he could synthesize a level 2 epic crystal core without impurities or side effects. Wang Tao felt this crystal core was quite nice, the type he liked. But he didn't hurry to synthesize it. After all, even if he did, he wouldn't be able to fuse it for now. However, he had some ideas about this crystal core. He had 2 passive ability crystal cores that he liked very much, Frenzy. Since Athlete was also a passive ability, could it be possible to fuse it with Frenzy? Wang Tao liked both abilities very much. If these 2 could be fused, then he might have found the 4th ability he had been hesitant to decide on. Of course, he still needed another Frenzy crystal core and a lot of special energy. He would have to look for more opportunities to hunt level 2 zombies. Zijing City was also a big city. Wang Tao thought there should be quite a few level 2 zombies inside. Once they arrived in Zijing City, they would need to make a good plan. At dusk, the convoy stopped outside an abandoned motel. "Let's rest here for tonight, what do you think?" Yang Qingong knocked on Wang Tao's window. "No problem." Wang Tao got out of the car. Zhu Xiaojun and Zhang Shixu also got out one after another. Previously, when Wang Tao and the others showed up together, everyone's gaze would subconsciously turn toward Zhang Shixu, since people naturally focus on beautiful things. But now, all eyes were on Zhu Xiaojun. There was no helping it, he was just too strong. Zhu Xiaojun was somewhat unaccustomed to so many people staring at him, and he scratched his head with a sheepish smile. Yang Qingong glanced at Zhu Xiaojun, then at Wang Tao, and seemed to hesitate to speak. "What's up?" Wang Tao looked at her curiously. Yang Qingong took a deep breath, then said to Wang Tao, "I know of a place where there are a lot of level 2 zombies. I didn't dare to go there before. With Mr. Zhu's strength, he might give it a try, but it's still incredibly dangerous." Wang Tao's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. "Don't tell me about the dangers. Just tell me where the place is." Chapter 175, Arson 1 Boss, the defense facilities are all set up. "Good, we'll stick to the usual rules and take turns keeping watch at night." "Yes." Wang Tao watched Yang Qingong's group bustling around and found it quite interesting. If it were Wang Tao spending the night outside, he would simply find an appropriate house and then secure the doors and windows. But Yang Qingong and his group were different. After arriving at this motor inn, they didn't stay inside but set up a few makeshift tents and lived in them instead. Outside the tents were vehicles, and beyond the vehicles were various defensive structures like spikes and barbed wire. Yang Qingong explained that when they stopped in flat and open areas, they preferred to stay outside because if danger arose, their first reaction was to drive away immediately. Whereas Wang Tao, no matter where he was, preferred to stay indoors. If there were any irresistible dangers, he would first hide. If he couldn't hide, he would take shelter inside the house and, if he couldn't avoid it at all, he would run away as a last resort. Of course, most of the time, Wang Tao would take the initiative to strike and deal with the danger. Neither approach could be said to be better, but Yang Qingong and his group were experienced and had excellent driving skills, so the first method was obviously more suitable for them. Wang Tao's car had a tent, but it wasn't big, at most fitting 2 people. Zhu Xiaojun volunteered to sleep in the tent, letting Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu sleep in the car. The space inside the car was ample, and there wasn't much stuff, so sleeping 2 people was naturally no problem. While Zhu Xiaojun was setting up the tent, Wang Tao gave him a set of sportswear. Black sportswear suit, durability +5, tear resistance +5. This was from the sportswear zombie they had encountered today, which was just right for Zhu Xiaojun to wear. After looking through the monster manual, Yang Qingong was slightly worried about the safety of the night. She wasn't sure if the night demon would appear near their temporary camp. The manual stated that night demons were more likely to appear in places with more zombies and were rarely seen in areas with fewer zombies and the wilderness. But there was still a chance of encountering one, so Yang Qingong arranged for an additional group to keep watch today, to ensure any danger could be spotted at the first moment. Once everything was in order, it was time for dinner. Yang Qingong's dinner consisted of rice with pickled wild vegetables. They had previously visited a rice mill, where they had acquired a considerable amount of rice. Rice had been their staple food for some time now. About the pickled wild vegetables, there were actually many wild plants in the wilderness, though few people recognized them. Some of their group knew wild plants, so they pickled some. Yang Qingong invited Wang Tao to dine together, and he was not a bit shy, bringing Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiaojun with him. A group of people sat around a small table, in the middle of which was a large bowl of pickled wild vegetables and several bottles of chili powder. As the sun set, the atmosphere of a group of survivors gathered outside a semi-abandoned building enjoying their dinner was quite special. These are wild vegetables? Upon hearing Yang Qingong's introduction, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. He hadn't had vegetables in a long time. Wang Tao tasted the wild vegetables and could only say they were average. But that was understandable. If these wild plants tasted really good, they probably wouldn't be considered wild vegetables. Especially since this was just simple pickling without any other seasoning. Zhu Xiaojun was not picky and ate anything heartily. He and Wang Tao were both eating from their bowls with big bites. Zhang Shixu, who preferred meat and nutrient solutions, showed little interest in the rice and wild vegetables, eating with small bites and looking very ladylike. Seeing Wang Tao and Zhu Xiaojun eating heartily, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Although you guys are badass, we're not useless either. Take this food, for instance. You probably haven't had any for a long time, they all thought to themselves. Yang Qingong's expression remained unchanged, but inside, she was somewhat proud. She admitted she wasn't a match for Zhu Xiaojun, but she had won in terms of food. However, at that moment, Wang Tao suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh, that's right, I have some fish here too, don't be shy. Wang Tao pulled out something that looked like a water bag from his embrace. Fish? Yang Qingong was taken aback. How many fish could fit in that bag? Dried small fish, likely. But she wasn't disdainful, rather somewhat excited. After all, it had been a long time since she had tasted meat, and even a taste would be welcome. The rest were also expectantly looking at Wang Tao. Then, something that dumbfounded everyone happened. Wang Tao opened the mouth of this water bag and poured it over the small table. Thump, 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 one big piece of dried fish after another kept coming out of this water bag, filling up the entire small table in the blink of an eye. Everyone? After the initial shock, everyone started to get excited. Holy shit, what is this thing? How can such a small bag contain so much stuff? Is this like the space equipment from novels? Yang Qingong was also shocked, but her eyes quickly became fervent as she looked towards Wang Tao. Is this? She didn't care about the principle, all she knew was that this thing was a godsend for survival in the apocalypse. If their convoy had this. Oh, this is called the magical stomach pouch. It's something inside certain special zombies. It can store a lot of food, and inside it's cold, like a fridge's chilling compartment. But it can only store food, nothing else fits inside. Chapter 175, Arson 2. Wang Tao didn't hide anything, he knew he would often need to take things, and it couldn't be kept a secret. Holy smokes. Upon hearing Wang Tao's explanation, everyone was amazed. Despite some limitations, the value of this item could not be concealed. Don't be shy, everyone, help yourselves. We've been eating fish for a while now, and we're all pretty tired of it. Wang Tao called out to the people around him. Thank you. The crowd quickly expressed their gratitude. Initially, some people harbored small grievances towards Wang Tao, but now seeing how strong Wang Tao and his group were, and how approachable he was, those small grievances instantly vanished. In fact, many even thought that Wang Tao and their boss would make a good couple. Even little Jia, who had been kicked down by Zhang Shixu before, held no grudges, especially since the dried fish was really delicious. Yang Qingong seemed to have something to say but hesitated. She really wanted Wang Tao's magical stomach pouch, but even if he was willing to give it to her, she couldn't afford it because she had nothing of value left for a trade. As for receiving it for free, she was a pragmatist and didn't indulge in daydreaming. So Yang Qingong resigned herself to the idea that in the future, if she could acquire some valuable item, she might try to trade with Wang Tao, if he was willing. However, it had to be said, the dried fish was indeed delicious. Hearing that Wang Tao caught the fish in a lake, Yang Qingong quietly took note of this information. They had been constantly on the move and hadn't encountered many sources of fresh water, and even when they did, they had no opportunity to fish. After the meal, Wang Tao gave the remaining dried fish to them. When Wang Tao found out that there was a cook among the group, he was overjoyed. Not that he couldn't cook, but he lacked seasonings. And this cook happened to have a variety of them. Wang Tao had some unprocessed fish meat, which he could now have prepared. The cook happily agreed as well, especially since Wang Tao had said that the finished product would be shared with everyone. As it was still early before bedtime, Wang Tao didn't return to his vehicle but chatted with Yang Qingong for a while. Why does everyone call you the boss? Yang Qingong smiled at the question. I was the majority shareholder and chairman of a small company. When the apocalypse struck, I organized some employees to resist and led them out of the building. Later, the old employees either died or scattered, and the number of people dwindled, but some new people joined us. Seeing the old ones calling me boss, the newcomers started calling me that as well. Yang Qingong's tone carried a hint of nostalgia. Being a boss was an affair from just a few months ago, yet it felt like a lifetime had passed, and many memories were already starting to blur. So you were a wealthy lady all along. Wang Tao understood clearly. No wonder all these cars were luxury ones and well-maintained, unaffected by the acid rain. They were probably hers or her company's. Hearing the term wealthy lady, Yang Qingong shook her head helplessly. In the apocalyptic world, it didn't matter if you were a tycoon or a rich lady. Without strength, you were nothing but labor. She was lucky to have survived until now. What's your view on those level 2 zombies I told you about? Yang Qingong asked Wang Tao. Well, obviously. Kill them. If you want to join, we'll go together. If not, I'll go alone, Wang Tao replied with a smile. Yang Qingong had already given Wang Tao the location of the cluster of level 2 zombies, and he definitely intended to check it out. As long as he confirmed that there were no level 3 zombies there, he would take action. Okay, I won't go over, but I will wait for you. You all need to be careful. Yang Qingong had actually wanted to take a look, but with so many people under her command and the level 2 combat strength being much more formidable than level 1's, any collateral impact would result in death or serious injury. That's fine. I'll head over tomorrow and make it a quick battle, Wang Tao nodded. Hearing this, Yang Qingong seemed to remember something and suddenly furrowed her brow, asking, You're not a second-order superpower owner, are you? She hadn't sensed the aura of a level 2 ability user from Wang Tao, but his confidence was unmistakable. He must have such confidence only if he was a second-order superpower owner himself. So, instead of guessing, she decided to ask directly. I am. Wang Tao nodded. Yang Qingong suddenly fell silent. She suddenly realized another thing. If Zhu Ziajun, a strong level 2 ability user, was so obedient to Wang Tao, just how powerful was Wang Tao? She had thought that it was Wang Tao's unique personal charisma that had won Zhu Ziajun over. But now, hearing that Wang Tao was admitting to being a second-order superpower owner, she believed that, along with charisma, strength was definitely a key factor. For example, herself, if she hadn't had this power, these people certainly wouldn't listen to her unconditionally. And if Wang Tao was even stronger than Zhu Ziajun, then it meant her own previous challenge with Wang Tao was quite out of her depths. Yang Qingong felt dejected. She had only just become a second-order superpower owner, and when she had achieved her level 2 ascension, she had the illusion that she was the first second-order superpower owner in the world. But now, she had casually encountered 2 people on the road who were second-order superpower owners, and they were both stronger than her. Yang Qingong, having a strong competitive nature, otherwise, she wouldn't have personally run a company and assumed the position of the boss, was feeling uncomfortable after being hit with setbacks one after another. Yang Qingong asked wearily, about that bet we had earlier, what is your request? Chapter 175, Arson 3. You really agree to any condition? Wang Tao sized up Yang Qingong, his gaze somewhat unrestrained. Yang Qingong instantly felt a wave of goosebumps. When she thought Wang Tao was a level 1 ability user, her attitude toward Wang Tao was somewhat arrogant. She naturally felt superior. That's why she didn't mind Wang Tao's scrutinizing gaze before. But now, having realized that Wang Tao might be stronger than her, that sense of psychological advantage was gone. Feeling Wang Tao's scanning gaze again, she suddenly felt as if she had been stripped bare. Tough, as long as it's within my power. You can't be too unreasonable. Yang Qingong shifted her gaze away somewhat awkwardly. I definitely won't make it difficult for you. But I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I have. Wang Tao said with a smile. After Yang Qingong left, Wang Tao also returned to the vehicle to sleep. The space inside the vehicle was large, and he and Zhang Shixi didn't feel crowded at all when lying together. However, Zhang Shixi liked to snuggle up to Wang Tao, and soon she had burrowed into his arms. Wang Tao felt somewhat helpless. He could only look but not touch. In hindsight, he might as well have gone to sleep in the tent with Zhu Ziajun. It was torture. The night passed uneventfully. In the morning, Wang Tao parted ways with the convoy. Upon hearing that Wang Tao was going to hunt down those level 2 zombies, the other survivors were somewhat worried, but they didn't say much. After all, Wang Tao was strong. Yang Qingong said she would wait for Wang Tao for 3 days. If Wang Tao didn't return within 3 days, they would have to depart, as it wasn't feasible to wait indefinitely. Wang Tao said it wasn't a problem, a day if quick, 2 to 3 if slow, but he would definitely be back. The place Yang Qingong mentioned was inside a small reservoir. She had discovered it a few days earlier while passing by. Wang Tao checked the map and found the location of this reservoir. If he drove straight there, it might only be an hour's journey. But the road was likely not going to be smooth, so Wang Tao gave himself the morning to reach it. However, today it seemed he was quite lucky, for although he encountered many zombies on the way, including a small group of mad demon zombies, he resolved them all quite easily. He even picked up several crystal cores along the way. The athleticware zombie from yesterday had increased Wang Tao's health point by 690, and the zombies today had added another 60 health point. So, Wang Tao's health point had now reached 15,200 out of 15,200. He was halfway to level 3's threshold of 30,000 health point. I hope this reservoir will bring me a pleasant surprise. This was an abandoned reservoir, empty of water, and overrun with weeds. Yang Qingong had said that the level 2 zombies she saw were on the periphery of the reservoir. Wang Tao drove around the reservoir, and besides a few ordinary zombies, he found no sign of any level 2 zombies. Yang Qingong clearly had no reason to lie to him. Either the zombies had moved on, or they were inside the reservoir. The weeds there were too tall, taller than a person, and if there were zombies hidden inside, Wang Tao would not be able to see them. Should we go down there? Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head, looking at the weeds below. He felt that going down like this was too dangerous, not knowing where the zombies might be, but if Wang Tao asked him to go, he wouldn't refuse. Wang Tao, looking at the vast expanse of weeds, suddenly had an idea. Let's not go down yet. First, let's clear the area around the reservoir. The surroundings of the reservoir were enclosed with concrete, so no grass could grow there. The weeds were in the reservoir itself and around the perimeter. The three of them quickly cleared the area to ensure the inside and outside of the reservoir were completely separated. Then Wang Tao took out a can of gasoline from the car. The gasoline was included with the car, and Yang Qingong had been generous. After giving the car to Wang Tao, she left the gasoline for him as well. I hope you are inside, or it would be a waste of my gasoline. Wang Tao grinned. Zhu Xiaojun also knew Wang Tao's intentions at that moment and his eyes widened. Man, setting such a big fire. Quite thrilling. The reservoir was not large, being a micro-reservoir. But even small, it still covered a certain area. If he were to light the inside weeds on fire, it would be a massive blaze. Wang Tao was actually afraid that the fire would be too intense and spread to himself, so he checked and cleared the surroundings meticulously, making sure there were no other inflammable materials around and that the fire would be contained within the reservoir area. There was a light breeze today, and after testing the wind direction with a strip of cloth, Wang Tao moved the car to the upwind side. He then carried the gasoline can, splashing the gasoline over the weeds in the reservoir. Gurgle gurgle, finally, Wang Tao lit the cloth in his hand and tossed the burning strip into the reservoir. Whoosh, instantly, a great fire soared into the sky. Wang Tao and the other two instinctively stepped back. Alright, let's watch closely. If any zombies appear, call me immediately. Wang Tao took out his bow and arrows and said. Sure, yes. The weeds were not dried, and they contained a good amount of moisture, so huge plumes of smoke billowed up once the fire caught. If this were before the apocalypse, I'd probably be sitting in jail for this. Wang Tao felt his breathing becoming rapid, the oxygen around him was decreasing, and the heat wave was hitting him. He couldn't take it anymore, and quickly led the two back several more steps. In the past, he only saw big fires on the news, with many casualties, but he never experienced how terrifying a big fire could be. But today, he felt the power of a blaze that was suffocating even on the outskirts. The center could only be imagined. Roar. A few minutes later, Wang Tao heard a roar from inside the reservoir. There really are zombies. That doesn't sound like the voice of an ordinary level 1 zombie. Moments later, the roars increased in number. Quick, look where they are. Wang Tao, fighting the discomfort, forced himself to move a few steps forward. There. Suddenly, Zhang Shiksa pointed to a spot. Wang Tao quickly looked and spotted a zombie in the flames. 1,398 out of 7,000, whoosh, an arrow flew out, accurately piercing its eye socket. Minus 1,398, 0 out of 7,000, level 2 zombie, health point depleted. Chapter 176 Health point soars 1 after nailing a level 2 zombie in the head with an arrow and seeing his health point max increase, Wang Tao burst into laughter. Keep them coming, let's see just how many zombies are in here. The one he had just killed was a level 2, elite zombie, the first, but definitely not the last. Wang Tao could sense that his health point was about to get a serious boost today. Any zombie instantly killed by Wang Tao would drop a loot pack. Naturally, this zombie did too, but lying in the sea of flames, Wang Tao couldn't retrieve it just yet. This was a wake-up call for Wang Tao. He needed to claim the zombies' heads before the fire consumed them. Otherwise, He wouldn't gain any health point or loot packs if the zombies burned to death since the fire lasted too long to count as his kill. Soon, Little June also spotted a level 2 zombie in the fiery chaos. 7,849 out of 12,000, this zombie still had a lot of health point, but Wang Tao didn't hurry. He waited until it was down to its last 1,000 health point before shooting an arrow. Whoosh, minus 1,287, 0 out of 12,000, another head collected. Before Wang Tao had time to check the increase in his health point, Zhang Shixu's voice rang out again. Brother, there are 2 over there. Wang Tao quickly ran over. At the location Zhang Shixu pointed to, there were 5 zombies, but 3 were ordinary, level 1 zombies, which Zhang Shixu naturally ignored. After killing the 2 level 2 zombies, Wang Tao refrained from attacking further. Ordinary zombies weren't worth it unless they were elite, just some common materials, hardly worth wasting his arrows on, which were nearly rendered useless once shot through the flames. It was better to be economical. After about 15 minutes, the fire grew fiercer, and smoke billowed into the sky. Who knows how much pollution this thing is causing, or how many degrees it's warming the planet? Wang Tao laughed self-deprecatingly. Before the apocalypse, there were always news reports about humans being responsible for environmental pollution and global warming. But as an ordinary person, he wasn't the cause of this, or at least, it wasn't directly related to him. He didn't mind being asked to protect the environment, but being blamed for it was ridiculous. Now, it indeed had something to do with him, direct consequences of his own actions, yet nobody was nagging in his ear anymore. Roar. Just then, Wang Tao heard a fierce roar. He looked towards the sound and saw an imposing zombie. A terrorizer? The reservoir was deeper than Wang Tao had expected, and the underbrush taller. If it hadn't been for the fire burning the vegetation, he wouldn't have been able to see this over 2-meter-tall terrorizer at all. Lucky he hadn't gone down there. If he had been ambushed by zombies unknowingly, that would have spelled disaster. Health point, 19,339 out of 22,000, mana, 10,000 out of 10,000, level 2, elite. This terrorizer was quite strong, with over 22,000 health point. Despite being scorched by fire for so long, it still had 19,000 health point left. If he had to fight it face to face, Wang Tao would have to exert some effort, but now, he just needed to watch it burn to death. The terrorizer spotted Wang Tao. With its simple mind, it probably couldn't figure out what was happening with the fire, but it would attack any human it saw. So upon seeing Wang Tao, it instantly lifted a thick steel pipe in its hand and slammed it violently onto the ground. A shockwave headed towards Wang Tao but disappeared a good distance away from him. Wang Tao calmly notched and drew his bow, taking his time with the shot. He chose to use a bow and arrows instead of a shockwave because the distance was too great, and the shockwave wouldn't reach. He dared not get too close, the flames were too fierce, and he could get hurt himself. Step by step, the terrorizer moved towards Wang Tao. Flames raged over its body, its head ablaze as if it were a war god emerging from hell, impressively terrifying, while its health point dropped rapidly. When it reached near Wang Tao, struggling through the flames, Wang Tao released the bowstring. Whoosh, minus 1,028, 0 out of 22,000, the terrorizer's health point hit 0, and it collapsed with a thunderous fall. How considerate, coming right towards me. With this shockwave crystal core he hadn't picked up yet, Wang Tao now had 2, just 1 more and he could synthesize a crystal core he could use. I hope to see another terrorizer. Wang Tao silently wished to himself. More zombies appeared, and although no more terrorizers showed up, they were all level 2. Wang Tao was having a blast killing them, but after a while, he started to feel that something was off. Why are there so many level 2 zombies? Zhang Hong had told him that there were a few level 2 zombies here. But now, with the fire having only scorched a small area of the reservoir, more than a dozen level 2 zombies had emerged. While most of them had lower health point, such as 7,000, 6,000, or even 5,000, the quantity was still way too high. This wasn't normal. If there were truly so many level 2 zombies, Wang Tao would have encountered them on the road, not having to trek all this way just to fight them. Then Wang Tao suddenly remembered the situation at Shuai's first hospital. Back then, there were also many level 1 elite zombies, an endless amount for him to kill. But that was because there was a green-eyed zombie in the hospital capable of elevating ordinary zombies' levels. Chapter 176 Health Point Soars 2. Could there be a similar behemoth inside the reservoir? With this thought, Wang Tao suddenly felt a mix of excitement and caution. If such a zombie really existed, it would likely be level 3. Wang Tao had killed a level 3 zombie before, but that was done by exploiting the sunlight to eliminate a night demon, not through a typical kill. Of course, the situation now was different. Now all zombies would gradually find themselves engulfed in a sea of flames, and if there really were level 3 zombies, Wang Tao wasn't without a chance to fight. Wang Tao shared his speculation about the possibility of level 3 zombies in the area with Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiajun, warning them to be cautious. Both nodded quickly. Zhang Shixu was rather unfazed, as she didn't experience much fluctuation in emotions when it came to combat. To put it simply, she didn't know fear. Zhu Xiajun, on the other hand, was somewhat scared, which is only human. However, he firmly believed that even if it were level 3 zombie, Wang Tao could take care of it. He held a blind trust in Wang Tao. The fire continued to burn, and from time to time, level 2 zombies would leap out of the flames, only to be swiftly dispatched by Wang Tao's arrows. Wang Tao no longer cared whether or not there were level 3 zombies, deciding to kill all the zombies he could before considering anything else. Wang Tao estimated that quite a few zombies would be burned to death before they had a chance to escape the inferno, wondering just how much health point would be wasted. It was a shame that Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiajun couldn't perform ranged attacks, otherwise, they could have collected some kills too. The reservoir was deep, and there were protective railings all around. Even if some zombies did manage to break free from the inferno, they couldn't cause any harm to the trio. But there were always exceptions. Some zombies had the ability to jump directly out, while others had ranged attack abilities, launching assaults on the trio from across the sea of flames. Luckily, Wang Tao was always cautious. He was on the lookout for such zombies. They wouldn't get the chance to ambush him. He reserved the privilege of surprise attacks for himself. Thus, the three of them dealt with these zombies easily, without much danger. Moreover, Wang Tao had discovered something valuable. A zombie with the spittle nail ability had just leaped up. The spittle nail ability allowed for storing 1/10 of consumed food in the stomach to be later used as a weapon and spat out. Never mind the abilities of that zombie, what mattered was that killing it would yield a magical stomach pouch. In the past, Wang Tao had killed 3 spittle nail zombies, each dropping a magical stomach pouch, and this spittle nail zombie was no exception. It dropped one too. TSK, I can sell this to Yang Qingong, if she can offer something of high value. Wang Tao originally planned to arrive at the reservoir in the morning, wipe out all level 2 zombies by noon, and meet with Yang Qingong in the afternoon. But plans can't keep up with changes, and there were too many zombies hidden in the reservoir. The fire that started in the morning continued burning into the afternoon without stopping. All 3 of them used handkerchiefs to cover their noses and mouths. The smell of burning corpses was unbearable. He was also somewhat concerned that the large-scale flames and thick smoke might attract other level 3 zombies or those mysterious creatures from the wilderness. However, it seemed they were fortunate. The area was perhaps too remote, and only a few scattered ordinary zombies nearby were easily taken care of by Zhu Xiajun. As for the mysterious creatures, their numbers were small, and unless one was extremely unlucky, encounters with them weren't so easily come by. Feels like this fire won't be extinguished by tomorrow. Looking at the great fire, Wang Tao felt a bit helpless. When the fire initially started burning, he could easily finish off the zombies. But as the fire grew larger, finisher moves became difficult. And now that it had grown to this extent, they were out of the question, as he could occasionally hear the zombies' roars, but couldn't see where exactly they were amidst the large fire. They couldn't escape from within it. It was somewhat wasteful, to be honest, but Wang Tao was still satisfied. He glanced at his own health point, 24,850 out of 24,850. Before coming here, his health point limit was 15,200, but now it was 24,850. It had risen by 9,650. Although most of the zombies in the flames were level 2, elites with generally low health point, and the one with the highest health point was the Terrorizer, there were so many zombies that Wang Tao lost track of how many he had killed. Just 5,000 away from 30,000 health point. Wang Tao felt a slight thrill in his heart. This trip was really worthwhile, and the idea of setting the fire had come at just the right time. Otherwise, amassing nearly 10,000 in health point limit would have taken quite some time. The reservoir was replete with wild growth. Seeing that the sun was setting and it was still not burnt out, Wang Tao decided not to leave but to rest here for the night. After all, he hadn't yet claimed his crystal core and loot pack, which were down below. In the afternoon, the wind direction changed a bit, so Wang Tao switched to a different position. Looking at the shining crystal cores and transparent packs in the sea of fire, he felt a strong urge, but he resisted. After all, the fire below was too intense, and who knew if zombies were still hiding there. It was better not to go down until he was sure it was safe. Wang Tao also sensed something odd. The resilience of these weeds to fire exceeded his expectations. He wondered if perhaps the weeds had mutated as well. But this had a silver lining. When Wang Tao previously threw Molotov cocktails at zombies, the flames on their bodies would quickly extinguish. He didn't understand why at first, But after some observations, he found that the zombies' blood might have a raining fire effect. Hence, although a Molotov cocktail could burn zombies, it usually couldn't kill them. Chapter 176 Health Point Soars 3. But now, things had changed. If the flames were alone on the zombies, they might not burn for long before going out. However, the current flames were on the weeds, and these weeds were highly flammable. The zombies couldn't avoid the flames amongst the weeds at all. As long as the weeds didn't stop burning, they could burn the zombies to death. "Let's wait it out," Wang Tao said. "Hopefully by tomorrow the fire will have died down." None of the three, including Wang Tao, were planning on sleeping. After all, with the current situation, sleep was out of the question, and since their level 2 ascension, the necessity for sleep had greatly diminished. An occasional all-nighter wouldn't impact their mental state much. They spent the whole night in the car, watching the fire burn. It wasn't until the light of dawn began to appear that Wang Tao finally let out a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about were the night demons coming at night. Wang Tao was uncertain whether the three of them could take on a level 3 night demon alone. But he knew if there were more than two, they would have to run. Night demons weren't solitary zombies, they tended to come in groups. Luckily, nothing happened that night. The flames in the reservoir were still burning, but had significantly weakened and were now mostly concentrated in the middle of the reservoir. Everywhere else was a bare and charred stretch. Among the ashes, many crystal cores sparkled under the reflection of the flames. "Let's go, pick up the crystal cores." The surroundings were empty, any dangers could be seen at a glance, so Wang Tao led Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiaojun down without hesitation. Level 2 rush, Level 2 self-detonation, Level 1 self-heal. Looking at these crystal cores, Wang Tao's grin was almost ear to ear. And it wasn't just the crystal cores, they also found loot packs from the zombies they had killed before. Only after gathering these packs did Wang Tao realize that yesterday, he had killed 32 level 2 elite zombies. Then, comparing the number of packs to the amount of crystal cores, Wang Tao realized he had only killed a small fraction of them. Together, the three of them had picked up more than 80 crystal cores. Which meant that at least 50 or more zombies were burned to death. Thinking about it, he felt somewhat pained. After all, that was potential health point and loot packs. If he had killed those zombies too, Wang Tao's health point would definitely be close to 30,000. At the same time, Wang Tao was a bit worried in his heart. Given the current state of affairs, it was clear there must be at least one level 3 zombie here. And it might be similar to the green-eyed zombie, one that could cultivate other zombies. Such a zombie could perhaps be called a mother zombie. Wang Tao felt this moniker was very fitting. As for where this mother zombie might be, Wang Tao looked towards the center of the reservoir, where the flames were still burning. If nothing unexpected happened, the mother zombie might be right there. What puzzled Wang Tao was that the other party didn't roar or make any moves, as if it had been burned to death. But that seemed unlikely, considering that the level 1 and level 2 zombies had all put up some resistance, yet this level 3 zombie showed no sign of struggle whatsoever. After clearing up the area, Wang Tao and his two companions returned to the shore. "Let's wait a bit longer. Once that central fire dies down, we can see what's going on inside," Wang Tao said. "Okay." Both Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiaojun naturally had no objections. But their wait lasted until noon. Wang Tao had just drunk a few bottles of nutrient fluid when Zhang Shixu pointed towards the reservoir and said, "It's out. Let's go take a look," Wang Tao said without hesitation, grasping his axe as he walked. In the very center of the reservoir was a pile of ashes, looking as if a lot of weeds had been there before. After scattering the ashes, they found no crystal cores. Could there really be no level 3 zombies? Impossible. Wang Tao was puzzled, he felt that his guess should have been correct. Zhu Xiaojun, wielding his giant axe, was clearing the ashes when he accidentally hit the ground. Thud, something about that sound was off. Zhu Xiaojun suddenly exclaimed, "There's a hollow underneath." Hollow? Could the level 3 zombie be hiding underground? Keep digging. Soon, they revealed a large slab underneath the ashes. The slab had holes in it, and looking through the holes showed pitch darkness within, unclear what was inside. Wang Tao glanced at it but didn't see any health point information. There is more to this than meets the eye. Wang Tao hesitated for a moment before telling Zhu Xiaojun, "Smash it open." "Okay." Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu stepped back a bit as Zhu Xiaojun lifted his giant axe high and brought it down hard on the underground slab. Bang! Crumble! After a loud sound, dust rose, and the surface slab shattered instantly. Prepared for what would come, Zhu Xiaojun immediately ran to Wang Tao's side. The three prepared for combat. But after a moment of waiting, nothing seemed to happen. Once the dust settled beside the broken slab, Wang Tao cautiously approached. An entrance? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. He had thought there might have been a pit of some kind with zombies hiding inside. But to his surprise, there was a slanted hole leading downward, large enough for him to fit through. Is a level 3 zombie hiding in there? Wang Tao's eyes glinted green as he noticed the hole wasn't straight but curved, making it impossible to see to the end. Wang Tao hesitated about whether to go in. Rationally speaking, he shouldn't. The risk didn't seem to match the potential reward. He knew neither the possible benefits nor the dangers inside. If there was an undamaged level 3 zombie inside, they might not even be able to defeat it. However, just then, Wang Tao spotted some plants deep within the hole at a glance. Upon closer inspection, they were mushrooms and they had a name. Strength Mushroom X1, Strength Mushroom, crafting material, edible. Eating it provides a temporary boost in strength, but causes hallucinations for a certain period. Strength mushrooms? That sounds familiar. Aren't they the core ingredient for crafting a small strength potion? Chapter 177, The Cave, Fire Attack 1. Be careful. Wang Tao entered the cave with Zhang Shixu. After careful consideration, Wang Tao had decided to take a look inside. After all, opportunity favored the prepared. His hesitation was due to the fact that he was unclear about what was in the cave. But now, having seen the strength mushroom, he knew the risk was worth taking. After all, strength mushrooms were core ingredients for the strength potion, small, and with them, he would be able to craft strength potions himself. The strength potions Wang Tao had were all looted from zombies, and he didn't have many. He was reluctant to use them. Zhu Xiaojun didn't come with them as he lacked night vision, which placed him at a disadvantage in such places. Wang Tao asked him to stay outside and keep watch over the off-road vehicle, so if there were any irresistible dangers, he could drive away with them in time. Red and green lights glowed in the eyes of Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu as they cautiously approached the strength mushrooms. The strength mushrooms looked similar in shape and size to ordinary mushrooms, but upon closer inspection, one could see tiny red spots on the white mushrooms. Can we eat his thing? Wang Tao usually liked mushrooms, but he only ate the one spot from proper sources and had never had wild ones. The small red dots on the strength mushrooms looked unusual, and the introduction had mentioned that eating one would grant a temporary boost in strength but would also induce hallucinations for a time. Not that he was sure what it tasted like, but if it were really tasty, maybe a bit of hallucination wouldn't matter. It wasn't fatal anyway. Shaking his head, Wang Tao quickly dismissed his foodie thoughts. Even if he wanted to eat it, he would have someone else try it first. Moreover, these mushrooms were scarce at the moment, not even enough for crafting potions, much less for eating as food. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu picked all the mushrooms. A total of 14 mushrooms, and since each could be used to make 5 strength potions, that meant they had 70 strength potions. Perhaps they could trade these potions with others or even sell them directly in the future. Also, these mushrooms could be stored in the space backpack, which was very convenient. After collecting all the strength mushrooms, they had reached a bend in the cave. Wang Tao peeked around the corner and saw no danger. There were still many mushrooms growing, including some with blue spots on them. Defense Mushroom X1, Defense Mushroom, crafting ingredient, edible. Eating it temporarily boosts defense but induces hallucinations for a time. The introduction of the Defense Mushroom was similar to the Strength Mushroom, except one boosted strength and the other defense. Defense mushrooms could be used to craft defense potions, small, corresponding to the strength potions, small. Let's continue. They collected mushrooms as they went along, passing 3 bends in total and gathering 55 mushrooms and 58 defense mushrooms. At this point, the path ahead finally changed. Deep within the cave was a vast space without strength mushrooms but with numerous tree roots intertwined. Wang Tao became vigilant at the sight of those roots. Because the roots had health point. 73,426 out of 100,000, 100,000 blood, but not full. Could it have been burned by fire? Wang Tao was curious. Aside from health point, these roots showed no other attributes, which reminded Wang Tao of those 100,000 blood flesh pieces in the night demon's nest, leading him to believe there was a similarity. Seeing the health point bars, Wang Tao really wanted to hack at them with his axe, but as he was unsure about what was below, he restrained himself. The space here was vast, filled with roots, and among them, there were human bones, likely those of zombies. Wang Tao couldn't quite understand the relationship between the roots and the zombies. "Brother, over here." Zhang Shixu suddenly tugged at Wang Tao's clothes and pointed somewhere. Wang Tao turned to look, and his eyes widened in shock. About a dozen zombies were tightly entwined by the tree roots, which were inserted into the zombies' mouths and seemed to be pulsating. It looked quite lewd. What the hell is this? Wang Tao couldn't understand but was profoundly shocked. Most of these zombies were level 1 zombies, but there were also 2 level 2 zombies among them. They were all critically low on health point but not dead, still desperately struggling. Wang Tao initially thought the roots were trying to kill or eat the zombies, But after secretly observing for a while, he noticed that the roots seemed to be injecting something into the zombies' mouths, and the zombies' health point was slowly increasing. What's going on here? Wang Tao frowned. Whereas Zhang Shixu's eyes lit up. Brother, I smell a very fragrant scent. Could it be zombie culture fluid? Wang Tao looked at Zhang Shixu. No, it's different. Zhang Shixu shook her head. Wang Tao looked back at the roots and zombies again. So far, they had searched the entire underground space and found no other passages except for this space and a winding entrance leading upward. Clearly, the focal point of this underground space lay with these roots. Shall we attack it to test it out? After pondering for a moment, Wang Tao threw a throwing knife. -5, 73,421 out of 100,000. What the heck? Wang Tao was dumbstruck. Those surgical throwing knives were flimsy and pretty much disposable after one use. A mere 5 points of damage seemed too low, right? Wang Tao then unleashed a shockwave. -15, 73,406 out of 100,000, Chapter 177, The Cave, Fire Attack 2. Wang Tao could now confirm that it was not his throwing knives that were dealing low damage, but rather the tree roots had too high defense. It was completely different from the flesh inside the night demon's nest. Although that flesh also had 100,000 health point, its defense was very low, and Wang Tao could eliminate it in just a few strikes. But the defense of this tree root was too high. His most powerful attacks could only deal a dozen or so damage. This means that even if the root didn't fight back, it would take him hours to destroy it. Wang Tao shot another arrow with his recurve bow, which also resulted in mere tens of points of damage. After enduring various attacks from Wang Tao, the tree root showed no response, as if it were ignoring him. Then Wang Tao shifted his target and fired his arrows at the zombies that were bound by the tree roots. Whoosh, -4,000, 0 out of 4,000, the health point bar of the level 1 zombie dropped to 0, its head lolled to one side, it ceased struggling, and a milky white liquid flowed out from its mouth. Swoosh, the root that was thrust into its mouth immediately withdrew, covered in the white liquid. This time, without needing Zhang Shixu to tell him, Wang Tao also smelled a faint fragrance. The source of the fragrance was the white liquid on the tree root. The tree root swung through the air as if in anger and dissatisfaction. Then the roots that bound the zombies gradually loosened, releasing them. Thud, the zombie corpse hit the ground. The root oozing white liquid retracted into the midst of the countless tree roots. This is interesting. These roots should be part of a plant, so why would they enhance the zombies' strength? Wang Tao couldn't figure it out, but since the roots didn't seem to have much of a reaction, he felt relieved. Wang Tao once again drew his recurve bow and began shooting at the zombies. Shortly after, he effortlessly disposed of the dozen or so zombies. They were all bound to death by the roots, unable to move and were mere sitting ducks. Wang Tao also gained 1,300 health point, bringing his maximum health point up to 26,150. After all those zombies had perished, the tree roots seemed to become frenzied, whipping wildly in the air before calming down after a while. It seems angry. Zhang Shixu suddenly whispered. Wang Tao nodded and then said with a headache, it seems that the final boss is this tree root, but its defense is too strong. We can't make a dent in it. Until now, I still don't know exactly what this thing is. If these roots couldn't attack, Wang Tao could just wear them down, but it was clear they were capable of attacking, so slowly whittling them down was no longer viable. Let's try again. Wang Tao stealthily approached the roots and struck them several times. They lost a few drops of health point but had no reaction. Wang Tao intensified his attack, causing the root to lose a dozen drops of health point. At this point, the tree roots finally moved. Several roots whipped around in the air, engaging in indiscriminate attacks. Wang Tao wanted to gauge the damage of the roots, so after dodging a few, he deliberately took a hit from the last one. Boom, -372, 25,778 out of 26,150, Wang Tao was sent flying instantly. Swoosh, Zhang Shixu quickly ran over to catch Wang Tao, preventing him from crashing into the wall. Damn. Such high damage. Even with his barrier activated, Wang Tao still lost nearly 400 health point. Although this amount of health point might not seem like much for his 20-odd thousand health point, it was damage inflicted by just one root. If hundreds or thousands of roots attacked together, they could probably mash Wang Tao into a pulp instantly. But there was also good news. From Wang Tao's test, it appeared the roots might not be very intelligent and possibly lacked senses, unable to perceive their surroundings. Even if Wang Tao was moving right in front of them, they wouldn't detect him. Only if Wang Tao actively attacked them would they respond, but that was a reactive attack, not because they saw where Wang Tao was. If these roots were blind, then perhaps he really could grind them down. Just as Wang Tao was considering whether to call Zhu Xiaojun down to help wear down the roots, Zhang Shixu suddenly said, "Brother, Why don't we just burn it with fire? Wang Tao was stunned for a moment before slapping his forehead. Little Zhu is right. I almost forgot about the fire attack. Logically speaking, plants should be more vulnerable to fire, so a fire attack was definitely not a problem. Moreover, the cave had a unique layout with only one entry and exit path. If it really caught fire, even if the roots had legs, they wouldn't be able to run. Of course, there was another crucial point, that was, these roots weren't at full health point, they now only had a little over 70,000 health point. Where had that 20,000 health point gone? If all went as expected, it might have been burned off by the fire outside. So, a fire attack was definitely feasible. Let's go. Upstairs. Wang Tao quickly took Zhang Shixu's hand and ran out. Brother Wang, are you guys alright? Zhu Xiaojun, seeing Wang Tao and her come out, hurried over. Nothing's wrong, there's a bunch of attacking tree roots below, they have too high defense, we can't do anything to them, so I'm planning to burn them. Wang Tao briefly explained. They still had some gasoline left from before, but Wang Tao was worried it wouldn't be enough, so he siphoned off some more oil from the car. After preparing a full canister of gasoline, Wang Tao re-entered the cave. Although we don't seem to have any grudges, who made you a red health point bar? Wang Tao muttered to himself, then poured all the gasoline over the tree roots. Chapter 177, The Cave, Fire Attack 3. These roots twisted together like snakes, slowly writhing. They obviously hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet. After Wang Tao emptied the whole jug of gasoline, he took out an arrow, the tip of which was wrapped with a cloth soaked in gasoline. Snap! The flame from the lighter instantly ignited the arrow. Whoosh! At that moment, before Wang Tao even shot the arrow, he saw the roots begin to writhe crazily. Huh? Feeling the heat of the flame? Too late. Wang Tao drew his bow and notched the arrow. Swoosh! The flaming arrow struck the roots. Whoosh! Instantly, a large fire blazed up from the roots. The roots thrashed wildly as though trying to extinguish the flames, but the gasoline was sticking to them. It was not going to be extinguished that easily. -100, -100, -100. Watching the health point of the roots decrease by hundreds, Wang Tao grinned, but he did not dare to keep watching. He quickly pulled Zhang Shixu and ran out of the cave. The three of them were waiting outside the cave. A moment later, Wang Tao felt the ground beneath his feet growing warm, as though he was standing on a heated kang. Flames and thick smoke continuously billowed out of the cave, and Wang Tao hurriedly covered his mouth and nose. Seems like it worked quite well. Thanks to little Zhu. Wang Tao praised Zhang Shixu by his side. He might have thought of the fire attack as well, but he did not react at the moment. After all, they had just set a big fire, and he was, so to speak, blind to his own candlelight. He subconsciously overlooked it. Zhang Shixu, who was praised, was very happy, gripping Wang Tao's hand tightly, but her eyes kept darting toward the entrance of the cave. That faint scent persisted, even the fire could not cover it, and it even became more fragrant. The fire in the cave ended quicker than Wang Tao had expected. He thought it would burn for a day and night like the big fire yesterday. But in reality, it only burned for the morning, and by the afternoon, the flames had died down. However, although the flames had been extinguished, the high temperature inside remained. For safety reasons, Wang Tao didn't go in but waited until nightfall. The temperature was relatively cool that night when Wang Tao and the others came to the entrance of the cave. Inside, there was still some warmth, but it was not too high and within an acceptable range. Then Wang Tao asked Zhu Xiaojun to continue guarding outside while he and Zhang Shixu entered. The cave was filled with ashes, and remnants of blackened roots could be seen occasionally, crumbling to the touch. It's all turned to charcoal. Wang Tao was somewhat amazed. This fire attack was really useful, especially against these plant monsters. The two advanced through the warm ashes, and before long, they arrived at the center of the underground space. Before, this area had been obstructed by roots, and Wang Tao could not see the specific situation clearly. Now that they were here, Wang Tao let out a small exclamation. Huh? This isn't dead? In the midst of the ashes, some roots were still tightly entwined, charred on the surface, but they weren't dead since they had an health point bar. 3,283 out of 100,000, still has 3,000 health point. Such tenacity. Wang Tao muttered with some emotion, but he didn't hold back with his attack. He unleashed a shockwave with his axe. -385. Damage increased? Is it because it was burned? While pondering in his mind, Wang Tao called Zhang Shixu to attack together. To Wang Tao's surprise, these roots did not counterattack, they simply kept tightly wrapped around each other, slowly writhing. Bang! -501, 0 out of 100,000, Wang Tao's final axe strike zeroed out its health point bar. The roots slowly stopped moving and then burst out a loot pack. Doesn't this even count as an over-leveled kill? Looking at the lonely loot pack, Wang Tao felt quite frustrated. If it weren't for the fire attack, these 100,000 health point roots might as well have been standing still letting him kill them, and even then, it might have taken him hours. Moreover, the attack power of the roots was very strong. If Wang Tao got entangled, he guessed the concurrent attacks from so many roots could instantly turn him into mincemeat. But such strong roots didn't count as an over-leveled kill. Wang Tao glanced at his own health point bar again. Damn it, it doesn't even increase the health point cap. Wang Tao remembered the attributes of the roots. Other than the health point bar, they had no other attributes. They were just like the flesh in the night demon's nest, which also didn't have health point, and only burst out a loot pack. Wang Tao didn't closely examine the loot pack but turned his attention to the roots instead. The roots were tightly entwined, forming an upside-down bowl shape as if there was something inside. The bowl was about the size of a small room. Could there be a level 3 zombie inside? Wang Tao asked Zhang Shixi to prepare for combat at any time, then carefully began to move the roots aside. It smells so good. Zhang Shixi suddenly exclaimed, and Wang Tao also widened his eyes in shock. Inside was a small pond filled with a milk-like white liquid. This white liquid was so fragrant that Wang Tao almost couldn't stop himself from drooling uncontrollably. Tree Essence Liquid X9364, this thing had a name. Without a word, Wang Tao immediately collected all the white liquid into his space backpack. Phew, the tempting aroma disappeared instantly as the essence liquid was stored away. Before he had time to check the details, 2 other items caught his eye. The first item was a white object shaped like a chicken egg. Magic Seeds X1, without a word, Wang Tao collected it as well. The second item was a monster with an ugly human face but with the rest of its body made of branches. Health point, 1,000 out of 30,000, mana, 30,000 out of 30,000, grade, level 3, Lord, internal impurity, 60%, status, weakness 99%, the monster had its eyes closed as if it hadn't noticed Wang Tao's arrival. Only 1,000 health point and 99% weakness? Without a word, Wang Tao brought the axe down. Splat. Minus 1,000, 0 out of 30,000, the human face tree body monster's health point bar was instantly zeroed out. Platter, a pile of things burst out. Wang Tao immediately collected the loot pack, then dug open the head of the human face tree body monster, finding a red crystal core inside. After securing the crystal core and confirming there were no named items left on the monster's body, he finally waved at Zhang Shixi. Let's go, back to the surface. Chapter 178 Level 3 Weapon 1 Brother Wang, are you guys okay? Seeing Wang Tao come up, Zhu Xiaojun immediately ran over again. Haha, we're fine, the monsters below are taken care of. Wang Tao laughed. This time, luck was on their side. They happened to have gasoline and stumbled upon a plant-based monster that was very afraid of fire. A big fire saved Wang Tao a lot of effort and avoided many dangers, almost as if he had cheated. Glad you're okay. It's a shame I couldn't help. There was a hint of shame on Zhu Xiaojun's face. Wang Tao patted Zhu Xiaojun's shoulder and said, don't overthink it, by standing guard over the car, you provided us with an escape route. Without it, I wouldn't have dared to use fire so boldly. Zhu Xiaojun's strength was not weak, but his lack of night vision greatly limited his ability to act at night, hence he was not asked to join. It was an unfortunate necessity. Although these words from Wang Tao were meant to comfort, Zhu Xiaojun still felt greatly encouraged upon hearing them. So what do we do now? Wang Tao looked up at the stars and said, let's find a place to rest for now. You drive. We'll go meet up with Yang Qingong tomorrow morning. Traveling at night was still too dangerous. Unless it was an emergency, Wang Tao preferred to travel during the day for safety. The meeting with Yang Qingong was set for 3 days. Tomorrow would be the 3rd day, just in time to catch up. Okay. Boom, the off-road vehicle's engine roared to life, moving away from the scorched wasteland of the reservoir. Inside the car, Wang Tao took a sip of water, then began checking the loot. First, the increase in maximum health point. Although the roots he killed didn't have any health point, the human face tree body monster did. It added 3,849. So, now Wang Tao's health point was 29,999 out of 29,999. Before Wang Tao came here, he was only thinking since he got the news about the level 2 zombies, and it wasn't too far, he naturally couldn't waste the opportunity. Even if there were no loot, adding some health point was good. But he hadn't expected that he would almost triple his health point from 15,000 to nearly 30,000. Now, he was just 1 point shy of 30,000 health point. Of course, this 1 point was not so easy to obtain as he had reached the upper limit of level 2. Probably like before at level 1, he would have to ascend all his abilities to level 3 before he could achieve level 3 ascension and exceed 30,000 health point. But all of Wang Tao's current abilities were +1, and it would take a lot of effort to max them all out. Nevertheless, Wang Tao was content, as the health point gains were much faster than he had anticipated. His speed of ascension to level 3 might indeed surpass the speed of his level 2 ascension. The human face tree body monster was a level 3 lord monster, meaning it was an over-leveled kill for Wang Tao. Aside from the health point increase, he also gained a special energy. His special ability directly increased by 6,000. Special energy and health point were consistent, which meant that Wang Tao actually gained 6,000 in health point limit. Unfortunately, having reached the upper limit of level 2, he could only add less than 4,000 health point. Speaking of special energy, with these added 6,000, Wang Tao's special energy reached 13,740. This amount of special energy could now extract 2 level 2 abilities. Wang Tao could directly extract the shockwave and precise shooting ability and then use the omnipotent crystal core to upgrade the barrier. But there was no rush. Wang Tao continued to look at the other loot. Killing those level 2 zombies in the Sea of Fire earlier yielded quite a few crystal cores, most of which were familiar to Wang Tao. Among them, the useful ones were shockwave, omnipotent, and precision shooting. As for the loot they dropped, it was mostly potions, crafting materials, etc., fairly standard. However, these level 2 zombies didn't have much health point, mostly just having ascended to level 2, so it was normal for them not to have anything particularly good. Then Wang Tao turned to the main hall from the cave. The 100,000 blood tree root only exploded into a loot pack. Wang Tao had thought that the root would explode into an extraction crystal core like the flesh in the night demon's nest, but it wasn't the case. Instead, it was a section of the root, level 3 weapon, entangling roots, health point, 10,000 out of 10,000, upper limit 100,000, status, dormant, enhancement, health point, attack, defense, weakness, fear of fire, compatibility, 0%, level 3. Weapon? This was the first time Wang Tao had seen something like this. He quickly read the detailed explanation. Weapon, a type of weapon that can only be used by humans, entangling roots, can be entwined around the body, providing additional health point, attack, and defense, but comes with a restriction weakness, fear of fire, health point, the weapon's own health point. If the health point drops to 0, the weapon dies. Status, the current state of the weapon. Only weapons in an awakened state can be used. Enhancement, the attributes the weapon enhances for the human. Compatibility, must be at least 1% before the weapon can be used. If the weapon is used for a certain period, the compatibility will decrease. The higher the compatibility between the human and the weapon, the more potential of the weapon can be unleashed. To increase compatibility, a crystal core or one's own health point must be used to nourish the weapon, which also restores the weapon's current health point, and after 100% nourishment, it will increase the weapon's upper health point limit. If one's own health point is used to nourish the weapon, it will leave the person in a state of extreme weakness. After reading the explanation, Wang Tao was astonished. This was a weapon with life. If he entwined these entangling roots around his body, it would be like having an additional 10,000 health point, and a certain amount of attack and defense. Chapter 178 Level 3 Weapon 2 If attacked, the health point of the entangling roots should be deducted first. Only after its health point is depleted would the wearer's own health point be deducted. However, to use these entangling roots, one must increase the compatibility, at least to 1% to be able to use it. The methods to enhance compatibility involve either using a crystal core or one's own health point to nourish the weapon. Using a crystal core would certainly consume it, while using one's own health point could leave one in an extremely weakened state. Wang Tao suddenly thought of the level 3 monster he had just killed. That monster was in a 99% weakened state and also severely low on health point. Could it have been nourishing these entangling roots? If so, then everything seemed to make sense. Wang Tao had previously doused the entangling roots with a lot of gasoline and then set them ablaze. The entangling roots were vulnerable to fire, so the flames caused them significant damage. Their health point dropped rapidly. The monster using the entangling roots, seeing its health point continuously dropping, decided to use its own blood to nourish it. The monster might not have been very intelligent, but it was aware enough to protect its possessions. In fact, the human face tree body monster almost succeeded. It saved the entangling roots with its health point. Otherwise, the fire might have burned the entangling roots to ashes. But after the flames died out, Wang Tao entered. He had started the fire and was bound to come in to check the situation. As a result, he found the weakened entangling roots and killed them. Then he encountered the monster in an extremely weakened state and killed it too. If he hadn't set this fire, not only would he have had to fight the entangling roots, but even if he managed to wear them down to near death over time, he might then have faced a level 3 Lord monster in full strength. Or worse, if the monster had emerged from the protection of the entangling roots, the two could have attacked Wang Tao together. and he would have been doomed for sure. So it could only be said that Wang Tao was really lucky this time. He had avoided a potentially fatal crisis. Wang Tao, feeling somewhat relieved, took a deep breath and then took the entangling roots out of the space backpack. It was a black, withered, twisted root about the size of a palm, utterly ordinary, the sort that one wouldn't even bother picking up off the ground. After taking it out of the space backpack, its status changed. It had been dormant, but now was awake-ended. As Wang Tao held it, he could faintly sense a very weak consciousness. He wasn't entirely sure, but he felt like if he just called out to it, it would awaken. So, Wang Tao mentally whispered, "Awake." But there was no response. "Oh right, I almost forgot, the compatibility is still at 0%. Wang Tao quickly took out a level 1 crystal core. Then he mentally whispered again, "Awake." As soon as the thought arose, he saw the piece of root slowly wriggle and gradually envelop the crystal core. Then, the root began to grow rapidly, as if it was under the effect of a time acceleration spell. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi by his side both widened their eyes in amazement. Seconds later, the roots had entirely wrapped around Wang Tao. With only his head exposed, they formed a full-body armor composed of roots. Wang Tao moved his arms slightly, and the roots moved with him, barely impacting his agility. Wang Tao felt like he was connected to a very weak and simple consciousness. He thought to himself, "Cover the face." And the roots around him rippled, covering his face. "It's kind of magical." Wang Tao's muffled voice came from within the root armor. Zhu Xiaojun hadn't been paying attention, but he jumped when he heard Wang Tao's voice and glanced in the rearview mirror. How had Wang Tao turned into a monster? Brother Wang?" Zhu Xiaojun called out nervously. Then he saw the monster's face roots wriggle, revealing Wang Tao's handsome face. "Haha, little June, what do you think of my new equipment?" Wang Tao laughed. "Phew. Brother Wang, it's good to see you're okay." Zhu Xiaojun let out a sigh of relief before staring in awe at Wang Tao in the rearview mirror. "Brother Wang, this equipment of yours is too badass. I almost mistook you for a monster, the presence was too overpowering." "Haha, then stop the car, I'll get out and take a look." "Alright." Zhu Xiaojun quickly stopped the car. As Wang Tao opened the door and stepped out, the root armor started to move again. Soon enough, in the faint starlight, a towering figure, 2.5 meters tall, appeared in front of Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi. Zhu Xiaojun, who was originally taller and burlier than Wang Tao, now had to look up slightly. As for Zhang Shixi, standing at 1.60 meters, she had to crane her neck. This feeling. It's pretty awesome. Wang Tao clenched his fists, feeling the clear power enhancement the entangling roots provided. Wang Tao glanced at his attributes. Health point, 29,999 out of 29,999, 10,000 out of 10,000, now, he was effectively at 40,000 health point. Wang Tao looked at the entangling roots again. Level 3 weapon, entangling roots, health point, 10,000 out of 10,000, status, awake, enhancement, health point, attack, defense, weakness, vulnerable to fire, compatibility, 1%, the health point remained unchanged, and the compatibility had increased by only 1%. But after all, this was a level 3 weapon, and he had used a level 1 crystal core, so a 1% increase in compatibility felt pretty good. Chapter 178 Level 3 Weapon 3 Wang Tao took out another level 2 crystal core. He had obtained a good number of level 2 crystal cores in the past 2 days and decided to experiment with one. When he silently wished to nurture the entangling roots in his mind, the roots on his body immediately wriggled and then swallowed the level 2 crystal core in his hand. A moment later, Wang Tao checked the attributes of the entangling roots again, and the compatibility had increased to 11%. An increase of 1% compatibility for a level 1 crystal core, 10% for a level 2 crystal core, so by that logic, a level 3 crystal core should add 100% compatibility. As for how much compatibility could be gained by nurturing the entangling roots with his own health point, Wang Tao had no plans to test it. After all, that extremely weakened state was too dangerous. A wise man does not stand under a shaky wall, and it wasn't as if Wang Tao lacked crystal cores, so there was no need to take risks. The attributes of the entangling roots did not specify how much of a strength and defense boost they provided, but Wang Tao could feel that there definitely was an increase. There were a few ordinary zombies by the roadside, and Wang Tao directly approached them and swung his enormous fist. Bang! 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 The heads of these zombies burst like ripe watermelons. Awesome! Wang Tao felt that he had hardly exerted any effort, he had merely swung his fist casually, and the heads of these zombies had all exploded. And this was just with 11% compatibility. How powerful would it be at 100%? Would it grant him level 3 combat power? However, increasing compatibility was not easy. It would take either 100 level 1 crystal cores, or 10 level 2 crystal cores, or 1 level 3 crystal core. Although Wang Tao had many crystal cores, he would be pained to use so many at once. Moreover, this compatibility was not something you could set and forget. Using the weapon consumed compatibility. If you compared a weapon to a car, then compatibility would be like the fuel. More fuel meant the car was more powerful and could run faster. But driving the car consumed the fuel, and once it was depleted, you couldn't drive anymore, you would need to refuel. Wang Tao returned to his car and then focused his thoughts. The roots on his body began to move quickly and shrink. In the blink of an eye, the entangling root armor on Wang Tao's body disappeared, leaving only a small twisted root in his hand. Zhang Shixu's eyes lit up, she found this thing very interesting. Zhu Xiaojun looked at Wang Tao with admiration. He didn't know where Wang Tao had obtained it, perhaps from that cave, but that wasn't important. Brother Wang was awesome, and that was all that mattered. After thinking it over, Wang Tao took Zhang Shixu's small hand and placed the piece of root in it. Little Zhu, you try it. Wang Tao explained the usage method briefly. It was actually very simple to use. As long as one could feel that faint consciousness while holding the root, it could be utilized. Okay, Zhang Shixu sensed it for a moment, and then the root in her hand began to grow wildly. In just a moment, a suit of root armor formed and tightly wrapped around Zhang Shixu. With the root armor augmenting her, Zhang Shixu stood about 1.8 meters tall. Even though she was slender, the root armor was also slim, creating a unique aesthetic. After letting Zhang Shixu experience it for a while, Wang Tao also let Zhu Xiaojun give it a try. Zhu Xiaojun was able to use as well. However, Zhu Xiaojun was larger in build, and once covered by the root armor, his height shot up to 3 meters, far more imposing than Wang Tao. If he were to carry that 2-meter-long giant axe, the imposing effect would be extraordinary. After basking in the fun for a while, Zhu Xiaojun quickly deactivated the entangling state and returned the root to Wang Tao. After all, Wang Tao had said that using this item consumed crystal cores, and he didn't want to waste them. Wang Tao looked at the piece of root and thought silently, and the root began to wriggle and transformed into a bracelet that he wore directly on his right wrist. This is much more convenient. When placed in the space backpack, the entangling roots would enter a dormant state, and it would need to be awakened before use. But if kept on his person, it would be in an awakened state, ready for immediate use, which was much more convenient. After a brief test of the entangled roots, Wang Tao saw a small building and had Zhu Xiaojun drive over. Once they had cleared the small building a bit, everyone ate something, and Zhu Xiaojun began his night shift while Wang Tao continued to inspect the spoils of battle. The level 3 monster he had killed had a red crystal core in its brain. Level 3 crystal core, tree essence, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 40%, side effect, body lignification, tree essence. Only females can successfully integrate. It can produce tree essence liquid which enhances the strength of organisms. Seeing the attributes of the level 3 crystal core, Wang Tao frowned. Only females can successfully integrate? He suddenly felt discriminated against. He had been discriminated against once with the perception crystal cores, and now this again? Moreover, this wasn't a side effect that could be removed. However, after taking a closer look at the information on the tree essence, Wang Tao was stunned. How exactly was this tree essence liquid produced? And from where? Yes, Wang Tao seemed to think of something shocking. No wonder only females can integrate with it. This is a nice ability. It's just that the side effect of body lignification seems a bit severe. Don't end up turning into a real plant person. Right, I have this tree essence too. He suddenly remembered that when he was in the cave, he found a lot of white liquid underneath the 100,000 health point entangling roots. He looked at the white liquid inside his space backpack. 9,364 liquid tree essence. Tree essence liquid can enhance the strength of organisms. This tree essence liquid seemed similar to zombie culture fluid. Both enhance strength. However, zombie culture fluid could only be used by zombies, while tree essence liquid seemed to be usable by both humans and zombies. But as for this enhancement, he wasn't sure if it would increase health point. If it did increase health point, then using it now would be a waste for Wang Tao, since his health point was already full. I'll try it on Little Zhu and Little June later to see what the effects are. Wang Tao planned to use them as guinea pigs. But then Wang Tao thought of another question. Why did the level 3 monster want to cultivate zombies? This tree essence liquid, it could use for itself, right? Or cultivate plants, since it was a plant monster. It didn't need to cultivate zombies. Initially, Wang Tao even thought there was a green-eyed zombie of level 3 below. After careful contemplation, Wang Tao felt there were two possibilities. One was that the human-faced tree-body monster had gone stupid, unable to tell the difference between itself and zombies. But this possibility seemed unlikely. So it was probably the second possibility, The human face tree body monster wanted to cultivate some bodyguards for itself. It kept itself underground, which might not be safe. But if it had level 2 zombies guarding outside, that would be much safer. After all, with so many zombies here, who would dare to come close carelessly? Unfortunately, it never anticipated that Wang Tao would not only burn all the zombies to death with fire, but also expose its lair. However, this raises another question: why would it, a level 3 lord, need to hide underground and had even mass-produced a bunch of bodyguards? Was it hiding from something? Or protecting something? Chapter 179, Magic Seeds. When Wang Tao looked at the next piece of loot, it was the item placed together with the essence of tree liquid in that cave, resembling an egg. Obtained, Magic Seed X1, Magic Seed. When planted in the ground, it will grow an intermediate monster. When planted in the body, it will grant a hidden ability. Wow! Surprised by the properties of the magic seed, Wang Tao was somewhat taken aback. Plant it in the ground and it grows a monster? Plant it in the body and it grants a hidden ability? Wang Tao's first reaction was to plant it in his body. However, he thought it through carefully. Not all hidden abilities are necessarily useful. For example, Hanru is a rust-related hidden ability doesn't seem very useful in an apocalyptic world. If it's a monster, on the other hand, planting it and then killing it would mean a sure crystal core and loot. But Wang Tao had one little issue, which was, what does intermediate mean? He only knew about level 1, level 2, level 3, never heard of intermediate level. Just as Wang Tao was pondering over the word intermediate, an explanation popped up. Low level, level 1, level 2, level 3, intermediate level, level 4, level 5, level 6, high level, level 7, level 8, 9th level. Intermediate refers to level 4, 5, and 6? Wang Tao instantly dismissed the idea of planting it in the ground. Because planting it in the ground would grow a monster of level 4, 5, or 6. He had only managed to kill a level 3 monster by means of a trick. If he were to plant a level 4 monster, how would he deal with it? If he was unlucky and a level 5 or even level 6 monster grew, it wouldn't just be his own bad luck, it would probably be disastrous for all human survivors. Although it was very likely that a monster grown from this seed would be of the plant type and possibly vulnerable to fire. With proper preparation, there might be a chance to kill it. But what if the plant isn't afraid of fire? If zombie blood can extinguish flames, it wouldn't be surprising for a plant to evolve some fire resistance. Wang Tao didn't need to bet on this probability. He doesn't mind taking a gamble when the odds are high, but the current situation has such low odds of success that losing the bet could cost him his life. However, how exactly does one plant it in their body? Is it like the crystal core, by putting it in your mouth? Wang Tao tried placing the seed in his mouth. Unlike crystal cores, hidden abilities don't have side effects, so Wang Tao had nothing to worry about even after planting it in his body. Moments later, Wang Tao felt the magic seed slowly turn into a gas and vanish inside his body. This was similar to merging with a fusion crystal core. Wang Tao quickly checked his attributes. There was a new status below his health point bar. Magic seed germination countdown, 9 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. It takes 10 days to germinate? This was much longer than Wang Tao had anticipated. But it wasn't a big issue, it didn't interfere with anything, he just had to wait. I hope it grants a decent hidden ability. Wang Tao currently had 2 hidden abilities, one for body strengthening and the other for night vision. Both were quite decent abilities. He guessed that the ability from this seed would be plant-related. As long as it isn't totally useless, it would be fine. Right, Wang Tao suddenly realized, the reason that level 3 Lord Monster was hiding here might have been to protect this seed, right? If Wang Tao hadn't discovered the cave and the level 3 monster had planted the seed, producing an intermediate monster, it could have been a serious problem for the human survivors. Wang Tao thought his own level advancement was relatively fast, but he was still at level 2. He didn't know if there were any level 3 humans in the world. After the seed grew, at the very least, it would become a level 4 monster. It could even be level 5 or level 6. If humans encountered it or it made its way to human territory on its own, it would truly be a massacre. In a sense, Wang Tao might have nipped a disaster in the bud. Although Wang Tao wasn't someone who was particularly altruistic, the thought that his actions could inadvertently save many of his fellow humans made him quite happy. Smiling, he shook his head and looked toward the last piece of loot. The last piece was the loot pack dropped from killing the level 3 Lord Monster. There were 4 packs in total. The first pack was a crystal core gift bag, containing 5 crystal cores. Level 3 crystal core, omnipotent, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 40%, no side effects. The first crystal core was omnipotent, which was also something Wang Tao was familiar with and one of his favorites. However, this one was unique as it was a level 3. Level 3 Crystal Core, Ascension, Quality, Outstanding, 80%, Purity, 40%, no side effects. The second Crystal Core was for Ascension, and Wang Tao was pleasantly surprised to see it. He had already obtained a level 3 Ascension Crystal Core after killing that level 3 Night Demon, and it was also of outstanding quality. He figured that upgrading to level 3 was probably the same as upgrading to level 2, needing 4 Ascension Crystal Cores. Now he had already gathered 2. This was somewhat exciting for Wang Tao, as it was much faster and simpler compared to when he collected level 2 Ascension Crystal Cores. After all, both the level 3 zombies and monsters had been taken down by his stratagems. Level 3 Crystal Core, Self-Healing, Quality, Excellent, 40%, Purity, 40%, Side Effect, Diminished Tactile Sensitivity. The third Crystal Core gave self-healing power, which was a very decent ability, but since Wang Tao had merged his self-healing ability with his toughness ability, he no longer had use for this self-healing ability. Chapter 179, Magic Seeds 2, Level 3 Crystal Core, Nutrient Absorption, Quality, Ordinary, 20%, Purity, 40%, Side Effect, Body Lignification, Nutrient Absorption, Passive Ability, when standing on soil, it can absorb the nutrients from the soil to slowly regenerate health point. The fourth Crystal Core was quite interesting, just standing on the ground could heal him. However, the description mentioned slowly regenerating health point. Wang Tao wondered exactly how slow it would be. Level 3 Crystal Core, Photosynthesis, Quality, Epic, 100%, Purity, 40%, Side Effect, Body Lignification, Photosynthesis, Passive Ability, when standing in sunlight, it can absorb solar energy to slowly regenerate mana, HSS. Upon seeing this last Crystal Core, Wang Tao felt his heart stir instantly. This photosynthesis was similar to nutrient absorption, one allowing slow health point regeneration while standing on the ground and the other slow mana regeneration in sunlight. But compared to health point regeneration, Wang Tao was more eager to get an ability for mana regeneration. Because he did have some methods to restore health point, such as medical kits, the self-healing power, or even now with the barrier ability, which could restore health point. But he had no means of mana regeneration at all. If he wanted to recover mana, he could only rely on time. From his previous tests, if his mana were completely depleted, it would take about 6 hours to fully recover. If not in combat, 6 hours wasn't that long. But in combat, 6 hours was way too long. Heck, even 6 minutes felt eternity. Of course, if he could fully recover in 6 minutes, Wang Tao would probably laugh out loud. But obviously, that wasn't possible. Wang Tao could only rely on 6 hours to recover his mana. This was the first time Wang Tao had seen an ability for mana regeneration, and to be honest, he really wanted to integrate this Crystal Core. Unfortunately, it was a level 3 core, and he also didn't have enough ability slots. However, Wang Tao suddenly thought whether it was possible to synthesize nutrient absorption and photosynthesis. Both were passive abilities, both were related to plants, and both types were quite similar. It felt like there was a chance. He could try this when there was an opportunity in the future. After reviewing these crystal cores, Wang Tao got to know that this level 3 creature was leaning towards support roles. His previous guess that it was similar to the green-eyed zombie was, in a way, half correct. Then, Wang Tao looked at the second loot pack, which contained 10 potions and a blueprint. Acquired, Hemostatic Drug X10, acquired, Hemostatic Drug Recipe X1, Hemostatic Drug, recovers 1000 health point within 10 seconds. Hemostatic Drug Recipe, once learned, it allows for crafting 10 hemostatic drugs at a time. Required materials, Hemostatic Herb X1, Zombie Crystal Core X1, Purified Water 100 ml, 10 kilocalories of food. The effect of the hemostatic drug was not bad, being able to restore 1000 health point, which was better than the medical kit's effect of restoring 100 health point over 10 seconds. Although for someone like Wang Tao with nearly 30,000 health point, whether it was regenerating 100 or 1000 health point, neither seemed like much. But the key was that this item had no cooldown. One could use a bunch at once and just wait for the health point to slowly replenish. And in critical moments, this could be life-saving. As for the hemostatic drug recipe, Wang Tao learned it right away, but he currently lacked hemostatic herb, so he couldn't craft any. I'll have to pay more attention to these core potion ingredients in the future. This time he got some strength mushrooms and defense mushrooms. He guessed that these materials might be found in the wild. He tried not to venture into the wilderness unless necessary, but if he had legitimate business outside like now, he'd have to observe carefully to look for such core materials. After all, he had learned quite a few potion blueprints by now, but the only ones he could actually craft were strength potion, small, defense potion, small, and rejuvenation potion. The third loot pack contained another blueprint but not of a potion, it was for equipment. Acquired, Tree Branch Full Body Armor Blueprint X1. Tree Branch Full Body Armor Blueprint allows for crafting a full body set of armor made of tree branches. Required materials: Level 3 Crystal Core X1, Wood Block X100, Iron Block X10, Steel Wire X10, Screw X10, Rope X10, Nails X10, Rubber X10, Plastic X10, Cable X10, Electronic Components X10, Battery X10. Branch Full Body Armor, tough in nature, can protect against knives and swords, but slightly weak against fire. Durability plus 50, defensive power plus 50. The attributes of this branch armor seemed good. Although it was also vulnerable to fire, overall, the attributes were quite strong. It was far superior to the stubborn armor he was wearing. But to craft it required a level 3 crystal core, and Wang Tao only had a few of those. He was reluctant to use them. Plus, Wang Tao already had the entangling roots, which were much more useful than the armor. And, Wang Tao was somewhat concerned about this weakness to fire. If he wore this armor with another layer of entangling roots outside, and if he had the misfortune to encounter fire. The entangling roots could be quickly retracted, but he'd have to take off the armor before escaping, and there wouldn't be time for that. Wang Tao planned to check later. If he had a level 3 crystal core with not so great attributes, he'd craft this armor. He might not want it for himself, but Zhu Xiaojun could use it. If Little Jun wore this armor and wielded the broken giant axe, his strength would surely increase by a lot. The last loot pack contained Tree Essence Liquid. Acquired, Tree Essence Liquid X10000, Tree Essence Liquid, can enhance the strength of living organisms. Chapter 179, Magic Seeds 3. He had already obtained over 9,000 portions of Tree Essence Liquid before, but unexpectedly, it burst out with 10,000 more portions. With nearly 20,000 portions of Tree Essence Liquid at hand, Wang Tao felt that it was time to test its effects. Little Zhu, try this. In the darkness, Wang Tao gently patted the person leaning against him. A pair of eyes gleaming red opened. Wang Tao took out a portion of Tree Essence Liquid, and a very pleasant fragrance emerged. A portion of Tree Essence Liquid was 10 milliliters, appearing quite small. As Wang Tao held it in his palm and was about to look for a container, Zhang Shixi suddenly leaned her head over and, like a kitten, licked his palm. Wang Tao felt a ticklish sensation in his palm. After consuming the Tree Essence Liquid, the red glow in Zhang Shixi's eyes intensified. It's delicious. I want more. Wang Tao had plenty of Tree Essence Liquid and naturally wouldn't be stingy. However, before handing over another portion of the Tree Essence Liquid, Wang Tao checked Zhang Shixi's attributes. Zhang Shixi's health point had been 22,200 before, but after drinking a portion of Tree Essence Liquid, it was now 22,300 health point, an increase of 100. And it wasn't just her health point, her mana also increased by 100. Hiss, one portion of Tree Essence Liquid adds 100 health point and 100 mana? Is it really that awesome? Wang Tao was taken aback. With nearly 20,000 portions of Tree Essence Liquid in his hands, wasn't that equivalent to 2 million in health point and mana? But soon, Wang Tao realized that things weren't so simple. After drinking 10 portions in a row, Zhang Shixi felt that her strength wouldn't increase anymore for the time being. In other words, after she gained an additional 1,000 health point and 1,000 mana, she had temporarily reached her limit. As for when it would be effective again, Zhang Shixi couldn't say. Wang Tao thought about it and then drank 10 portions himself. Though his health point had reached its limit, his mana was still far behind. He was nearly at 30,000 health point, but his mana was only 4,800, which he definitely needed to boost. Down went 10 portions of Tree Essence Liquid, and while Wang Tao's health point remained unchanged, his mana increased by 1,000, reaching 5,800. The effect was very satisfying, and Wang Tao was quite pleased. And it should be said, the flavor of this Tree Essence Liquid was indeed delightful. Zhang Shixi was a bit greedy and wanted more. Wang Tao gave her a few more portions and then called Zhu Xiaojun over, providing him with 10 portions as well. Wang Tao was generous with his own people, after all, they were teammates who fought side by side. Their strength was his guarantee of survival. The next day, Wang Tao woke up early. Zhu Xiaojun had been on watch all night but was still bursting with energy, not showing any signs of tiredness. However, for safety's sake, Wang Tao decided to drive the car himself this time. Let's go and meet up with them. Boss, could something have happened to Wang Tao and the others? Outside the abandoned car motel, several survivors gathered around Yang Qingong, with one of them raising the concern. Although their first meeting with Wang Tao and his group wasn't exactly pleasant, everyone had let bygones be bygones. After all, Wang Tao was generous and strong, and their presence greatly improved the safety of the convoy. Therefore, they were hopeful that nothing bad had happened to Wang Tao's group. Yang Qingong had been full of confidence in Wang Tao, But at this point, she began to waver because it was already the third day. She had told Wang Tao that she would wait for 3 days, and Wang Tao had said he would be back soon. But he hadn't returned yet. If he didn't come back today, then no matter whether Wang Tao would return or not, they would have to set off first thing in the morning. After all, she had given her word in front of her subordinates and needed to maintain her authority without breaking her promise. Static noise. Yang Qingong took out the walkie-talkie and tried contacting Wang Tao. But there was just static noise, indicating they were out of range. They are very strong, they should be fine. That was all Yang Qingong could say to her subordinates. She was puzzled too. The reservoir she had told them about had only a few level 2 zombies, and she felt those zombies weren't the strongest of their kind. Considering that both Zhu Xiaojun and Wang Tao were second-order superpower owners, there shouldn't have been a big problem. If they couldn't beat them, they should at least be able to run. Could it be that the zombies got stronger, or were there some unexpected incidents? Yang Qingong was somewhat worried. After all, it was rare to come across 2 second-order superpower owners. Static noise. Yang Qingong, this is Wang Tao. Static noise. At that moment, Wang Tao's voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. Yang Qingong was taken aback for a moment, then quickly pressed the talk button. I am Yang Qingong. I am Yang Qingong. We are still at the previous location, where are you guys? Is everyone okay? After a while, Wang Tao's voice came through again. We're fine, but we have a small favor to ask of you. Wang Tao's tone was somewhat embarrassed. What favor? I'll help if I can. Yang Qingong didn't promise right away. If Wang Tao and the others were cornered by strong zombies, bringing her group might just be delivering themselves to the enemy. Ahem, we ran out of fuel for the car. Could you send us a can of fuel? You can name your price. Yang Qingong's mouth opened slightly. She had anticipated various difficulties Wang Tao might face, but running out of fuel wasn't one of them. If she remembered correctly, not only had the car been recently fueled up, but there was also a spare can of fuel on it. But Yang Qingong didn't ask any further. She promptly responded, okay, tell me the exact location, and I'll have someone deliver the fuel. We'll talk about the rest when you get back. Great. We are at. Thanks. No need to be polite. An hour later, 2 cars arrived consecutively at the abandoned car motel. Yang Qingong, who was sitting on the hood of one of the cars, immediately got down when she saw the incoming cars. Sometime later, Wang Tao and 2 others got out of the car. Seeing the 3 unharmed people, Yang Qingong's face broke into a smile as she gave Wang Tao a high five. Seeing you all safe, I can breathe easy. Haha, I told you, there wouldn't be any accident. So, shall we have lunch now and then set off? Sure. It didn't take long for the 8 cars to leave the abandoned car motel, moving towards the direction of Zijing City. Chapter 180 Colonel Luowan on the road. Zhang Hong initially didn't want to ask, but couldn't contain her curiosity. Could it be that my information was wrong? Or did you encounter some special circumstances? Why did it take so long? Your information was indeed incorrect. There weren't just a few level 2 zombies but dozens of them. Wang Tao's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Ah. Dozens of level 2 zombies. How did you survive that? Zhang Hong was startled. With her current ability, although she couldn't beat a few level 2 zombies, she could escape as long as they weren't particularly powerful level 2 zombies. But with dozens of level 2 zombies, she'd have nowhere to run. There wasn't much danger because the zombies were all in the grass. I used gasoline to set fire to them and burn them all to death. Wang Tao briefly described the situation, naturally hiding the specific details of his gains. After hearing Wang Tao's words, Zhang Hong was dumbfounded. Burned to death. Dozens of level 2 zombies. How many level 2 crystal cores could that be? Zhang Hong was always a decisive person, someone who doesn't regret her actions, but now, she suddenly felt some regret not for telling Wang Tao about the level 2 zombies but for not going with Wang Tao herself. Back then, Wang Tao even asked her if she wanted to go with him. Considering her subordinates' safety, she naturally didn't go, since the level 2 combat might have involved them. But who could have expected Wang Tao would just start a fire and effortlessly burn all those level 2 zombies to death? If she had gone with him at that time, she could have gotten at least a few level 2 crystal cores. Inside the off-road vehicle, Wang Tao listened to the silence on the other side and could not help but smile, saying, Boss Yang, are you feeling regretful? He wasn't mocking her, just jesting a little. Zhang Hong was straightforward, saying with a wry smile. I do feel a bit of regret for not going with you. Next time, if there is another chance like this, please make sure to bring me along. Haha, sure thing. Wang Tao laughed heartily. Ahem, about that. Do you have any level 2 crystal cores that you don't need? I would like to buy one. Zhang Hong asked somewhat embarrassingly. I do have quite a lot of unneeded level 2 crystal cores, and I feel quite a few of them would be suitable for you, but what price are you offering? For his own people, the crystal cores Wang Tao had would certainly be free. However, for outsiders, he couldn't give them out for free, even though he had many crystal cores now. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Zhang Hong sighed with relief temporarily. She had been worried that Wang Tao wouldn't sell the crystal cores after all. They were level 2 crystal cores, which were exceedingly precious since there were hardly any second-order superpower owners to find nowadays. As long as Wang Tao was willing to sell, she stood a chance. But when she thought about the fact that these were level 2 crystal cores, she realized she didn't have anything of high value to trade, which made Zhang Hong fall silent. She had never felt so poor before. I'll think about it properly. Zhang Hong spoke in a low voice. Wang Tao heard the helplessness in her tone and then said with a laugh, "Okay, we can trade at any time. But to thank you for recommending this place to me, I can give you one for free. Let's talk about it tonight." Even though Zhang Hong was still an outsider at the moment, she did inform Wang Tao about the place, so it was natural for him to express his gratitude. "Ah. Thank you so much." Zhang Hong quickly expressed her thanks. She was actually very interested in a shockwave crystal core, as she had never encountered a shockwave zombie before, nor seen this ability. Last time, when she saw Zhu Xiaojun instantly kill a group of zombies with a single move, she was very envious. However, since this was a crystal core Wang Tao was giving her, she had no reason to make demands, so she said no more. On the other side, Wang Tao glanced at the crystal cores inside his space backpack. He indeed had a lot of level 2 crystal cores, but he couldn't possibly give Zhang Hong a shockwave crystal core since he needed them himself. As for what exactly to give, he would communicate with Zhang Hong tonight to decide. After all, he still didn't know what abilities Zhang Hong possessed. The convoy did not travel quickly. After all, the faster they went, the more noise they would make, which could attract some unnecessary trouble. The journey was smooth, encountering only a few level 1 elite zombies. Wang Tao and the other two didn't take action, Zhang Hong's people handled it instead. Level 1 elite zombies could increase the HP limit and also provide crystal cores, which was a decent gain for them. Naturally, Wang Tao didn't need to compete with them for these small gains. At dusk, the convoy stopped outside a parking lot. Zhang Hong was planning to set up camp here while the sun had not yet set. Based on our current speed, it should take us about 4 to 5 days to reach Zijing City, Zhang Hong said while coming to Wang Tao with a pancake, speaking while she chewed. 4 to 5 days. That's quite fast. Wang Tao nodded. Having a vehicle made a difference. When he and Zhang Shixu had no car, it took them a long while just to walk from one town to another. What are your plans after reaching Zijing City? Zhang Hong asked again. Me? I might go look at the survivor base in Zijing City, if there is one. Then I plan to head to Yueyang City. Wang Tao answered. Yueyang City? Zhang Hong was somewhat surprised, as although Yueyang City was next to Zijing City, there was still the distance between two cities, which was not close. Chapter 180 Colonel Wotu. Moreover, Zijing City and Yueyang City are both cities with large populations, especially Yueyang City, which is the capital of Yueyang Province, with a population of over 10 million. The urban population alone is nearly 10 million. You can imagine how many zombies there would be in such a place. Yang Qingong felt that Wang Tao could really outdo her in stirring up trouble. Although she joked about being an apocalypse nomad, deep down, she still hoped to find a place to settle down. If there was a large survivor base in Zijing City, she might just stay there. I'm going to check out the military base first. Wang Tao didn't hide anything and spoke directly. The military base? You mean the one that does the airdrops? No wonder. Yang Qingong suddenly realized. If he was heading to the military base, it made sense. After all, even fools knew that military bases had strong military force and were definitely safe. Although it meant a longer journey, if one could reach the military base, it would be worth it. Therefore, Yang Qingong didn't continue on that topic. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from the sky. Airdrop? Already very familiar with the sound of airdrops, Wang Tao immediately looked up. Indeed, a small black dot appeared at the edge of the sky, a military transport plane. Compared to Wang Tao's calmness, the others were initially stunned, but once they realized what was happening, their faces lit up with excitement. It's an airdrop? We've finally seen another airdrop. We have to keep a closer eye this time so we don't lose track of the airdrop again. But the last airdrop was randomly dropped, it left no trace. Unless it drops now, or we can keep up with it, then. After observing the plane's flight direction, Yang Qingong shouted to Wang Tao outside the car, Wang Tao, what do you say? Shall we chase after the airdrop together? Whoever gets it, keeps it, deal? Let's do it together then. Wang Tao nodded. After getting a response from Wang Tao, Yang Qingong immediately called out to everyone. Get ready, we're going to follow the plane. Keep your eyes peeled. Yes. Boss. Everyone was also very excited, leaving some to keep watch while the others focused intently on the sky. A moment later, Yang Qingong cheered, we're in luck this time. The plane is flying along the road. We should be able to follow for a while. Last time they saw an airdrop plane, it hadn't flown along the road, so Yang Qingong and her group only managed to follow it for a short distance before losing track, ending up with no airdrops although they had seen one, which Wang Tao got to first. This time, they couldn't afford another mistake. Roar! The engines of several vehicles roared as they accelerated forward. Although the plane hadn't flown over yet, it was on this route, all they had to do was follow the road. After all, the plane was too fast, and it was impossible for their vehicles to catch up with it. They could only hope to spot any airdrops during the pursuit. If there were no airdrops at all, it would just mean bad luck. Watching everyone's enthusiastic chase after the airdrop, Wang Tao found it quite amusing. Zhu Xiaojun was driving. He didn't have much experience with chasing airdrops, so Wang Tao told him to just stick close to the convoy. Wang Tao then took out a military walkie-talkie. This walkie-talkie was from an airdrop they had found a few days ago and could connect to military equipment. Of course, just having the equipment wasn't enough. To contact the military, you needed to know the correct channels, passwords, and so on. And Wang Tao just happened to know all of this. The first airdrop he found in Shuai's county had 3 pieces of paper in it, one of which contained the method for contacting Yueyang military base. Although he lost that piece of paper while fleeing for his life, the content was etched firmly in Wang Tao's memory. Wang Tao had a sudden idea. Could he use the walkie-talkie to contact the plane? In theory, it should be possible. After all, this was a high-powered military walkie-talkie produced by Yueyang military base. Wang Tao began to adjust it according to his memory. Soon, the walkie-talkie was set up. Can anyone hear me? This is Survivor Wang Tao. Can anyone hear me? This is Survivor Wang Tao. Sizzle. Sizzle. Wang Tao called out a few times into the walkie-talkie, but only a static sound buzzed in response. He didn't feel disappointed and kept trying. The plane is coming. Over the car's walkie-talkie, Yang Qingong's voice sounded. Wang Tao looked up and through the sunroof, he could see a plane about to pass overhead. Isn't it dropping the airdrop yet? Everyone silently prayed, hoping for the airdrop to be dropped quickly. However, their prayers seemed to have no effect on the plane. Watching as the plane was about to fly past them, everyone felt a sense of helplessness. Yang Qingong also seemed somewhat dejected. If the airdrop could be dropped at this time, it would be ideal, as they would be able to retrieve it quickly. But if the plane flew past and then dropped the airdrop, they would truly need to pursue it. Then, they could face the scenario where the airdrop was snatched up by Wang Tao again. Of course, there was still some hope. The worst-case scenario would be if the plane didn't drop any airdrops at all, or if the airdrops had already been completely dropped. Then it would all have been excitement for nothing. Inside Wang Tao's car, Wang Tao kept an eye on the plane overhead while frequently using the walkie-talkie. At his current location, he should be the closest to the plane in terms of the walkie-talkie's range. If he waited until the plane flew past, there would be no chance at all. Can anyone hear me? This is Survivor Wang Tao. I'm right below you. Chapter 180 Colonel Wo 3. Can anyone hear me? I am Survivor Wang Tao. I'm right below you. After sending several messages in a row, Wang Tao paused for a while to see if there was any response. The walkie-talkie can't talk and listen at the same time, so after speaking, there has to be a pause to see what the other party has to say. Zzz. Zzz. It was still the sound of static. Just as the plane was about to fly over his head, and Wang Tao thought all hope was lost, suddenly, zzz. Survivor. Hello. Zzz. Wang Tao, who had been leaning back in his chair, suddenly sat up. There was a response. He looked at Zhang Shixi beside him, who nodded seriously. Brother, someone spoke. Indeed, it wasn't an illusion. Wang Tao immediately pressed the talk button again. My name is Wang Tao, may I ask who I am speaking to? Zzz. My name is Zzz. Luoguazong. Military rank. Colonel. The signal might not have been great, as it felt like the other party spoke very slowly, and some content was missing. The voice also came with static, but at least he heard the key words clearly. Now that they could communicate, Wang Tao unashamedly started to make requests. Colonel Luoguazong, can you drop us some airdrops? We're a group of survivors right below your plane. Thank you. Zzz. Below. Survivors. Zzz. Wait a moment. Huh? Does that mean yes? Wang Tao had only mentioned it casually, not expecting the other party to actually agree. He immediately used the vehicle-mounted walkie-talkie to address everyone in the convoy. Attention everyone. Airdrops are about to fall. Attention everyone. Airdrops are about to fall. Attention everyone. Airdrops are about to fall. Huh? The crowd was a bit stunned. The plane hadn't dropped anything on its way and seemed like it was about to leave, so they had already given up hope. An airdrop now? And that wasn't even the main point. The main point was, how did Wang Tao know? Could he even predict it? But before people could ponder further, they saw a small black dot suddenly drop from the rear of the plane. Then the second, the third. 5 black dots appeared in a row. Airdrops? They are really airdrops? The crowd was completely dumbfounded. Had Wang Tao really predicted this? Were level 2 ability users that terrifying? Quick! Everyone else in groups of 2 vehicles, and I will pair up with Wang Tao separately to collect the airdrops. Although Zhang Hong was also shocked, he quickly assigned tasks to everyone. With 5 airdrops and 8 vehicles, they split into 5 groups. Although the plane had dropped 5 airdrops one after the other, because of its high speed, there was a significant gap between where each of the airdrops would land. To be efficient, it was naturally better to split up and collect them. After the assignments, 7 vehicles instantly dispersed, each heading towards the direction of the airdrops. As for Wang Tao's vehicle, it continued to move forward since the airdrop he was collecting was the last one, the farthest from the rest. Of course, Wang Tao also wanted to talk more with the people on the plane. Colonel Wu, does the government still have a military? What is the situation across the nation now? What is the status of your military base? I want to seek refuge in your military base. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Wang Tao hurriedly asked all the questions he had in mind. Had the environment been suitable and there had been an airstrip nearby, Wang Tao might have even asked Colonel Wu to stop the plane for a moment and give him a ride. Although it was a bit of wishful thinking, there was still a slight possibility. Fearing that the other party couldn't hear clearly, Wang Tao repeated his words several times. After a moment, a voice came through again. ZZZ. Our base. Safe. Not safe. We provide shelter. Don't come. ZZZ. Huh? Hearing this, Wang Tao frowned. How could it be safe one moment, not safe the next, offering shelter then telling people not to come? Wasn't this contradictory? The poor signal might have resulted in key information not coming through, which was rather frustrating. As the plane began to move away from him, Wang Tao quickly said, Colonel Wogu Azong, my name is Wang Tao. I will be going to your base. I hope I can see you next time. He had to make sure the other party remembered his name, at least to become somewhat familiar. ZZZ. Wang Tao. ZZZ. ZZZ. The hoarse voice of the other party muttered Wang Tao's name and then the signal was lost. The plane slowly turned into a small black dot in Wang Tao's view before gradually disappearing. Looking up at the clear sky, Wang Tao felt a small regret. Even though he had made contact with the colonel pilot, unfortunately, he didn't get much information. But at least he had made himself known, which might be useful in the future. For now, the military base seemed to be very safe, and he wouldn't change his plan to go there. Little June, let's go collect the airdrop? Wang Tao said to Zhu Xiaojun as they had already passed the airdrop location while he was busy making contact with the pilot. Sure. Zhu Xiaojun immediately turned the vehicle around, excitedly heading towards the recent airdrop that had landed. Soon, the SUV arrived near the airdrop. Luckily, this airdrop had landed right on the roof of a 2-story building beside the road, emitting red smoke and was highly visible. There was no further need to look for it. Wang Tao got out of the car and with a sprint, quickly climbed up. He didn't open the airdrop there. Instead, he pushed the crate off the roof. Thud, the airdrop crate fell onto the grass beside it. Zhu Xiaojun immediately rolled up his sleeves, lifted the entire crate, and then placed it on the roof of the SUV. Let's go, let's regroup. The vehicle drove back for a while, and soon they saw the first vehicle, the second vehicle. Before long, all 8 vehicles regrouped. An excited Zhang Hong spoke into the vehicle's walkie-talkie, we collected all 5 airdrops. Let's go, the sun's setting. We need to find a place to rest. Yeah. The rest of the group was equally excited, they had never before experienced such a bountiful haul. Chapter 181, Mechanical Right Arm 1. This was a dilapidated little village. A few emaciated zombies sat at the entrance of the village, basked in the afterglow of the setting sun, motionless, as if dead. Suddenly, the buzzing sound of an engine approached, and a number of vehicles appeared slowly. The zombies lifted their heads, issuing hoarse roars, standing up, and advanced toward the source of the noise. A tall figure suddenly jumped out of a vehicle, swinging a giant axe and unleashing a shockwave. PFFT. All the zombies were shattered to pieces. The vehicles scattered instantly. Everyone check around. See if there are any remaining zombies. The voice of Zhang Hong came through the walkie-talkie. Yes. The people responded, disembarking from their vehicles, examining each house with weapons in hand. Wang Tao and 2 others also got out of the car to swiftly inspect the surroundings. No problems here. No issues on my end either. All clear. The inspection concluded quickly, and everyone reconvened in the square at the center of the village. Zhang Hong directed everyone to start setting up camp and establishing defense measures. By the time everything was ready, night had fallen. Gathered together, everyone hastily ate something before eagerly fixing their gaze on the 5 airdrop crates in the middle. Before opening the airdrop, Zhang Hong asked Wang Tao in a hushed voice, "How did you know there was an airdrop today?" "I'm a fortune teller." Wang Tao responded with a smile. He had no intention of revealing his contact with Colonel Wu. After all, it's good to keep some secrets, right? Seeing that Wang Tao was unwilling to elaborate, Zhang Hong gave him a flirtatious glare, not pressing further. Then, with a cough and a face full of anticipation and excitement, she waved towards everyone. "Open the airdrop crates." Like the previous airdrop crates, a password was required to open them, but the password was a simple arithmetic problem that anyone literate could solve. Wang Tao wasn't overly excited since he was still recalling the events of the afternoon when he'd made contact with the pilot of the airdrop plane. He felt he should pay more attention to airplanes in the future, striving to make contact more often. Click under everyone's watchful eyes, the first airdrop crate was opened. Upon seeing the 5 large boxes of inhibitors inside, everyone was so thrilled they nearly jumped for joy. 1 box of inhibitors held 20 bottles, so 5 boxes amounted to 100 bottles. 100 bottles of inhibitors. That could save so many lives. With these, everyone need not live in the fear they had before. Zhang Hong took out all the inhibitors and distributed them among the people. There were 13 of them, plus the 3 including Wang Tao, which made 16 in total. Each person, including Wang Tao's group, got 5 bottles, and the remaining 20 bottles were kept by Zhang Hong, meaning she had 25 bottles for herself. Wang Tao was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected to receive a share. After all, the previous arrangement had been that whoever got to the airdrop first would keep it. As for Zhang Hong having the most, that was only normal. The leader should definitely get more. In the post-apocalyptic world, to share resources equally and ensure everyone was treated the same was not to say without any meaning, just that it was hard to achieve. It was better to concentrate resources at the top, creating a strong leader in possession of them. This airdrop also included a monster manual, which Zhang Hong took a look at. Finding it to be the same as the one Wang Tao had shown her, she didn't look further and passed the manual to the others. Then she opened the second airdrop. The second airdrop contained a device. What's this? A crystal core synthesizer? Everyone was curious, having only ever seen a crystal core synthesizer before, though the device also looked somewhat different. This is an energy detector. After inserting blood, it can check whether a human is infected with the virus, how many impurities are in the body, what the energy level is. Wang Tao explained. Shuai's base had already acquired an energy detector, but its design was a bit different from this one, which must be an improved version. An energy detector. Zhang Hong's eyes lit up. She quickly searched through the contents and found a manual. Indeed, as Wang Tao had said, it was an energy detector. Only, this one didn't require blood. Any body tissue would do, such as hair, nails, skin flakes, and so on, which was much safer and more convenient than drawing blood. However, according to the instructions, the human tissue must have been shed within a few hours, or the results would not be accurate. This made things much easier compared to the past, but the issue of energy had not been solved. It still required a large amount of electricity. Of course, compared to the crystal core synthesizer, this energy detector consumed a lot less power. Zhang Hong decided to try it out. She couldn't afford the power consumption of the crystal core synthesizer, but the energy detector's power consumption was manageable. So, Zhang Hong immediately fetched some cables and started the energy detector. Humming, the detector vibrated slightly, the green indicator light came on, signaling it was ready for use. Zhang Hong plucked out one of her hairs and placed it in the machine's detection slot. A moment later, the small LED screen on the device displayed the information. Energy, level 2, impurities, level 2, is that it? Zhang Hong was somewhat disappointed. She had expected it to reveal much more data, but it only indicated a level 2 energy and level 2 impurities. About these impurity levels, she had already read the manual, and level 2 was still within the safe range. Level 3 was slightly dangerous, level 4 was somewhat risky, and level 5 was extremely dangerous. Wang Tao, won't you give it a try? Don't worry, I won't charge you for the electricity. Chapter 181, Mechanical Right Arm 2. Zhang Hong suddenly looked at Wang Tao and said. Wang Tao shrugged his shoulders and didn't refuse. He plucked a strand of his hair to give it a try. Energy, level 2. Impurities, level 1. His energy was also at level 2, but the internal impurity in his body was less than Zhang Hong's. Zhang Hong had already informed her teammates of Wang Tao's level 2 strength, so nobody was too shocked. However, the fact that Wang Tao's internal impurity was only at level 1 aroused everyone's curiosity. They were both second-order ability users, so why did Wang Tao have fewer internal impurities than Zhang Hong? Then, Wang Tao asked Zhu Xiaojun to give it a try, and just like Wang Tao, he too was at level 2 energy with level 1 impurity. Zhang Hong was speechless for a moment as she watched this unfold. It was one thing for Wang Tao to have fewer impurities within him, but for Zhu Xiaojun to also have so little? That wasn't scientific. She had been extremely cautious when fusing with crystal cores, and still, she had accumulated so many impurities. There was only one possibility: Wang Tao was very lucky, or rather, they had obtained a lot of crystal cores. They must have synthesized them using purple or higher level crystal cores, which had a low failure rate. Zhang Hong felt a bit envious. Internal impurities were like a ticking time bomb. If you had too many, who knows when you might turn into a zombie. Wang Tao was unaware of her thoughts. He noticed Zhang Shixu, who seemed eager to try, and quickly held her back. Wang Tao wasn't worried about Zhang Shixu revealing her strength, he was concerned that her high level of internal impurity might frighten the others. After all, she had 100% internal impurity. If a level 5 popped up on the display, probably nobody would be able to sleep well tonight. Zhang Hong had everyone else test as well, and they were basically level 1 ability users, so their impurity levels were not high, all at level 1, within an acceptable range. Zhang Hong instructed to keep the device safe, then she opened the third supply drop box. This supply drop box contained various medical supplies. As before, everyone received a share. She herself kept a slightly larger portion. The fourth supply drop box contained all sorts of food, like compressed biscuits, energy bars, and the like. Seeing these foods, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Although eating these things regularly would definitely get tedious, having them occasionally was quite nice, akin to a treat. The fifth supply drop box was the one Wang Tao received. According to the previous agreement, whoever received it owned it. The first 4 were Zhang Hong's, and this one was Wang Tao's. However, Wang Tao was not stingy. If it contained food or medicines, he wouldn't mind sharing some. He asked Little June to open the box, but everyone was stunned by the contents. Huh? What's this? Inside the box was a black mechanical arm? To be accurate, it should be an exoskeleton arm. But this mechanical arm was bigger than Wang Tao expected, as it needed to be strapped not just to the arm, but also to the shoulder and waist. An arm alone wouldn't have the leverage to exert force effectively. Wang Tao checked the instruction manual. As expected, it was a product from the Hope Research Institute, which they described as an electrically powered mechanical exoskeleton for the left arm. This mechanical arm could greatly enhance the user's strength, being excellent for both close combat and carrying heavy items. But it had a flaw: high energy consumption. With the current battery situation, it could only last for at most an hour. And, the manual stated, it was a prototype. The Hope Research Institute, after conducting research, found that the energy within crystal cores was abundant. They aimed to create a sort of mechanical exoskeleton powered by crystal core energy. Unfortunately, they had not made much progress in crystal core energy yet. Their planned final version was a full-body exoskeleton powered by crystal core energy. Thus, this current model powered by conventional electricity and consisting of only one arm is a prototype. The reason for having only one arm was not because they couldn't create more, but because the energy consumption was high. When powered, it was economical on effort, but without power, it would become a burden. If it was a full-body exoskeleton, one wouldn't even be able to walk once the power was out. Wang Tao tried it on and was left somewhat speechless. This device could be useful for others, but for him, it was quite superfluous. Firstly, it affected his flexibility, which was far inferior to entangling roots. Secondly, although it did offer a strength boost, this bonus wasn't a simple addition of a certain amount of strength. To maximize its power, the user's muscles needed to coordinate properly. The stronger and more physically fit the user, the more convenient it was to use. If someone with weaker strength and poorer physique used it, they might deliver a powerful punch, only to trip over themselves. Wang Tao's physical condition was quite good, but using this exoskeleton arm in a fight would significantly impair his speed. While his strength might increase, his speed would decrease, which actually represented a net loss for him. Last of all, there was the issue of battery life. After powering up the mechanical arm, he didn't find it uncomfortable. But the moment he turned off the power supply, Wang Tao instantly felt like he was carrying a lump on his shoulder. Although this weight was trivial for him, it was definitely uncomfortable. Moreover, when he tried to move his arm, It felt awkward and robot-like, which was a bit distressing. Chapter 181, Mechanical Right Arm 3. Of course, that doesn't mean the mechanical left arm was completely useless. Firstly, the material, though its exact metal was unknown, and slightly heavy, it was not only highly durable but also exhibited a significant degree of toughness. Things that are too rigid can easily break, but this material had both hardness and toughness, seemingly designed for battle. Then there was the battery, which used some sort of advanced technology. The battery itself wasn't large. Its portability was quite good. Last of all, the charging method for the mechanical right arm, it would charge with any motion. Normal activities like walking or running could fully recharge it. Of course, it could also be charged in the usual way by plugging it in. So, in terms of recharging the energy, it was quite convenient. Little June, you try it. Wang Tao took off the mechanical left arm and let Zhu Xiaojun give it a try. Unexpectedly, what Wang Tao found awkward to use, Zhu Xiaojun found exceedingly handy. As the saying goes, raw strength can overcome any skill. This was exactly Zhu Xiaojun's situation. He was naturally large in stature and possessed a power ability. Therefore, his strength surpassed Wang Tao's. As long as one's own strength is sufficient and body weight is considerable, wearing the mechanical arm would have minimal side effects, if any at all. Moreover, Zhu Xiaojun was not a speed-type ability user, so it did not affect his agility and speed, because he was naturally not fast. Since it's not a problem for you to use it, then it's yours, Wang Tao shook his head and said. He couldn't get used to it, and Zhang Shixu was even less suitable. With her small frame, it was difficult to even keep the exoskeleton stable. Thus, Zhu Xiaojun was the best fit. Great. Zhu Xiaojun didn't stand on ceremony this time because he could see that Wang Tao truly felt uncomfortable using the device, while he himself found it quite comfortable. Wang Tao shared his experience and the pros and cons of the mechanical right arm with Yang Qingong and the others. Although the gadget wasn't going to be given to them, it was still fine to share some information about it. Everyone was initially envious, as it was a device that could enhance combat power, but after hearing Wang Tao's experience, their envy disappeared. They didn't have the physique of Zhu Xiaojun, and on them, the device would most likely become a burden. Wang Tao specifically let Yang Qingong try it as well, and they all watched as her expression shifted from curiosity and excitement to utter despair. No, I really can't handle this. Yang Qingong quickly returned the device to Zhu Xiaojun. She wasn't strong, speed was her specialty. The mechanical arm significantly weakened her when worn, considering her abilities. If only there were a complete mechanical exoskeleton. But then energy would be a big problem. However, achieving this level already is pretty good, and hopefully, we can truly figure out how to use the energy from the crystal core later. Wang Tao said to himself as he stroked his chin, watching Zhu Xiaojun refit the mechanical right arm to his body. After all the airdropped supplies were dealt with, Wang Tao had a private conversation with Yang Qingong about abilities. After all, he had promised to give her a crystal core, but he needed to understand her abilities first. I have 3 abilities. Actually, I had fused with 4, but I transferred 1 to someone else. Yang Qingong's words piqued Wang Tao's curiosity. Transferred to someone else? Can you explain in detail how you did that? Wang Tao knew that abilities could be transferred during ascension, but he had never witnessed a transfer. Yang Qingong was the first person he encountered who had done so, and he wanted to understand the details. I can't explain it very well, but at the time, I just had this feeling that I could transfer it, and then when I held the other person's hand, I transferred the ability. After the transfer, I suddenly felt much more comfortable. Yang Qingong explained with a furrowed brow. After listening, Wang Tao pondered in silence for a while. According to Zhang Hong, she had fused 4 abilities, and each ability had been fused to +10, but only one ability used the Ascension Crystal Core. Just like Wei Zhengo before. There was danger at that time, and she had no time to wait for the second Ascension Crystal Core, so she directly used a Crystal Core to ascend. After the ascension, she felt that she could pass on this second-order ability to someone else, so she immediately did so. After the inheritance, she felt that some energy had been drained from her body, though not sure how much, but it was definitely less. And her combat power had significantly dropped, after all, losing a level 2 ability. However, she felt very comfortable. Wang Tao observed and deduced that after the inheritance, she must have lost 1,000 mana because now she has 3,200 mana. If all her abilities were at +10, then this amount of mana would make sense. As for her feeling comfortable, that was naturally because some internal impurities had been removed. However, after the inheritance, there was one thing that distressed her. She found that she couldn't fuse level 1 abilities anymore. This was also why, even though she had many level 1 crystal cores, she did not continue to fuse new abilities. Second-order superpower owners cannot fuse level 1 crystal cores anymore? Wang Tao furrowed his brow. Because he felt that he himself seemed to be able to continue fusing level 1 crystal cores. Was he different from others in terms of fusing crystal cores as well? But he hadn't tried it yet, so he wasn't 100% sure. I'll have to try it out later. After all, whether he could fuse level 1 crystal cores was crucial to his ability upgrading plan. By the way, who did you pass your ability on to? Wang Tao was curious. She had actually passed on her only level 2 ability. That was true love. My sister. Zhang Hong spoke with a tinge of melancholy. You have a sister? Then she. Wang Tao's eyebrows raised. Went missing. During the danger we encountered earlier, I led the zombies away to let her run first. But when I escaped the danger and went back to look for her, she was nowhere to be found. I searched for a long time but never found her. Later, I ran into a group of survivors, and they suggested I go to Zijing City to check. Because the survivors in this area are all trying to make their way to Zijing City, I heard that there is a survivor base there. Zhang Hong's expression was very sad. In the post-apocalyptic world, going missing is almost equivalent to death. However, her sister was after all an ability user who had inherited a level 2 ability, so it was difficult to say whether she was dead or not. She definitely will be very lucky. Wang Tao comforted her. I'll take your word for it. Zhang Hong gave a wry smile. Let's talk more about your abilities. Wang Tao continued. My current 3 abilities are, first, to increase speed for a certain duration, second, to conceal my presence, making it difficult for zombies to detect me, and third, to make the weapon in my hand vibrate at a high frequency. Chapter 182, Tide of Corpses. 1. Yang Qingong mentioned 3 abilities, 2 of which Wang Tao was quite interested in. The first ability was one that could continuously increase speed. Wang Tao had always valued speed, but unfortunately, he didn't have any speed-related abilities of his own. The rush ability could only be considered a displacement ability, and because it was an innate part of the suit, it had many limitations and couldn't be used continuously. Wang Tao felt that Yang Qingong's speed ability was pretty good, especially since it was a continuous one. Since Wang Tao's barrier was also a continuous power, he thought maybe he could try to see if they could be combined. The second ability Wang Tao was interested in was Yang Qingong's that made weapons vibrate at a high frequency. How do you make it vibrate? Is it faster than my single for 20 years hand speed? Why don't you show me so I can have a look? Wang Tao asked curiously. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Yang Qingong's face suddenly reddened, and she glared at him. Don't get the wrong idea, it's not what you think. Eh? Didn't you say that it's about making the weapon vibrate at a high frequency? What's there to misunderstand? Oh, Wang Tao paused for a moment before he had an epiphany and made an enlightened oh sound. Get lost. Yang Qingong hit Wang Tao. She felt he was doing it on purpose and quickly changed the subject. Watch closely, then. She took out the machete from her waist and held it in her hand. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Wang Tao heard a faint buzzing sound and looked at the knife in Yang Qingong's hand, not visually noticing any vibration. Then he saw Yang Qingong holding the knife and lightly swinging it at a withered stump nearby. Sputter, the stump was instantly split into 2. Wang Tao saw it clearly. Yang Qingong really didn't use much strength, just a casual flick of the wrist had split the stump. Although Wang Tao could also split stumps, he relied purely on brute force, which was completely different from Yang Qingong's method. Impressive. Wang Tao exclaimed in admiration. To tell the truth, he really liked this ability. If he had this ability and paired it with his strength, then how powerful would a single chop be? Alas, what's so great about it? It might look impressive, but in reality, there are a lot of limitations. This ability consumes a lot of energy, and it's not like Zuziajun's shockwave, which has an area of effect attack. Yang Qingong sighed. Her ability did high damage, but it also had many shortcomings. In fact, she preferred to have a ranged attack ability because the closer she was to the zombies, the greater the danger. Wang Tao asked, what kind of ability do you want next? I think rush, jump, toughness, self-healing, and so on would all suit you well. Wang Tao rattled off several abilities in one breath and briefly explained the functions of these abilities. Yang Qingong listened with a look of anticipation. These abilities all sounded really good. However, after Wang Tao finished speaking, she suddenly interjected, Cough, are there any abilities for ranged attacks? Ranged attack? Wang Tao had been recommending based on close combat capabilities, not expecting Yang Qingong to want a ranged one. If talking about ranged attack abilities, precision shooting was the only one, but that was a crystal core Wang Tao couldn't possibly give away as he needed it for himself. Apart from precision shooting, only throwing master and spittle nail could be considered ranged, though they were actually more mid-range. As for shockwave, its attack distance wasn't long, certainly much shorter compared to these abilities. There are ranged ones too, namely spittle nail and throwing master. Wang Tao introduced the two abilities separately. After listening, Yang Qingong's eyes immediately lit up. Can I have this Spittle Nail Crystal Core? This surprised Wang Tao, as he thought she would prefer Throwing Master. Yang Qingong's reasoning was actually quite simple. Throwing Master seemed convenient as it allowed throwing a variety of objects, but the prerequisite was having throwable weapons. You can't just pluck a hair to throw, that's not realistic. But Spittle Nail was different, it stored 1/10 of the food swallowed and then could spit it out like a hidden weapon. As for eating, she did it with every meal, so there would never be a shortage of weapons, plus it was stored in her stomach, no need to carry extra weapons, making for a surprise attack. Spittle Nail? No problem. Wang Tao moved his awareness into his space backpack, then synthesized an epic Spittle Nail Crystal Core and took it out. Level 2 Crystal Core, Spittle Nail, Quality, Epic, 100%, Purity, 100%, Side Effects, None. Spittle Nail, can store 1/10 of swallowed food in the stomach and spit it out as a weapon, an orange crystal core. Seeing the crystal core in Wang Tao's hand, Yang Qingong was shocked. Having survived in the post-apocalyptic world for so long, she had only seen an orange crystal core once, and it was a level 1 self-destruct crystal core. And now Wang Tao casually pulled out a level 2 epic crystal core? And it was exactly what she needed. Since Wang Tao had promised a gift, of course, he would try to give away an excellent or epic crystal core. Anything of lower quality would be embarrassing to offer. Moreover, he happened to have several Spittle Nail crystal cores, so he used 2 ordinary and 1 excellent to synthesize an epic crystal core. Is this really for me? Yang Qingong was still somewhat incredulous. After all, the crystal core was too precious. Of course, my word is my bond, Wang Tao said with a smile. Chapter 182, Tide of Corpses. Yang Qingong had provided him with the information about that reservoir, which not only included the yield of level 3 monsters but also the level 2 zombies that allowed Wang Tao to earn nearly 100 level 2 crystal cores. It was only natural for him to give Yang Qingong a small epic crystal core as a finder's fee. Once Yang Qingong was certain that Wang Tao wasn't joking, she immediately took the crystal core into her hand. After quietly admiring it for a while, she looked up at Wang Tao with a very grateful expression. Level 2 crystal cores were already very precious, and ones that were suited for her were even more valuable. She had previously possessed 3 crystal cores, but unfortunately, she didn't know their effects and had been afraid to use them herself. Later, she exchanged them with Wang Tao. Now this Spittle Nail epic crystal core was far more valuable to her than those 3 crystal cores. Thank you. Yang Qingong expressed her gratitude sincerely. No need to be so polite. If you run into trouble with zombies or monsters in the future, just come to me. If I make any gains, I will definitely give you a referral fee, Wang Tao said, thumping his chest. Yang Qingong shook her head helplessly. She had only come across a situation with so many level 2 zombies bunched together once. By the way, do you want this thing? We can negotiate a price. Wang Tao pulled out a magical stomach pouch. This magical stomach pouch and the Spittle Nail crystal core were both drops from the same zombie. A magical stomach pouch that can store food. Yes, Yang Qingong instinctively said she wanted it, but quickly came to her senses and her face turned bitter. But I don't have anything to trade with you now. These are the only things of value I have left. She took out some crystal cores, all of which were level 1. Wang Tao wasn't very interested in those level 1 crystal cores, but his eyes lit up when he saw several of them. Level 1 crystal core, full speed, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 50%, side effect, during the duration, physical strength consumption is doubled, full speed, speed is increased for the duration. This was an ability called full speed, which was Yang Qingong's very first ability, and also one that Wang Tao liked. However, the side effect seemed a bit uncomfortable. It was supposed to be an ability for long-duration endurance, but this side effect would significantly shorten that endurance. Level 1 Crystal Core, High-Frequency Vibration, Quality, Excellent, 40%, Purity, 50%, Side Effect, Energy consumption for using this ability is increased 5-fold, High-Frequency Vibration, wrists and fingers can vibrate at high frequency. The second crystal core that caught Wang Tao's attention was Yang Qingong's ability for high-frequency vibration. Looking at the description of this ability, it didn't seem to reveal much, but seeing Yang Qingong's actual performance, one would know that this ability was powerful. And this side effect was also a pain, the mana consumption increased by 5 times. No wonder Yang Qingong said this ability was very energy-consuming, it was because of the side effect. In that case, Yang Qingong was quite unlucky. Her full-speed ability consumed double the physical strength when used, and her high-frequency vibration consumed 5 times the mana when used. Oh right, she also had a stealth ability. The side effect of stealth was that it doubled the physical strength consumption while moving. Well done, One doesn't know unless one investigates, and it's quite a shock when one does. Yang Qingong's combat power might be good, but her endurance was completely inadequate. No wonder she rarely took action on the road. Maintaining the image of the boss was one aspect, but the lack of endurance probably played a part, too. What's up? Seeing the strange look in Wang Tao's eyes, Yang Qingong subconsciously touched her face. She felt a bit uncomfortable, as if she had been thoroughly seen through. Is your endurance not quite up to par? Feeling weak? Wang Tao suddenly asked. You're the one with kidney deficiency. Yang Qingong's face darkened. I'm serious. The crystal cores you've fused with are all particularly draining in terms of energy and physical strength. Seeing that Wang Tao was not kidding, Yang Qingong was a bit stunned. After thinking about it, she said, now that you mention it, it does seem true. I feel that although my combat power has increased since becoming an ability user, the duration of my battles remains the same as before, not very long. I thought this was a natural weakness in women. Watching the confused look on Yang Qingong's face, Wang Tao smiled and said, it's the side effects of the crystal cores you've fused with. But it's not a big deal. Just be cautious in the future and avoid enduring battles. Also, I'll take these crystal cores. Wang Tao took away the full-speed crystal cores and the high-frequency vibration crystal cores. He then handed over the magical stomach pouch to Yang Qingong. You want to trade with me? You'd be losing out. Yang Qingong couldn't quite believe it. There's no loss. It's simply a matter of fulfilling each other's needs, Wang Tao replied. Alright. Since Wang Tao was okay with it, Yang Qingong didn't hesitate and immediately stowed the magical stomach pouch away. After learning how to operate it from Wang Tao, she began to repeatedly put food in it, take it out, and put it back in again. Truly magical. Yang Qingong was having a great time playing with it. Okay, you can keep playing with it. I'm going to go back to sleep, Wang Tao said, waving his hand, ready to leave. Yang Qingong suddenly said, you won the bet we made earlier. What's your demand? Have you thought about it? When Wang Tao heard Yang Qingong mention the bet, his eyebrows rose, and he looked her up and down. Will you really agree to anything? Yes. Chapter 182, Tide of Corpses 3. Zhang Hong had previously said it was within her means, but now she was outright affirming her ability. Okay, then my request. Wang Tao suddenly smiled while looking at Zhang Hong's somewhat anxious face. My request isn't quite right now, we'll talk about it when we're safely settled. Yes. Zhang Hong nodded vigorously. Wang Tao left the grove. Watching Wang Tao's departing figure, Zhang Hong's gaze was filled with gratitude. No matter how precious these items were to Wang Tao, they were certainly valuable to her. She was someone who remembered kindness and sought to repay it, but unfortunately, she didn't possess anything of value at the moment and could only look for an opportunity to do so later. At night, Wang Tao was sleeping soundly in the vehicle when he suddenly felt someone tapping him. He instantly opened his eyes, a green glint flickering within them. Zhang Shixu, who had snuggled up to him, had awoken at some point and was looking towards the east. Brother, zombies are coming. Although Zhang Shixu didn't have perception ability, her senses were very sharp. She could always sense it beforehand if powerful zombies or monsters were approaching. Wang Tao first thought it was night demons, and if they were night demons, they'd have to move. After all, night demons are level 3 zombies who live in groups, and whether or not Wang Tao could handle them, others would definitely suffer. However, when he looked towards the direction Zhang Shixu was pointing to, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's not night demons, just 3 level 2 zombies. No. There's a large group of zombies following them. Wang Tao immediately turned on the vehicle's intercom. Everyone, pay attention, a large number of zombies are attacking from the east. Everyone, pay attention, a large number of zombies are attacking from the east. Whoosh, in the apocalypse, few people could sleep deeply, especially out in the wild. Instantly, everyone woke up. Those who were on the night shift jumped with fright, for they hadn't seen any zombies. But now it was very dark, their flashlights couldn't reach far, and besides, these were words from Wang Tao, a level 2 ability user, so they definitely chose to believe him. In a moment, an orderly bustle came from the temporary camp. It had to be said that these apocalypse nomads were quite adept at handling such situations and quickly packed up, ready to evacuate at any time. And at that moment, the zombies finally came into their field of vision. Damn. So many. Seeing the densely packed mass of zombies, everyone shivered. Had it not been for Wang Tao's warning, some of them would probably have perished here today. Retreat. Zhang Hong initially thought that with Wang Tao and Zhu Xiaojun, 2 level 2 ability users there, encountering more zombies wouldn't necessarily mean an immediate retreat. But now, seeing so many zombies, she didn't hesitate to call for everyone to withdraw. It was nighttime, when the zombies were at their strongest and they at their weakest. Besides, Killing ordinary zombies brought no benefit to these people. It was certainly best to leave. Boom! The roaring sound of the vehicles instantly attracted the zombies' attention, and many zombies started to accelerate toward the convoy. Wang Tao watched this scene with a sense of helplessness. He had thought that the zombies had discovered the convoy and were attacking it. But it now seemed that the zombies had merely wandered into the area by chance during their nighttime roaming. This luck was just too poor. He had witnessed several major zombie wanderings at night before, with the most memorable being the first time he saw them at the water plant. The oppressive feeling of the zombies at that time was still fresh in his memory. The oppression from this group of zombies wasn't particularly strong to Wang Tao, but he had no intention of showing off, especially since the night demons might be prowling around. If they were surrounded by night demons, it would be a huge problem. However, not engaging with these ordinary zombies didn't mean he would let go of the 2 level 2 zombies at the front. Little June, those 2 level 2 zombies are yours to handle. Wang Tao drove, speaking to Zhu Xiaojun seated in the passenger seat. Both zombies were level 2, elite zombies with 10,000 health point, and with Zhu Xiaojun's current strength, taking on zombies of this level was naturally no problem. Sure, Brother Wang, you can count on me. Zhu Xiaojun was somewhat eager to try. He hadn't yet had the chance to test the power of his newly equipped mechanical right arm. As these zombies had blocked the road at the village entrance, the convoy couldn't merge onto the main road in time, so they had to drive into the wilderness for a while before finding a way to enter the highway. Originally, the zombies were wandering on the main road. The noise of the vehicle starting had attracted them, so a part of the zombie horde broke off and chased after the convoy, including those 2 level 2 zombies. Quick, quick, quick. Yang Qingong, while watching the zombies behind, directed the convoy forward. Although she didn't have the night vision ability, she had scouted the area and was very familiar with the surroundings of the village. Under her command, it didn't take long for the convoy to successfully merge onto the highway. But at this moment, everyone was not the slightest bit relaxed but rather felt their scalps tingle. Even Wang Tao was somewhat shocked. Holy crap, why are there so many zombies? The highway was teeming with zombies, far more than he had estimated. This is a zombie tide. Zhu Xiaojun, who was originally raring to go, subconsciously shrank his neck a bit. He couldn't see as wide a range as Wang Tao, but the range illuminated by other people's flashlights was all zombies. Luckily, Wang Tao discovered this early on. At the moment, there were no zombies ahead on the road. Had the discovery been made even a little later, the convoy might have been surrounded by zombies. Seeing the road ahead was still relatively clear, Wang Tao immediately said, "Little June, make it quick and decisive." "Yes." Wang Tao, bringing up the rear of the convoy, suddenly slowed down. Zhu Xiaojun quickly jumped out of the car, his left arm outfitted with a mechanical exoskeleton arm, his right hand holding a worn giant axe. Then he charged straight into the group of zombies behind him, smashing quite a few to pieces. Zhu Xiaojun swung the giant axe, releasing a shockwave, killing a large swath of zombies. At that moment, the 2 level 2 zombies both attacked him, but Zhu Xiaojun immediately blocked their strike with his axe, then slammed his mechanical right arm down on one of the zombies' heads. The level 2 zombie was knocked out cold. Zhu Xiaojun followed up with 2 more hits and swung his axe once more. Pow! The first level 2 zombie died. Wang Tao's eyes lit up from a distance. This mechanical arm is something else. It can knock out zombies so easily. Zhu Xiaojun used the mechanical arm to fend off attacks while he dug out the zombie core. Using the same method, he knocked out the second zombie and quickly killed it. After obtaining this crystal core, Zhu Xiaojun released another shockwave, shattering all the surrounding zombies, then charged toward Wang Tao's off-road vehicle. In an instant, he was at the side of the off-road vehicle. He opened the door and got in, all in one go. The car abruptly accelerated, chasing after the convoy ahead. Chapter 183, Synthesizing Abilities Again 1. Are you all okay? Yang Qingong's voice, filled with concern, came through the vehicle's intercom. She had been informed by Wang Tao ahead of time about the plan to deal with the 2 level 2 zombies. Although she believed that Wang Tao and his group should not be in too much danger, she still couldn't help but worry a little, given that there were so many zombies. "We're fine, just speed up," Wang Tao said, glancing at the zombies that were following behind them. "Okay." Yang Qingong nodded and then ordered the convoy to start accelerating. She had not stopped the convoy just now, but she did slow down a bit to wait for Wang Tao. Now that Wang Tao had caught up, it was natural to start speeding up to get away from the zombie horde as quickly as possible. But it was hard to see clearly when driving at night, especially since there were often obstacles on the road. Wang Tao, taking up the rear, saw that the convoy couldn't pick up speed, so he took the initiative to lead the way at the front. With his night vision, those obstacles were naturally nowhere to hide. Gradually, The overall speed of the convoy began to increase. Just when it seemed they were finally about to shake off the zombie pack, the nerves of everyone, still taut, had yet to relax when Wang Tao's voice suddenly rang out through the intercom. "Everyone, be alert. A level 3 night demon zombie has appeared." A level 3 night demon zombie? The group was shocked. They had already struggled to deal with level 2 zombies. How on earth were they supposed to handle a level 3 zombie? But luckily, Wang Tao reassured them, "Don't worry too much, the night demons are not as fast as we are running. Keep up the speed, and they won't catch us." Wang Tao knew that the disturbance would definitely attract night demons, so he wasn't surprised to see them. The night demons were among the zombie horde in the rear. If it weren't for him being able to see health point, to see a few zombies with significantly more health point, he probably wouldn't have noticed them. But as he said, no matter how fast the night demons were, they were not as fast as the vehicles once they got up to speed. As long as they maintained a good pace, there wouldn't be any problems. "It's a pity there are too many zombies, otherwise we might have a chance to try." Wang Tao looked at those ferocious zombie faces and felt a bit of regret. His own strength had increased significantly, and he felt he was now capable of taking on a night demon zombie. But there were too many zombies right now, and there wasn't just one night demon, but at least 10. In such a case, there was no choice but to flee. The ordinary zombies were not as fast as the night demons, and it didn't take long before the convoy could no longer see the trace of ordinary zombies. However, about a dozen night demons were still doggedly pursuing them. Yang Qingong and the others had never seen night demons before, only pictures in a guidebook. Now confronted with these terrifying and ferocious zombies, they felt an immense pressure, greater even than the pressure the zombie horde had given them. Suddenly, one of the vehicles shook and slowed down. "Car 4, what's happening?" Yang Qingong, who had been keeping an eye on the convoy, called out as soon as she noticed Car 4 seemed to be falling behind. "Boss, I didn't notice a zombie under the car. It just climbed onto the window and startled me, but I'm okay." The driver of Car 4 quickly responded. "Then hurry up and catch up." "Yes." Car 4 began accelerating again. However, it had slowed down considerably and was now at the very back, making it difficult to speed up again. That's when the driver of Car 4 heard a thud, as if something had landed on their roof. Boss, please check what's on my roof." The driver of Car 4 urgently called out through the intercom. Yang Qingong quickly glanced over and her heart sank. "Night demon. There's a night demon on your roof." Gulp. In an instant, everyone heard the sound of Car 4's driver swallowing his saliva. A level 3 night demon was on his roof. This was it. Thud. 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 After landing on the roof, the night demon started banging furiously. The car was getting rocked by the impact. The driver of Car 4 looked up and saw that the roof was starting to dent. "Boss, I don't want to die," he suddenly cried out, sobbing. Although he had long anticipated this day might come, nobody could stay calm when faced with impending death. Yang Qingong's expression turned grim. She rolled down her window and opened her mouth towards the night demon on the roof of Car 4. Whoosh, an object shaped like a nail shot out from her mouth and instantly hit the night demon zombie. Roar. After being hit, the night demon roared, but it did not attack Yang Qingong. It continued to furiously pummel the roof of Car 4. Yang Qingong spat out several more nails in succession. Although most of them hit their mark, they seemed to have no effect. So this can't even draw its attention. Yang Qingong's expression darkened. This was her first attack after she had recently learned the spittle nail ability. She had synthesized a new level 2 ability, which took about a few minutes. Now that she had finished synthesizing, her first attack caused no significant effect, which was distressing for her. She didn't expect to directly repel the night demon zombie, she just wanted to draw its attention. Considering the high speed of the convoy, if the night demon zombie got distracted and tried to leap onto her vehicle, it would most likely fall straight to the ground. Unfortunately, whether it was proof of the night demon zombie's intelligence or its stubbornness, it was fixated on whoever was in Car 4. "Don't panic, wait for me." At that moment, Wang Tao's voice came across the intercom. As the lead vehicle, he slowed down slightly and soon moved to the second-to-last position, getting very close to the night demon on top of Car 4. Chapter 183, Synthesizing Abilities. Again, too, aside from the person focusing on driving, everyone else was watching to see what Wang Tao would do. Then they saw the sunroof of Wang Tao's car open, and his sister Zhang Shixa suddenly exposed her upper body. Could she also be a formidable ability user? Everyone felt a bit incredulous. However, Zhang Shixa didn't make many movements but suddenly took out a flashlight and shone it at the night demon on top of car number 4. Swoosh, a thick purple light appeared, enveloping the night demon's entire body. Roar, the skin of the night demon was instantly burned, and it instinctively covered its face with its arms. The moment its arms left the car, It fell straight down. Bang! The night demon tumbled a few times on the ground and disappeared from view. Zhang Shixu, still holding the ultraviolet flashlight, shone it at the other following night demons. The bodies of these night demons emitted sizzling and crackling burning noises. Although they didn't lose much health point, their steps were halted. As the convoy was moving at full speed, after a moment, the night demons were no longer seen. "All right, we've shaken them off." Wang Tao's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Phew, Yang Qingong and others all sighed with relief. It was their first encounter with night demons, and although they hadn't engaged directly, the oppressive feeling just now was the most powerful they had seen among zombies. At the time, they all thought the people in car number 4 were doomed, but thankfully, Wang Tao took action. They had seen the news about night demon zombies in the guidebook and knew that they feared sunlight. But they didn't expect the ultraviolet flashlight to have such a great effect, completely holding back the night demon zombies. "Thank you, Brother Wang. Thank you, Brother Wang." The people in car number 4 were still a bit unsettled as they kept expressing their thanks. "Everyone, pay attention. If more night demon zombies come, don't panic, wait for me." "Okay." With Wang Tao present, everyone felt a full sense of security. Yang Qingong also thanked Wang Tao separately and inquired about where he got the ultraviolet light, which was so effective against the night demons. Wang Tao had obtained it from killing a night demon zombie, but of course, he didn't tell the truth. Instead, he said it was from a supply drop. This left Yang Qingong somewhat helpless, feeling unlucky for not encountering such a supply drop. There was no immediate danger nearby, but the convoy didn't stop. After all, no one knew if the zombie horde would come from behind. It was safer to move further away. From night until dawn, driving until the sky turned pale with the first light of morning, the various noises of the night slowly ceased. People finally relaxed. After being on edge all night, everyone felt a bit weary. Yang Qingong suggested, "Wang Tao, let's take a break, shall we?" Their mental state isn't very good. Knowing Wang Tao's strength, Yang Qingong would seek Wang Tao's opinion before doing anything. "Sure," Wang Tao nodded. The three of them didn't really care, especially for him and Zhang Shixu. This level of chase was nothing at all. But it definitely wasn't the same for others. Driving while fatigued was unwise. They all surveyed the surroundings. This was a county town, and their location was on the outer ring. The group entered the county town and found an abandoned old residential area. The community wasn't large, much like the happy community Wang Tao used to live in, with only a few buildings. Several buildings were sealed off, which might have zombies inside, but they couldn't get out. Yang Qingong had people scout it out to ensure there was no immediate danger, and then they started to set up camp in the courtyard of the community. Their belongings were not complicated, they cared only for sufficiency. Of course, defense facilities were the exception, as they could not be neglected. Noticing a small supermarket nearby, Wang Tao took Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiaozhan to have a look inside. Although the supermarket had been looted once, some items were left behind. Wang Tao brought these items back, which amounted to providing a supplemented meal. "We really owe you this time, otherwise, who knows how many of us could have made it here," Yang Qingong said to Wang Tao with a grateful face. To tell the truth, this was her first major crisis without losing anyone. Her previous team actually had many people, but they dwindled during successive crises, leaving only these dozen or so. If it weren't for Wang Tao, this time they would have lost at least 2 or 3 people at the least, and at most, they might all have been unable to escape. After all, there were over a dozen level 3 night demons in the zombie horde. No need to be polite, Wang Tao shook his head, then asked, "Have you synthesized the spittle nail crystal core?" "I have." Yang Qingong voluntarily demonstrated for Wang Tao. She could store a portion of whatever food she ate inside her body. She wasn't clear about where exactly it was stored, but it was within her. Moreover, she could control which foods to store and which not to. However, the hardness of these foods affected the power of the projectiles she spat out. For instance, if she ate something like bread, the projectiles she spat out had fairly low power. Therefore, she came up with a method. She directly swallowed a nail. As it turned out, it worked. Wang Tao watched Yang Qingong spit out a nail, directly nailing it into the wall. He was somewhat astonished. This Yang Qingong was really fierce. Daring to eat nails, if something went wrong, it would be troublesome. But now, it was a true, spittle nail. A nail with every spit. Fierce. Chapter 183, Synthesizing Abilities Again 3 Wang Tao gave her a thumbs up. Yang Qingong shook her head with a wry smile. She had no choice. If she were powerful enough to disregard the zombies, she definitely wouldn't take such risks. The convoy members caught some sleep, resting from morning until noon. As for this county town, no one ventured too deep. After all, their goal was Zijing City, Even if there were survivors or a survivor base in this small county, they didn't pay it much attention. Wang Tao specifically went to check out the hospital in the county town but unfortunately did not find any green-eyed zombies. Feeling that everyone's spirits had been lifted, Yang Qingong called everyone to hit the road again. This time, Wang Tao let Zhu Xiaojun drive while he experimented with the fusion crystal core. Yang Qingong said she couldn't fuse with level 1 crystal cores anymore, but Wang Tao felt like he could still merge with level 1 crystal cores, although he hadn't tried it yet. After all, he didn't have much special energy, and if he could synthesize ability, he would have to use special energy for extraction, which seemed like a waste. Now that there was no immediate danger on the road and his special energy had surpassed 10,000, he decided to give it a try. Wang Tao first took out a level 1 epic shockwave crystal core. He put it in his mouth to try, and indeed, he couldn't merge with it. Self-healing and toughness also didn't work. Wang Tao wasn't surprised by this result since he had level 2 shockwave and barrier abilities already. He then took out another level 1 epic crystal core. This one was a full-speed crystal core obtained from Yang Qingong. Yang Qingong had given Wang Tao all 8 of the level 1 full-speed and high-frequency vibration cores, 4 of each. These 3 types of crystal cores, including the stealth crystal core, were originally reserved for her sister. A good item definitely had to be kept for one's own family. Because she had merged with these 2 types of cores before and felt there weren't any significant side effects, at that time, she wasn't aware that these side effects involved physical strength depletion and mana drain. But now that her sister was nowhere to be found and most likely dead, and she had nothing of high value to offer, she saw Wang Tao's interest in the crystal cores and decided to give them all to him. After Wang Tao received them, he naturally proceeded with the synthesis. He had 2 epic full-speed and 2 epic high-frequency vibration cores in his possession. When Wang Tao placed a full-speed crystal core in his mouth, he instantly felt the crystal core vaporize. Just as I thought, I can synthesize ability myself. Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Merging with a level 1 crystal core was much quicker than with a level 2 crystal core, and it was completed in a moment. Wang Tao quickly looked at his attributes, and his mana had increased by 100, reaching 5,900, with a new, full-speed, ability. I knew it. Wang Tao was delighted. Since he could merge with level 1 crystal cores, it meant he could continue with his plan of upgrading from level 1 to level 2 cores. And he could start immediately. Wang Tao took out another level 1 epic full-speed crystal core and merged with it, full speed plus 2. Although Wang Tao no longer had full-speed crystal cores, he still had many level 1 omnipotent crystal cores. Having 4 abilities at the moment, 3 of which were level 2, meant that these level 1 omnipotent crystal cores could only be used to enhance his level 1 full-speed ability. Wang Tao used a level 1 omnipotent crystal core. Moments later, the level of his full-speed ability indeed increased by 1. Consequently, Wang Tao used up several more level 1 omnipotent crystal cores, and soon, his full-speed ability reached plus 10. Then, Wang Tao took out a level 2 Ascension Crystal Core. As expected, the Ascension Crystal Core worked, and his full speed successfully advanced to level 2. His mana also increased to 7,000. Haha. Looking at his level 2 full speed ability, Wang Tao laughed heartily. This matched his prior expectations. He could use level 1 crystal cores to upgrade those for level 2. But that wasn't all. As much as Wang Tao liked the full speed ability, he couldn't tolerate it occupying one of his ability slots, considering he had only 4 precious slots. So, Wang Tao looked at his synthesize ability. Shockwave plus precision shooting, 10%, shockwave plus barrier, 10%, shockwave plus full speed, 15%, precision shooting plus barrier, 50%, precision shooting plus full speed, 55%, barrier plus full speed, 90%. Seeing the list of synthesization probabilities, Wang Tao muttered to himself as expected. He had guessed before that abilities with similar mechanisms had a higher chance of successful synthesization. Barrier was a continuous defense boost and blood regeneration, and full speed was a continuous increase in speed. The mechanisms of these abilities were quite similar, so the probability of success should be fairly high. Indeed, it was a high 90%. Although not as high as the previous 95% success rate for toughness combined with self-healing, this 90% chance was clearly worth a gamble for Wang Tao. Wang Tao set barrier as the main ability and full speed as the secondary ability. Then he initiated the synthesis. In an instant, Wang Tao's special energy decreased by 5,000, leaving him with 8,740. The icons for barrier and full speed on his attribute panel flickered with colorful lights for a moment. Afterwards, a brand new barrier icon appeared. Wang Tao got startled. Had the synthesization failed? But after seeing the detailed attributes, he sighed with relief. The name barrier remained unchanged, but its attributes were altered. Synthesis successful. Gain new superpower. Level 2 Level 1, barrier, for the duration, It can enhance defense, speed, and slowly heal certain injuries. Side effects, none. Seeing these attributes, Wang Tao was thrilled. Although it seemed like one ability, it actually possessed the attributes of 3 abilities. It effectively saved him 2 ability slots. Wang Tao couldn't wait to test out this new superpower. Since he was in the car and couldn't actually try out the increase in speed or defense, and because he was at full health point, he couldn't observe the effects of self-healing either. However, he could see the energy consumption. When he saw the specific mana consumed, Wang Tao exclaimed in surprise, 15 mana per second. That meant he would use 900 mana per minute, and with his 7,000 mana, he could sustain it for just over 7 or 8 minutes. My mana is too low, I need to find a way to increase it. Wang Tao stroked his chin in contemplation. Continue merging with level 1 crystal cores? That's one way to increase mana, but the condition is that the merged ability can be synthesized with other abilities, otherwise, it would occupy a slot. Hey? If it does occupy a slot, I can just extract it. Doesn't that mean I can switch abilities anytime, anywhere? Yes, I think I've overlooked this ability. Chapter 184, Solo Kill Level 3 Night Demon 1. Wang Tao felt like he had overlooked something. His special energy had 2 functions: extraction abilities and synthesize ability. But he had always used synthesis and never extraction. Moreover, his special energy was not abundant, so he felt extraction was not as good as synthesis. After all, both extraction and synthesis of a level 2 ability required 5,000 energy. But if he had a lot of special energy, he could freely extract abilities and then fuse them with other abilities. Wouldn't that be like being able to change abilities continuously? The cost of changing abilities was just 5,000 special energy. Of course, he didn't have much special energy now, so he couldn't change level 2 abilities at will, but a level 1 special ability only required 1,000 special energy. He still had over 8,000 special energy left. He could change level 1 special abilities at least 8 times. Wang Tao had been hesitant before. Until he found the most suitable combination of abilities, he had left an ability slot empty. Such a waste. Now, Wang Tao felt that he could first learn a level 1 special ability, and later when there were better options, just extract it. After all, extracting a level 1 special ability would only cost 1,000 special energy. Having realized this, Wang Tao didn't say another word and immediately fused a high-frequency vibration crystal core. In Wang Tao's view, this should be the highest single target attack ability he had encountered so far. Even if it was a level 1 ability, if it came from his hands as a level 2 person, its power should be substantial. Of course, Wang Tao still had quite a few level 2 ascension crystal cores, which could be used to upgrade the high-frequency vibration to level 2. But to extract the ability after upgrading it to level 2 would require 5,000 special energy, and Wang Tao wanted to save some special energy to synthesize abilities, so there was no need to upgrade to level 2 for the time being. He would wait until he had more special energy. Thus, the high-frequency vibration ability was upgraded by Wang Tao to level 1 plus 10 and then he stopped there. A level 1 plus 10 ability, used by someone like Wang Tao with 29,999 health point, was bound to be powerful. Wang Tao stretched out his right hand and activated the high-frequency vibration. Buzz buzz. Wang Tao heard a faint buzzing sound, but visually, he felt like his hand hadn't changed much. The range of the vibration was extremely small, and the speed was minuscule, so it wasn't immediately noticeable. Standing beside him, Zhang Shixi stared curiously at Wang Tao's right hand. "Brother, how can your hand move so fast?" "You can see it clearly." Wang Tao was somewhat surprised, as he himself couldn't even see his own movements, only feeling the regular vibration in his hand. "Yeah." Zhang Shixi nodded, then took Wang Tao's hand, feeling the vibrations in her own hand. A smile spread across Zhang Shixi's face. "Fun. This is a killing technique, how can you describe it as fun?" Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. His high-frequency vibration ability needed to be used in conjunction with weapons. The more angular the weapon, the greater the power. Without a weapon, if it was just his hand vibrating, there would basically be no lethality, unless his fingernails were long and hard enough, otherwise, it could only serve for a massage. So Wang Tao stretched out his hand and tickled Zhang Shixi. "Giggle, that's so ticklish." After fooling around for a while, Wang Tao then said to Zhang Shixi, "By the way, it's time for your medicine." The medicine Wang Tao referred to was naturally the zombie culture fluid. After all, calling it zombie culture fluid directly could easily be misunderstood, so he just used medicine instead. Okay, an hour later, Zhang Shixi's health point increased by another 1,000, reaching 25,200. A few more times, and she would be able to reach 30,000 health point. It was just unclear whether Zhang Shixi needed an ascension crystal core or not. After all, her constitution was different from normal humans. At night, the convoy stopped. If it wasn't for being chased by zombies, Yang Qingong and the others would definitely not want to take a night drive. The convoy stopped near a gas station. They had assumed there was no gasoline left in this gas station, but unexpectedly, they found a few barrels. It was just right to replenish the vehicle's energy, which was a pleasant surprise. The moon came out tonight, significantly increasing visibility. This was good news for the people on watch tonight. But just then, some people heard several distant screams. There are screams in the distance. Instantly, everyone became alert. Wang Tao heard it too. He and Zhang Shixi got out of the car and looked toward the town with a frown. In the course of an afternoon, they had traveled from a county town to a smaller town. The gas station was on the outskirts of the town, and they hadn't ventured deep into it. The screams had come from inside the town. "Boss, there are survivors inside, something seems to have happened. Should we?" Some people looked to Yang Qingong. Yang Qingong shook her head and said, "If it were daylight, we could consider helping out, but it's nighttime, and we can't manage that much." If it was a matter of conveniently saving survivors, Yang Qingong wouldn't mind, but risking the lives of her subordinates for it wasn't worth it. Everyone nodded. Under such circumstances, nobody wanted to take the risk. Naturally, Wang Tao said nothing. His thoughts were the same as Yang Qingong's. They could only hope that the survivors could escape danger. However, though they wanted to avoid trouble, trouble seemed to be actively seeking them out. Before long, everyone heard a series of footsteps. 4 figures dressed like survivors appeared from the other side of the street. They were all wounded, looking very pitiful. And at first glance, they had spotted Yang Qingong's convoy parked near the gas station. Chapter 184, Solo Kill Level 3 Night Demon 2. Suddenly, these people were a wave of excitement. Then they ran directly toward the convoy, shouting as they went, "Help!" Seeing this scene, the faces of Yang Qingong and her group turned ugly. Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head. Are these people stupid? Shouting like this at a time like this? Although he was a bit single-minded, he was not stupid. He knew that in the apocalypse, when faced with danger, one definitely should not shout loudly, or else one would die even faster. Hearing Zhu Xiaojun's words, Wang Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. No, they're not stupid, they're being clever, they want to drag us down with them. What? Zhu Xiaojun was stunned. Apart from Zhu Xiaojun and Zhang Shixi, the others could see the sinister intentions of this group of survivors who were running for their lives. In the apocalypse, zombies don't care which faction humans belong to or what conflicts they have. They'll bite at the sight of people. So when faced with zombies, humans could only stand together in defense. If these people didn't shout and make noise, Yang Qingong's convoy might ignore them for their own safety. But with a few shouts, the zombies would be attracted faster. For their own safety, Yang Qingong's convoy would certainly take action. Although doing this would put them in greater danger, if they didn't act, they might be doomed. By acting this way, there was still a slim chance of survival. And even if they died in the end, there would be others to cushion their fall. Brother, do you want me to go and kill them? Zhang Shixi could feel that Wang Tao was somewhat displeased with these few survivors and immediately took the initiative to speak. No need. Wang Tao had no patience for survivors who intentionally set traps for others. He was about to take out his bow and arrows to snipe these people from a distance. Suddenly, he and Zhang Shixi both looked up. They saw a fierce figure appear on the rooftop of a nearby 5-story building. Health point, 30,000 out of 30,000, magic point, 20,000 out of 20,000, level 3 elite, Night Demon. Wang Tao's brow furrowed. The fleeing survivors had not noticed where the Night Demon was. They quickly looked back, and aside from a few ordinary zombies, there were no other figures. Seeing the group of survivors standing ready not far away, the 4 of them were overjoyed. We're safe? Before one of them could finish, he suddenly felt as if a dump truck had hit him at the waist, losing all sensation in his lower body instantaneously. He looked up, somewhat baffled, only to see a gaping maw. Then his vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. Yang Qingong and the others saw clearly that a black figure suddenly leapt from the building, landing right on the fastest running person, severing him at the waist and crushing his neck with a bite. After easily dispatching this survivor, the figure lifted its head to reveal a fierce face. Night Demon. Yang Qingong was shocked. She lacked Wang Tao's ability to see health bars and Zhang Shixi's perception ability to sense danger, so she hadn't noticed the Night Demon immediately. She had thought these survivors were being chased by a level 2 zombie since they seemed like level 1 ability users. But unexpectedly, it wasn't a level 2 zombie at all, it was a level 3 Night Demon. Just yesterday, some of their own had nearly died at the hands of a Night Demon. Roar! The Night Demon let out a scream, like a wolf among sheep, and instantly disposed of the other 3 survivors. 4 level 1 ability users stood no chance against a level 3 Night Demon. After crushing the throats of these four, the night demon didn't consume them but instead piled up their bodies and then turned its gaze toward the convoy, charging rapidly. What do we do? Yang Qingong, usually very decisive, felt a bit of panic after seeing the brutal and fierce eyes of the night demon. Now the night demon was too close, and they could not outrun it with the slow speed of the vehicles. If they ran, someone would surely die. But if they didn't run, they couldn't defeat it. When the night demon appeared, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu had looked carefully to confirm that there was no second night demon nearby. Wang Tao suddenly grinned. If he were up against a group of night demons, he indeed would not be a match. But against only one? How could he know if he didn't try? Don't panic, I'm here. Seeing the flustered crowd, Wang Tao stepped forward, positioning himself in front of everyone. His words and actions instantly gave the flustered group a pillar to lean on. Although they didn't know how strong Wang Tao truly was, their survival now depended on the few second-level ability users they had. Zhu Xiaojun stood to the left of Wang Tao, with Zhang Shixu on his right, shielding everyone behind them. Yang Qingong, looking at Wang Tao's back and seeing Zhang Shixu, his seemingly oblivious sister, stepping forward, suddenly lost her fear and felt her blood start to boil. What of a level 3 zombie? They had 3 level 2s plus a dozen or so level 1 ability users. They weren't without the power to fight. Let's fight it. Yang Qingong was ready to move forward to fight alongside Wang Tao, but he put out his hand and blocked her. Don't get in the way. Be ready to withdraw at any moment. Wang Tao spoke somewhat coldly. Hearing Wang Tao's words and seeing the hand blocking her way, Yang Qingong was bewildered. She, a second-order superpower owner, would be in the way? But she didn't have time to think, as the night demon had already charged to Wang Tao's front. Bang! Chapter 184, Solo Kill Level 3 Night Demon 3 Zhu Xiaojun gripped the firefighter axe with both hands and swung fiercely, but the night demon did not dodge or evade, instead taking Zhu Xiaojun's strike with its claws. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaojun only took 3 steps back, but the night demon was sent flying over 10 meters. Although it didn't cause any damage to the night demon, Zhu Xiaojun still smirked. The man he was now, was no longer the man he used to be. He had used both hands just now, and the strength boost from his mechanical left arm was no joke. Coupled with his own strength, it was no exaggeration to send the night demon flying. Of course, that was about it. The night demon was not just strong in strength, it was powerful in every aspect. Should they truly engage in battle, Zhu Xiaojun would definitely stand no chance. You protect them. Wang Tao said to Zhu Xiaojun, and then, barehanded, he started walking step by step towards the night demon. Roar! The night demon kicked off the ground, leaped high, and then, like a cannonball, fell towards Wang Tao. Seeing the grotesque face of the night demon, a faint green light emanated from Wang Tao's eyes, then he clenched his right fist. Yang Qingong and the others were somewhat astonished. Fighting the night demon with fists instead of weapons? Were they seeing things? Then, they witnessed what might be an unforgettable scene for the rest of their lives. Just as Wang Tao swung his fist, something resembling tree roots began to grow on it, and these roots rapidly wrapped around Wang Tao's fist, forearm, shoulder, and his entire body. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Wang Tao had transformed into a towering tree root monster, over 2.5 meters tall. At that moment, the night demon's attack also landed. Wang Tao didn't bother to defend, he let the night demon's attack hit him square on the chest, while his punch solidly hit the night demon in the face. Bang! -3,507, 26,493 out of 30,000, with that one punch, Wang Tao had inflicted 3,500 damage, depleting more than a tenth of the night demon's health point. The night demon was sent flying and crashed heavily into the ground. Wang Tao looked down at his chest where there was a faint nail mark on the tree roots. -118, 29,999 out of 29,999, 9,882 out of 10,000. Wang Tao's health point hadn't dropped a single point, it was the entangling root's health point that had decreased. He hardly felt anything, standing firm and steady without taking a single step back. This is the power of a level 3 weapon, huh? Feeling the abundant strength inside him, Wang Tao felt a sense of awe. After the unexpected encounter with the night demon yesterday, Wang Tao had specially fed the entangling roots some level 2 and level 1 crystal cores, raising its compatibility to 100%, bringing the entangling roots to optimal condition. He did this in anticipation of a direct confrontation with the night demon. Now, it was paying off. Meanwhile, Yang Qingong and the others were stunned. If they hadn't just witnessed Wang Tao's transformation with their own eyes, they would have surely thought it was a battle of monsters against zombies. Was this Wang Tao's ability? It felt so terrifying. Everyone even started shivering a bit. On the other side, Wang Tao activated his barrier ability. In an instant, he felt as if his body had become a lot lighter. Then, with a push off his feet, he quickly charged towards the night demon that was just getting up. In the blink of an eye, he reached the side of the night demon. Roar! The night demon roared angrily, spreading the index fingers on both hands, its sharp nails gleaming with a cold light. Whoosh! It swiped at Wang Tao's face. If it had been before, Wang Tao would definitely not have been able to dodge this strike, given its speed. But now, with the barrier ability accelerating him, Wang Tao tilted his head just in time to dodge the attack. Then, Wang Tao, powering up his right hand, delivered an uppercut straight to the night demon's face. Bang! Minus 3,583, 22,810 out of 30,000, the night demon was hurled into the air again, this time crashing directly into the wall of an apartment building along the street, creating a huge crater. As the night demon was sent flying, Wang Tao immediately charged towards where it landed, giving it no chance to counterattack. However, this time, Wang Tao had a firefighter axe in his hand. While he hoisted the axe with one hand, he activated his high-frequency vibration ability. Thud! The axe viciously cleaved into the night demon's head, carving out a pit. Minus 4,671, 18,139 out of 30,000, the damage of this hit had increased by 20 to 30% compared to before. Unexpectedly, with a crack, the handle of the firefighter axe broke. The axe handle couldn't withstand that force. Hee. Finally, the night demon found an opportunity, and swiped a claw at Wang Tao's chest. Minus 121, 29,999 out of 29999 opening parenthesis 9761 out of 10000 closing parenthesis, unfazed, Wang Tao didn't even feel the damage. He grabbed the night demon's neck with his left hand and tossed aside the axe handle with his right, while entangling roots writhed around his hand, forming a fist bigger than a clay pot. Then he hammered the night demon's skull with 3 consecutive punches. Bang, bang, bang. Minus 3,624, minus 3,662, minus 3,698, roar. The night demon, its head nearly pulverized, let out a scream, shaking off Wang Tao's grip and fleeing towards a dark alley without looking back. It actually ran away? But at that moment, a red glow flashed in the darkness. With a loud thud, the night demon was sent flying back at an even faster speed. Minus 1,558, Zhang Shixu retracted her fist. Wang Tao eyed the spot where the night demon flew back, lifted his left foot, and stomped down fiercely, pinning it beneath his foot. Then he squatted down and gave the night demon's bald head a couple of solid punches. Minus 3,587, minus 2,010, 0 out of 30,000, the night demon's skull was completely smashed by Wang Tao, its health point depleted to 0. Seeing that there was indeed no crystal core inside the night demon's brain, Wang Tao gathered the night demon's spoils of war, then stood up and walked towards where Yang Qingong and the others were. At this moment, Yang Qingong and her companions were petrified. This monster, no, this Wang Tao, had actually beaten a level 3 night demon to death with his bare fists? Were they dreaming? Yang Qingong finally understood why Wang Tao had stopped her. This level of battle. She truly wasn't a match. As Wang Tao approached the group, the entangling roots on his body quickly writhed and then disappeared. By the time he reached them, he had shifted from the terrifying figure of 2.5 meters back to a normal human being of less than 2 meters. Watching the dazed crowd, Wang Tao glared at them. What, you're all stunned? Hurry up and retreat. Oh, right. The crowd snapped out of their daze and quickly got into the vehicles. Boom soon, 8 cars left the gas station one after another. Moments later, dozens of night demons emerged from the darkness, among them a blue-skinned night demon with bone armor. They roared and searched around, but found nothing, and had no choice but to leave with the bodies of the 4 survivors. Chapter 185 Zombie Fish. When Yang Qingong originally didn't want to travel at night, but there was no choice, the night demon had appeared. Even though Wang Tao had shown great power, eliminating one night demon, everyone knew that night demons are social, zombie-like creatures. The appearance of one night demon meant that others were likely to follow. Although Wang Tao had seemed to deal with the night demon easily, since he had said to move on, naturally, she couldn't suggest that he should take on the others. She guessed that Wang Tao's transformation ability must have its limits, and it probably wasn't as effortless as it looked. Wang Tao, are you all okay? Yang Qingong's voice carried concern over the vehicle's intercom. We're fine. Good to hear. Since it was a flight for life, Yang Qingong didn't talk much, even though she had questions. The convoy quickly left town and headed towards the next destination. Inside the vehicle, Wang Tao looked at the entangling roots on his wrist and smirked. This was his first time using entangling roots in combat, and all he could say was that this level 3 weapon was truly awesome. Because both Wang Tao's magic point and ability had not improved much, his current power hadn't reached his personal peak, but his overall strength among level 2 should be considered top-notch. Thus, he felt that, with his own power, he should be capable of confronting a level 3 night demon. But definitely not as easily as with the use of entangling roots. Without the entangling roots, he would be at most a peak level 2 strength, perhaps capable of single-handedly taking on a level 3 elite night demon. But with entangling roots wielded, he was straight up at level 3 strength. He could completely dominate a night demon in battle. No wonder entangling roots is classified as a level 3 weapon, it can really unleash level 3 power. However, it's not just entangling roots, the person who wears it needs to be powerful too. If the wearer isn't up to snuff, then they definitely won't be able to display level 3 power. After all, the entangling roots has a limited health point, and if it keeps being depleted, it will be destroyed. Speaking of defense, entangling roots indeed performed impressively. When hit by a night demon's attack, it only lost a little over 100 health point. To its 10,000 health point, this was trivial. And the attack bonus doesn't even need saying. Against a level 3 elite night demon, it could deal over 3,000 damage with one punch. Less than 10 punches were enough to kill a night demon. This was definitely the moment of Wang Tao's highest damage output. Moreover, Wang Tao knew very well that this wasn't the upper limit of entangling roots, it could grow to 100,000 health point. Back then, when Wang Tao attacked the 100,000 health point entangling roots, he couldn't even make a dent. Now, entangling roots had regained its full health point. But this wasn't self-blood regeneration, rather, Wang Tao transferred his own health point to it. It seemed entangling roots didn't have much self-blood regeneration ability, or at least it was very slow. When Wang Tao saw that its health point bar hardly increased, he nourished it a bit with his own health point. It had only lost over 200 health point in total, with a slight nourishment, Wang Tao filled it up again. As for the cost, it meant Wang Tao expended an equal amount of his own health point. But this wasn't a problem, he used his barrier ability to fully regain his health point. So, it amounted to this: after a battle, he expended only some of his physical strength and magic point. Oh, no, he had forgotten to count something. Wang Tao glanced at entangling roots compatibility. The compatibility had decreased from 100% to 90% after a not-so-intense fight. This meant, the price for killing that night demon was a level 2 crystal core? After all, a level 2 crystal core can increase compatibility by 10%. That cost was acceptable to Wang Tao. Although night demons didn't have crystal cores in their brains, they did have loot packs, so Wang Tao would not be at a loss. Wang Tao studied entangling roots further, trying to restore compatibility with his own blood. He found that using his blood took a while and was not low on blood consumption. A 10% increase consumed 1,000 of his health point. That was more than what he had spent killing the night demon. But this also gave Wang Tao a rough idea about the details of entangling roots. Currently, entangling roots had 10,000 health point, and if Wang Tao used his own health point for replenishment, the ratio was 1:1. Whatever health point the entangling roots lost, Wang Tao could replace with an equal amount of his own blood. This blood replenishing could be replaced by a crystal core. Wang Tao had tried it out. A level 1 crystal core could replenish 100 health point, a level 2 should replenish 1000 health point, and a level 3 core 10,000 health point. Then there was compatibility. 100% compatibility, if raised by crystal cores, required 1 level 3 crystal core or 10 level 2 crystal cores or 100 level 1 crystal cores. Of course, this could also be replaced by his own health point. Wang Tao had tried, and each percent of compatibility increased required him to expend 100 of his health point. So, raising it back to 100% compatibility would cost 10,000 health point. All of a sudden, Wang Tao felt like using crystal cores to increase compatibility might be a loss, considering he could regenerate blood. But after careful thought, it wasn't so bad. Because using his own health point for compatibility restoration was slow and needed a safe environment. Crystal cores, on the other hand, could provide a quick recovery. Plus, health point was his lifeline. Wang Tao had nearly 30,000 health point, but if he lost 10,000, even without a wound, he would definitely feel terrible. So, the conclusion he reached was, if entangling roots lost a lot of health point and compatibility dropped significantly, then it's appropriate to use crystal cores for replenishing. If entangling roots lost only a little health point and compatibility dropped slightly, it could be replaced with his own blood, granted he had the blood regeneration ability. If someone didn't have this ability, they'd better stick to using crystal cores. Chapter 185 Zombie Fish 2 Wang Tao increased the compatibility of his entangling roots to 100% and restored his health point to 10,000. Finally, he had time to look at the loot he had acquired. The night demon zombie he killed had 30,000 health point, so the loot was nearly the same as what he got from the previous night demon zombie. His health point didn't increase because it was already at the limit. But his special energy went up by 6,000. He had just used up 5,000, which he now completely replenished. Next were the loot packs, 3 in total. The first pack was a crystal core gift bag containing 4 crystal cores. These cores were almost identical to those from the previous level 3 elite night demon he had killed, with only slight differences in quality. Level 3 crystal core, Ascension, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 40%, side effects, none. The first core was an Ascension crystal core. Counting this one, he now had 3 level 3 Ascension crystal cores. However, the probability with this core was a bit lower. If he wanted to ensure a safer promotion, he'd need to improve the quality. Level 3 crystal core, energy boost, quality, excellent, 40%, purity, 40%, side effects, none. Energy boost, increases magic point cap by 1,000. The second was an energy boost crystal core. It was of excellent quality last time, but only of good quality this time. Level 3 crystal core, health point boost, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 40%, side effects, none. Health point boost, increases health point cap by 1,000. The third, an health point enhancement crystal core, had better quality than the last one. Level 3 crystal core, body constitution boost, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 40%, side effects, none. Physical enhancement, all aspects of physical constitution will be enhanced. The fourth one was a body constitution boost crystal core. The last one was epic, this time it was excellent. Other than the Ascension crystal core, the other 3 were passive abilities. Wang Tao had thought that since they were similar passive abilities, the chance of synthesizing them should be quite high. If he could synthesize these 3 abilities into one ability, it would definitely be a powerful one. But for now, Wang Tao didn't have much special energy to work with. After all, synthesizing a level 3 ability required 20,000 special energy. The second loot pack contained potions. 5 pieces of strength growth potion, 5 pieces of agility increase potion, 5 pieces of mental boosting potion. Just like last time, there were a total of 15 potions that permanently increased various attributes. Strength increase potion, after injection, strength will receive a permanent enhancement. Agility increase potion, after injection, agility will receive a permanent enhancement. Mental boosting potion, after injection, spirit will receive a permanent enhancement. Without a second thought, Wang Tao took the potions and injected them into himself. Moments later, he felt even more powerful. Then Wang Tao looked at the third pack. A high-power ultraviolet flashlight, 20 small ultraviolet illumination flares, as before, 1 flashlight and 20 flares. After examining these items, an idea suddenly sprang to Wang Tao's mind. With his current strength, he had no problem handling a single night demon. If he teamed up with Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiajun, they might even stand a chance against 2 night demons. Since night demons were level 3 zombies, the rewards for killing them were tripled. Whether it was special energy, crystal cores, or potions, these were all things Wang Tao desperately wanted. So what if he deliberately kept himself at level 2 without advancing to level 3 for now and went on a spree of hunting level 3 night demons to snag triple the rewards? Wouldn't he be able to collect a substantial number of crystal cores and potions? Wang Tao thought this plan seemed feasible. Of course, right now he didn't need to hold back since he wasn't able to advance to level 3 anyway. As for hunting night demons, the difficulty for him wasn't in how to kill a night demon, but in how to find a lone one, or rather, how to lure one out. This was something he needed to thoroughly research in the future. The next day, early morning, the convoy stopped by a lake. We've been driving all night. Everyone is exhausted. It's time to rest, Yang Qingong said over the walkie-talkie to Wang Tao. This lake was beside a national highway, which they could take if anything happened. Okay. Wang Tao agreed. After quickly setting up the defensive perimeters, they all hurried to catch up on sleep. As second-order ability users, Wang Tao, Zhang Shixu, Zhu Xiajun, and Yang Qingong still felt relatively alert, so they took turns keeping watch. Yang Qingong looked at Wang Tao with a hesitant expression. What's up? Wang Tao asked. Nothing much, just. You're really amazing, she said. Yang Qingong had wanted to ask Wang Tao about the ability that turned him into a monster the previous night and how he, as a level 2 ability user, managed to defeat a level 2 night demon with ease. But after contemplating, she decided not to ask. What difference would it make even if she knew? If she couldn't surpass him, that was that. Yang Qingong had always been a proud person, and she certainly had the credentials to be proud. Whether it was seizing the opportunity in the business world before the apocalypse or leading her employees to safety after the apocalypse, she vastly outperformed countless others. But ever since meeting Wang Tao, she felt her pride was on the verge of being crushed. Having such a powerful ally like him was reassuring, indeed. And it was true that Wang Tao had saved them many times. But still, she felt a bit lost. She began to believe that only someone as formidable as Wang Tao could survive in this post-apocalyptic world, while an ordinary person like her would eventually perish at the hands of the zombies. Chapter 185 Zombie Fish 3 If death is inevitable, what's the point in struggling to live? Wang Tao frowned slightly as he looked at Yang Qingong, whose eyes were gradually becoming vacant. What's wrong with you? Nothing, I just feel so powerless. Yang Qingong let out a bitter laugh. Powerless? Wang Tao didn't know if he had demoralized her. After all, normal people don't have the luxury to think about these things when just staying alive is an accomplishment. Wang Tao guessed that Yang Qingong must be feeling a sense of powerlessness after seeing the strength of the night demons. He patted Yang Qingong's shoulder. Don't lose heart. Zombies may be strong, but we humans are not weak either, we have intelligence. Haven't you seen things like inhibitors, mechanical arms, and the like? Even at the end of the world, we humans have not given up. I believe that in the end, victory will certainly belong to us. Wang Tao wasn't just talking nonsense, he truly believed that humanity had a chance to win. From what was being airdropped, it was clear that everyone had been persisting and even making progress. Take Zhu Xiaojun's mechanical arm, for example. With that thing, he could basically defeat most level 2 zombies. If more things like this were developed in the future, or if a cure for the zombie virus were found, then what if the zombies evolved quickly? Humans would still have a fighting chance. You're right. Though Wang Tao's consolation didn't hit the nail on the head, Yang Qingong still felt it was heartwarming. Her despairing mood had somewhat improved. Then she suddenly said with a smile, so, when do you think I can be as strong as you? As strong as me? Wang Tao thought about it seriously, then said. You'd probably have to wait until I'm at least 10 or 20 times stronger than I am now. I'm sleepy, I want to take a nap. Could you keep an eye on everyone for me, thanks. Yang Qingong didn't want to talk with Wang Tao anymore. She didn't wait for a reply and immediately lay down on the grass, sprawling out like a salted fish. Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. She wasn't tired just a moment ago, and now suddenly she was sleepy. This woman was not truthful. Shaking his head, Wang Tao went over to Zhang Shix's side. Little Zhu, let's go fishing. Okay. Wang Tao still had the fishing gear he'd used before. Although he was missing a fishing rod, it wasn't a big problem. There were some steel pipes in Yang Qingong's convoy that were used for making defensive structures, which could be used instead. Quickly, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi got the fishing rod ready. Then they sat by the lake and began fishing officially. Soon, Wang Tao felt something bite the hook. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled swiftly. A huge shadow was dragged out of the water. Haha, got a big one, holy shit. Wang Tao was originally pleased, but his expression darkened as soon as he saw what the fish actually looked like. This was a damn zombie fish. Health point, 6,000 out of 6,000, magic point, 2,000 out of 2,000, level 2 elite, status, 90% weaker without water, and it was a damn level 2 elite. Seeing this human-sized fish with rotting flesh and eerie light flickering in its eyes, Wang Tao didn't hesitate to grab the firefighter axe at his waist and swung twice. The zombie fish's health point bar emptied instantly, and it died on the spot, dropping a loot pack. Zhu Xiaojun, who was on alert nearby, noticed the commotion and ran over. He thought Wang Tao had hooked a big fish, but was baffled when he saw what it actually was. Ah, this. It was his first time seeing a zombie fish. It's a zombie fish, and a level 2 at that. It was also Wang Tao's first encounter. He quickly smashed open the fish's head to find a white crystal core inside. Level 2 crystal core, aquatic breath, quality, ordinary, 20%, purity, 45%, side effect, partial growth of fish scales, aquatic breath, passive ability, evolve gills, can breathe freely in water. At first glance, Wang Tao found the ability of this crystal core impressive. Being able to breathe underwater meant evolving from a land animal to an amphibian. But after seeing the side effect and the actual ability, Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. The side effect was the growth of fish scales on the body, which was hard to accept. However, by synthesizing the crystal core, perhaps he could remove the side effect, but the ability of aquatic breath came with gills. This wasn't a side effect, and he couldn't remove it. He had no desire to turn into a guild monster, so this crystal core was definitely not meant for Wang Tao. Regarding the loot pack that a zombie fish dropped, it contained a potion he had never seen before. Obtained, 5 breath-holding potion, can hold breath underwater for 10 minutes, cool down time 1 hour. The potion was quite good, it might come in handy to hide from zombies in the water, provided there were no zombies in the water. Little June, you fish. If you catch any, kill them yourself. These fish lose a lot of their strength after getting on land, and it's simple to kill them. Zhu Xiaojun could restore his health point by killing the zombie fish, and since Wang Tao's health point was already full, he let Zhu Xiaojun have this opportunity. Okay. Zhu Xiaojun was excited. This was a rare opportunity. Wang Tao went back to Yang Qingong's side, finding that she had indeed fallen asleep. So he patted her face. Yang Qingong woke up groggily. She was an undeniable beauty, and although her skin was now a bit rough, her facial proportions were very attractive. Her dazed appearance was quite different from her previous image as a tough leader, but was charming in its own right. Didn't you want to be as strong as me? Here's your chance. There were too many fish here for Zhu Xiaojun to handle alone. They had to call others to help, and not waste this opportunity. Huh? After seeing the situation for herself, Yang Qingong finally understood the meaning of an old saying, a setback may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Chapter 186, Killing a Level 3 Lord 1 PFFT. Yang Qingong wielded her knife and killed the level 2 zombie fish beneath her feet, then wiped the sweat from her forehead and took a deep breath. She had never imagined that one day, she would become a butcher slaughtering fish, nor had she expected that killing fish could leave her so exhausted. At this moment, the scene around her was bustling with activity. Everyone was fishing, killing fish. The strong fished solo and killed on their own. Those less powerful teamed up to fish and took turns at killing. Even though the strength of these zombie fish dropped significantly after coming ashore, it didn't mean they were powerless. If an ordinary person caught a zombie fish, they might not even be able to pull it out of the water, and could even be dragged in by the zombie fish. These level 1 ability users were able to pull the fish onto land, but that didn't guarantee a quick kill. After all, the zombie fish were about the size of humans, and when they struggled, it was chaotic. If one were to get bitten, the best outcome would be wasting a bottle of inhibitor. So everyone measured their own strength, careful not to put themselves in too much danger in the quest to increase their power. It was Yang Qingong who had called these people together. But she had asked Wang Tao in advance, since this was his discovery. Although Wang Tao shared it with her, it didn't mean he wanted to share it with everyone else. Wang Tao wasn't that petty. The lake was vast and filled with many zombie fish. So many people fishing together might not even be able to catch all of them. Wang Tao observed that all the fish in this lake were zombie fish, with not a single normal one in sight, likely because, much like human society, they were infected by the zombie virus. Moreover, most of them were level 1 and level 2 zombie fish. For these ability users, it was a holy land for enhancing their strength. The crowd worked with well-distributed roles. Level 1 ability users killed level 1 zombie fish, and second-order superpower owners slayed the level 2 ones. If a level 1 ability user caught a level 2 zombie fish, they'd call over Little June or Yang Qingong to deal with it. If Yang Qingong and Little June caught a level 1 zombie fish, they'd pass it on to others to kill. Differentiating between level 1 and level 2 was straightforward. Anything others could pull out of the water was below level 1, and anything too heavy to move was level 2. This method was proposed by Wang Tao, considering that level 2 ability users would only gain half the health point from killing level 1 zombies. And for a level 1 ability user, even with the significantly reduced strength on shore, killing a level 2 zombie fish would be troublesome and potentially life-threatening. So, they should only tackle fish within their power range. Wang Tao made another fishing rod for himself, wanting to see if he could catch level 2, Lord, or even level 3 zombie fish. If Wang Tao killed Lagrangian points as superpower owners, he would gain special energy for such an overpowered victory. However, from morning until the evening, he had not caught a fish above level 2, Lord. The highest level was the level 2, elites. Wang Tao felt somewhat helpless. The number of elite zombie fish in this lake was unexpectedly high, a situation he had encountered at both the Water Z Hospital and the Weeds Reservoir. Therefore, Wang Tao speculated there might be an even more formidable zombie fish here, but unfortunately, he didn't know if his conjecture was inaccurate or if there truly were none. Of course, it wasn't without any gains. Zhu Xiaojun's health point was rapidly increasing. Wang Tao gave all the fish he caught to him. Zhang Shixu had no interest in fishing, but she enjoyed watching others fish, so she sat obediently next to Wang Tao, watching him fish. We had agreed to travel during the day today, but ended up fishing all day. Yang Qingong spoke to Wang Tao with a mix of happiness and helplessness. She was naturally happy because her health point had greatly increased. The sensation of watching one's strength gradually increase was enchanting. Her helplessness stemmed from the fact that the plan to go to Zijing City had been postponed again. Wang Tao glanced at Yang Qingong. Her health point was now at 10,200, up from just 7,000 before, marking a significant improvement in strength. No problem, enhancing strength is the most important thing. You can fish for a couple more days. Wang Tao said with a smile. Seeing that Wang Tao wasn't in a hurry, Yang Qingong immediately felt relieved. Having discovered this good spot, she intended to stay a couple more days, since such opportunities were rare. However, Wang Tao had previously mentioned wanting to go to a military base, and she was afraid he might become impatient, so she wanted to gauge his attitude. If it had been before, she would have thought it no big deal to part ways. But now, having seen Wang Tao's strength, only a fool would choose to go separate paths. The next morning, the fishing operation continued. And this one lasted for 3 days. Perhaps the zombie fish in the lake had almost been caught out, catching level 1, elites and level 2, elites became less and less likely. Wang Tao felt that they could probably leave tomorrow if the gains weren't substantial, it wouldn't be worth continuing to waste time here. But on this evening, just as Yang Qingong hadn't caught a fish for half an hour, she suddenly felt something bite her line. When she yanked hard, not only did she fail to pull it up, but she nearly fell on her face. Watching her steel fishing rod nearly pulled from her grasp, Yang Qingong immediately shouted loudly, "Wang Tao! There's a big one!" Wang Tao heard the commotion and rushed over immediately. Seeing Yang Qingong clutching the fishing rod, being slowly dragged toward the water, Wang Tao's eyes brightened. If it was able to drag Yang Qingong, a second-order superpower owner, towards the water, then this had to be at least a level 2, Lord Zombie Fish, or above. He grabbed the steel rod and gave a fierce tug, but it didn't came up. Chapter 186, Killing a Level 3 Lord 2. It must be a level 3 zombie fish. Wang Tao called over Zhu Xiajun, who activated his mechanical arm, and together with 3 second-order superpower owners, they finally pulled up a huge creature. The onlookers nearby were suddenly rendered speechless at the sight. They felt an intimidating force rushing towards them. This force was even more terrifying than the one they had felt from the night demon zombie. The thing Wang Tao pulled up was a zombie fish as big as a room, its rotting belly exposed, filled with fish eggs the size of chicken eggs. Health point, 40,000 out of 40,000, magic point, 30,000 out of 30,000, grade, level 3, Lord, status, 90% weaker without water, holy shit. Level 3. Lord? Wang Tao was a bit shocked. He had initially thought that a level 3 elite would have been impressive, but now he was facing a level 3 Lord. Wang Tao had encountered a level 3 Lord only once before, which was the blue-skin night demon he saw in the night demon's nest. That blue-skin night demon had 50,000 health point, and Wang Tao felt that a single touch could kill him, so he fled the moment he saw it. And now, another level 3 Lord has appeared. Although it had less health point than a blue-skin night demon, 40,000 health point was still enough to kill everyone instantly. The terrifying aura it emitted made everyone afraid to even speak. However, it was a zombie fish. It also had a negative status of being 90% weaker without water. If he hadn't seen the attributes, Wang Tao might have considered retreating temporarily, as he wasn't confident against a level 3 Lord. But since he saw it was weakened by 90%, not taking advantage of this opportunity would be like inviting lightning to strike him. "Everyone, scatter!" Wang Tao immediately screamed. Only then did everyone snap back to reality, scrambling to distance themselves from the spot. A level 3 zombie, even weakened, was not something they could handle. Yang Qingong felt his legs trembling. If not for Wang Tao being there, she would have thought about running away. SSS, after the giant fish was dragged ashore, it immediately let out an unpleasant hiss. Almost everyone felt their heads grow heavy. The reason it's almost everyone is that Zhang Shixu was unaffected. She ran over to Wang Tao and pinched his leg. Wang Tao winced in pain and slowly regained his senses. He saw a pair of eyes glowing red, and then saw the others standing unsteadily, as if they were dizzy. Area dizziness ability? Fortunately, Zhang Shixu was not affected, otherwise, it might have been troublesome. After the giant fish stunned everyone, it immediately started thrashing about, attempting to get back into the water. Although it felt the humans around it were weak and delicious, its instincts told it was weak now and needed to get back into the water. Wang Tao obviously couldn't let it escape. If it got back into the water, no one could defeat it. So, Wang Tao immediately activated entangling roots. Black roots burst forth from Wang Tao's wrist. Within moments, they entwined around his body, transforming him into a 2.5-meter-tall monster. Wang Tao gripped his steel rod fishing pole and pulled hard. Whoosh, the rope from the fishing rod could no longer hold on and snapped. But the giant fish was successfully flung by Wang Tao and landed heavily behind him. Thud, there was only grass behind Wang Tao, no water source. The impact of the fish landing made the ground shake, causing everyone to fall. This fall actually helped them clear their heads. But as soon as they regained consciousness and before they could figure out what was happening, the zombie fish roared again. SSS, in an instant, everyone was dizzy again. With the protection of entangling roots, Wang Tao also felt dizzy for a moment but quickly recovered. He and Zhang Shixu charged towards the zombie fish and raised their fists, smashing them down hard on the massive fish head. Bang! -3004, -1308, 35,688 out of 40,000, there was a muffled sound. He dealt 3,000 damage, and Zhang Shixu dealt 1,300 damage. The defense of the zombie fish was much higher than that of Night Demon, considering it was in a state of 90% weakness. Without the weakness, Wang Tao wasn't sure if his damage would break 1,000. But that was no big issue, as the zombie fish was already on sticky ground, and it was just a matter of time before they killed it. The zombie fish thrashed its tail, but since it was on land, it couldn't move. It could at best thrash around and flip over, which Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu could easily dodge. While dodging, they instantly landed several punches. -3187, -1298, -3219, -1029, -3381, -1323, 22,251 out of 40,000, SSS. With another roar from the zombie fish, Wang Tao was slightly affected, but Zhang Shixu was not at all affected and took the opportunity to land 2 more punches. -1320, -1248, 19,683 out of 40,000. As for everyone else, they were continuously dazed. Even Zhu Xiaojun and Yang Qingyong, both second-order superpower owners, couldn't wake up. Wang Tao didn't care about them because the zombie fish's dazing ability was different from the earlier gorilla zombies' war roar. It was purely dizzying and didn't cause health point loss. Once recovered, Wang Tao once again punched at the zombie fish twice. -3,309, -3,458, 12,916 out of 40,000. Suddenly, the zombie fish opened its mouth wide and spewed a huge mouthful of water. However, due to its large size and being on land, it wasn't flexible, so the attack naturally missed. The water sprayed onto the grass. Despite looking clear and transparent, the water made a sizzling burning sound when it touched the grass, quickly melting it. Does it have a corrosive effect? Chapter 186, Killing a Level 3 Lord 3. Wang Tao felt some relief, grateful that he had dragged him over here. The others were far away, otherwise, if they had been sprayed, they probably would have been done for. Watching the big fish open its gaping mouth once more, Wang Tao wasn't sure if it was roaring or spraying water, but a slime grenade appeared in his hand, which he threw directly into that bloody maw. Splat! A clump of white slime appeared and instantly stuck the zombie fish's mouth shut. Although it only held for a few short seconds, it successfully interrupted the zombie fish's casting, rendering its attack ineffective. Wang Tao charged to its side again, with Zhang Shixu attacking from the left and right in a pincer move. -3,592, -1,349, -3,521, -1,298. Just then, the zombie fish swung its tail violently with incredible speed. Relying on the entangling roots on his body, Wang Tao withstood the hit, but Zhang Shixu was sent flying. -128, 29,999 out of 29999 opening parenthesis 9872 out of 10000 closing parenthesis. The purpose of Wang Tao enduring that blow was to land the final strike. Splat. -3,156, 0 out of 40,000. This punch sank directly into the zombie fish's head. Even through the entangling roots he wore, Wang Tao could smell a fishy stench. But he immediately felt the zombie fish's crystal core, swiftly pocketing it along with a loot pack. Then he hurried over to Zhang Shixu. Zhang Shixu had just lost over 400 health point. "I'm okay, brother Wang." Wang Tao used a medical kit on Zhang Shixu and carefully checked her over. Once assured she was fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning back to look at the huge corpse of the zombie fish, his mouth hidden beneath a mask of roots almost stretched to his ears. The level 3 fish zombie lord was very strong, but sadly, it was weakened by 90%, and out of water, it lost its maneuverability. No, it had no maneuverability at all, making it nothing but a target for him and Zhang Shixu. So although it was a level 3 lord, Wang Tao found it extremely easy to kill, even more so than the night demon he had faced the night before. After all, the night demon had managed to hit him several times, while the zombie fish only landed a single blow on him. And if he hadn't wanted to finish it off quickly, he might have had a chance to dodge even that attack. After the zombie fish died, there were still numerous roe inside it. Wang Tao launched some shockwaves, randomly shattering these egg-sized roe. As a result, they even released loot packs, obtained 103,483 roe, edible, non-toxic, delicious, good heavens, 100,000 roe? And its food? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. Each piece of roe was the size of a chicken egg. Didn't 100,000 pieces of roe equate to 100,000 chicken eggs? Just the roe alone was a massive haul. However, Wang Tao didn't rush to check his loot but went instead to wake the others up, as they were still in a state of dizziness up until now. It took some effort, but the two of them finally managed to rouse everyone. What happened? Many were still somewhat out of it after being continuously dazed several times. Yang Qingong and Zhu Xiaojun recovered the quickest. Seeing the zombie fish with the crushed skull, Yang Qingong was shocked. Her memory stopped just before the dizziness set in. It felt like one moment she closed her eyes and the next the battle was over. Had Wang Tao triumphed? Even though the zombie fish's strength would certainly be limited on land, it was still a level 3 zombie. Zhu Xiaojun, on the other hand, took it as a matter of course. Brother Wang was in action, so of course there would be no issues. Is everyone okay? Yang Qingong didn't have time to ponder. She asked concernedly after Wang Tao and the others, and after seeing that they were all right, she quickly went to check on everyone else. Assured that the rest were just a bit dizzy and not seriously injured, she finally relaxed. You all rest well tonight, we'll leave tomorrow morning. Wang Tao said to Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong nodded. The fish here had almost all been caught, and the level 3 fish zombie lord was slain by Wang Tao, so it was time to leave. The others were somewhat reluctant to leave, but the level 3 fish zombie lord had dazed them for such a long time that they all had psychological shadows and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Watching everyone start to clean up the battlefield, Wang Tao began to take stock of his loot as well. The zombie fish had brought him 9,600 special energy. This brought Wang Tao's total special energy to 24,340. It can only be said that a level 3 lord indeed was terrifyingly powerful. Then came the loot packs, 3 in total. The first was naturally the crystal core gift bag, which contained 4 crystal cores. Along with the one from the zombie fish's head, that was a total of 5 crystal cores. Level 3 crystal core, aquatic breath, quality, excellent, 40%, purity, 40%, side effect, some parts of the body will grow fish scales, a level 3 aquatic breath crystal core from inside the zombie fish's head, nothing much to say about it, it wasn't the type Wang Tao liked. Level 3 crystal core, ascension, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 40%, side effect, none, another level 3 ascension crystal core. Counting this one, Wang Tao now had 4 level 3 ascension crystal cores. 1 excellent, 3 excellent. He hadn't completed his collection of other crystal cores yet and had already finished the ascension ones, which felt somewhat magical. Level 3 crystal core, shockwave dizziness, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 40%, side effect, mouth gets bigger, shockwave dizziness, can daze creatures for a long time. The duration of dizziness is related to the opponent's spiritual power, but they will awaken if disturbed by external things. This crystal core was the dizziness ability used by the zombie fish earlier. Its dizziness lasts for quite a while, but any major disturbance would wake the victims. Moreover, the length of dizziness is related to the opponent's spiritual power. If Zhang Shixu was unaffected, doesn't that mean she had high spiritual power? Even though it was the same type of dizziness, Wang Tao still preferred the earlier Warcry ability. As for the side effect, if one wasn't too concerned about their appearance, it seemed ignorable, right? Level 3 crystal core, corrosive saliva, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 40%, side effect, belly gets bigger, corrosive saliva, stores 1/10 of the water ingested in the stomach and fuses it with stomach acid. The fused water can be spat out with strong corrosive properties. This was the spouting water ability used by the zombie fish earlier, similar to the spittle nail, one spits food, and the other saliva. Wang Tao felt that the success rate for fusing these two abilities must be quite high. If he fused these two abilities, wouldn't he be able to spit both projectiles and corrosive water? It seemed interesting to consider. As for the last crystal core, it was a passive ability. Level 3 crystal core, swimming champion, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 40%, side effect, some parts of the body will grow fish scales, swimming champion, passive ability, greatly increases swimming skills. Chapter 187 The Proud Woman won the swimming champion ability seems pretty good. Passive abilities don't need magic point to use, which is essentially a permanent enhancement to physical attributes. If there's a chance, it might be worth trying to synthesize it with other passive abilities. Then there's the second loot pack. All potions inside, 2 types in total. Obtained, 10 breath-holding potion. The first one is the breath-holding potion, which is quite effective, allowing one to hold their breath for 10 minutes. Wang Tao already has dozens of bottles, but unfortunately, no blueprints. Obtained, 10 infertility treatment potion, capable of treating most infertility issues. This second type of potion has Wang Tao a bit stunned. Killed a zombie fish and got medicine for treating infertility? How absurd is this? But then thinking about the multitude of fish eggs, it seems reasonable, doesn't it? Without a doubt, this is good stuff. If it were before the apocalypse, it probably would fetch a good price since many people have such issues. Even now, in the apocalypse, there might still be people troubled by this problem. Wang Tao definitely doesn't need it, but he could sell it to those in need later. Lastly, the final loot pack. Obtained, a diving suit, durability plus 30, tear resistance plus 30, can stay at about 20 meters underwater for an hour. Oxygen tank automatically replenishes air, fully recharges in 10 hours of exposure to the open air. Inside is a set of black clothes that look like a frogman's gear, but this suit is exceptional. It's a diving suit complete with an oxygen tank, a propeller, and it looks quite impressive. And this one automatically replenishes oxygen. Like charging for 10 hours, to last for 1 hour of use. It's not something Wang Tao can wear regularly, but it might come in handy in critical moments. But Wang Tao doesn't dare to casually enter the water anymore since he's confirmed there might be zombie fish in it. Like the level 3 fish zombie lord he encountered today, if Wang Tao had encountered it in the water, he would have most likely been dead. Even the level 2 zombie fish he killed effortlessly, if it was in water, it's uncertain whether he would have been able to defeat it. Besides the loot from this level 3 zombie fish, Wang Tao has also killed some level 1 and level 2 elite zombies, but only got some more breath-holding potions and aquatic breath crystals. He feels that apart from the level 3 zombie fish, the others are rather weak, even the elites, as they don't seem to have any abilities. He hasn't seen other crystals appear. Maybe because these fish were cultivated by the level 3 fish lord? It does have so many eggs. No matter what, the haul was great this time. Wang Tao, Yang Qingong and the others had just finished cleaning up the battlefield, and she approached with a cloth bag. These crystal cores are for you. After all, you discovered them, and you dealt with a level 3 zombie fish, saving us from a crisis. All the crystal cores in the bag were aquatic breath, ranging from level 1 to level 2. Wang Tao had already explained the ability of this crystal to them, and they all expressed no desire to merge with it. While the aquatic breath ability is strong, it would cause gills and scales to grow on the body. Moreover, with zombie fish present in the water, they would only enter the water if absolutely necessary, making these crystals practically useless to them. Okay, thanks. Wang Tao didn't stand on ceremony and simply accepted them. Even though these crystals aren't of much use to him personally, they can be used to nurture the entangling roots. Why refuse something that's free? We should be thanking you, Yang Qingong said with a smile. Her own improvement was not small, and her entire team's strength had risen. If not for Wang Tao, they couldn't have possibly had such gains. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Qingong suggested, as for what's next, I propose we rest well here tonight and set off early tomorrow morning, aiming to reach Zijing City quickly. Yes, let everyone have a good rest. These people have been fishing with such excitement in the past few days that they haven't slept well. Continuing the journey after a good rest wouldn't be too late. In the evening, Wang Tao used the zombie culture fluid on Zhang Shixu again. Zhang Shixu's health point reached 29,200, one more treatment and she could hit the upper limit for level 2 health point. Then Wang Tao found that the tree essence liquid was available for use again. However, only he and Zhang Shixu could use it. Zhu Xiaojun had tried it without any effect. Could it be that the cool-down time for using tree essence liquid is related to strength? Though somewhat puzzled, Wang Tao didn't overthink it and just drank it. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu each drank 10 shares because the cool-down had reached a point where they could only consume 10, with any more being ineffective. Afterward, there was no change in Wang Tao's health point, but his magic point increased to 8,000. As for Zhang Shixu, her health point finally hit 29,999. No need to wait for another nurturing session. Can you feel what you need to do to ascend to level 3? Wang Tao asked curiously. I don't know. Zhang Shixu looked somewhat lost. When Wang Tao reached this health point level, he could clearly feel he needed to upgrade all his abilities to level 3 before he could ascend. So he wanted to know if Zhang Shixu had any feeling about it. But it seemed she still couldn't sense anything. Wang Tao thought for a moment and took out an outstanding quality level 3 ascension crystal core. Zhang Shixu's impurity level was already at 100%, so there was no need to worry about impurities or to have Wang Tao do the synthesis. Chapter 187 The Proud Woman too. But unfortunately, when Zhang Shixu placed the ascension crystal core in her mouth, she couldn't fuse with it. She truly had no need for the ascension crystal core. This left Wang Tao feeling somewhat helpless. Zhang Shixu's situation was very special, and he couldn't understand it. Regardless, Zhang Shixu had still increased her health point to 29,999, and now she was Wang Tao's strongest helper, which once again boosted the strength of his small team. Wang Tao even felt that she could probably take on a level 3 night demon by herself. But there was no need to test that theory. Why go for a one-on-one fight when you can gang up? Early the next day, the convoy was all geared up and ready to go. At Yang Qingong's command, the group set off toward Zijing City once again. The previous 2 escapes had led the convoy slightly off course, but the overall direction was correct, continuously heading west. After consulting the map, Yang Qingong and Wang Tao quickly plotted a new route. This time they didn't encounter any major dangers. The occasional zombies they did encounter were dealt with by Yang Qingong and her team. If the situation was more tricky, they would let Zhu Xiaojun handle it. However, in the past few days, the convoy came across several supply planes. This was something Wang Tao hadn't anticipated. The supply drops used to come about once a month, but why did he feel like they were becoming more frequent lately? These transport planes were not directly overhead, but Wang Tao tried to make contact several times, all unsuccessfully. As for the supply drops, they did manage to pick up 2 of them, which contain medicine and food. Although there were no inhibitors or mechanical exoskeletons, it was still good enough. Another supply drop. That day, Wang Tao suddenly looked up. He heard the sound of an airplane. Moments later, a plane indeed appeared in the sky, and from the looks of it, it seemed it would pass right overhead. The supply plane is coming. Yang Qingong noticed as well and immediately notified everyone through the vehicle intercom. Watching the plane draw closer to the convoy, everyone's faces were filled with anticipation. The last time a transport plane flew over their heads, it dropped 5 supply crates. Now they were not expecting 5, just 1 would be enough. Wang Tao took out his military radio and began trying to contact the pilot above. "Hello, this is Survivor Wang Tao, I am right below you." "Hello, this is Survivor Wang Tao, I am right below you." "SZZZ. SZZZ." The radio crackled with static, which didn't surprise Wang Tao. The last successful contact had been when the plane was directly overhead, and it was still far away at the moment. But Wang Tao didn't stop and kept trying. As the plane slowly reached the position right above the crowd, at last, there was a response through the radio. "SZZZ. Wang Tao. I know you. I am Luo." Hearing the hoarse voice over the radio, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. "Colonel Luo? What a coincidence, it's you again." He hadn't expected it to be Luo Guozong again, unless there was another pilot with the last name Luo. "SZZZ. Yes. Supply drop. Is gone. Sorry. SZZZ." The other party actually apologized to Wang Tao, though the voice sounded somewhat cold. "All the supply drops are gone? No problem, we're not in urgent need of supplies for the moment." Wang Tao quickly explained. The supply drops didn't really matter, but as long as he could establish a good connection with Colonel Luo, there would definitely be more supply drops in the future. "Then that's good. SZZZ." Watching the plane fly past overhead and start to move away, Wang Tao hurriedly said, "I will be visiting the military base soon. Since we have met, it's fate. I will treat you to a drink when the time comes." "SZZZ. SZZZ." The other party didn't reply, the plane had already flown off into the distance. "Ah, what a shame, no supply drop this time. Let's go, let's go." In the vehicle intercom, Yang Qingong's voice carried a hint of regret. The group continued on their journey. That evening, as Wang Tao was pondering over how to use his more than 20,000 units of special energy, Yang Qingong's voice came through the vehicle intercom once again. "Wang Tao, we've arrived at Zijing City downtown." "We're here already?" Wang Tao lifted his head. He could see more houses along the road, and the roads were getting wider, although there were also more abandoned vehicles. Looking further afield, he could see some tall buildings. "Zijing City, we've finally arrived." Wang Tao sighed. This trip to Zijing City had taken many more days than expected, with many incidents along the way. But it was a relief that they arrived safely. The convoy stopped by the side of the road. Yang Qingong got out of her vehicle and knocked on Wang Tao's door. "Wang Tao, what are your plans now? Come in and talk." "Okay." Yang Qingong entered, looking at Wang Tao's handsome face. Her expression was a complex mix of emotions and reluctance. After all, with Wang Tao being so powerful, she really wished he would stay with her convoy, but Wang Tao had already made it clear before that he intended to go to the military base. Now that they had arrived in Zijing City, it was only a matter of when Wang Tao would leave. "What about you? What are your plans?" Wang Tao asked in return. "We're planning to rest here tonight and then head into the city tomorrow to look for survivors from Zijing City and get some information about the situation here. If there's a large survivor base, we'll ask about its exact location. If the base is suitable, we'll consider staying here. If it's not suitable or there's no large survivor base, then we'll decide what to do next." Yang Qingong shared their upcoming plans. However, her tone was slightly wistful, as she still didn't know what exactly the situation was within Zijing City. There was also a good chance it could all be for nothing. Chapter 187 The Proud Woman 3 Wang Tao nodded and then said with a smile, "Let's rest for the night, and then we'll part ways tomorrow morning." "Okay." Yang Qingong didn't say anything more and got out of the car to leave. She found a suitable spot, and the convoy began to set up camp. Wang Tao took Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiaojun for a look around the area to ensure that there was nothing that could threaten their safety nearby. By nightfall, everything on the convoy's end was ready. Yang Qingong invited Wang Tao over for dinner. In the past, for convenience, everyone usually ate separately. But since they were all parting ways in the morning, this might be their last supper together, thus, it had a bit of a ceremonial feel. "Wang Tao, I'm very grateful for your care along the way." Yang Qingong raised her water glass, using water in place of wine. She actually liked drinking, but after the apocalypse had begun, she had given it up. After all, drinking led to mistakes. "We've been looking after each other." Wang Tao raised his water glass and clinked it with hers. The mood among the people was somewhat melancholic. They might not call Wang Tao a good brother, but at the very least, they were now friends. If this were before the apocalypse, they might have had the chance to meet up again in the future, but now that the world had ended, once they separated, they might never get the chance to see each other again for the rest of their lives. After dinner, it had already turned dark. Yang Qingong arranged for people to take turns on guard duty, while Wang Tao went back to his car. He wasn't tired, but he planned to rest well since he was heading to Zijing City tomorrow. Given the scale and population of Zijing City, he could already imagine how dangerous it would be inside. However, at this moment, Yang Qingong suddenly came over again. "Wang Tao, there's something I want to talk to you about. Could you come over?" "Sure." Wang Tao got out of the car, and Yang Qingong immediately turned around, leading Wang Tao outside of her car with her head lowered, not allowing Wang Tao to see her face clearly. "Shall we talk inside?" Turning around, Yang Qingong replied, and only then did Wang Tao realize that she seemed to have put on light makeup. "Okay." Wang Tao got into the car with her. Yang Qingong's car was luxurious, worth over 5 million before the apocalypse. Owning such a car was definitely a symbol of someone of high status. Although the exterior of the car now looked torn and had various modifications giving it a tattered feeling, once inside, it was evident that the interior was still well maintained, much more luxurious than Wang Tao's interior. "What's the matter?" Wang Tao asked, slightly puzzled after looking around. Yang Qingong started to speak and suddenly reached out, wrapped her arms around Wang Tao's neck, pressing her entire body against him, allowing Wang Tao to clearly feel a softness. "What are you doing?" Looking at Yang Qingong, who hadn't drunk any alcohol but had a flushed face and a misty look in her eyes, Wang Tao seemed puzzled but didn't push her away. "When we part ways this time, we might never see each other again in this lifetime," Yang Qingong said softly, staring at Wang Tao. "You want me to stay?" Wang Tao raised an eyebrow. But Yang Qingong shook her head. "No, I know you're a very determined person. I'm self-aware and know I can't keep you." "Then what is this?" Wang Tao was somewhat confused. "I'm not sure how long I have left to live, bad luck might kill me tomorrow. And you're the strongest man I've ever met. So, I want to experience something wonderful in this world before death. Even if I die later, I will have no regrets." After finishing, Yang Qingong's face turned even redder, but she didn't avoid Wang Tao's gaze. If she was to die later, she did not want to die still a virgin. Wang Tao was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. He had thought this woman had fallen for him, but it turned out he was flattering himself. As though she knew what Wang Tao was thinking, Yang Qingong smiled playfully. "I admit you're strong, but a proud person like me couldn't possibly fall for a man in just a few days. I just think that other women are not worthy of me. You, well, barely pass." Although she said this, her grip around Wang Tao tightened. Wang Tao didn't quite understand what this woman was thinking, but what the heck, meat delivered to his mouth, could he reject it? He hadn't had meat for a long time. "Proud? I want to see how long you can stay proud." Wang Tao chuckled wickedly and reached out to strip off Yang Qingong's clothes. "Hiss. You're not wearing anything inside. I prepared it especially for you." Yang Qingong blushed, letting Wang Tao slowly strip her bare. Wang Tao embraced Yang Qingong's head and gently kissed her. In a corner of the temporary camp, a luxurious SUV was rhythmically rocking. Late into the night. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, please spare me." Wang Tao walked out of Yang Qingong's car, neat and tidy. The guards who saw him just smiled ambiguously and said nothing more. Wang Tao returned to his car. Zhang Shixu was inside sleeping. Hearing the noise, she opened her eyes to glance at Wang Tao. She was curious but didn't ask any questions. After Wang Tao lay down, she naturally snuggled into his embrace. If this were before, Wang Tao would have felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he was a young man in his prime. But now, feeling the person beside him, Wang Tao was calm, even going so far as to hug Zhang Shixu, which made her eyes light up. Wang Tao's heart was unruffled. Hey, just a woman. How could she disturb my inner peace? The next day, early morning. Wang Tao's car quietly left the convoy. He didn't even go to say goodbye to Yang Qingong. Inside the luxurious SUV, Yang Qingong watched the departing car and suddenly wore a frustrated, resentful expression as she bitterly said, "What a nemesis. I can't travel today, I'll rest another day. If I ever have the chance to meet you in this lifetime, you'll see." Morning. As soon as Wang Tao entered the area of Zijing City downtown, the car radio that had been left on suddenly came to life. SSS.help. Is anyone there? Please save us. SSS. Chapter 188, Distress Message 1. Is anybody there? Please save us. Upon hearing the woman's voice on the car's intercom, Wang Tao's brow lifted. His car's intercom had always been on, just in case he could pick up other survivors' communications. He had just been saying to Zhu Xiaojun that he didn't know when they would find other survivors, and now had an opportunity been delivered to his doorstep. However, the other party was asking for help, which obviously meant they were in great danger. In such an unfamiliar place, Wang Tao had to be cautious. The vast Zijing city was definitely more dangerous than any place he had been before. Zhu Xiaojun slowly pulled the car over to the side of the road, and he and Zhang Shixi both looked towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao pressed the talk button on the intercom, his tone steady as he spoke. Who are you? Where are you? What danger have you encountered? Who are you? Wang Tao repeated several times, and after a moment. SZZZ. Someone. There really is someone. Although she tried to keep her voice down on the other end, it was noticeable that she was very surprised. My name is Nisa Ayan, and we're surrounded by a bunch of bad guys. They want to kill us. Help. The voice over the intercom was panicked. You're saying? People? Survivors? You're surrounded by survivors? Wang Tao's brows furrowed. He had thought that these people were surrounded by zombies. If it was a fight between survivors, that would be more complicated. Yes. Outside are a bunch of heartless murderers. Big brother, can you come save us? If they break through, we're all dead. Listening to the other party's anxious words, Wang Tao calmly said, tell me the specifics of the situation. All right. After a brief explanation from the other end, Wang Tao roughly understood what had happened. According to this Nisa Ayan, they were currently at a place called the Hashan Hotel, where there were still 11 people. They had been gathering supplies outside yesterday and took shelter in the hotel last night. But unexpectedly, a group of survivors had broken into the hotel. These people were extremely vicious and powerful, and they had taken over their place by force, wanting to capture them as slaves. Outmatched, they could only run upstairs. They were now hiding on the 10th floor, and all stairways leading up had been blocked, preventing the gang of villains from reaching them for the time being. But in their haste to escape earlier, they had left the food downstairs, and now all the food was commandeered by the villains. The hotel had been scavenged long ago, and there was no food upstairs, leaving them dizzy from hunger. Meanwhile, the villains downstairs continued to threaten and entice them. They said there were two choices for them, either come down obediently, admit their wrongdoings, and let bygones be bygones, or stay upstairs until they starved to death. Of course, no one believed them, because Nisa Ayan had witnessed with her own eyes the merciless killing of their companions by the gang downstairs. If they dared to go down, they would surely die. And before death, they would endure all kinds of inhumane torture. Having no other options, they could only seek help through the intercom. They had tried for a long time, and Wang Tao was the first person they could contact. Big brother, please, save us. We don't want to die. We'll repay you with gratitude. We will definitely repay your kindness. No sooner had the woman finished speaking than other people's voices began to chime in. Please, big brother, save us. We'll do anything for you. I have a lot of food at home, and I'll give it all to you, big brother. I know many influential people in the base, I'll introduce all of them to you, big brother. I have a beautiful wife at home. Listening to the cacophony of pleas from the other side, Wang Tao selectively filtered them out. He only picked up on one key point: there indeed was a survivor base here, and it seemed not a small one. Wang Tao thought for a moment and then asked, what are your capabilities? And what about the capabilities of those gangsters? We're all level 1 ability users, but there's a second-order superpower owner among those gangsters. Nisa Ayan quickly replied. Level 2 ability user? Then I'm sorry, I can't beat them. Wang Tao's tone carried a hint of difficulty. Even though he didn't mind helping other survivors, everything currently was based on Nisa Ayan's side of the story. Having seen more than his share of deceit, especially in this post-apocalyptic era, Wang Tao, despite his considerable strength, still had to be cautious. At the very least, he couldn't show all his cards. So he decided to pretend to be a level 1 ability user for now and see what their reaction would be. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then Nisa Ayan's voice came through again. Big brother, you don't have to beat them. You just need to draw them away. We've placed some supplies in a convenience store nearby, which have food and crystal cores, and among these supplies is a homemade bomb. I will tell you how to detonate it, and you just need to set off the bomb to get their attention. Just give us a minute, no, just 30 seconds, and we'll be able to escape on our own. A homemade bomb? Wang Tao was surprised, he hadn't seen such things in a long time. And detonate a homemade bomb? Was she serious? If that thing went off, it wouldn't be just the villains it'd draw out but hordes of zombies as well. His current identity was that of an ordinary level 1 ability user. Was this something a person concerned about their own life should consider doing? And Nisa Ayan seemed to know Wang Tao's concerns as she hurriedly spoke up again. Chapter 188, Distress Message to Brother, rest assured, this is a homemade bomb we frequently use. The amount of explosives has been reduced, so the noise isn't very loud, it won't attract too many zombies. Plus, you don't need to go there, it can be detonated from outside a certain range. As for the remote controller, it is in the milk tea shop across from the convenience store. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao immediately frowned. You don't carry these things with you? Instead, you deliberately put it outside? It's bad enough to leave it outside, why would you keep the remote controller and homemade bomb separate? Wang Tao couldn't shake the feeling that it was like they were waiting for him. This was reality, not a game. Were there really NPCs assigned to give out missions? Nisa Ayan seemed a bit amused and exasperated upon hearing this. Brother, it's because we are very cautious. It's just giving ourselves a bit more room to maneuver. That's how all the survivors here operate. You aren't from around here, are you? Wang Tao didn't answer her. He paused before saying, alright then, I'll consider it. After speaking, Wang Tao turned off the walkie-talkie, giving no chance for the other party to continue talking. Then Wang Tao looked to Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiaojun. What do you guys think? I don't know, I'll follow brother's lead. Zhang Shixu quickly shook her head. I think we can go rescue people. But I'll listen to you, brother Wang. Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head. Wang Tao covered his face, speechless. He hadn't been asking whether they should go or not, but rather about how much of Nisa Ayan's words were credible. But Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiaojun, one a dimwit and the other single-minded, asking them was pointless. As for whether to go or not, that was definitely happening. He had to find out the current situation in Zijing City from this woman. Wang Tao took out a map and carefully checked the location of Hashan Hotel. It was about 3 kilometers away from Wang Tao's current location. Wang Tao also remembered the surrounding buildings of the Hashan Hotel. The map did not show the location of the convenience store. After all, it was a paper map, which couldn't possibly be updated in real time. However, Wang Tao had determined the approximate position of the convenience store. Let's go here. Wang Tao pointed to a location and said. This was a small shopping mall, which had a perfect view of the Hashan Hotel. Entering the city, Wang Tao didn't dare to drive too quickly, since there were many more zombies in the city. Fortunately, his car was quite good. Although it was a gasoline car, as long as he didn't slam on the gas pedal, the noise was relatively quiet. Big cities are really different. On the way to the shopping mall, Wang Tao couldn't help but sigh. In Shuai's County or other small cities he had been to before, there weren't always zombies on the road. With good luck, it was even possible to encounter none at all. But Zijing City was different. From the moment he entered Zijing City, he had already encountered many zombies. Now, as he drove deeper into the city, the number of zombies on the road increased. Stealthily reaching the mall was impossible, so Wang Tao had Zhu Xiaojun slow down. Wang Tao and Zhu Xiaojun then released shockwaves through the windows. Most were ordinary zombies, easily killed instantly. Occasionally, they would come across level 1 elite zombies, and Zhu Xiaojun would get out of the car to deal with them, considering they possessed crystal cores, which couldn't be wasted. After spending some time, Wang Tao and his group finally reached the small shopping mall. The exterior wall of the mall was covered with green plants, and the exposed wall paint was also very old and corroded. There were some large holes in places, as if they had been blown up by shells. Wang Tao drove up to the entrance of the mall, where the door was also covered with plants, and many plants obscured the windows, leaving the mall dark inside. However, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu had night vision, making it no problem for them. Wang Tao had Zhu Xiaojun drive while he and Zhang Shixu went ahead to scout. It's safe. This area is also safe. The two quickly surveyed the first floor of the mall, finding nothing dangerous beyond some ordinary zombies. Parking the car in a shaded area, the three of them went upstairs together. The mall wasn't large, but it wasn't short either, with a total of 6 floors. After some time, Wang Tao and his companions had searched the entire place. Such a large mall, and not even a single level 2 zombie. Wang Tao was somewhat disappointed. In such dark environments, zombies should have been more attracted. Yet, although there were quite a few zombies inside, they were all ordinary. The few level 1 elite zombies they encountered were easily handled by Zhu Xiaojun. Forget it, let's take a look at the Haoshan Hotel first. Wang Tao went upstairs, from where he could see the Haoshan Hotel not far away. The Haoshan Hotel, like the small mall, was old and overgrown with plants. Wang Tao observed for a while and didn't spot any survivors or villains. However, if they were always hiding inside, Wang Tao wouldn't be able to see them. Wang Tao decided to wait a day first, to see if there was any movement there. He had also located the positions of the convenience store and the milk tea shop. But he wasn't interested in either the food or the homemade bombs, so he just paid them a little attention. Inside the president's suite on the top floor of Haoshan Hotel. Why hasn't she contacted me yet? A woman with heavy makeup, dressed in a seductive tight leather outfit, with an explosive figure and shoulder-length hair, stood in front of a window holding a walkie-talkie, her eyebrows deeply furrowed. It's been several hours since the last communique. Even if she's considering, she should have made a decision by now. Could it be that they've been discovered? Chapter 188, Distress Message 3. But soon, she shook her head again. Impossible. This is obviously an out-of-towner who has no clue about Zijing City's situation. He couldn't possibly have noticed that there's a problem. Just wait a bit longer. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A bald man with tattoos on his face walked in, bowing and scraping as he said, Sister Ni, they sent me to ask how long we're going to lie in ambush today. Is that fat pig still going to show up? Hearing this, Nisa Ayan, who was already in a bad mood, became even angrier. She cursed without any attempt to hide her displeasure. Idiots, can't you even wait patiently for a little while? What good are you? You're absolutely right, Sister Ni. The bald man bent even lower, offering no rebuttal. After Nisa Ayan had sworn a couple of times, she took a deep breath and glanced at her watch, saying, wait a little longer, until 5 o'clock. If no one shows up by 5, you pull out. Yes. The bald man slowly backed out and closed the door behind him. Nisa Ayan took out a wrinkled cigarette from her clothes and lit it with an old lighter. SSS, huff, she sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, puffing clouds of smoke. The nicotine somewhat soothed her irate mood. It's definitely impossible that someone would come to rescue, but I refuse to believe that no one would be interested in those food supplies and crystal cores. After all, so many have been tricked before. As Nisa Ayan thought of those who had been deceived previously, a cruel smile appeared on her face. This was a trap. Her claims of being surrounded by bad guys and being chased were obviously false. The purpose was to attract people and then capture them, to plunder and sell for money. Of course, she was aware that no one would truly come to her rescue because she had witnessed too much darkness in the post-apocalyptic world. Those who had survived until now, if nothing else, were certainly not overly benevolent. Random acts of rescue might occur, but under the circumstances where she was trapped by a gang that included second-order superpower owners, most people would definitely choose to simply watch. So she didn't really expect a rescue. What she was counting on was the supplies she had let slip were hidden in the convenience store. In the post-apocalyptic world, if you talk about rescuing someone, many might hesitate. But mention going somewhere for supplies, and you can bet everyone runs faster than anyone in spite of the risks involved. She was exploiting people's mentality of wanting to take advantage of a good deal. When newcomers hear that she has supplies stashed inside a convenience store, whether they want to rescue someone or not, there's a good chance they will check out the store. If there's nothing, then so be it. But if there is something, isn't that a windfall? The more cunning ones might first check the tea shop opposite the convenience store for triggers. But whether they go to the convenience store or to the tea shop across the street, they would fall into her trap. She had arranged for professionals at both locations. As soon as someone entered, they would pass out in moments. Even second-order superpower owners wouldn't be able to withstand it. Many greedy folks thought they could just take a look, and if there was any danger, they could run away immediately. After all, how large could a convenience store be to block their escape? Sorry, but it can indeed. Anyone who went there, even just for a look, would become her prey. However, she had her principles. She was only after their wealth, not their lives. She would loot those who took the bait, taking anything of value from them, and then sell the people themselves to other organizations in the city. What happened to them after being sold was no concern of hers. Of course, this scam could only be pulled off once or twice. If done too often, it was bound to be discovered. After all, there were quite a few unlucky souls who survived, and they would surely spread the news. So, she only targeted newcomers. The location she picked was a path most survivors coming from the east had to pass through. Zijing City was a major metropolis, and nearby survivors would think of heading there. Humanity was weak before, and they might have hidden in various places. But now many people have abilities and the strength to check out bigger places. Zijing City was naturally a good choice. After all, there's a large survivor base here. All she had to do was wait silently for newcomers to come to her. Those who made it this far must be capable, likely to have plenty of resources, and they never acted alone, but in groups, which meant even more resources. Even if they didn't carry any resources with them, the ability users themselves were already very valuable. If she, Nisa Ayan, played her cards right, this was a buzzings with no cost, no risk. And to make it believable, she had her subordinates act as thugs, occasionally loitering downstairs to prove her story was true. She couldn't claim that her scheme was utterly brilliant, but once people got greedy, they'd be hooked 100%. All she needed to do was to wait patiently. Huh? Real thugs? Could what Nisa Ayan said actually be true? Inside the mall, Wang Tao saw several people appearing on the ground floor of Haoshan Hotel. They wore black clothing, masks over their faces, and carried large machetes. Clearly they were not to be trifled with. These people pointed upstairs, muttering under their breath. But they are all level 1 ability users. I haven't seen that level 2 ability user. Wang Tao stroked his chin. These level 1 ability users were no threat. But he needed to determine the strength of the opponent's level 2 ability user. I'll keep observing, and once I'm certain of the level 2 ability user's strength, I'll make my move. Although Wang Tao felt that, even without knowing the specifics about the opposition, he could likely crush them just by showing up, it was after all unfamiliar territory, so better to be cautious. Wang Tao somewhat missed Hanrui's perception ability. If Hanrui were here, a walk around with her would basically reveal the enemy's capabilities. Wang Tao and his companion stayed in the shopping mall until the evening without going out. He kept fiddling with the walkie-talkie, trying to pick up other signals. At one moment, Wang Tao suddenly looked startled, then somewhat pleasantly surprised. The magic seeds inside my body. They've sprouted. Chapter 189, Plant Affinity 1. After swallowing the magic seed, it would take 10 days to germinate. And now, 10 days had passed. Wang Tao found that the countdown below his health point bar had disappeared, but in the section for hidden attributes, there was one new attribute. Hidden attributes, improved body conditions, night vision, plant affinity. There was an addition of plant affinity. Plant affinity, ability to partially sense the feelings of plants. What does this mean? There were no plants in the room where Wang Tao was, so he went outside. It had already gotten dark. Without using his night vision ability, he could barely see the outside surroundings. Then, Wang Tao closed his eyes, thinking about using his hidden ability of plant affinity. A moment later, Wang Tao's eyes widened. This is kind of magical. Although he had closed his eyes, he could still vaguely see the environment around him. Wang Tao, as if having found a fascinating new toy, conducted numerous experiments, even pulling Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiaozhan to join him. After researching for an hour, Wang Tao had roughly figured out the use of his hidden ability. His plant affinity seemed somewhat like a perception ability. However, its actual effects were inferior to those of the perception ability. Wang Tao had discussed before with Hanru and knew what it was like to use the perception ability. To put it simply, Hanru could sense most living creatures within the range of her perception ability. The reason it was most was that she couldn't detect creatures that were too small, like insects. Her perception ability was powerful. Zombies and humans alike had nowhere to hide in front of this sense. Wang Tao's plant affinity was a bit different, though. It was as if he could communicate with plants? Communicate wasn't exactly the right word because these plants had no intelligence. Rather, it was that he could sense the faint movements of some plants and then deduce the situation from these movements. In simpler terms, if someone was surrounded by no plants or was floating above them, Wang Tao couldn't sense them. If someone were to walk on plants or move them with their hand, then Wang Tao would be aware that there might be a person or a zombie in that spot. So in terms of sensing alone, Wang Tao's plant affinity couldn't compare to Hanru's perception. But his plant affinity had some capabilities that the perception ability did not possess. The perception ability could only see events that were happening at the moment, whereas plant affinity could deduce past events by examining the condition of plants. For example, if someone had stood on a lawn 10 minutes ago, Wang Tao could sense the state of the plants to deduce that something bipedal had passed through here 10 minutes ago, and from the way it walked, it was most likely human. So, to a certain extent, Wang Tao could see the past. Of course, it must be said that the perception ability is very intuitive. You see what's happening as it happens. However, his plant affinity was not as direct as perception. It required his analysis and judgment, demanding the use of his intellect. Nevertheless, this was already quite good for Wang Tao. After all, it could be considered as nearly half a perception ability. He had previously complained that things would be much easier if Hanrui were around. Now that he had this ability, he could take over some of the tasks that Hanrui used to handle. Wang Tao experimented for a while longer. He now had a profound understanding of his sensing range and what kinds of plants were most suitable for sensing. His sensing range was actually quite substantial. Standing in the middle of the mall, he could sense all the plants inside. This was much larger than the range of Hanrui's perception ability, and it didn't even consume any of Wang Tao's magic point. However, his sensing wasn't very precise. He had Zhang Shixu try to move around in the building at random, and as long as she didn't touch any plants, Wang Tao couldn't detect her presence. Moreover, Wang Tao couldn't gauge the exact strength of a potential adversary, only able to analyze through his own experience. As for which plants were most suitable, naturally, those were the likes of grass or moss. These plants were abundant and had large areas. A slight touch would leave a trace, allowing Wang Tao to see that trace and deduce the general situation there. In the past, the use of this ability might have seemed limited or only appropriate in the wild. But now, with plants everywhere in the city, this ability seemed to have significant potential. This hidden ability was, after all, a supplement to Wang Tao's perception capabilities. Having gained a new ability, Wang Tao decided to test its effectiveness right away. "Little Su, let's go out and take a look." Sure. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu went downstairs to the Haushan Hotel together. It was night, and there were quite a few zombies on the streets, but the night vision posed little issue for the two of them. The Haushan Hotel had also grown many plants inside, such as weeds, mosses, and ivy, which Wang Tao could make use of. Feeling around the base of the hotel's outer wall, Wang Tao quickly sensed that there were several people moving methodically upstairs, as if they were patrolling. But just from this, it was obviously impossible to reach any conclusion. So, after contemplating for a moment, Wang Tao threw a few stones into the building. The noise was minor, but it instantly attracted the attention of many people. The figures that Wang Tao could feel suddenly increased. He waited silently. About 10 minutes later, the people inside seemed to realize there was no danger and went back to sleep. Chapter 189, Plant Affinity 2. Wang Tao's face immediately broke into a smile. He had gotten the answer he wanted. The two sneaked back to the mall, and then Wang Tao shared his findings with Zhu Xiaojun and Zhang Shixu. The woman named Nisa Ayan said there were a total of 11 people, all on the 10th floor of Haushan Hotel, which is the top floor. The floors below are full of thugs, and the passage leading upstairs has been blocked by them, so the thugs can't get up. But I just used perception, and there was only movement from one person on the top floor, and moreover, this person went downstairs and then back up again. Wang Tao explained clearly. Even a fool or someone who is single-minded could understand. She's tricking us. Zhu Xiaojun was somewhat angry. His first instinct upon hearing the cry for help was to rescue them. He thought that as survivors of the apocalypse, they should help each other out. But now, he realized that helping each other out might just be his own wishful thinking. He might be single-minded, but he wasn't stupid. Deliberately deceiving them in this situation could definitely not lead to anything good. Zhang Shixu didn't speak and didn't even show any sign of anger. She didn't care about the others, she was just looking at Wang Tao, waiting for his instructions. These people obviously have bad intentions, so we don't need to be polite. We also need to find out about the situation here. Wait a bit, I'll see if there's a chance to catch her and bring her here. Wang Tao picked up the walkie-talkie. Haushan Hotel. Nisa Ayan stared angrily at the bald man. Is the check complete? The bald man hurriedly said, Sister Ni, don't worry. I've checked already, the hotel is very safe. It might just be some zombies outside making noise. Those damn zombies disturbing your sleep, Sister Ni, that's unforgivable. Get out. Nisa Ayan waved her hand impatiently. Yes. The bald man immediately bowed and backed out, gently closing the door behind him. Nisa Ayan got up and looked at the starlight outside the window, feeling irritable. She hadn't had any business for several days, and today she finally encountered someone. But they had stopped responding after just a few words. And they didn't go to the convenience store. She had already been having trouble sleeping these past few days. Just now, there had been some noise in the hotel, so now she couldn't sleep at all. If you're not fooled, it's fine. But if you are, see how I'll torment you. A fierce look flashed across Nisa Ayan's face. Crackle. Hey, are you still there? Crackle. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie beside her made a noise. This startled Nisa Ayan, but after hearing the familiar voice inside, her face brightened immediately. Then she cleared her throat. Big brother, when are you coming? The thugs keep threatening us, we can't hold on much longer. Whimper. Just wait for me, I'm coming to save you right away. Wang Tao's voice sounded heroic and resolute. Thank you so much. You are such a good person. Nisa Ayan was about to say some words of gratitude, but she suddenly paused, her tone somewhat strange. Are you saying, you're coming over in the middle of the night? Yes. Just wait, I'll be there in about half an hour, very quickly. Great. Thank you. I need to tell them the good news. Nisa Ayan quickly grabbed another walkie-talkie. Listen up, everyone. The prey is coming. All of you go hide in the convenience store and milk tea shop. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Many of her underlings were still sleeping. Hearing the news, they were all drowsy. Go now. But it isn't even light out yet. Sister Nee, are you sure? I'm not doubting you, but it's so dangerous at night. Hearing her subordinates' complaints, Nisa Ayan's face darkened. Cut the crap and hurry up. If I find out anyone slacking off, you know the consequences. Chilled by Nisa Ayan's sinister threat, no one dared to resist, and they immediately got to work. Sigh, be careful guys, let's hope we don't run into a night demon. After dispatching her subordinates, only Nisa Ayan and 3 others who were on the night shift remained in the hotel. Idiots, coming over in the dead of night. But it's just perfect, such stupid people don't deserve to live. Nisa Ayan gritted her teeth. Since she couldn't sleep well anyway, she decided not to sleep that night and wait for the good news from her subordinates. So, half an hour later, Nisa Ayan looked at her 2 walkie-talkies, somewhat frowning. The survivor had not contacted her again since half an hour ago, and she couldn't reach him when she tried. Her other walkie-talkie was also silent, meaning her underlings hadn't found anyone. Nisa Ayan, somewhat annoyed, picked up the second walkie-talkie. What's happening over there? Report to Sister Nee, nothing's happened at the convenience store. Same with the milk tea shop. What are your orders, Sister Nee? Wait. Nisa Ayan tossed the walkie-talkie onto the sofa. Wasn't it agreed to be half an hour? Why hasn't he come? Did he chicken out? Or did something happen on the way? Nisa Ayan cursed Wang Tao in her mind, but she patiently waited. After all, punctual people were rare in the apocalypse. Then, another half an hour passed. Just when Nisa Ayan thought there would be no show tonight, the first walkie-talkie suddenly rang again. Ms. Nee, are you there? I'm here. Nisa Ayan immediately responded. Sorry, we just realized we went the wrong way. I've found a map, and we're heading towards you now. But there are a lot of zombies on the road, just wait 2 more hours for me. Chapter 189 Plant Affinity 3 Wang Tao's voice was full of apologies. Nisa Ayan's face looked awful. Could they really have gotten the location wrong? But then again, there were many buildings nearby, and it was night without a map, so making a mistake was normal. Alright. We'll wait for you. Big brother, you must be careful, and prioritize your own safety. We can hold on for another half a day, no problem. Nisa Ayan sounded sincere, but she was actually grinding her teeth. Haha, don't worry, just wait for us. We'll be there in 2 hours. After speaking, Wang Tao immediately cut the communication. This stupid idiot, I'm going to wait another 2 hours for you. Nisa Ayan took out a crumpled cigarette from her person. SSS. Puff. 2 hours later. Looking at the still silent walkie-talkies, Nisa Ayan's complexion was terrible. She contacted her subordinates again. There was no sign of activity on their end, they were sure no one had gone to the convenience store or the milk tea shop. I'll give you 1 last hour. If you don't show up in 1 hour, I'm turning off the walkie-talkie and going to sleep. Nisa Ayan muttered resentfully to herself. She was very sleepy, but she couldn't rest for the sake of this prey. So, she forcefully waited another hour. Still nothing happened. It was the middle of the night now, and it would soon be dawn if she didn't sleep. Nisa Ayan rubbed her tired eyes, about to turn off the walkie-talkie and go to sleep. She guessed her subordinates were also extremely tired, but she was too lazy to ask. Static. But just at that moment, the walkie-talkie suddenly made a noise. Static. Ms. Nee, are you there? I've arrived. Static. Huh? Arrived? Nisa Ayan was immediately overjoyed. She immediately used a second walkie-talkie to tell her subordinates to get ready, saying the person was coming. Then she pretended to be very excited as she spoke. Really? Where are you now? Behind. You. This voice didn't come from the walkie-talkie, but from behind her. Nisa Ayan was shocked, but before she could even turn around, She felt a pain in the back of her head and then everything went black, consciousness slipping away. In the dimness, she seemed to see a flash of green light. Behind her, Wang Tao withdrew his hand. "You're a bit weak. And to think I was being so cautious." Wang Tao spoke with a hint of speechlessness, but he efficiently stuffed Nisa Ayan into a sack. Then he hoisted Nisa Ayan onto his shoulder, took her walkie-talkie and backpack, making sure nothing was omitted, before he swaggered down the stairs. Downstairs, Zhang Shixia stood next to a guard she had knocked out. "Let's go." Wang Tao casually hoisted the man as well. Only 2 guards remained at Hashan Hotel. They were positioned such that they couldn't see Wang Tao's location. Thus, when the 2 of them left Hashan Hotel, no one noticed. They made their way back to the mall without incident. Wang Tao tied up the 2 captives. Particularly for the woman, he used a chain from the car to tightly secure her. And to think, the woman's figure was somewhat explosive, the chain only highlighted her curves more. The man was a level 1 ability user with just 4,000 health point, a negligible force. The woman, with over 10,000 health point, was a second-order superpower owner, barely passable. Then Wang Tao tied the woman and the man in 2 separate rooms. "You go interrogate that man, I'll interrogate this woman," Wang Tao said to Zhu Xiaojun. "Okay." Zhu Xiaojun nodded firmly. Though he was an honest man, it didn't mean he couldn't get angry. Zhu Xiaojun approached the man and began to hammer him mercilessly. It hurts." Shortly, the man groggily opened his eyes, to darkness. His eyes were blindfolded. He seemed to understand the situation in a flash and immediately started speaking in a panic, "Don't kill me, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything." Meanwhile, Wang Tao slapped the unconscious woman's face several times. Slap slap slap, her face was almost swollen from the slaps by the time she slowly came to. Her vision was enveloped in darkness as well. "Just answer what I ask. I've already questioned your accomplice. If I find your answers don't match, both of you can go to hell," Wang Tao said coldly. However, this woman was much more composed than the man. She struggled a bit and, finding escape impossible, she immediately asked, "Who are you? What do you want? I can give you anything, please let me go." Slap, before she could finish speaking, she was slapped again. "Just answer what I ask. I haven't started questioning, and I hope there won't be a second time." Nisa Ayan was enraged but, knowing her life was in someone else's hands, she smartly refrained from saying more. "Name?" "Nisa Ayan." "Huh?" Wang Tao paused, then slapped her again. "I said your real name." "My real name is Nisa Ayan." Nisa Ayan suppressed her anger, her tone slightly aggrieved. Wang Tao was somewhat at a loss for words. This woman used her real name while out to scam people? Age: 28. Gender: slap, gender: female. Nisa Ayan gritted her teeth and replied. Suddenly, Wang Tao asked, "Why did you deceive me?" "I didn't," slap. Nisa Ayan instinctively tried to defend herself, but received a fierce slap from Wang Tao again. Blood spilled from the corners of her mouth, with no trace of pity from Wang Tao. "I wanted the goods on your bodies." Nisa Ayan had no choice, her subordinates certainly weren't tough talkers. Seeing the way Wang Tao was, she had no doubt that he would kill her, so she could only speak the truth. And you guys yourselves. Foreign ability users like you fetch a high price." Hearing this, Wang Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. "So Zijing City is engaging in ability user trafficking now? Quite advanced indeed." Chapter 190 Zijing City Power Distribution 1 hour later. Wang Tao got the information he wanted from Nisa Ayan, who had been beaten to a near-death state. It included how she ambushed him and the power distribution within Zijing City. There are significantly more survivors in Zijing City compared to other places. After all, it is a major city with a population of millions. Even though there are also a lot of zombies here, the most dangerous times during the apocalypse are probably during 2 phases. Survivors who make it past these 2 stages have a much higher chance of living on. The first stage is when the zombie virus outbreak occurs, during which chaos utterly reigned, and the majority of people died right then and there. The second stage is when the supplies at home are exhausted, and people have to go out to search for resources. A considerable number of survivors die during this period. Or they starve to death. If one survives the initial outbreak and then finds food, as long as they are not incredibly unlucky, there is a good chance of survival. Particularly when ability users appear, this marks the time when a human survivor's chances of surviving are the greatest. Even if one is not an ability user, as long as they can seek protection from one, their chances of survival greatly increase. So while Zijing City has many zombies, the number of survivors who have persevered is also significant. It's far beyond what small counties or cities can compare to. Where there are people, there is struggle, an eternal truth. Even now, in the apocalypse, When people need to unite against the catastrophe, struggle is still inevitable. With a large population and many survivors in Zijing City, naturally, there are many conflicts. Thus, the city has many factions. Wang Tao initially thought that Zijing City would only have one major survivor force, which would be the large-scale survivor base established by the government. But this wasn't the case. To be precise, at the beginning, the largest survivor force in Zijing City was indeed the large-scale survivor base built by the government, Zijin Base. But in less than a month, the base was overrun by zombies. The survivors inside either died or fled. Afterward, as ability users appeared and months went by, more and more ability users emerged, and consequently, more powers within Zijing City arose. As for exactly how many, Nisa Ian wasn't sure. After all, there was no need to register. Pulling a few people together was enough to proclaim oneself as an organization or a force, and this was not something that could be counted. However, the major forces could still be counted, and Zijing City had a total of 4 major forces. Survivors in Zijing City had an acknowledged ranking of power. Ranked first was Zijin Base. By its name, one could tell that this Zijin Base was located at the very spot of the original large-scale survivor base built by the government, also retaining the original name. However, although the name and location remained the same, the current Zijin Base was entirely different from the previous one. The current Zijin Base is ruled by an army. But this army is not the kind with faith from before the apocalypse, rather it was established after the apocalypse by a retired military officer, and these so-called soldiers' quality. Well, let's just say they barely qualify as individuals. With the arrival of the apocalypse, it was as though the world had rebooted. Nearly everyone was back to the same starting point, and with the disappearance of law and even morality, human desires were amplified without restraint. Take this retired military officer, for instance, his original intention in forming the army might have been good. But now, he has become a dictator. Within the entire Zijin base, his status is the highest. Everyone in the base must obey his orders, he does whatever he wants. He is the undisputed local tyrant. Of course, his strength is also the strongest in the base, and he doesn't perpetrate havoc in the base every day, although occasionally, he does. He and his army provide the survivors in the base with military protection. Survivors in the base need to follow the rules he sets and pay taxes to him in order to receive protection. However, this tax is not cheap. Some survivors, who were like slaves before the apocalypse, continue to be slaves even after. The second-ranked force is Zijin Prison. Often simply referred to as the prison. If Zijin Base is viewed as a dictatorship, then Zijin Prison is unmistakably a den of villains. Because the rulers inside the prison were authentic criminals before the apocalypse. Back then, when the zombie virus broke out and cannibalism spread wildly, some places descended into hell on earth, while others seemed like unexpected havens. The prison was one of the latter. At that time, these criminals were all locked in cells, typically 10 per cell. If one got infected, at worst, only that cell would be affected, while the people in other cells remained safe. Moreover, this was a high-security prison, which contained numerous severe offenders who were held in solitary confinement. It could be said that death row inmates were among the safest people when the zombie virus broke out. The wardens, on the other hand, were less fortunate. They lived in communal dormitories and moved in groups. If one of them got infected, it spelled disaster for the rest. Therefore, after the zombie outbreak, the people alive in the prison were all criminals, especially the severe offenders who survived in considerable numbers. Later, a criminal who escaped their cell freed the other criminals. Gradually, all the surviving criminals in the prison were let loose. These individuals were all ruthless characters, particularly those severe offenders with blood on their hands. Such people were like fish in water in the post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 190 Zijing City Power Distribution 2 They quickly formed a power called Zijin Prison. Using the original prison as their base, considering its defenses were quite good, zombies couldn't get in at all. And those felons, they became the rulers of the prison. After gaining strength and authority, one could imagine what it was like for those under their rule. Nearly all of them met a terrible end. Being killed was the least of it, most were tortured to death. Even the ordinary criminals who had initially released them didn't end up faring well. However, with the diminishing number of people, those felons realized they couldn't act recklessly anymore. After all, if they killed everyone, who would do their work? But their reputation had already spread, and no survivors dared to approach the prison. They couldn't recruit anyone. So, they started to use some special methods. Such as capturing survivors from outside to toil for them, or buying survivors from other factions. Nisa Ian had said before that Wang Tao and the other outside survivors could be sold for a high price, referring to being sold to the prison. The third-ranked force was a relatively latecomer with a more loosely managed structure, named Ability Users Alliance. The name was quite grand. and the reason for this name was because this faction only accepted ability users. Their base was within a small stadium, not many people, but collectively they were very strong. After all, they were all ability users. However, their reputation wasn't too good either. Because they were very arrogant, they looked down on ordinary people, unwilling to stay with them, and even considered themselves as the new humankind. Maybe this group didn't enslave or torture ordinary people, but if they saw ordinary people in crisis, they definitely wouldn't lend a hand, no matter how easy it would be to help. In some ways, their mental state was somewhat problematic. The fourth-ranked force was called Vast. And sure enough, it was the name of a club. Their base was also in this club, so survivors generally referred to them as the club. This faction was slightly special because it was comprised entirely of women. They didn't recruit any men. The initial form of this force was said to be a group of women from Vast Club. They came from humble beginnings, and their identities were not entirely dignified, but their hearts were in the right place, wanting to unite survivors to resist the disaster collectively. But who would have thought that their leader was deceived by a scumbag? The scumbag ran off with the crystal core, causing their leader's death, and he even tried to deceive them further to take the leader's position for himself. Eventually, the others discovered his ploy in time and stopped him, but from then on, they never trusted men again. When they formally established the faction, they only recruited women. But women were generally physically weaker than men, a disadvantage in a post-apocalyptic world. Their confidence in not needing men stemmed from their new leader being a very strong ability user. Without this new leader, their faction might have been just ordinary, and because they were all women, they might have been quickly swallowed up by other factions to the point of obliteration. However, there were rumors of unrest within the club recently. These were the current four major forces of Zijing City: the base, the prison, the alliance, and the club. Aside from these four major forces and some smaller factions too insignificant to mention, there were also some medium-sized factions with a degree of renown. Their might wasn't equivalent to the larger factions, but they weren't weak either, considered the second tier. There were about a dozen such factions. Nisayan was from one such medium-sized faction known as the Skull Club. More precisely, she was the wife of the Skull Club leader. The Skull Club could be considered one of the most notorious forces in Zijing City. This wasn't Wang Tao's opinion, but rather, the words directly from Nisayan herself. Because this faction specialized in all manner of deceit. They used to deceive the survivors of Zijing City, and when word spread, they couldn't trick them anymore. They began deceiving outside survivors. Although they claim they only wanted money, not lives. No one knew how many had indirectly died because of them. Especially those who were sold to the prison, where once you enter, there was basically no hope of coming out alive. Actually, Wang Tao only needed a rough idea about these factions. He wasn't particularly interested. What truly interested him was the military base. But Nisayan didn't know much about the military base. She knew that some people went there, but since no one ever sent back any news, it was unclear whether they were dead or alive. As for the neighboring Yueyang City, Nisayan had some information. Survivors who had fled from Yueyang City said that there were extremely terrifying gigantic zombie monsters. Even a level 2 ability user, if they encountered these zombie creatures, would be crushed to death. Survivors had no chance of living. Many strong survivors had fled. This news made Wang Tao frown. The military base was located in Yueyang City. If Yueyang City was so dangerous, how would he get there? And yet, the military base seemed fine, regularly airdropping supplies, not appearing to be in great danger. Shaking his head, Wang Tao stopped contemplating. It was useless to think, he could only know for sure by going there himself. Originally, Wang Tao planned to gather information in Zijing City before making minor preparations to head to the military base in Yueyang City. Chapter 190 Zijing City Power Distribution 3. But looking at the situation now, he might need to enhance his strength a bit more. Although his current strength was considered okay, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Brother, I've told you everything, please let me go. We are both struggling to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Adversaries should resolve their conflicts, not prolong them. Nisayan spoke somewhat unclearly, as her face had been swollen from Wang Tao's beating. Oh? Now you remember we are compatriots? Slap, Wang Tao landed another slap across her face. Another red mark appeared on Nisayan's face, and she cried. No matter whether she answered or not, whether she made excuses or not, Wang Tao would slap her. She didn't even want to speak, but not speaking meant being punched and kicked. She felt that Wang Tao deliberately wanted to hit her. Indeed, that was the case. Wang Tao did not consider himself a good person, but he definitely wished there were more good people in the world. After all, who would want to live in a world full of deceit and treachery? But with people like Nisayan around, there wouldn't be any good people left in the future. After all, good people are not fools. If there were no survivors to help each other in the future, if people only schemed upon meeting, humanity would be doomed sooner or later. I'm asking you a question. Wang Tao gently patted her face. Nisa Ayan shuddered in fear and hastily lowered her head to apologize. I'm sorry. After speaking, she braced herself for the slap. After all, she had been slapped nearly every time she said a word just a moment ago. But this time, the slap didn't come. This allowed Nisa Ayan to breathe a sigh of relief. She felt her teeth were almost knocked out. However, soon as she felt something was wrong, although her eyes were covered, she could distinctly feel a gaze sizing her up. It definitely wasn't a lecherous look, but rather a very cold, indifferent gaze. Was this man considering killing her? Nisa Ayan's body instantly broke out in goosebumps, and a chill ran from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She quickly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Wang Tao. Brother, don't kill me. I am still useful to you. I still have some resources outside, all of them are yours. I also know where the Skull Club's resources are. I can even steal from the Skull Club's resources for you. Whatever you ask, I'll do. Wang Tao immediately raised an eyebrow. He had indeed been wondering whether to kill her or not. He felt this woman seemed to be of no use to him. But to his surprise, this woman had strong perception. Could she have sensed his killing intent? Wang Tao looked at her again. Health point, 3,380 out of 11,000, magic point, 1,000 out of 2,200, grade, level 2, internal impurity, 23%. In Wang Tao's eyes, Nisa Ayan's attributes were very average. Given her magic point, she probably had 2 abilities, and she had successfully fused 21 crystal cores. Moreover, now that Wang Tao knew what he wanted to know, and since she harbored ill intentions towards him, such a person was naturally best eliminated. However, considering this woman seemed quite sensible, maybe she could be of further use? After all, the Skull Club was a medium-sized organization with respectable strength. They should have some resources. Even though their resources were obtained through swindling and deceit, Wang Tao wasn't fussy. As long as he could take them, he would without hesitation. Slap. Wang Tao gave Nisa Ayan another slap, knocking her to the ground. Nisa Ayan's health point bar decreased by another segment. Wang Tao wasn't hitting her because he enjoyed abuse, it was purely to cripple her health point so she couldn't fight back. After being slapped, Nisa Ayan actually breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Wang Tao was hitting her, she wouldn't die. At least for the moment. Wang Tao went to another room. Previously, he had instructed Zhu Xiaojun to torture and interrogate the man they had brought in bound. Wang Tao had roughly informed Zhu Xiaojun of what to inquire about. Brother Wang, he said. Their testimonies were compared, and they were essentially consistent. It seems like he didn't lie. Wang Tao nodded, then said to Zhu Xiaojun, go and take care of that person. I can't. Zhu Xiaojun was startled and became somewhat flustered. Although he had survived this long in the post-apocalyptic world and was quite strong, he had never killed anyone before. You can do it, believe in yourself. Wang Tao encouraged him, patting Zhu Xiaojun on the shoulder. Zhu Xiaojun was a good person in all aspects, except he was too kind. Of course, kindness was a good trait, but there were times when one had to be ruthless. Wang Tao was naturally cultivating him intentionally. Okay. Zhu Xiaojun clenched his teeth and nodded, forcing himself to do it. He knew that his character could potentially hold Wang Tao back. Anyway, these people must have caused the deaths of many and truly deserved to die. Zhu Xiaojun approached the man. I've told you everything, please let me go, I'll work for you like an ox. As the man was speaking, Zhu Xiaojun grabbed his head and then violently twisted it. Crack, the man's health point bar instantly drained to 0. Zhu Xiaojun didn't know any techniques, relying purely on brute force. He almost twisted the man's head off. Wang Tao was very pleased with Zhu Xiaojun's performance. He was about to offer some consolation, but he realized that Zhu Xiaojun appeared to be more composed than he had expected. As long as I remember the evil things this person has done, I get very angry. After killing him, I feel just like I'm killing a zombie fish. I don't feel disgusted or uneasy. Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head, speaking with some confusion. Oh? That's good. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised, but it was a good thing. He was worried that Zhu Xiaojun would feel psychological pressure, but it was something that had to be accepted. Now it looked like he had been overthinking it. Perhaps these straightforward people have their own way of adjusting. Wang Tao returned to where Nisa Ayan was held captive and said to the woman still kneeling on the ground, tomorrow, you'll take me to the Skull Club's base. You want to go to our base? Hearing Wang Tao speak, Nisa Ayan initially felt a bit of joy, because as long as Wang Tao had a task for her, she could stay alive. But after listening carefully to what Wang Tao said, she froze. Going to their base would be like walking into a trap, wouldn't it? Slap. Okay, I'll take you there. Nisa Ayan, having been slapped again, quickly knelt on the ground and nodded. Chapter 191 Skull Club 1. The next day, the bald man was groggily slapped awake by his underling. Is the prey here? Bro, it's morning. The bald man quickly got up. No one came last night? No, nothing at all. There wasn't anyone in the milk tea shop across the street either. Did Sister Nee give any more instructions? The bald man asked again. No, Sister Nee seemed to have fallen asleep. Phew, that's good then. Hearing this, the bald man breathed a sigh of relief. If Sister Nee had given him some instructions last night and he hadn't heard them, that would have been a big problem. Speaking of which, has Sister Nee's temper gotten better? She hasn't given us any instructions for such a long time. The underling was somewhat curious. I have no idea, maybe she hasn't slept well these past few days and is now too tired? Who cares? Now that it's already daylight, it's not so dangerous. We'll just wait here for Sister Nee's instructions. The bald man said with a smile. Although Nisa Ayan is the boss's woman, she also has performance requirements. Her performance has been below standard recently, so her temper has been quite bad. If not necessary, he didn't want to interact with Nisa Ayan. Yes. The underling and his thoughts were similar. Lying in ambush here was boring, but it was better than going over to get scolded. However, they had just finished discussing Nisa Ayan when the walkie-talkie suddenly sounded. It was Nisa Ayan. Everyone gather at the shopping mall downstairs opposite the Hashin Hotel. Okay. Sister Nee, please wait. We'll be there immediately. The group was taken aback, not understanding why they needed to gather there, but all followed the order unconditionally. Meanwhile, Nisa Ayan, with her face still slightly swollen, handed the walkie-talkie to the man in front of her with a flattering expression. The chains on her body had been loosened, and the eye patch blocking her side had also been removed. But at this moment, she had no thought of running away. Because her leg had been broken while she tried to escape. Let's go. Wang Tao, holding Zhang Shixu's hand, took the lead downstairs. Zhu Xiaojun glanced at Nisa Ayan, and she immediately limped to follow. Once downstairs, Wang Tao told Zhu Xiaojun to drive while he, Zhang Shixu, and Nisa Ayan all sat in the back seat. Feeling the presence of Wang Tao beside her, Nisa Ayan felt an immense pressure. This man was too powerful, she had no power to resist at all. Her life was now in his hands, and she could die at any moment. It wasn't long before all of Nisa Ayan's underlings arrived. Seeing a car there, everyone instantly became alert. Because of the privacy glass, they couldn't see the specific situation inside the vehicle. Suddenly, the rear car window rolled down halfway, revealing the side of Nisa Ayan's face. The underlings were somewhat stunned when they saw her, not understanding the situation. I ran into a friend, and now I'm taking my friend to meet Brother Huang. You all follow. Nisa Ayan didn't even look at the group of underlings, speaking with a cold indifference. Mainly because she didn't dare to look, after all, the other side of her face was still swollen. Yes. The group immediately nodded their heads, no one daring to ask any more questions. The bald man looked at the car with some surprise. Because of the acid rain, the vast majority of vehicles couldn't be used anymore. The Skull Club only had 2 cars, both of which were in bad shape and usually driven by the boss. The others rarely had a chance to ride in a car. This car looked expensive at first glance, and he really wanted to experience it for himself. Sister Nee, I have some matters I want to report to you. The bald man said, walking forward. If Nisa Ayan wanted to listen, wouldn't he be able to get in the car under the pretext? We'll talk when we get back. Nisa Ayan's tone was even more indifferent, she was almost to the point of cursing. Yes. The bald man immediately stopped in his tracks, feeling a bit regretful but not daring to say more. As for whether there was something wrong with Nisa Ayan, he couldn't tell at all, because Nisa Ayan was just like that, he was used to being scolded by her. So the car, flanked by the group, driven by Zhu Xiaojun, headed toward the Skull Club's headquarters. The Skull Club's headquarters were in an arcade, a fair distance from the Hashin Hotel. However, Nisa Ayan and her group often traveled this route and knew which parts were safer, they even specifically made some sections of the road themselves. Plus, they were lucky not to encounter any fierce zombies on the way, so the group's journey wasn't slow. After about 2 hours, they reached the arcade. This arcade had 3 floors, the first floor was a restaurant, the second floor was a commercial area, and the third floor was the arcade, with a parking lot in the back. All of this was Skull Club's territory. The arrival of the vehicle instantly attracted the attention of people inside the arcade. But after seeing that their own people were following the car, they relaxed. Caught a big fish today? That car, it wasn't cheap before the apocalypse, right? Getting your hands on this car now, you're lucky. These are Sister Ni's people? I heard Sister Ni hasn't been in business for a long time, but I didn't expect such a big catch when she did. Inside the car, Wang Tao observed for a moment. The arcade's first and second floor windows were all covered with wire mesh, and the exterior was fitted with spiked poles and other barriers. The front iron gate was also decorated with spikes and blades. Then Wang Tao turned his gaze to the people sticking their heads out to look. Some were ordinary people with 1,000 health point, some were level 1 ability users with 2 to 3,000 health point, and there wasn't even a single level 2 ability user among them, just weaklings. Wang Tao had already obtained information about the Skull Club's strength from Nisa Ion. There were 300 people in the Skull Club in total. The majority were ordinary people, with over 30 ability users, most of whom were level 1 ability users. There were only 4 level 2 ability users. Chapter 191 Skull Club 2. These 4 individuals were none other than the boss of the Skull Club, Huang Heng, his younger brother Huang Wu, his wife Nisa Ion, and Liao Ziya, the second wife he found after the apocalypse. Among them, Huang Heng had the strongest power, followed by Liao Ziya, then Huang Wu, and lastly Nisa Ion. The reason Nisa Ion was at the bottom was not due to a lack of effort, but rather because her 2 abilities were not particularly strong attack abilities, which made her weaker. In the Skull Club, everyone had to work except for the boss Huang Heng, including his wife and younger brother. Moreover, these 3 level 2 ability users also had performance requirements. Huang Heng had decreed that each of the 3 had to hand over a certain amount of supplies each week, and there were punishments for failing to do so. There were rewards for outstanding performance. Of course, Huang Heng wasn't completely idle, his task was to improve his own power. That's why he was always searching for level 2 zombies in the city. Zijing City was vast, and there were actually quite a few level 2 zombies there. However, whether they could be defeated was another question. Huang Heng was looking for those level 2 elite zombies who weren't too powerful. For level 2 zombie lords, only major forces could defeat them. As for level 3 zombies, as far as Nisa Ion knew, to date, no one had heard of someone defeating them. If someone really could kill a level 3 zombie, there would be no need to keep it secret, since that would be the best recruitment advertisement, hence, it was very likely that no one had managed to do it. The gate slowly opened. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be subject to inspection, but Nisa Ion didn't need to. She showed her face and easily entered. Is Brother Wang at home? Nisa Ion asked one of the guards. Sister Ni, the boss just went out this morning. The guard hurriedly responded. What about little Liao and little Huang? Nisa Ion asked again. Sister Liao and the second in command are upstairs. Nisa Ion nodded coldly and then raised the car window. The car continued forward and stopped at the far end of the parking area of the arcade. The parking lot was overgrown with weeds that no one had cleared, concealing the vehicles. Not far away was a dilapidated pickup, Huang Heng's vehicle. You all get out. Nisa Ion waved her hand, and the bald man and others promptly left, bowing and nodding. Once there was no one nearby, Nisa Ion turned to Wang Tao, her face full of ingratiating smiles. Brother, take a look. Get out of the car. Wang Tao got out of the car calmly, with Zhu Xiaojun following. Zhang Shixu didn't get out. Wang Tao had her stay in the car first, as a backup. Nisa Ion put on a mask before getting out of the car. Her face was somewhat swollen, and she didn't want others to see it. On the first floor, there were many ordinary survivors who looked at Wang Tao and his companion curiously, for the 2 men were too sturdy to go unnoticed. However, since they came with Nisa Ion, they didn't dare to look too long and quickly lowered their heads. Go find that Liao Ziya and Huang Wu. Wang Tao told Nisa Ion. Ah. Yes. Nisa Ion was startled for a moment, then quickly acknowledged. At this time, her heart suddenly felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. Her combat capabilities weren't strong, but both Liao Ziya and Huang Wu were. Together, they could probably even contend with Huang Heng. If she could get them to deal with this man. Nisa Ion's mind started to race with schemes, but she dared not let a hint show on her face. She led Wang Tao and the other 2 upstairs with a limp. She ignored the curious gazes of others. After all, it was normal to get injured when going out. She was wondering how to signal to Huang Wu and Liao Ziya once they saw them. It was a pity that the 2 were probably not together, otherwise, a shout would settle everything. The 3 of them smoothly reached the 3rd floor. Those they encountered on the way to the 3rd floor were highly respectful after seeing Nisa Ion. They were puzzled by the 2 hulking men following her, but they dared not ask any questions. There were many rules at the Skull Club base, one of which was, ordinary people lived on the 1st floor, level 1 ability users lived on the 2nd floor, and level 2 ability users lived on the 3rd floor. So upon reaching the 3rd floor, there was no one around. Nisa Ion felt her heartbeat speeding up. She had already thought of some subtle hints to use. It just depended on whether she would run into Liao Ziya or Huang Wu first. Suddenly, Wang Tao's brows furrowed. He heard some noises coming from a room not far away. When the three of them got to the doorway of this room, Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan heard it too. However, they couldn't hear it clearly because the soundproofing was quite good. Wang Tao, however, raised an eyebrow and looked amused. He turned to Nisa Ayan and said, "Go inside." Nisa Ayan didn't dare resist, and she hurried to open the door. Click, the door wasn't locked, and in the instant she opened it, Nisa Ayan, who was about to speak, suddenly froze. Because she saw, by the room's window, a man and a woman were propped against it. The two were so engrossed that they didn't notice someone had come in. SHH. Wang Tao turned his head and gestured for silence. Nisa Ayan really wanted to shout to alert the illicit couple, for no matter what kind of messy relationship they had, they were still her people. But seeing Wang Tao's warning gaze, she swallowed her saliva and dared not make a sound. Zhu Xiaojun, seeing the situation, instantly blushed. He was somewhat innocent and couldn't stand this kind of scene. Wang Tao gave Zhu Xiaojun a look that meant keep an eye on Nisa Ayan. As for himself, he approached the unwitting couple soundlessly. Chapter 191 Skull Club 3 Sister-in-Law. Little Uncle. The two were still absent-mindedly cooing sweet nothings at each other, completely unaware of someone approaching from behind. Wang Tao instantly grabbed their necks, then with a forceful pull, he separated them and smashed them hard onto the ground. Bang! With the sheer force of Wang Tao's strength, before the two could even realize what was happening, they were knocked out cold. Wang Tao casually poured some weakness potion on them, then clenched his fists and delivered several punches to their limbs and heads. Wang Tao's fists, not even level 3 zombies might withstand them. Even without the entangling roots, this was not something the two could resist. After a few punches, their limbs were paralyzed, their health point plummeting, and they quickly became severely injured. Wang Tao grabbed their hair, forcibly pulling them up and making them kneel on the ground. Thud. Even now, they were still somewhat clueless about what had just happened. They just felt suddenly losing control and being separated. Then, everything went dark before their eyes, and they didn't even get to feel the pain in their bodies. By the time they opened their eyes again, they were already kneeling on the ground. In front of them, two figures appeared. One was a 2-meter-tall fat man, and the other was Nisa Ayan. It was then that the realization struck them, rather belatedly, that they seemed to have been caught in the act. They instinctively wanted to explain, but suddenly, they felt an intense pain in their bodies, as if their limbs were broken and wouldn't move. Quite romantic, huh? At that moment, they saw a figure emerge from behind them, slowly walking in front of them. Nisa Ayan, who was very perceptive at this moment, brought over a chair and placed it beneath Wang Tao's buttocks. Wang Tao glanced at Nisa Ayan, feeling her shivering all over. Scared? Indeed, Nisa Ayan was terrified. Although because of their deep involvement, the adulterous pair hadn't noticed Wang Tao at first, they would certainly have had a chance to resist when caught by Wang Tao. After all, both of them were second-order superpower owners. But in reality, they didn't. The two were beaten black and blue, almost to death. This clearly wasn't because they didn't want to resist, they simply couldn't. Wang Tao turned out to be much stronger than she'd imagined. She had previously thought that Wang Tao might be close to Huang Heng's strength, at most on par with him. But now, it was clear that he was far beyond Huang Heng. Could he actually be a level 3 ability user? Nisa Ayan was sweating profusely. Facing such a powerful ability user, she actually had the audacity to entertain some ulterior thoughts, which was simply suicidal. Although she felt Wang Tao probably hadn't noticed her intentions, she didn't dare to take chances anymore, so she found the right opportunity to show goodwill as soon as possible. Wang Tao didn't pay attention to Nisa Ayan for the time being. He sat down casually, then looked at the kneeling couple before him. The man appeared to be in his 20s, with 15,000 health point, average looking, but with some muscles on his body. The woman seemed a few years older than the man, with 13,000 health point, very curvaceous, second only to Nisa Ayan in figure, but her face was that of a plastic surgery internet celebrity. After being brutally beaten by Wang Tao, her face had deformed severely, a real deformation that probably couldn't be reversed anymore, since there likely weren't any plastic surgeons around now. The two were both naked, with expressions of terror on their faces. Now they probably had a clear understanding of the situation. They'd been defeated by a stranger without the ability to resist. But the problem was, they were both second-order superpower owners. Subdued without the slightest power to fight back? Huang Wu and Liao Zia were still somewhat in disbelief to this point. Of course, not only did they find it hard to believe they had been subdued, but they also couldn't believe this person was brought by Nisa Ayan. You whore! You actually betrayed my brother! Huang Wu yelled at Nisa Ayan. Nisa Ayan remained silent. In her heart, she looked down on the pair immensely. Did you really have the nerve to talk about betrayal? But she didn't dare to speak now. One reason was that her face hurt, and the other was that she feared saying the wrong thing and getting beaten again. Seeing Nisa Ayan remain silent, Huang Wu seemed even more enraged. "You bitch, I should have taken advantage of you last time when you were injured. So your adulterer wouldn't have gotten you for free." He seemed to have misunderstood Nisa Ayan's relationship with Wang Tao. At these words, Nisa Ayan's face turned dark. She remembered, the last time she was injured, this little uncle kept sneaking around her room's door. It was a blessing she hadn't been asleep then. Seeing Nisa Ayan still not responding, Huang Wu then turned his angry gaze to Wang Tao. "You, let us go now. Or my brother will come back and kill you." Although Huang Wu was a prisoner, he wasn't bowing down, even threatening. Because he knew how strong his brother was, a top-notch ability user. His brother was his confidence. Compared to him, Liao Zaya was much wiser. With a face full of tears, she said, "Brother, whatever you want, just ask. I still have a lot of crystal cores, I'll give them all to you. Please let me go, we have no grievances nor grudges, there's no need for this." Wang Tao ignored Huang Wu but looked at Liao Zaya with interest. "Do you know where your little uncle keeps his supplies?" I do. Not only do I know his, but I also know my husband's." "Very well." Wang Tao nodded, then turned his head to look at Nisa Ayan. "Kill him. Or I'll kill you." Nisa Ayan looked at Zhu Xiaojun passing her an axe, took it with a strained expression, then limped towards Huang Wu. "You whore, what are you doing?" It was then that Huang Wu finally felt fear. His brother was powerful, but his brother wasn't by his side now. As if awakening, he quickly begged Wang Tao for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong." But what responded to him was a heavy axe strike from Nisa Ayan. Thud. Chapter 192 Crystal Core Currency 1. Nisa Ayan clenched the axe in both hands and viciously chopped it down on the back of Huang Wu's neck. A squelching sound followed as blood splattered everywhere. Humans' defensive power is generally much worse than that of zombies, and even as a second-order superpower owner, he still couldn't withstand this lethal axe blow. In the moments before his death, Huang Wu still retained a look of horror and disbelief in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Nisa Ayan would really dare to kill him. Didn't she fear Huang Heng's retaliation? After personally killing Huang Wu, Nisa Ayan felt somewhat dazed. After all, he was her younger uncle by marriage, and they had known each other for over a decade. To some extent, it could be said that she had watched him grow up. But now she had just killed him with her own hands. As for Liao Zaya standing by the side, she was almost scared out of her wits. She, too, hadn't anticipated that Nisa Ayan would so decisively kill Huang Wu without even a word of kindness. "Go, collect all the supplies from this place," Wang Tao said to Nisa Ayan and Liao Zaya. Nisa Ayan hastily threw aside the axe and helped Liao Zaya to her feet. Though the two had their differences and Nisa Ayan sometimes wished Liao Zaya dead, now was not the time to dwell on these things. Nisa Ayan had one of her legs broken by Wang Tao, while Liao Zaya had all her limbs broken. She was obviously incapable of grabbing anything, so Nisa Ayan had to support her as a guide. Wang Tao had asked Liao Zaya if she knew where the supplies were because Nisa Ayan said she didn't know where the three, including Huang Heng, kept their supplies. Huang Heng now favored Liao Zaya, the hothead, and had a better relationship with her. And since Liao Zaya was now related to Huang Wu in that way, she would likely know. Soon, with Liao Zaya leading the way, Nisa Ayan found many supplies on this floor, all of which were brought to Wang Tao by Zhu Xiaojun, who was following behind. It had to be said, Huang Heng and his friends were quite good at hiding their belongings. They tucked them in all sorts of nooks and crannies. If it weren't for someone leading the way, even Wang Tao would have found it difficult to locate them. As for the value of these things, Wang Tao grinned. His journey to the Skull Club was indeed well worth it. He would not mention food, he was not lacking in that. Let's talk about crystal cores. There were a total of 623 level 1 crystal cores and 28 level 2 crystal cores. It seemed that Nisa Ayan and the others had some hoarder-like tendencies, liking to stock up on things. However, it might also be related to the fact that they had no immediate use for these crystal cores. Huang Heng, Huang Wu, Nisa Ayan, and Liao Zaya were all second-order ability users. They were different from Wang Tao. They were currently unable to merge with level 1 crystal cores. They also had their own abilities in their bodies, and at the time of their level 2 ascension, they probably didn't pass on their abilities. So they were also unable to merge with new level 2 crystal cores. This resulted in them hoarding a bunch of crystal cores with nowhere to use them. They could have given them to their subordinates, but these individuals were clearly quite stingy and weren't willing to let their underlings use them. Or maybe they had their own reward and punishment system and didn't want to upgrade all their underlings to ability users at once. Thus, these crystal cores remained in their hands. Of course, another important reason they had so many crystal cores was that they frequently engaged in deceit and plunder. Most of these were their spoils of war. Crystal cores essentially served as the currency of Zijing City now, whether for transactions between individuals or between factions, it was mostly settled with crystal cores. However, given the diverse types of crystal cores and only a few that suited them, or even many crystal cores they didn't recognize, the value of these cores also differed. Specific prices are hard to state as they are determined by supply and demand, and may fluctuate daily. Hence, the current crystal core market is somewhat chaotic. But no matter how chaotic it is, there are a few common understandings. One is that among the same type of crystal cores, orange holds the highest value, followed by red, and so on down to white as the lowest. Another is that level 2 crystal cores are more valuable than level 1, and level 3 crystal cores are more valuable than level 2, and so forth. Last is that everyone is generally aware that specific ability crystal cores have more stable value. No matter whether there is a pressing demand or not, their prices remain steady. Those with unclear uses have large price fluctuations. If someone wants them, they're expensive; if not, they're cheap. Of course, cheap is relative to other crystal cores. In reality, the intrinsic value of crystal cores is still quite high. This is because crystal core synthesizers had been airdropped into the area before. Crystal core synthesizers can remove the side effects from crystal cores. The cost, however, is the consumption of a lot of crystal cores. The consumption is much greater than what Wang Tao requires for synthesis, like a bottomless pit, and it cannot remove impurities either. Even so, these side effect-free crystal cores were still coveted by countless people. Regardless of the time, there's never a shortage of wealthy individuals, even in a post-apocalyptic world. Nisa Ayan said that many people within the large factions were now using synthesized crystal cores. Those from medium and small factions like hers wouldn't dare to indulge to such an extent. However, there are two types of crystal cores that are expensive regardless of quality or level. These are the Omnipotent Crystal Core and the Ascension Crystal Core, as these two types of crystal cores can be used by all ability users. Most of the several hundred crystal cores in front of Wang Tao were white rank, ordinary quality. But for Wang Tao, this wasn't a big problem. After all, he could synthesize whatever quality he wanted. Wang Tao collected all these crystal cores, then turned his attention to the other items. There were also some jewelry, snacks, cigarettes, and alcohol. Chapter 192 Crystal Core Currency. Two ability users traded directly, either bartering goods or settling with crystal cores. But ordinary people couldn't get their hands on crystal cores. If they had them, they wouldn't be ordinary anymore. Thus, transactions among ordinary people were generally conducted using gold and silver as currency. Gold and silver were naturally of little use to Wang Tao, but since they gleamed attractively, he collected them anyway. Then there were snacks, tobacco, and alcohol. These luxuries could satisfy cravings and were quite valuable in the post-apocalypse. Cigarettes, in particular, were almost as solid a currency as crystal cores. It was the same old story, no matter what the times, there were always the rich. Ordinary folks might be worrying about what to have for tomorrow's lunch, but some were already indulging in smoking and drinking. Wang Tao collected all these items and had Zhu Xiaojun carry them. Then he turned to Liao Zia. Anything else to confess? No more. Liao Zia said with a mournful expression. All the most valuable things in the video arcade had been taken by Wang Tao. Aside from food, which wasn't easy to seize, she was left with nothing. Are you sure? Think carefully. Wang Tao gave her a deep look. Liao Zia racked her brains desperately but really couldn't think of anything valuable left. Apart from her own body, she had nothing. Wait, her body? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Liao Zia's head. Big brother. I still have myself, I belong to you now too. Wang Tao's brow immediately furrowed. He thought Liao Zia had actually come up with something, but she was referring to her body? How ominous. Wang Tao turned to Nisa Ayan. Kill her. Nisa Ayan's body involuntarily shuddered. With Huang Wu dead and Liao Zia about to die, would she be the next one? Looking into Wang Tao's unemotional eyes, Nisa Ayan dared not delay. She immediately picked up the axe she had discarded earlier and approached Liao Zia. No, you can't. Splat. Liao Zia's face was etched with terror, but the horrified expression quickly became fixed. Nisa Ayan had rested for a while and regained some strength. The force of her axe was exceptionally strong, severing Liao Zia's entire head. As Nisa Ayan watched Liao Zia staring at her with deformed eyes, she felt a chill run down her spine. Well done. Wang Tao secretly nodded in approval of Nisa Ayan's obedience. Suddenly, there was some noise behind them. All three turned to see Huang Wu, who had been killed by Nisa Ayan earlier, standing up. His body twisted, his eyes white, his mouth oozing disgusting mucus and blood. Then, staggering forward with his nearly severed head, he moved quickly towards them. Damn, forgot to double tap. Nisa Ayan suddenly realized, Even without a virus infection, there was a certain chance that a dead person would turn into a zombie if the brain wasn't destroyed. She had been too distracted earlier and forgot to double tap. However, Wang Tao appeared quite calm, signaling Zhu Xiaojun with a glance. Zhu Xiaojun immediately went over. After a few exchanges with zombie Huang Wu, he effortlessly killed him. Killing humans did not yield increased health point, but killing zombies did. That's why Wang Tao purposely hadn't double tapped, for this reason. Wang Tao had speculated that the probability of a person turning into a zombie after death was likely related to the amount of internal impurity in the body. With more than 50% internal impurity, Wang Tao figured Huang Wu had a decent chance of turning into a zombie. Sure enough, Huang Wu had complied and indeed became a zombie. After Zhu Xiaojun killed zombie Huang Wu, he gained over 500 in increased health point. Not bad. As for Liao Xia, her level of internal impurity wasn't that high, just over 30%, so Wang Tao reckoned it was unlikely for her. Nisayan watched Zhu Xiaojun skillfully extract the crystal core from the head of zombie Huang Wu, feeling her legs go weak. Thump, Nisayan immediately knelt in front of Wang Tao, grabbing his legs. "Brother, don't kill me, I don't want to die, please." Looking down at Nisayan with her snotty and tearful face, Wang Tao bent down slightly, lifting her chin and forcing her to look him in the eye. Nisayan was actually quite attractive, even though she wore heavy makeup, it gave her a unique flavor. Especially with her fiery figure, she was someone who could easily arouse desire. But clearly, Wang Tao wasn't that desperate, especially after having just vented his frustrations. Moreover, Nisayan's makeup was smudged from crying, greatly diminishing her allure. "Brother." Nisayan, facing Wang Tao's cold eyes, felt she might die at any moment. Especially when Wang Tao's hand slowly moved from her chin to her neck, Nisayan trembled all over, feeling a warm flow beneath her. Slap, Wang Tao sent Nisayan flying with a slap, knocking her against the wall and leaving her seeing stars. At her previous spot, a puddle was forming on the ground. She had literally peed herself from fright. Wang Tao covered his nose as he stood up, addressing the still dazed Nisayan. "I'll give you a chance, you do one thing for me. If you succeed, I won't kill you." I'll do it. Nisayan, ignoring her headache, nodded eagerly like a pecking chicken. "First, clean up this place and yourself." "Yes." Wang Tao left Nisayan alone, confident she wouldn't dare run away. Chapter 192 Crystal Core Currency 3 Reaching the window, Wang Tao could already imagine the number of crystal cores here. Since crystal cores are already taken as currency here, perhaps I can try trading with others. Wang Tao was still quite short of level 2 crystal cores, as his own ability hadn't yet reached its maximum enhancement. And now there was also Zhu Xiaojun. However, he had many fine items, which he imagined many would covet. He planned to look back later to see if there were opportunities to sell some things in exchange for some crystal cores. Of course, he couldn't neglect the search for level 2 zombies and even level 3 zombies. His health point might have reached the upper limit of level 2, but one can never have too much special energy. After some time, Nisayan, holding back the severe pain in her body, finally managed to clean up the place. Then she took a cold shower, washing herself until she was squeaky clean. Nisayan was now wearing a silk nightgown, her curvaceous body faintly visible. Her face was slightly swollen, but without any makeup, her complexion pale, she looked somewhat pitiful. Seeing her like this, Wang Tao felt the urge to slap her again. "Who are you dressing up for like this? Continue with your previous outfit," Wang Tao said coldly. "Oh right," immediately. Nisayan got a fright. Her choice of dress was indeed an attempt to gain Wang Tao's sympathy, and to see if she could possibly seduce him. She was close to death, and for the sake of survival, she was willing to do anything. But to her surprise, Wang Tao wasn't taking the bait. Nisayan didn't dare make Wang Tao wait too long, promptly emerging in a tight leather outfit with heavy makeup, limping out. "That's more like it." Wang Tao nodded in approval. It wasn't that he had any special fetishes, but he was planning to use Nisayan to trap Huang Heng, the leader of the Skull Club. If Nisayan looked different from usual, it might raise suspicions. "Come here." Wang Tao beckoned, and Nisayan immediately quickened her pace to Wang Tao's side, even consciously kneeling at his feet, a look of entreaty on her face. Wang Tao looked down at her and said, "I'm giving you a potion. When Huang Heng comes back, find a way to make him drink it. Complete this task, and I won't kill you." "Ah. I'll get caught." Nisayan's face turned bitter upon hearing the task. If she were discovered trying to poison him, she would be killed by Wang Tao if not by Huang Heng. That depends on how you pull it off. The potion is colorless and odorless, it won't draw his attention. Wang Tao handed Nisayan a bottle of weakness potion. The 3 level 2 ability users from the Skull Club all had health point over 10,000, and since Huang Heng was much stronger than them, His health point could potentially exceed 20,000. Wang Tao himself had barely 30,000 health point, so being cautious with such ability users was no problem. Moreover, if second-order ability users were to fight openly, it might cause a big commotion and attract unnecessary trouble. Wang Tao sought a swift and decisive victory to take down Huang Heng quickly. If Nisa Ayan could administer a bottle of weakness potion to him, that would simplify things immensely. Nisa Ayan accepted the potion with a troubled look, her mind racing, pondering excuses to drug Huang Heng. As for whether or not to poison him, she didn't even need to think about it, she certainly had to. Although they were husband and wife, in times of great crisis, every bird flies its separate way. At this juncture, her own life mattered most. Nisa Ayan roughly knew what Huang Heng would have been up to, estimating that he would return around evening. But Huang Heng's return was much later than she had expected. As night approached, a small off-road vehicle cautiously arrived at the foot of the video game arcade building. Seeing Huang Heng's car finally return, Nisa Ayan, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately went downstairs to greet him. Huang Heng was a man who looked very similar to Huang Wu but was noticeably more mature. He was alone in the car, as he preferred to act solo. It wasn't that he disliked others holding him back, but rather he was worried others would steal his kills. After getting out of the car, he saw Nisa Ayan waiting nearby and was somewhat surprised. You're back? How was the harvest? If you don't complete the task this week, even you will have to accept the punishment. By the way, is Liao Zai asleep? Huang Heng said with a stern face. Nisa Ayan still harbored a sliver of thought to inform Huang Heng, but seeing his demeanor, that last thread of thought vanished. Huang Heng started by scolding her and asking about Liao Zai. He didn't even notice that his own face was swollen. The excuse she had painstakingly thought of couldn't be used. Taking a deep breath, Nisa Ayan smiled sweetly. Little Liao is upstairs waiting for you, she's taking a shower. At these words, Huang Heng's eyes lit up. Just right, I want to take a shower too. Let's go up. Okay. Nisa Ayan, enduring the pain in her leg, leaned on a stick and limped behind Huang Heng. What happened to your leg? Huang Heng suddenly turned around. I ran into a tough level 2 zombie earlier, I couldn't beat it, and I broke my leg while escaping. Nisa Ayan spoke as if she was a bit embarrassed. A level 2 zombie. Where exactly? I'll go kill it tomorrow. Nisa Ayan made up an address on the spot. Soon, the two of them arrived on the 3rd floor. As soon as Huang Heng entered the room, he started to undress, getting ready to shower. After throwing down his shriveled water bag, Nisa Ayan immediately picked up a cup of water and naturally offered it to him. Thirsty, huh? Have some water. Nisa Ayan's expression remained unchanged, but her heart was very tense. Huang Heng didn't give it much thought, he was indeed feeling quite thirsty. Seeing that the water looked clear and had no strange taste, he drank it all in one gulp. Gulp-hoo, refreshing. However, after drinking the water, his legs suddenly went weak, and he nearly stumbled and fell. Before Huang Heng could figure out what was happening, he saw a figure with a large axe appear behind him. In an instant, he felt a chilling terror. Without thinking, he instinctively tried to run away, but his speed was much slower than usual, causing him to stumble. Bang! The back of the massive axe head struck directly on the back of Huang Heng's neck. All Huang Heng felt was darkness before his eyes as he passed out. Chapter 193, Sent to Prison 1. Wang Tao hadn't fought ability users very often, but now he realized that in certain specific situations, like when someone was being deceptive, ability users of the same rank were easier to deal with than zombies. Because ability users had too many weaknesses. After all, ability users were still humans, their entire bodies had weak points. But zombies only had one weakness, their heads. Take Huang Heng, for example. Health point, 120 out of 21,300, magic point, 1930 out of 3,400, grade, level 2, internal impurity, 63%, Huang Heng's attributes weren't weak by any measure, with 20,000 health point. If a zombie had these attributes, Wang Tao couldn't have possibly killed it with a single strike. But under the effects of a weakness potion and a sneak attack, Huang Heng was immediately knocked out by a blow from Wang Tao's axe, without any ability to fight back. After knocking him out, Wang Tao immediately tied Huang Heng up with a chain and then along with Zhu Xiaojun, they beat him up ruthlessly. Huang Heng kept falling in and out of consciousness from the beating. It wasn't that Wang Tao enjoyed torturing people, it was just that he needed to leave Huang Heng critically injured. Soon, Huang Heng was beaten until only a sliver of health point remained, and his limbs were directly broken. He was completely incapacitated from posing any threat to Wang Tao. Wang Tao had no psychological burden in dealing with someone like that. The people from this arcade weren't good people, including the ordinary folks, they were all engaged in trickery and deceit. Even if he had to kill all of these people, Wang Tao wouldn't feel the slightest guilt. He kept Huang Heng alive only because Wang Tao wanted to extract more information, as after all, he was the boss of the Skull Club and knew more than others. What do you want? I'll give you everything. Huang Heng was far more sensible than his brother, continuously begging for mercy once he realized resistance was futile. Looking at Huang Heng, who had been beaten beyond recognition, Wang Tao said indifferently, I ask, you answer. I'll answer. So, Wang Tao asked a lot of questions. When he felt that he couldn't squeeze anything more out of Huang Heng, he turned his attention to Nisa Ayan, who was trembling with fear at the side, and gave her a you-know-what-to-do look. Nisa Ayan swallowed hard and picked up the axe somewhat shakily. Huang Heng seemed to have a premonition and, kneeling on the ground, he turned his head with difficulty, looking at Nisa Ayan with confusion and anger. He didn't understand, though he had been somewhat neglectful of Nisa Ayan, he hadn't treated her badly, so why was Nisa Ayan colluding with others to kill him? Until now, he failed to realize that it wasn't Nisa Ayan who was colluding with others but that he had kicked an iron plate when he sent Nisa Ayan out to deceive and trick people. Nisa Ayan could hardly bear to meet Huang Heng's gaze. Closing her eyes, she swung the axe down onto Huang Heng's neck. Pook eye. Bitch. After spitting out his final words, Huang Heng collapsed to the ground with a thud. Clang, Nisa Ayan dropped the axe, her expression dazed. No matter what, she and Huang Heng had been husband and wife for many years, and had fought side by side since the apocalypse began. But now, she had executed her own husband with her own hands. Wang Tao didn't bother with Nisa Ayan, he looked at Huang Heng's body with some anticipation, figuring that with such a high level of internal impurity, there was a high chance he would turn into a zombie. Wang Tao took out his walkie-talkie and called Zhang Shixu over. He had left Zhang Shixu in the car to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Now that the situation was resolved, there was no longer a need for that precaution. It was time for Zhang Shixu to come over and hold the fort. After all, Wang Tao wasn't certain whether Huang Heng would turn into a level 2 zombie or a level 3 zombie. Zhang Shixu didn't take the usual path, she climbed in through the window like a ghostly figure, silently appearing beside Wang Tao without anyone else noticing. If Wang Tao hadn't been able to detect her through plant affinity, he might not have been aware of her. After reaching the upper limit of level 2 health point, Zhang Shixu had become even stronger. After waiting for a while, Huang Heng's body suddenly started to convulse. Upon seeing a red health point bar slowly appearing above his head, Wang Tao waved his hand, and the three of them struck simultaneously. Moments later, Huang Heng's 29,999 health point dropped to 0. Following this mutation of Huang Heng and combining it with previous observations, Wang Tao had roughly deduced a pattern of ability users turning into zombies. When humans turned into zombies, their health point and magic point would double. If it hadn't reached the current level's upper limit, it would reach that limit. If it was already at the upper limit, then it might turn into a higher level zombie. Simply put, a 10,000 health point ability user would grow to 20,000 health point upon turning into a zombie. A 20,000 health point ability user after mutation would reach 29,999 health point, and a 29,999 health point ability user would become a 30,000 health point level 3 zombie. Too bad Huang Heng didn't have 29,999 health point, otherwise, the rewards from killing a level 3 zombie would have definitely been greater. After the zombie was dealt with, Wang Tao told Su Xiaojun to dig out the crystal core. Huang Heng himself had plenty of crystal cores on him, both level 1 and level 2. He hadn't kept all his crystal cores at home. Wang Tao collected all the crystal cores and then turned to Nisa Ayan, contemplating how to deal with the Skull Club. Initially, Wang Tao had planned to head directly to the military base in Yueyang City, but after receiving the news that Yueyang City was very dangerous, he decided to stay a few more days in Zijing City to strengthen his abilities before going to Yueyang City. Since he would be staying in Zijing City, he naturally needed a place to settle in. The arcade was decent enough, and Wang Tao wasn't fussy, as long as there were some defensive measures and a bed to sleep in, it would do. But there were others in the Skull Club. Chapter 193, Sent to Prison 2. Wang Tao had no intention of becoming the new leader of this group of people. They were all engaged in deception and swindling, their hands stained with the blood of the innocent, with no guarantee of their character. Wang Tao didn't want to keep them around, but to kill all of these people. After all, there were 300 of them, and Wang Tao just couldn't bring himself to do it. Although he didn't see himself as a good person, he wasn't a homicidal maniac. If he killed so many people by his own hand, he wouldn't feel guilty, but he would definitely feel uncomfortable. What should he do? As Wang Tao pondered, Nisa Ayan felt his gaze and immediately shivered all over. It was as if she could sense that her life hung on a single thought from Wang Tao. Thump, 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 big brother, master, daddy, grandpa. Don't kill me. please. Nisa Ayan quickly scrambled and rolled over to Wang Tao's feet, switching through several titles in one breath. She had endured so many beatings, personally killed her brother-in-law and her husband, all to save her own life. She really didn't want to die. Do you think my word means nothing? Wang Tao's brow furrowed. He had previously said that as long as Nisa Ayan successfully drugged Huang Heng, Wang Tao would not kill her. But now, Nisa Ayan clearly didn't trust his character. Brother, you only said you wouldn't kill me, but you didn't say others wouldn't kill me. Nisa Ayan warily glanced at Zhu Xiaojun. Indeed, Wang Tao had been thinking just that. He didn't want to do it himself, but Zhu Xiaojun and Zhang Shixi might. Seeing Wang Tao silent, Nisa Ayan became even more frightened. This time, she did not dare to cling to Wang Tao's legs, instead prostrating herself in front of him, her head touching the floor. Wang Tao suddenly spoke, I'm thinking of staying here temporarily, but I don't want to see so many people, especially those who harm their own kind. I really dislike that. So, if you can come up with a suitable solution, I can assure you, your life will be spared. Hearing this, Nisa Ayan suddenly looked up. In her opinion, the easiest way to not have to see these people was to kill them. But Wang Tao was no fool, of course, he was aware of this method. But since he hadn't chosen it, he must have his own ideas. So killing these people was out of the question. If she didn't kill them yet wanted them to disappear, there was only one method left, her old trade. I have a method. I can sell them all to the prison. Oh? Wang Tao's eyebrows shot up. He had not thought of this method, since he was a respectable person. But upon reflection, it seemed plausible. These people had trafficked quite a few individuals before, so selling them now made sense. Then I'll leave this to you. Wang Tao patted Nisa Ayan on the head. Brother, rest assured. I will handle it well. Nisa Ayan's face immediately brightened. Wang Tao nodded and then added, by the way, although you people are filled with evil deeds, there may still be some who are innocent or forced by circumstances. So, you. Nisa Ayan's eyes went wide upon hearing the rest of Wang Tao's words. She thought Wang Tao was incredibly cunning, not at all inferior to her. Nisa Ayan immediately lowered her head. Yes. The next day, early morning. Inside the arcade, the members of the Skull Club had no clue that their leader was already dead. After all, the third floor was the territory of 4 second-order ability users, and the others were all below. The fight last night was quick and stealthy, causing no ruckus, and the soundproofing of the arcade was good, so it was normal that the others were unaware. Nisa Ayan's swelling had subsided, as Wang Tao had used some medical kits on her, allowing her to recover quite a bit, even her limp was less noticeable. Using Huang Heng's name, she summoned everyone. After all of them had gathered in the parking lot behind the building, Nisa Ayan spoke. Last night, Boss Huang discussed an issue with us, and that was to raise everyone's treatment. Whoosh, before she could finish, the crowd below erupted into an uproar. Many were even shouting excitedly. Wang Tao, watching the scene from upstairs, frowned. Although a raise in treatment was indeed a happy matter, this lack of discipline was too much. Sending these people away was definitely the right move. Nisa Ayan, on the other hand, was accustomed to this reaction. She tapped a steel reinforcing bar against a nearby steel pipe to draw the crowd's attention, and then continued, as for how much the treatment will be increased specifically, that relates to everyone's contribution to the base. So, now, everyone write down the precise details of what you've achieved on paper, truthfully. So we can distribute it logically. Note, do not falsify information, we have control over everything about you. If anyone falsifies information, you will bear the consequences. When she mentioned bearing the consequences, Nisa Ayan gave the crowd a meaningful look. She wasn't joking, the consequences were indeed severe. Upon hearing this, the crowd resumed whispering among themselves. Many didn't remember how many people they had deceived, and needed to ask their companions to help recall. However, some ordinary individuals looked dejected because they had no achievements. Nisa Ayan had paper and pens handed out. Soon, everyone had written down their various contributions. Nisa Ayan collected everything expressionlessly, and then told the crowd, today, no one goes out. Stay at the base and wait for news. Yes. The crowd responded excitedly. Chapter 193, Sent to Prison 3. The Skull Club still had quite a few ordinary people who were all thinking that this might be their chance to become ability users. And those who were level 1 ability users were wondering if they might advance to become second-order superpower owners. Some were confused as to why Boss Huang had not made an appearance, but they didn't think too much of it. After all, everyone knew Boss Huang was more fond of his new wife, Liao Xia, and for all they knew, he might be locked in a fierce battle with her between the sheets right now. Nisa Ayan ascended the stairs with the collected information in hand. Upstairs, Wang Tao was eating breakfast. Breakfast consisted of smoked fish and a big flatbread soaked in a nutrient solution. The dried fish were leftovers. Wang Tao and the other two had magical stomach pouches, which stored a large amount of fish meat. The big flatbread was given by Yang Qingong when they parted ways with his fleet. They had plenty of rice and flour on hand, and for convenience, had turned it all into this kind of easy-to-carry dry food. Seeing these foods, Nisa Ayan immediately swallowed hard. She hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days since being captured by Wang Tao. But she dared not show any dissatisfaction, and promptly presented the information with respect. Wang Tao took the information. TSK, you people, really deserve to die. Shaking his head as he looked at the information, Wang Tao sighed. Previously he had thought, since the Skull Club still had so many ordinary members, these ordinary people would not be largely involved in kidnapping. After all, ordinary people have lower survival abilities outside. But unexpectedly, although most ordinary people weren't directly involved in tricking or kidnapping, many had indirectly participated. Some provided information, some made traps, some volunteered to be bait, and so on. Well then, some people would have to be sent to prison. Perhaps some people deliberately inflated their achievements, but Wang Tao wasn't going to bother investigating. He had already told Nisa Ayan before that falsifying achievements would have consequences. After spending some time, Wang Tao divided the information into 2 piles. One was thick, the other thin. Wang Tao handed the thick pile to Nisa Ayan, who quickly caught it with both hands. Just these people. As for how it's done, I leave it to you. Leave it to me? Nisa Ayan couldn't believe it. The list Wang Tao picked out had at least 200 people on it. That could fetch a lot of crystal cores. And more importantly, if she was in charge of this, she could escape. After all, they had always been a delivery service. Seeing Nisa Ayan's shock and the flicker in her eyes after the initial surprise, Wang Tao's expression remained unchanged. I just want my crystal cores. I don't care about the process, you figure it out yourself. Go. Yes. Nisa Ayan quickly bowed and exited excitedly. Once downstairs, Nisa Ayan immediately notified everyone, saying that Boss Huang had reviewed the list and wanted those with good performance to gather in the first floor hall. Those with poor performance should stay in the parking lot and not wander around. Suddenly, those with poor performance felt like they had been abandoned, overcome with a sense of loss. Whereas those with good performance were smug, especially those who had inflated their achievements, who were almost strutting with pride. I knew it. The Skull Club has never tracked these things. How much we achieve is known only to ourselves, others at best have a rough idea. A little exaggeration in our reporting won't cause any trouble. We're actually just trying to serve the boss better. Exactly. Soon, Nisa Ayan arrived, followed by a few ability users. Ladies and gentlemen. Nisa Ayan started to feed them motivational talk, while the ability users behind her stealthily used their powers. Soon, everyone began to feel dizzy. What's happening? Thud, 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 one by one, the group began to hit the floor. After everyone had fainted, the bald man approached Sister Nisa Ayan and asked respectfully, Sister Ni, the boss is. They had no idea what was going on and were simply following Sister Nisa Ayan's orders. The boss is running low on crystal cores and wants to exchange for some. Nisa Ayan glanced at the bald man. Exchange for crystal cores? Hiss, the bald man took a sharp intake of breath. Nisa Ayan ordered the bald man and the others to search everyone, then had them drive the pickup truck from the parking lot. In the past, when they sold goods, they always used a pickup truck for deliveries, but this time there were too many people, and it would require several trips. After loading the first batch of goods onto the truck, Nisa Ayan went up to the 3rd floor. Brother, everything is ready, look. Go on then. I waved my hand. Yes. Just as Nisa Ayan was excitedly preparing to leave, Wang Tao suddenly added, remember, not a single one of my crystal cores can be missing. Nisa Ayan immediately felt a chill in her heart. Yes. Shortly after, Nisa Ayan left the arcade with the first batch of goods. Several of Nisa Ayan's subordinates had a level 1 special ability that generated fainting smoke, which was colorless and odorless, and very difficult to notice if one wasn't paying close attention. Inhaling the smoke would put one to sleep. The more one inhaled, the stronger the effect, and even a second-order superpower owner couldn't withstand it after inhaling too much. Nisa Ayan had been using these abilities to trick people. Brother Wang, what if she sneaks off? Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head and asked. That depends on whether she has the guts. Wang Tao had already stated that none of his crystal cores could be missing. It didn't really matter whether Nisa Ayan ran away or not, but the trade had to be completed, and the crystal cores delivered to him. If she didn't recognize the situation, then she was truly seeking death. Even if she could hide temporarily, Wang Tao still had ways to find her. The quantity of this trade with Nisa Ayan was over 200, A major transaction that the small pickups couldn't handle. She carefully arrived at the jail, where the jail's authorities, after hearing about the large number of people, didn't hesitate to send their own transportation for them. Your boss Huang is awesome, huh? So generous. The person in charge of the handover at the jail was a skinny young man, who seemed puzzled. I don't know what he's thinking. Nisa Ayan pretended to be somewhat helpless. The other party didn't ask further, as they weren't interested in the process, just the result. The jail authorities were very straightforward. Upon seeing the goods, they immediately paid with crystal cores, and after Nisa Ayan verified that the number was correct, she went upstairs to hand them over to Wang Tao. The jail could settle with crystal cores or with inhibitors, but Wang Tao wanted crystal cores. After that, Nisa Ayan helped with 2 more deliveries, and only then was she able to transport everyone into the jail. The transaction was indeed huge. At the jail entrance, evening. Having delivered the goods, Nisa Ayan's face was torn with struggle. She hadn't coveted a single crystal core and had completed the task given by Wang Tao very well. The bald man and the others had been sent away, and now she was alone. She could run away. But then, she hesitated. Chapter 194 Firefly Club 1 Game Arcade, Night. Wang Tao looked at the crystal core in his hand, grinning. In this post-apocalyptic world, the value of human life could be seen as negligible. Catching any random disease, getting infected by the zombie virus, or being caught in the crossfire of battle, could lead to death. But human life could also be considered valuable because an ordinary person could be traded for a level 1 white crystal core. And a level 1 ability user could fetch at least 20 level 1 white crystal cores. That was the going rate in Zijing City, and it had remained steady lately. So after Wang Tao had sent those people to prison, he obtained 700 level 1 white crystal cores. Adding the crystal cores found on those people and in their homes, along with those taken from Nisa Ayan, Huang Heng, and the other 4 second-order superpower owners, Wang Tao had managed to acquire a total of 2,000 level 1 crystal cores and 50 level 2 crystal cores this time. Although most of these crystal cores were pretty useless, including attributes like self-detonation and glutton, which had no real use or had extremely severe side effects. But Wang Tao didn't mind, since he could synthesize. As long as he could turn these white crystal cores into orange ones, even the self-destruct crystal cores would become very valuable. After all, many forces possessed crystal core synthesizers, which could eliminate the side effects of crystal cores through synthesis. However, the crystal core synthesizer could only combine crystal cores of the same level and quality. For instance, to remove the side effects from an orange level 1 crystal core, you would need many orange level 1 crystal cores for the synthesis. Therefore, even the less useful crystal cores like self-detonation and glutton, as long as they weren't white, their price would significantly increase. And if they were orange, their value would double. Wang Tao planned to synthesize some of these level 1 crystal cores and then trade them for level 2 crystal cores. Zijing City was substantial, with numerous survivors. Even though crystal cores were rare, the overall quantity was definitely not small, much more than Wang Tao could collect by himself. The prison had many crystal cores, which he could perhaps trade with in the future. And it must be said, this prison was quite reputable. There were no issues with the trade, which was completed smoothly, and the exchange for crystal cores was very straightforward. But that was understandable, as currently, the prison was the worst reputed force in Zijing City, with no equal. Even the Skull Club was lesser in comparison. Their reputation had plummeted to such an extent that it couldn't be salvaged. No one would go to the prison now, even newcomers to Zijing City would learn of the prison's notorious reputation after spending a few days there. And since the prison needed new blood, they had no choice but to purchase people from elsewhere. But with their reputation so tarnished, let alone other survivors, even mid-level forces were wary of trading with them. The prison had no choice but to try improving its image in other ways, such as ensuring prompt trades, reliability, not owing any crystal cores, and following the rules. And it turned out that this approach did make a difference in their cooperation with other forces, albeit not enough to change their reputation. As long as the prison adhered to the trading rules, there were still plenty of people willing to trade with them. After all, nobody wanted to turn their back on crystal cores or inhibitors. So after some time, although the prison's reputation remained damaged, their business reputation improved significantly. The prison no longer cared about their public image, as long as they were powerful and had partners to do business with, that was all that mattered. As Wang Tao was picking out crystal cores, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. He was now sitting in front of a window, with a clear view of a stealthy figure down below. It was none other than Nisa Ayan. This woman is back? Wang Tao was surprised. The deal of sending more than 200 people to the prison had lasted a day, and after Wang Tao had received the crystal cores, he couldn't be bothered with what happened to Nisa Ayan. She was free to leave whenever she wanted. Since Wang Tao had promised to spare her life, he certainly wouldn't go back on his word. After all, She was of no use to him anymore. Late in the evening after the transaction ended, the woman hadn't returned. Wang Tao thought she had already left. But now, she was back? The guard saw Nisa Ayan and naturally opened the door for her quickly. Soon after, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." Wang Tao lit an oil lamp. He hadn't turned on any lights until now since he had night vision. Nisa Ayan looked at the tall figure in the dim light, feeling a bit frightened, but she still mustered the courage to approach. "Brother Wang." In reality, she was older than Wang Tao, so calling him Brother Wang was a relatively affectionate form of respect, and until now she didn't know Wang Tao's name, only that Zhu Xiaojun called him Brother Wang. "What are you doing back here?" Wang Tao was puzzled. Was this woman a masochist? After the way she was treated, she still dared to come back? But when Nisa Ayan heard his question, she thought Wang Tao was accusatory. Immediately, she fell to her knees before Wang Tao. "Brother Wang, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tried to run away, please punish me." Hearing this, Wang Tao looked at her thoughtfully. "You want to follow me?" "Yes. I want to follow Brother Wang," Nisa Ayan quickly replied. She had indeed fled today, without taking a single crystal core, and she believed that Wang Tao wouldn't go out of his way to hunt her down. But during her escape, she suddenly lost her desire to run away. It wasn't that she enjoyed abuse, but rather she realized she had nowhere to go. And with Wang Tao being so strong, she wanted to follow him. Admiring the strong was an innate trait for many people, and she was no exception. Chapter 194 Firefly Club 2 Wang Tao is the most formidable ability user she has ever met. Following someone like him is definitely more promising than following Huang Heng. What's more important is that although Wang Tao had beaten her many times, and she subconsciously felt a little terrified whenever she thought of Wang Tao, he was a person with bottom lines. You could tell from the fact that he hates survivors who cheat and deceive and sends survivors who could make him crystal cores to prison. If she were to join another power, she didn't know what those bosses would be like. Places like prisons were fine for business, but she would never dare to join one. As for establishing her own faction, she knew she wasn't cut out for it. After all, her combat ability wasn't strong. So after giving it some serious thought, Nisa Ayan decided to go back to the arcade. Though she knew Wang Tao disliked her, she had done quite a few things for him, and he probably wouldn't kill her. Then, if she were just a bit more sincere, there was a certain likelihood that Wang Tao would take her in. So, she came back. When Wang Tao saw Nisa Ayan nod, he said with a half-smile, "Do you think you are worthy?" It wasn't that Wang Tao was mocking her, but she needed to realize who was by Wang Tao's side. There was Zhu Xiaojun, there was Zhang Shixu. How could she compare to either of them? "I'm not worthy. I know I'm not, but I hope Brother Wang will give me a chance. I will definitely perform well." Nisa Ayan prostrated herself at Wang Tao's feet. Wang Tao frowned and pondered for a moment. He felt that Nisa Ayan probably really did want to follow him, given that his strength was plain for all to see. But Wang Tao didn't want to take on a drag, and to be honest, he didn't quite trust her character. After all, she could even kill her husband and brother-in-law, and she was adept at cheating and deceiving. How could he trust such a person? However, looking at Nisa Ayan's "I'm very sensible" expression, Wang Tao felt that although it was unlikely to bring her to the military base, since he was going to stay in Zijing City for a while, maybe he could keep her around to run errands and handle odd jobs. "Lift your head," Wang Tao ordered. Nisa Ayan immediately lifted her head and looked at Wang Tao with both fear and anticipation. Wang Tao stretched out his hand, gently stroking Nisa Ayan's hair, as if he were petting a small dog. "I'll give you a chance, perform well, and I hope you won't disappoint me. Otherwise..." Wang Tao's hand slowly slid down to rest on Nisa Ayan's neck. Nisa Ayan felt a shiver down her spine, but her pupil showed a glint of joy, and she quickly promised, "Yes. I definitely won't disappoint Brother Wang." "Then go ahead." Wang Tao patted her cheek, and Nisa Ayan slowly got up and respectfully left the room. Once outside, she immediately leaned against the wall, feeling her back drenched with sweat. But her mood at the moment was somewhat excited. Although Wang Tao didn't directly take her in, he had given her a chance. She had to seize this opportunity. As long as she served Wang Tao well, she was sure to benefit, even if Wang Tao rewarded her with nothing, just providing her shelter alone was worth it. Inside the room, Wang Tao tidied up the crystal cores and then went to bed. Keeping Nisa Ayan or not didn't really matter to him. Since she came back on her own initiative, he gave her a chance. Zhang Shixu, who had been in the shadows, immediately ran to the bed, cuddling up to Wang Tao like a clingy kitten. Time to sleep. The next day, Nisa Ayan gathered everyone once again. Her expression was somewhat sad. The crowd was puzzled and very uneasy. Because they had realized that those with high contribution points who were called out yesterday had all disappeared, they had been directed to wait in the arcade's back parking lot and weren't aware of what had happened in the hall. They thought Boss Huang had taken those people somewhere else to enjoy some privileges. Or maybe Boss Huang had abandoned them, taking those people to a new base. The more they thought about it, the more anxious they became. After all, under the current circumstances, if they weren't protected by powerful ability users, they truly might not survive. Once everyone had arrived, Nisa Ayan spoke with a downcast tone. Those who were called out yesterday were sold to the prison? The crowd was stunned, and then an uproar ensued. Sold to prison? Being well aware of what that meant in their line of work, those people were practically pronounced dead, and not just any death, but a terrible one. Why? An ordinary person asked in a trembling voice. He didn't want to be sold into prison, he wanted to live. Because Boss Huang was short on crystal cores, he sold those people in exchange for crystal cores. Nisa Ayan explained. The crowd was somewhat dumbfounded. The boss could be short on crystal cores? Even if he was, shouldn't he just squeeze them a bit, making them work harder? Who would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs by selling the people? Fear spread rapidly among the crowd. If the boss could sell those high-performing individuals, he could definitely sell them too. They even suspected that Nisa Ayan might tie them up later. But then they heard Nisa Ayan continue, regarding Boss Huang's actions, we were as puzzled as you, so we went to confront him. And then, Huang Wu and Liao Zia got into a fight with Boss Huang? Again the crowd was filled with question marks. The leadership fought among themselves? Could that really happen? Chapter 194 Firefly Club 3 But what shocked them came next. Nisa Ayan continued, as a result, Huang Wu and Liao Zia died? Boss Huang is dead too. All the survivors, including Brother Wang's confidants, were dumbfounded. They all felt like they had been struck by lightning. The boss is dead? The boss's own brother and the boss's second wife too? 3 out of the 4 level 2 ability users in our Skull Club are dead? Although some people harbored a thought of hating Boss Huang and wished he would die sooner when scolded by him, that was merely a thought. Rationally, no one wanted anything to happen to Boss Huang. After all, they had survived up until now under his protection. Without Boss Huang, the strong level 2 ability user, how were they, the ordinary folks and level 1 ability users, supposed to live? The Skull Club would probably fall out of the ranks of the medium-sized powers. According to the established norms in Zijing City, only the forces comprised of ability users were widely recognized, and only those established by level 2 ability users were considered medium-sized. Skull Club used to have 4 level 2 ability users, especially Boss Huang, who had significant combat power. So, the overall strength of the Skull Club was quite acceptable among the medium-sized powers. But now, not only had their population decreased by 8 or 9/10, but 3 level 2 ability users had also died. Only 1 level 2 ability user was left, and it was Nisa Ayan, who wasn't very strong in combat. Everyone felt darkness looming before their eyes. It's over, the Skull Club is thoroughly finished. The reputation of being a medium-sized power was trivial, what they cared about wasn't the reputation. It meant that if an organization's strength plummeted, other groups would definitely kick them while they were down. The Skull Club had offended many in the past, and they might take this chance to land a few kicks. And there were those eyeing the resources of the Skull Club. They must be very interested in the current state of the Skull Club. After all, the news of Boss Huang selling more than 200 people would definitely spread, and those were for crystal cores and inhibitors. As for whether Nisa Ayan was telling the truth or what role she played, no one considered that anymore. Since Boss Huang and the 2 others hadn't shown up, they were definitely in trouble. Now, they needed to think not about the specifics but about what to do in the future. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Nisa Ayan spoke, anyone who wishes to leave can go ahead and leave. Not a single person moved. Everyone was no fool, even if the Skull Club was now greatly weakened, they still had a level 2 ability user at the helm. If they left now, they would genuinely have no protection whatsoever. Sister Ni, from now on, you are our new boss. The bald man by Nisa Ayan suddenly exclaimed loudly. The others also hurried to agree. If Nisa Ayan left, it would truly mean the end of the Skull Club. Seeing the expectant looks of the people, Nisa Ayan glanced subtly at the upper floor again and then sighed, since everyone trusts me so much, naturally, I cannot let you be disappointed. However, I plan to stop dealing in human trafficking in the future and change our name to distance ourselves from the old Skull Club. The name Skull Club was something Huang Hang came up with on a whim, it bore no specific meaning, only that he thought it sounded imposing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that Nisa Ayan had agreed. Although Nisa Ayan's desire to switch trades was unexpected, except for the bald man and a few others being puzzled, the rest didn't mind, and some were even relieved. Those were the people with the lowest performance, and their shortcomings stemmed from either being incapable or psychologically opposed to the activities. Therefore, switching trades was actually a blessing for them. Nisa Ayan added, From now on, we'll be known as the Firefly Club. Firefly was the name of this arcade. All hail the club president. The bald man was quick-witted and shouted immediately. The others were a half-step slower but promptly followed suit. Honestly, seeing these people respectfully call her the club president, Nisa Ayan felt quite thrilled inside. Power is something both men and women can find intoxicating. But she was only distracted momentarily before snapping back to reality. If everyone is calling me the club president, then I definitely can't neglect you all. I will look into our future development plans, hoping to ensure that everyone can have a better life. However, let me be clear, if anyone hinders our progress, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes. Everyone braced themselves and promptly answered in affirmation. Alright, go downstairs. There shouldn't be any tasks for the next couple of days, so everyone should rest well. Yes. After sending everyone away, Nisa Ayan glanced at the bald man and his companions before heading upstairs. Dismissed. Yes. The bald man watched Nisa Ayan's retreating figure as she ascended the stairs, his face thoughtful. He knew that the death of Boss Huang couldn't be as simple as Nisa Ayan made it out to be, and it likely had something to do with those few friends of hers. He hadn't forgotten that those strangers were still upstairs. But that wasn't his concern, he just needed to steadfastly follow Nisa Ayan. What he didn't know was that he was lucky they were loyal enough. If it hadn't been for Nisa Ayan speaking up for them, they would probably be in prison by now. Third floor. After heading upstairs, the previously spirited Nisa Ayan immediately knelt on one knee respectfully beside Wang Tao. Brother Wang, I've relayed your orders down below. Wang Tao nodded. The renaming of Skull Club and making Nisa Ayan the president were naturally Wang Tao's ideas. He wasn't interested in the title of president himself, but since Nisa Ayan was determined to follow him, he decided to support her and see where it leads. Having a power to run errands and take care of matters could sometimes be quite convenient. As for the blame for selling more than 200 people into jail, it was naturally shifted to the deceased Huang Heng. In times of chaos, reputation becomes ever more important. Since Huang Heng was dead, it was only right for him to contribute a little more. If there were any more blunders in the future, they'd all be blamed on him. Your next task is to buy level 2 crystal cores on behalf of the Firefly Club from other powers. Chapter 195, Bizarre One. Purchasing a level 2 crystal core? What price should we offer? Nisa Ayan asked. Let's allow them to set their own prices. Considering the substantial differences in price between various types and qualities of crystal cores, it was impossible for Wang Tao to list all the prices. Yes. So, should I start preparing now? Nisa Ayan appeared eager to begin. She wasn't afraid of Wang Tao assigning her tasks since having tasks meant she was still of use. If Wang Tao completely ignored her, that would be the real trouble. Right, while you're at it, inquire if there are any news about level 2 and level 3 zombies, we are willing to pay for them. Yes. Go. Wang Tao waved his hand. After Nisa Ayan left, Wang Tao pulled out the map of Zhaijing City. He had marked many places, some tagged with suspected level 3 zombie. For the current major forces in Zhaijing City, level 2 crystal cores were exactly what they needed, as there were quite a number of level 2 ability users by now. If there were level 2 zombies, they would certainly attempt to kill them. In general, they would not easily reveal the location of level 2 zombies. Level 3 zombies, however, were different. It was said that not even people from the 4 major forces had taken the initiative to engage with level 3 zombies. Therefore, some places suspected of having level 3 zombies slowly became known to people. They would try to avoid these areas when they went out. The information about suspected level 3 zombies had been obtained by Wang Tao from Huang Heng. He planned to select a few, then test out the strength of Zhaijing City's level 3 zombies. That was, of course, if they were indeed level 3 zombies. If they were above level 3, Wang Tao would definitely run as far as possible. After making a selection, Wang Tao chose a location closest to the video arcade. It was a hotel, rumored to have a level 3 zombie inside. It was unclear how strong it was, but previously, a level 2 ability user had been killed by it. Wang Tao surmised it was likely a level 3 zombie lord. Because ordinary and elite zombies generally wandered aimlessly and would not appear in a fixed place. But zombie lords had their territories. This one seemed to fit the bill. With Wang Tao's current strength, dealing with level 3 elite zombies shouldn't be difficult. As for lord rank zombies, he could try taking them on. Of course, Wang Tao would first have to check how much health point the zombie had. If it was too high, then he definitely wouldn't consider it. Once he had decided on a target, Wang Tao called Zhang Shixuan Zuzia Jun, ready to do some reconnaissance. Mr. Wang, good day. When coming downstairs, the members of Firefly Club immediately greeted Wang Tao upon seeing him. Wang Tao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. His current status was Nisa Ayan's honored guest, and she had already informed her subordinates to show him the same respect they would show her. "Brother Wang, are you going out?" At this point, Nisa Ayan came down from upstairs. She had just been contacting other forces using a walkie-talkie on the rooftop. Changing the name of Skull Club and the purchase of crystal cores was definitely something she needed to discuss with others. Seeing Wang Tao heading downstairs, she hurriedly ran over. "I'm heading to Dan Hotel." Wang Tao nodded. "Dan Hotel. Cough well, Brother Wang, how about taking me with you? There's a force nearby, and I plan to go there." Nisa Ayan's courage had grown significantly. If it had been the day before, she definitely would not have dared to join Wang Tao proactively. "Then let's go." Wang Tao looked at her. Once in the car, Nisa Ayan sat up straight and told Wang Tao that she wanted to visit a small force. Their strength wasn't much to speak of, but their leader was very capable. Although only a level 1 ability user, he was often seen running around outside. Nisa Ayan, a level 2 ability user herself, wouldn't dare to wander around recklessly, sticking only to familiar routes. This made it evident how capable the leader of the small force was. Nisa Ayan wanted to recruit this person into the Firefly Club. After all, Wang Tao had said he would investigate the locations of level 2 and level 3 zombies and purchase level 2 crystal cores. These tasks required someone to go out and about. Nisa Ayan knew she was not up to the task, so she needed to recruit some people. If it was the former Skull Club, it was very unlikely they could recruit this person due to the club's bad reputation. But the Skull Club was no more, now it was the Firefly Club, so she was going to give it a try. "Just you?" Wang Tao was a bit surprised. Shouldn't this kind of task be delegated to subordinates? Even if the club president personally went, shouldn't they bring some staff along? A president going alone seemed somewhat shabby. "It's more convenient alone, and if there's danger, I can escape quickly," Nisa Ayan immediately said. Being alone was indeed convenient, but that applied to the powerful. It wasn't suitable for her. The main reason she went out alone was that she had no subordinates left. Skull Club originally had 300 people, but Wang Tao, or rather Huang Heng, sold off more than 260 of them. Now, the Firefly Club was down to just over 30 people. Now, after switching operations, most people went out to scavenge supplies, and her ability user subordinates had to guard the base since their arcade was quite large, and they couldn't relax security. So naturally, not many people were left. Wang Tao didn't speak, but gave Nisa Ayan a look. Feeling Wang Tao's gaze, Nisa Ayan quickly spoke up. "Cough, you can't hide anything from Brother Wang. Truth is, we're a little short on staff." Only then did Wang Tao look away. "If I find out you've been deceiving me again, don't bother coming back." Chapter 195, Bizarre 2. No matter the circumstance, Wang Tao disliked it when people intentionally hid things from him. "Yes." Nisa Ayan immediately lowered her head, with some cold sweat on her back. She wasn't sure if it was because of the beating from Wang Tao previously, but she felt especially afraid of Wang Tao. Just a glance from him could induce cold sweat. However, she subconsciously wanted to be with Wang Tao because his strength was overwhelming. Nisa Ayan even thought to herself whether she was being too submissive. Wang Tao looked at Nisa Ayan, who was silent with her head lowered, contemplating on how to reward her if she handled the matter well. After all, Wang Tao always believed in clear rewards and punishments. So far, Nisa Ayan only had 2 abilities, both at level 1. One was Throwing Master and the other, Dream Interpretation. When she encountered Wang Tao before, she didn't even have a chance to resist, so Throwing Master was useless. And her Dream Interpretation ability was one that could wake people up from their sleep. This ability matched perfectly with the Drowsiness Fog ability of several subordinates under her command. According to Nisa Ayan, they had encountered several zombies capable of releasing Drowsiness Fog. After killing the zombies, apart from a few Drowsiness Fog crystal cores, there was also a Dream Interpretation crystal core. It was like having both poison and its antidote. Nisa Ayan merged with the Dream Interpretation crystal core, and she let her 4 subordinates merge with the Drowsiness Fog crystal cores. This way, it was very convenient for them to act together. As for why her 2 abilities were still at level 1. Truth be told, she was both lucky and unlucky. Lucky because the level 2 Ascension crystal core she had merged with was of ordinary quality, white rank, and with a 20% probability, she had succeeded in merging, which was absolutely explosive luck. Unlucky because she originally could have merged with 4 abilities. Being cautious while preparing to merge with a 4th ability, she had never found a suitable one. Just then, Huang Heng needed her combat power and gave her a white Ascension crystal core, and she indeed successfully rose to level 2. However, during the ascension to level 2, she transferred the level 2 ability to her uncle by marriage, Huang Wu. Of course, this wasn't of her own volition but at Huang Heng's request, because the transferred ability had no side effects. About this matter, Nisa Ayan actually had some complaints, but she couldn't resist Huang Heng and simply complied. Yet, what Nisa Ayan didn't expect was that once she advanced to level 2, she was no longer able to merge with level 1 crystal cores, and she didn't have any suitable level 2 crystal cores in hand, resulting in her still having 2 level 1 abilities, one of which had no combat power at all. This was also why she was considered the weakest in terms of strength among the 4 individuals. Wang Tao felt that if Nisa Ayan performed well, he would boost her strength, otherwise, she would drag the team down too much. Wang Tao had many crystal cores, even extraction crystal cores, which could directly change her special abilities. However, the specifics depended on Nisa Ayan's later performance. Around noon, Wang Tao's car reached the vicinity of Danfu Hotel. Nisa Ayan still had a little distance to go, but she didn't dare to hope that Wang Tao would drop her off, so she had to walk the rest of the way. But just then, the car's intercom crackled to life. SZZT. SZZT. Everyone instinctively looked toward the car intercom. SZZT. Help. Is anyone there? Please save us. SZZT. This familiar voice, why does it sound so familiar? Wang Tao subconsciously looked at Nisa Ayan. Nisa Ayan first froze, then felt a chill rush from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She began to speak, sounding somewhat shaky. Is this me? No, this is my voice. Wang Tao looked at the intercom, deeply frowning. Frankly, if it weren't for Nisa Ayan being right there inside the car, he might have really thought the call was from Nisa Ayan herself. The voice from the intercom was identical to hers. Could it be that you have a twin sister? Wang Tao raised his eyes to look at Nisa Ayan. No. Nisa Ayan hastily waved her hands. Her mind was a bit chaotic at the moment, as hearing her own voice from the intercom while sitting right there was genuinely bizarre. After a moment of thought, Wang Tao pressed the intercom and asked, "Who are you? Where are you? What danger have you encountered? Who are you?" A moment later. SZZT. Someone. There really is someone. My name is Nisa Ayan, and we are surrounded by a bunch of bad guys. They want to kill us. Help. Boom, Nisa Ayan felt her head was about to explode. Not only she, but even Zhu Xiaojun, who was slow to catch on, began to sweat coldly. Wang Tao also felt his scalp tingle. He had just considered the possibility that someone might be deliberately imitating Nisa Ayan to deceive others and then shift the blame onto her. But after hearing the voice on the other side, Wang Tao doubted that theory. Because the speech, not only in tone but also in words, was exactly the same as Nisa Ayan, word for word, just like when she herself had deceived others. It was like a copy-paste. Only Nisa Ayan and Wang Tao's group knew about these matters. How could the person on the intercom have known? Therefore, it was not someone deliberately imitating her. Wang Tao immediately turned his head to look at Zhang Shixu. Little Zhu, can you hear the words from the intercom? I can. Zhang Shixu nodded. We have a problem. Wang Tao's brows furrowed deeply. Chapter 195, Bizarre 3. If this wasn't an imitation by someone, Wang Tao felt there was a high probability it was a hallucination. He had previously encountered a black mist monster in Shuai's county that could use illusions to influence people's thoughts. Zhang Shixu might be immune to the illusions due to her unique constitution. So, if all 3 of them heard the sound but Zhang Shixu didn't, then they were definitely affected by an illusion. But to Wang Tao's surprise, Zhang Shixu could hear it too. Now there could only be 2 possibilities. One was that the illusion was so strong that even Zhang Shixu couldn't avoid it, or this wasn't an illusion at all but something Wang Tao had never seen before. Retreat. Wang Tao had always held a sense of reverence for the unknown. Having realized that he couldn't determine the situation at hand, he immediately instructed Zhu Xiaojun to evacuate the area. But what nobody expected was that the environment outside had changed without them noticing. They were supposed to be near the Dan Hotel, but now they were under the Hashan Hotel. These 2 hotels were located at the south and the north, nowhere near each other. Brother, what in the world is going on? Nisa Ayan was so scared that she was trembling all over. Zhu Xiaojun was also afraid, his eyes bulging like brass bells, ready to fight at any moment. Wang Tao's eyes emitted a green light, and red light gleamed in Zhang Shixu's eyes, but the scene outside remained unchanged. Wang Tao touched the entangling roots on his wrist and then said to everyone, "Get out of the car." They all got out immediately. Zhu Xiaojun took out his giant axe from the trunk and stood next to Wang Tao like a guardian deity. Nisa Ayan was extremely frightened, she didn't care about anything else and hid directly behind Wang Tao. Zhang Shixu, on the other hand, looked curious, she never knew what fear was. The group waited outside the car for a while, and aside from the intercom inside the car continuing to make noise, there were no other sounds. It was too quiet here, and there wasn't even a single zombie. I feel like the problem might be inside this hotel. Wang Tao said, looking at the Hashan Hotel with a frown. But I've always came to this hotel, and I've checked it every time, there's nothing wrong with it inside. Nisa Ayan spoke weakly at this time. Are you sure, this hotel is the one you've been in? Wang Tao suddenly asked Nisa Ayan. Given the eerie state of things, she was no longer sure. Just then, Nisa Ayan's voice from the car's intercom stopped, and after a moment, a chilling roar erupted. Save me. Why won't you come save me? Damn it, you really deserve to die. Although the voice was shrill, it could still be identified as Nisa Ayan's voice. At this moment, Nisa Ayan had completely hidden behind Wang Tao like an ostrich, and Wang Tao even saw her health points slowly draining. But this wasn't her fault, anyone else brought into this bizarre environment would probably be no different. Let's go, let's take a look inside the hotel. Wang Tao said to the others. If this was an illusion, then they were trapped inside. They had to find a way out. Wang Tao guessed that simply driving away wouldn't work, they could end up in an endless loop, possibly encountering a phenomenon like a ghost hitting the wall, eternally circling the same area. So he still believed the key to the problem was inside the hotel. However, just as they were about to enter the hotel, they suddenly heard footsteps from inside. Then a bald man with tattoos on his face burst out. Help! Help me! He appeared to be in good physical condition, but his face was full of terror, as if he had seen something dreadful. Seeing this man, Nisa Ayan was shocked. Zhuhan, why are you here too? This person was none other than one of her most capable subordinates. Sister Ni. Save me. Seeing Nisa Ayan, Zhuhan seemed to have spotted his savior. His face lit up with joy, and he made a beeline toward Wang Tao. Nisa Ayan was about to speak with Wang Tao when, without any warning, he whipped out a firefighter axe and swung it directly at Zhuhan. Bang! A shockwave slammed into Zhuhan's body. Zhuhan was sent flying, having just run out of the hotel lobby, he was now smashed back inside. Nisa Ayan's eyes widened at the scene, but she was of little influence and dared not say more. Moments later, a bloody Zhuhan hobbled out again. Why did you hit me? He glared furiously at Wang Tao. Why did I hit you? I even want to kill you. Wang Tao cracked a grin. You've got a red health point bar over your head and you're telling me you're Zhuhan? The health bars of survivors are green, only zombies and monsters have red ones. Plus, he's a level 2 elite. A level 2 with a suffix and without any mixed attributes, definitely a zombie. Health point, 11,238 out of 15,000, magic point, 10,000 out of 10,000, level 2 elite. Without exchanging words, Wang Tao charged straight in. In just a few exchanges, he dealt with him. Zhuhan's eyes were fixed in a stare as he died, looking as if he had been wronged. Even after his death, his body showed no changes, still resembling Zhuhan. Nisa Ayan covered her mouth, not daring to say anything. Whether this was Zhuhan or not, she had no right to influence Wang Tao's decision. Wang Tao found the scene quite curious. Too similar. This person, or rather this thing, was too much like Zhuhan. Unfortunately, the eyes can be deceived, but the health point bar cannot. Wang Tao had just stowed away his spoils of war when another cry for help sounded from inside the hotel. Help! Somebody help! A figure Nisa Ayan knew all too well burst out. Liao Zia. Wang Tao, seeing the other's 20,000 health point and level 2 elite attributes, did not hesitate to charge forward once again. Moments later, Liao Zia was dead. As she died, she too stared hard at Wang Tao, as if she'd been unjustly accused. Then, Huang Wu appeared. Still with 20,000 health point and the attributes of a level 2 elite. He was also easily killed by Wang Tao. When she saw Huang Wu die and Huang Heng walk out from the hotel, Nisa Ayan was completely stunned. Could it be? I will also come walking out of the hotel? Chapter 196, Level 4-1, Health Point, 30,000 out of 30,000, Magic Point, 30,000 out of 20,000, Level 3, Elite. This Huang Heng was actually a level 3 elite zombie. This came as a bit of a surprise to Wang Tao. After all, with his current strength, killing a level 3 elite wouldn't be too difficult. Honey, why are you with someone else? Come to me. This Huang Heng was different from the previous few people. The others had run towards Wang Tao and his group as soon as they came out, screaming for help. But this Huang Heng stopped in his tracks the moment he saw Nisa Ayan, immediately initiating interaction with her after he'd been shouting for help. It felt like he was somewhat smarter. Nisa Ayan was startled when she heard Huang Heng's words. No matter what, she and Huang Heng had been married for many years, but she had killed him with her own hands. So as far as Huang Heng was concerned, any normal person would probably feel a bit guilty. Now, seeing Huang Heng frowning and looking unhappy, Nisa Ayan subconsciously wanted to approach him. But instantly, She felt a cold gaze on her. Nisa Ayan's steps faltered, and then she immediately took a step back, hiding behind Zhu Xiaojun. She might feel a bit guilty toward Huang Heng, but she was scared of Wang Tao. From a distance, Wang Tao watched as Nisa Ayan took a couple of steps and then went back. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. Nisa Ayan must have been affected. Wang Tao took steps towards Huang Heng. "You want to fight me? How presumptuous." Huang Heng looked at Wang Tao with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Then, he inexplicably produced a large cleaver and pointed it at Wang Tao arrogantly. This Huang Heng who had just seemed desperate to escape was now looking arrogant, as if the danger behind him had disappeared. Wang Tao, unable to comment further, activated his barrier ability and sprinted towards Huang Heng. However, during the sprint, one after another, black roots appeared on Wang Tao's body, quickly entangling around him. By the time Wang Tao reached Huang Heng, he had transformed from an ordinary man of 1 meter 90 to a 2 meter 5 tall monster. Seeing this, Zhu Xiaojun and Zhang Shixu remained calm, but Nisa Ayan covered her mouth in horror. She suddenly felt that Huang Heng might be fine, but Wang Tao had serious problems. Who is the real monster here? Nisa Ayan felt like she was going to go crazy. On the other side, Huang Heng swung his cleaver at Wang Tao, who was charging at him. Wang Tao didn't dodge, taking the hit with his entangling roots. -528, 29,999 out of 29999 opening parenthesis 9472 out of 10000 closing parenthesis. Then Wang Tao landed a punch on Huang Heng's head. -4,829, 25,171 out of 30,000, Huang Heng was smashed into the hotel lobby. Wang Tao didn't chase after him but looked at the cut on his own shoulder, frowning. Such high attack. The defense of the entangling roots was very strong. The night demon could only hit him for a bit over 100 health point, and the weakened level 3 fish zombie lord similarly could only deal around 100 health point in damage. But this 30,000 health point Huang Heng had dealt over 500 health point in damage. Although this Huang Heng had the same health point as the night demon, his attack was 4 to 5 times that of the night demon. However, Huang Heng's defense was much weaker. When Wang Tao, wearing entangling roots, hit the night demon, he could only inflict around 3,000 health point, but he could deal nearly 5,000 health point damage on Huang Heng. This was a zombie with high attack and low defense. Wang Tao laughed from within his root armor. He liked such opponents. "You are seeking death." Huang Heng walked out of the hotel lobby and charged at Wang Tao with the cleaver raised. Bang! The two clashed again. Wang Tao had two fighting styles. Without activating entangling roots, he would focus on dodging and defense, sometimes preferring to miss opportunities rather than expose himself to injury. After all, if he got scratched by a zombie, he might never get off the inhibitor for the rest of his life. But with entangling roots activated, Wang Tao fought wildly. Banking on the high defense of the entangling roots and the fact he wouldn't lose any blood from the mechanism, he would recklessly trade blow for blow, life for life. This way of fighting was violent but also very fast. In his battle with Huang Heng, just a few moves and merely 30 seconds had passed before Huang Heng was left with a sliver of health point. Wang Tao glanced at his own health point bar. 29,999 out of 29999 opening parenthesis 6107 out of 10000 closing parenthesis. This was the heaviest damage the entangling roots took on his body. However, Wang Tao wasn't the slightest bit upset, because Huang Heng was about to die. Wang Tao raised his vast root foot and stamped down hard on Huang Heng, who was lying at his feet. Splat. -1023, 0 out of 30,000, Huang Heng's head burst open, and his health point bar emptied. A pile of loot packs burst forth instantaneously from Huang Heng's body. Wang Tao didn't have time to examine them and quickly collected both the loot and the crystal core from Huang Heng's brain. Is his cleaver real? Or is it a bone knife? Looking at the named cleaver that Huang Heng had dropped, Wang Tao was a bit surprised, but without a closer look, he hurriedly stowed it into his space backpack. Then he quickly used a crystal core to replenish the health point of the entangling roots while looking towards the Hashan Hotel lobby. Following this rhythm, the next one to come out should be Nisa Ayan, right? Wang Tao was even looking forward to it. If two identical Nisa Ayans stood side by side, wouldn't that be interesting? Just then, Nisa Ayan's voice came through the walkie-talkie in Wang Tao's car again. Chapter 196, Level 42. You're all going to die. You're all going to die. You're all going to die. Her voice was filled with resentment. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the sound coming from the walkie-talkie, and they subconsciously looked towards it. Suddenly, Nisa Ayan, who had been hiding behind Zhu Xiaojun, moved. In her hand was a dagger that appeared from nowhere, and she stabbed it towards Zhang Shixu, who was next to Zhu Xiaojun. Just as the dagger was about to touch Zhang Shixu, she suddenly turned around and threw a punch. Her delicate little fist and the dagger collided fiercely. But no sound of ripping flesh or breaking bones was heard. Instead, the dagger twisted and deformed. Bang! Nisa Ayan was sent flying with a single blow. Her entire right arm was irregularly twisted, with bone fragments protruding from the elbow area. Wang Tao watched this scene unfold, his facial expression quite spectacular. What were you thinking? You chose to attack the person with the fastest reflexes. Zhang Shixu's reflexes and speed were the fastest among the three. Even Wang Tao couldn't compare with her. Not to mention, Zhang Shixu's body was extremely tough. She was truly a level 2 zombie lord. To think an ordinary dagger could penetrate her defense? Clearly impossible. Nisa Ayan would have had a much better chance attacking Zhu Xiaojun instead of Zhang Shixu. Of course, she probably couldn't be called Nisa Ayan any longer at this point. Because, somehow, Nisa Ayan had been switched out without anyone noticing. Health point, 38,470 out of 40,000, magic point, 15,000 out of 20,000, level 3, elite. Not only did Wang Tao fail to notice, but even Zhang Shixu, whose perception was usually sharp, didn't catch on. There's something about her. Wang Tao could feel his adrenaline already secreting. Let me do the killing later. Wang Tao said to Zhang Shixu. Okay, Zhang Shixu nodded her little head and then voiced her confusion. Her defense seems very weak. I saw it too. Wang Tao nodded in agreement. No matter how you looked at it, this Nisa Ayan was at a level 3, elite ranking, clearly one level higher than Zhang Shixu with much more health point. Yet, Zhang Shixu had managed to break her arm with a single punch. This defensive power was a bit too low. Little June, keep an eye on the car to prevent anything else from damaging it. Wang Tao told Zhu Xiaojun. The current situation was somewhat eerie. If something really damaged the car, that would be a significant loss. After all, the car was quite valuable. Sure. Zhu Xiaojun stood by the car, holding a giant axe. Go. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu immediately rushed towards Nisa Ayan. As the two of them sprinted towards Nisa Ayan, Wang Tao suddenly realized that Nisa Ayan seemed to vanish from his sight even though she was right in front of him. Not just seemed, she actually disappeared, because the health point bar above her head was gone. Wang Tao's eyes emitted a rich green light as his vision reached its peak strength, but he still couldn't detect any flaws visually. The Nisa Ayan in front of him looked exactly like the real deal. Wang Tao threw a punch directly at this Nisa Ayan. This punch unleashed a shockwave, hitting the target in an instant. Nisa Ayan shattered like a mosaic. Then, Wang Tao felt as if something had appeared behind him. Wang Tao turned his head, only to see Nisa Ayan reappear behind him, her face emotionless as she delivered a punch to his waist. Bang. -34. Wait, was that damage for real? Only 34 health point was lost, and those 34 health point were absorbed by the entangling roots. It felt like, aside from Nisa Ayan's abilities being somewhat peculiar, both her attack and defense seemed to be extremely weak. If that was the case, then Wang Tao could be completely at ease. Between him and Zhang Shixu, let's not even say it, their defensive power was rock solid. Get her. Wang Tao swung his fist again, using the shockwave once more in a large fan-shaped burst. He wasn't sure what Nisa Ayan's strange abilities were all about, but indiscriminate attacks would do just fine. And as it turns out, this strategy was indeed effective. Wang Tao swung a few chaotic punches emitting shockwaves, directly forcing Nisa Ayan out of thin air. Bang. -5,589, 32,881 out of 40,000, Nisa Ayan, sent flying, landed right in front of Zhang Shixu. Zhang Shixu delivered a punch straight to Nisa Ayan's face. Bang. -3,187, 29,694 out of 40,000, Nisa Ayan, still airborne, was smashed harshly into the ground by Zhang Shixu's punch, and cracks formed in a circle on the concrete pavement. Wang Tao took the opportunity to rush over and stomp hard on Nisa Ayan. This stomp didn't cause any damage, but it pinned Nisa Ayan down, preventing her from moving. And so, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu took turns pummeling Nisa Ayan with their fists and feet. Soon, Nisa Ayan's health point was close to depleted. Seeing that she had just a sliver of health point left, Wang Tao signaled Zhang Shixu to stop. He was about to bring down his fist, the size of a casserole, onto Nisa Ayan's face. But at that moment, Wang Tao noticed that the red health point bar above Nisa Ayan's head had disappeared and turned into a green health point bar. Wang Tao's fist stopped just 10 centimeters away from Nisa Ayan's face. The Nisa Ayan beneath his foot was no longer sporting the indifferent expression from before but a face filled with terror. Bro, please spare me. It's me, don't kill me, ah. Wang Tao released his foot, looking at Nisa Ayan, who had no visible injuries on her, with some curiosity. What was her situation? Could it be that the zombie had switched places with her and then switched back again? Wang Tao grabbed Nisa Ayan with one hand and pulled her up from the ground with his left hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind passed by his right ear. Chapter 196, Level 4-3. Wang Tao noticed Nisa Ayan suddenly widen her eyes, as if she had seen something terrifying. Without turning his head, Wang Tao threw a punch to his right. Thwack! -2098, 0 out of 40,000, the other Nisa Ayan's head was blown off by Wang Tao's punch. Meanwhile, the Nisa Ayan in Wang Tao's arms was scared stiff. She had just witnessed herself get her head blown off. Wang Tao adeptly collected the spoils of battle, then turned his attention to the surrounding environment. Crash! The space around them shattered like a mirror. Only now did Wang Tao realize that they were not at the entrance of the Hashan Hotel, but at the entrance of the Danton Hotel instead. It was indeed an illusion. Wang Tao was somewhat familiar with this sensation of the illusion shattering. He had previously experienced it with the Black Mist monster in Shuai's county. Wang Tao looked around once more. Lying at the entrance of the hotel were the bodies of several zombie corpses. Based on the positioning of these corpses, Wang Tao made some deductions. Zhu Han, Liao Zia, and Huang Wu were all slim zombies, seemingly of the same type. Huang Heng was a tall, slender zombie with long limbs. One hand was almost like that of a normal human, but the other was missing from the forearm down. No wonder it dropped a bone knife. Wang Tao remembered the knife he had just picked up. It must have been its other arm. Nisa Ayan was a somewhat plump zombie, looking quite ordinary with no striking physical features. Was this illusion created by this zombie? It doesn't seem special, and it feels weak. Wang Tao frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. After all, when he had battled the Black Mist monster, despite its strength, the illusion it created hadn't been as realistic as this one. Although the Nisa Ayan zombie had somewhat eerie abilities, its overall power seemed weak. Even the previous Black Mist monster was much stronger than it. Suddenly, both Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi sensed something and looked up at the top floor of the Danton Hotel at the same time. Through an open glass window, they saw a black shadow. Wang Tao's hairs stood on end instantly. Health point, 100,000 out of 100,000, magic point, 100,000 out of 100,000, grade, level 4, Lord, internal impurity, 60%, awakening, shit. Retreat, now. He knew something was off. So the illusion wasn't created by the Nisa Ayan zombie, but by the big guy on the hotel rooftop. A level 4, monster lord. Wang Tao wasn't even sure if he could defeat a level 3, lord, yet here appeared a level 4, lord. He had the feeling that one more glance and he'd be dead. No wonder Zhang Shixi couldn't see through the illusion either, she was 2 levels below. Boom. Wang Tao immediately ran to the driver's seat, slammed on the gas pedal, and drove everyone away himself. In the car, Wang Tao stared intensely at the surrounding environment, fearing that some sort of ghost wall phenomenon might occur. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened on the way back to the arcade, and the monster didn't follow them. However, both Wang Tao and Nisa Ayan were suffering from after effects of the illusion. When Wang Tao saw the people in the arcade, he even had the delusion that they were zombies. If he couldn't see the green health point bars above their heads, he really couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't go on a killing spree against these people. What a terrifying illusion. Wang Tao quickly led the group upstairs. He was able to discern the reality, but he was worried Nisa Ayan might not be able to, and if she acted, that would be troublesome. As for Zhu Xiaojun and Zhang Shixi, they seemed to be completely unaffected. Looking at Mr. Single-Minded and Little Ditz, Wang Tao actually felt a bit envious. Zhu Xiaojun not having any after effects was probably due to his stick to one's heart hidden ability. Stick to one's heart, not easily confused or misled by external things, and Zhang Shixi. It must be because she's genuinely simple-minded. The more someone thinks, the more likely they are to be affected by these after effects. Once back upstairs, Wang Tao said to Nisa Ayan seriously, "Stay here and don't go out for the next few days. Even if you see zombies or monsters or something, you mustn't attack. Otherwise, before you attack, I will take you out first. As for recruiting people and buying crystal cores, let's put that on hold as well. First, get yourself back in the right state of mind." Hearing Wang Tao's words, Nisa Ayan nodded urgently. "I understand." When she first returned to the arcade, she felt like everyone around her was Liao Zia, Huang Wu, and Huang Heng. If it weren't for Wang Tao holding her back, she might have actually attacked. This level 4, Lord's illusion was truly terrifying. Wang Tao recalled the attributes of this fourth-order monster he had seen before. It had an additional attribute compared to other zombies or monsters, awakening. What does awakening mean? Is it the ability to ascend to level 4? And why can't I see the specific attributes? Could it be because my level is too low? Wang Tao was currently level 2, and that indeed was low compared to level 4. Shaking his head, Wang Tao stopped pondering over it. Wang Tao first asked Nisa Ayan why she had disappeared. Nisa Ayan mentioned she didn't understand it herself. She was still feeling a bit dizzy and wasn't able to explain it to Wang Tao. So Wang Tao let her go rest and decided to talk about it later. Then, Wang Tao took out the map of Zijing City, and at the location of the Dandang Hotel, he remarked it, Level 4, Lord, extremely dangerous. Although he didn't quite understand why the monster had not continued to attack them with the illusion, not knowing if there was any restriction, he did not plan to return. At least not until he reached Level 3. Otherwise, it would be like walking into the jaws of death. By now it was evening, and Wang Tao gulped down several bottles of nutrient solution to replenish his energy before taking a bath. Only when the fatigue and tension on his body slowly faded away did Wang Tao look towards the space backpack in the mirror. This operation was actually more of a close call, mainly because the Level 4 Monster Lord did not personally fight. It probably wasn't aware that Wang Tao had Level 3 combat power, or maybe it was restricted by something. Otherwise, it's hard to say how things might have turned out. As for the gains from this operation, they were naturally quite substantial. Chapter 197 Super Berserker won this trip to the Dandang Hotel. If ordinary zombies encountered on the road weren't considered, Wang Tao had killed a total of 3 Level 2 elite zombies and 2 Level 3 elite zombies. All 3 Level 2 elite zombies were of the same type, and the crystal cores inside their heads were also identical, totaling 3 Level 2 crystal core athlete. Wang Tao already had many of these cores, and since they were a passive ability, he liked them quite a bit. He planned to try fusing them when he got back. Next were the loot packs dropped by these zombies, which were essentially the same. The first zombie that was killed dropped 2 packs, while the other 2 each dropped 1 pack. Obtained, 15 running potion, medium. Obtained, a running potion, medium, blueprint. From the 3 zombies, a total of 15 bottles of running potion, medium, and 1 blueprint were looted. Running potion, medium. After injection, lower body strength increases, and running speed accelerates by 50% to 150%. The stronger the constitution, the greater the increase, lasting for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 6 hours. The medium running potion, compared to the small one, not only gained increased speed, where the small one only offers 10% to 100%, but also had a reduced cooldown. The small potion has a cooldown of 12 hours, while the medium potions was cut in half. Running potion, medium, blueprint. Once learned, it allows the crafting of 5 medium running potions at a time. Required materials: a rapid mushroom, a level 2 zombie crystal core, a purified water, 10 kilocalories of food. Running potions are good stuff, but to make such potions, a level 2 crystal core is necessary, which is quite luxurious. Plus, without the core materials, Wang Tao definitely wouldn't be able to craft them now. Then came the main highlight of this haul, the booty from the 2 level 3 elite zombies. Huang Heng and Nisa Ayan. Both level 3 elite zombies posed an over-level challenge for Wang Tao, so they yielded a large amount of special energy. Defeating the Huang Heng zombie yielded 6,000 special energy, while defeating the Nisa Ayan zombie gave 9,600 special energy. Wang Tao's special energy had now reached 41,140. With so much special energy, he could start on some of his previous plans. But there was no rush. First, he would check out the loot. The Huang Heng zombie dropped 3 packs. The first pack contained a crystal core gift bag, and including the core inside its head, there were a total of 6 crystal cores. They were a red, level 3 crystal core, omnipotent, a purple, level 3 crystal core, ascension, a blue, level 3 crystal core, athlete, a purple, level 3 crystal core, high frequency vibration, a blue, level 3 crystal core, sprint, and the last one, an orange, level 3 crystal core, right arm bone blade. No wonder this zombie's attack damage was so high. It turns out it had the high-frequency vibration ability. Wang Tao was familiar with the other cores, but the right arm bone blade was the first he'd seen. Level 3 crystal core, right arm bone blade, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 40%, side effect, reduced defense, right arm bone blade, passive ability, the right arm rapidly decays, then a sharp bone blade grows out. This core was said to have a side effect of lower defense, but actually, there were 2 side effects. For Wang Tao, having his right arm turn into a bone blade was definitely a negative effect. Moreover, this side effect wasn't removable. However, for someone who had lost their right arm, this ability would be quite good. After all, having a bone blade was better than lacking an arm. Speaking of bone blades, Wang Tao looked at the blade dropped by the Huang Heng zombie. Obtained, a sharp bone blade. Although items used by zombies retained their names after dropping and could be stored in a space backpack, they came without specific attributes. Wang Tao wasn't sure about the strength of this bone blade. However, the second loot pack from the Huangheng zombie contained something that could make good use of this bone blade. Obtained, a improved bone blade blueprint. Improved bone blade blueprint allows the crafting of a sharp bone blade. Required materials, a bone knife. The quality of the core material will affect the quality of the final product. A level 3 crystal core, 20 iron block, 20 steel wire, 20 gear, 20 blade, 20 nails, 20 screw. Improved sharp bone blade. Attributes unknown. This improved bone blade blueprint was somewhat similar to the previous improved worn-out great axe, except that the former used a level 2 crystal core, while this one used a level 3. Wang Tao had enough materials at hand, so he immediately gathered them to start crafting. As for the level 3 crystal core, Wang Tao chose the level 3 crystal core, aquatic breath. He felt that the other level 3 cores had their uses, but the aquatic breath core seemed rather average to him, especially since he already had several level 1 and level 2 cores with the ability. So he decided to use it. After a flash of multicolored light, a brand new bone blade appeared. This blade looked like a door panel, becoming bigger, wider, heavier, and more ferocious than the original. Improved sharp bone blade, level 3, excellent, attack power plus 50, durability plus 50, attack speed plus 5%, this attribute. It's powerful. Wang Tao was pleasantly surprised after seeing the specific attributes. The giant axe he had given Little June had an attack power and durability of plus 30, and it also reduced attack speed. But this bone blade not only added 50 to 2 attributes, but it also increased attack speed. Wang Tao gave it a couple of swings. This bone blade wasn't light, but it was certainly lighter than the giant axe. Although it was long and wide, it wasn't difficult for Wang Tao to wield given his strength. Chapter 197 Super Berserker 2 Wang Tao wielded the bone knife and chopped at a steel bar. Bang! Although the steel bar didn't break, a notch appeared directly on it. And the bone knife was unscathed, with no loss in durability. Wang Tao chopped again, this time using the high-frequency vibration ability. Crack! The thumb-thick steel bar was directly chopped into 2 sections. Top quality. Wang Tao was very satisfied. He had always been saying he hadn't found a suitable weapon, especially when he was using entangling roots. The firefighter axe couldn't be used at all. But this bone knife was substantial, and it seemed to match his root armor perfectly. More importantly, with this bone knife in hand, Wang Tao could now use his high-frequency vibration ability at any time.